My name is Suhi. I woke up to the sound of crying and someone calling me mom. It was so noisy, and I just wanted to sleep. I had stayed up late last night reading a novel and was completely exhausted. Then, I heard a little boy whisper Mom moved,
She's not dead.
and a little girl, still sniffling, say she was hungry. The boy started searching the house for food, but there was nothing left, not even rice or salt. Suddenly, I found myself in a strange, futuristic space filled with shelves of food, books, medicine, and other items. A sweet voice greeted me, saying this was a system for exchanging goods between parallel worlds. I could trade things from my world for anything here. But I wasn't interested after all. I had everything I needed in my life.
Then, everything changed.
I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was suffocating. When I finally woke up, I smelled something rotten and saw that I was in an old, dirty room. It looked like a house from decades ago, made of mud bricks. When I sat up and reached for my phone, it wasn't there. I looked down at myself and was horrified. My legs were thick and swollen. My hands were rough and chubby. I found a mirror and almost fainted. The face staring back at me was round and full of fat. I had become an overweight woman. Before I could fully process this nightmare, the door creaked open.
2 small heads peeked in.
Mom, you're awake, a little girl said timidly. Wait, Mom? They were calling me Mom? I was shocked. I had been alone my whole life, never even had a boyfriend, and now I was suddenly a mother? I tried to talk to them, but they hesitated to come closer. Then the boy spoke. We haven't eaten since last night. We're really hungry. That stunned me. No wonder they looked so pale and thin. What kind of mother starves her own children? I quickly said, I'll get you something to eat, and moved toward the door. But the moment I stepped forward, both children turned pale with fear. The little girl burst into tears, sobbing, Mom, please don't hit us. We'll be good. I froze. At that moment, I understood everything. The original owner of this body must have been abusive. These children weren't just hungry, they were terrified of me. I tried to appear friendly, but my large and intimidating appearance only made the children more fearful, causing them to step back. The original owner of this body had clearly mistreated them, and now I had to deal with the consequences. I checked the kitchen, which was in an awful state, more like a garbage heap than a place to cook. Ignoring the mess, I looked for food, but there was absolutely nothing left. It made sense why the children had been starving since yesterday. When I asked why there was no food, the boy's angry response shocked me. Everything had been gambled away to pay off debts. The realization that the previous owner had not only abused the children but also wasted their food on gambling filled me with frustration. With no money and no resources, I suddenly thought of the mysterious space I had entered before waking up. I had dismissed it earlier, but now I desperately needed it. Back in my room, I activated the system and was relieved to receive a one-time loan of 100 points. I immediately exchanged them for essential food items, buns, milk, instant noodles, rice, meat, and vegetables. The points disappeared quickly, but at least the children would have something to eat for the next few days. Remembering the summer heat, I confirmed that the system could store perishables for a limited time. Although I needed to repay the points within a week, I pushed that worry aside. Right now, the priority was feeding the children. When I left the space, I saw the food appear around me, finally giving me some relief. I gathered the food in my hands, including some fresh milk, and opened the door. The sight of the 2 children waiting outside, looking so small and pitiful, nearly brought tears to my eyes. The original owner of this body had such obedient, lovable kids, yet she had treated them so terribly. The little girl was so weak from hunger that her voice barely had any strength left. Without hesitation, I handed her a warm meat bun. Both children's eyes lit up at the sight of food. They didn't ask where it came from and immediately started eating, stuffing their faces as if they hadn't eaten in days. Watching them eat so hungrily, I handed them each a box of milk. The little girl hesitated, unfamiliar with it, but forced herself to drink it despite the taste. She didn't want to waste something that looked expensive. Seeing her struggle, I felt even more guilt toward them. Their clothes and hair were messy, likely because they were too young to wash themselves properly. The original owner had completely neglected their basic needs. As they ate, I quietly moved the rice, vegetables, and other food into the kitchen. The children gasped in shock at the sight of so much food. To ease their curiosity, I simply told them it was food I had hidden before and reassured them they wouldn't go hungry anymore. I was starving, so I decided to cook instant noodles, the only thing I could quickly prepare with the limited firewood left in the house. Using my old skills from growing up in the countryside, I got a fire going and started cooking. The smell quickly spread, making the children's eyes widen with anticipation. They had just finished their buns, but now they were staring at the pot of noodles, their mouths watering. I added some meat and vegetables to make it more nutritious. Once it was ready, I served it into 2 bowls, making sure they got more vegetables and meat than noodles. The boy let his sister choose first, and after seeing my warm expression, she hesitated only briefly before taking her bowl. They ate slowly, savoring the rare meal, while I finally sat down to eat as well. My new body had a surprisingly large appetite, but I forced myself to stop at 1 bowl, determined to lose weight. After finishing her food, the little girl hesitantly asked if we would have noodles again in the future. I reassured her that we would always have food and that I would cook better meals for them. Their obedience and appreciation made my heart ache. Most children their age were mischievous, yet these 2 were already used to suffering. Then the little girl quietly asked if I could always be like this, kind, not angry, and not hurting them. Her words hit me like a knife to the heart. The original owner had been a true monster. I promised her I would never hurt them again, and pulled her into my arms. She was so small and light, barely weighing anything. Looking at the boy, who was trying to hide his longing for affection, I smiled and asked if I could hug him too. The boy hesitated but eventually stepped forward, letting me pull him into a hug. Holding both children in my arms, I felt a strange sense of warmth and fulfillment. I decided to test what they knew since I had no memories of this life. To make it easier, I offered them candy as a reward. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the lollipops, and they eagerly answered my questions. The girl, whose name was Nuno, didn't know her age, but her brother, Zai, quickly responded that they were 3 years old. As I continued asking, I learned they avoided their grandparents' house because they feared the snakes on the small path leading there. Their maternal grandparents were out of the question since the original owner had cut ties with them. The severity of this shocked me. Severing family ties was no small matter, especially in this era. Nuno tugged on my sleeve, worried about my memory loss, but she and Zai seemed relieved that I didn't remember the past. To them, it meant I wouldn't hurt or starve them anymore. She even pleaded with me to stay kind, her words cutting deep into my heart. I reassured them and handed over the promised candy, deciding that if I truly couldn't regain the original owner's memories, I would simply pretend to have amnesia. Later, I explored the backyard, which was large but completely overgrown with weeds. If even a few vegetables had been planted, the children wouldn't have been left hungry for so long. Our house was isolated at the edge of the village, with only a few distant neighbors, making it even harder for the kids to seek help. As I checked the surroundings, the children found me and asked what I was doing. I told them we needed firewood, but Nuno clung to my leg, afraid of the bugs in the mountains. This made me realize they weren't used to rural life. They confirmed that we had only recently moved here from their father's work dormitory in the city. When I asked why we had left, Zai revealed that it was because the original owner had been accused of stealing by a neighbor, a doctor named Sia. In a fit of anger, she had taken the children and moved to the countryside. I was stunned. So this was essentially an escape? Curious about their father, I asked where he was. Zai's expression dimmed as he explained that their father had been deployed for military duty a long time ago. Despite their young age, both children had strong memories of him. Kind, gentle, and always willing to spend time with them whenever he was home. Hearing this, I assumed their father was a soldier, but Nuno proudly corrected me. He was a doctor who could save many lives. That explained the argument with the doctor neighbor. If he had been sent with the military, then he was most likely a military doctor. When I asked for his name, Nuno immediately responded, Fu Tinghua. The name sent a jolt through me. It felt strangely familiar. Then, realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Before arriving here, I had been reading a novel, a story where the main villain's father was named Fu Tinghua. My chest tightened as I looked at the two adorable children before me. If my suspicion was correct, then these two were the infamous villains Fu Hanji and Fu Sini from the book. Their future was tragic. Fu Hanji, after rising to power, was ultimately hunted down and died in an explosion, his body torn to shreds. Fu Sini, abandoned and powerless, was sold overseas, her fate left unclear but undoubtedly miserable. I stared at the two innocent faces watching me with curiosity. The thought of what would happen to them in the future sent chills down my spine. If this really was the world of that novel, then I had just stepped into a disaster waiting to unfold. I finally understood. I had traveled into the novel I had just finished reading. However, the book focused mainly on the main characters, and the mother of the villains was barely mentioned. Even though I now knew the tragic fate awaiting these children, I had no additional information to help me navigate this world. But one thing was clear: I would not let their doomed future unfold. These children were innocent, and I would raise them properly so they wouldn't become villains. Deciding to gather firewood, I grabbed a sickle, found an old basket, and put on a long-sleeved shirt before heading toward the mountain. Nuno, unwilling to be left behind, begged to go with me. Seeing no harm, I agreed, then noticed Zai's silent but hopeful expression. He clearly wanted to come too, but was too proud to ask. I gently asked if he wanted to join, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded. I placed a cloth inside the basket and let both children sit inside, carrying them on my back as I walked uphill. Along the way, I noticed villagers tending to their fields. They stared in surprise, whispering among themselves, but no one greeted me. I had no idea who was a relative or friend, and since I didn't want to expose that I had changed, I remained silent. As soon as we passed, the villagers began gossiping. They were shocked to see me working and assumed I had finally run out of food. Some pitied Fu Tinghua, the only university graduate from the village, who had ended up with someone like me. His mother, already resentful, would surely be furious if she heard anyone talking about me. Ignoring their discussions, I focused on climbing the mountain. The weather was good, and the path was easy to follow. But carrying two children on my back while being in such an overweight body quickly exhausted me. As soon as we reached a flat clearing, I set them down and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Nuno immediately pulled out the cloth from the basket and wiped my sweat, her small hands filled with concern. Her kindness touched me, reminding me of how much these children lacked love. The mountain air was fresh and cool, a stark contrast to the bustling city I had lived in before. Wanting to gather firewood quickly, I told the children to stay put, but Zai insisted on helping. Seeing him take the initiative, Nuno eagerly joined in too. I allowed them to help but warned them not to wander too far. Excited, they turned it into a game, competing to see who could collect more wood. There was plenty of dry wood on the mountain, so I quickly gathered a few bundles and tied them with fine rope. The children watched curiously as I secured the wood, and Nuno asked if I could tie up the branches they had collected too. I helped them bundle a few smaller sticks, giving each child a small bundle to carry back. They accepted the challenge enthusiastically, determined to complete their task. While they played nearby, I continued working. The house lacked too many basic supplies, and I needed to find a way to be self-sufficient. After gathering 5 large bundles, I finally stopped, completely drenched in sweat. Just as I was about to rest, I heard the children exclaim in excitement. Panicked, I rushed over, only to find them squatting near a tree, staring at a mushroom they had uncovered beneath a pile of dried grass. Before I could say anything, a voice echoed in my mind. A rare plant has been detected nearby. Would you like to exchange it for points? After hearing what the system said, Suhi's expression instantly became ecstatic. She picked up the 2 babies, kissed each of them, and then said, "Zizi and Nyonyo are both great. They're simply Mom's lucky dolls." The 2 cute little babies didn't know why their mother was so happy all of a sudden, but they were happy when their mother was happy, so they all laughed. After putting the two babies down, Suhi said, "Can you help Mom to see if there are other places with this mushroom?"
Okay.
The two babies were very active and immediately went to check under other trees. Taking advantage of this time, Suhi carefully pulled the mushroom out of the ground with its roots, and then put the mushroom into the space, and then entered the space with her consciousness, and then asked the customer service, "How many points can such a mushroom be exchanged for?" The customer service replied, 50 points. Suhi was stunned. She thought she could exchange for thousands of points, but it turned out to be less than 100 points. Why is it so little? Suhi asked unwillingly. Although this mushroom is rare, it is not an endangered plant, and it doesn't have much research value. 50 points for one mushroom is already a lot. Suhi was helpless, but then he thought that the points he picked up for free were worth it. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came, and Suhi immediately exited the space. Mom, here it is again," Zizi said excitedly. Until now, he has the innocence that a 3-year-old child should have. Before, he was like a little adult. When Suhi heard his words, he immediately walked to his side and squatted down. Sure enough, he saw 2 mushrooms that were the same as before. "Zizi is great." Suhi happily touched Zizi's head and said with a smile. As if embarrassed, Zizi was so stiff that he dared not move. Seeing him like this, Suhi wanted to laugh even more. At this time, Nyo-Nyo's voice came. "Mom, I found it here too." Suhi heard it and immediately walked to Nyo-Nyo's side again. Seeing Suhi leave him so quickly, Zizi lowered his head in disappointment where Suhi couldn't see him. "Wow, you two are awesome. Go look under other trees. We can have a delicious meal tonight," Suhi said to the 2 kids with a smile. In the end, Suhi almost forgot the purpose of entering the mountain in the first place. He was always looking for that kind of mushroom. However, the 3 of them searched for an entire afternoon and finally found only 11 of that kind of mushroom. But Suhi was already very satisfied. 1 mushroom was 50 points, and 11 mushrooms were 550 points. After deducting the 100 points she owed on credit, Suhi still had 450 points to use. This space is not useless. It is really very useful. When the few people were about to go down the mountain, the sun was about to set. But Suhi still had 4 bundles of firewood on the mountain. It was dark when she finished carrying all the firewood back and forth. The 2 kids went down the mountain with her for the first time. They walked on their own, holding the firewood that Suhi had bundled for them. Although they were out of breath, the 2 little guys were very sensible and insisted on walking down the mountain by themselves. At the foot of the mountain, Suhi met an uncle, and then she had an idea and immediately called the uncle. "Uncle, I still have a few bundles of firewood on the mountain. It's getting dark and it's not easy to go up the mountain. Can you ask 2 people to go up with me to carry it? I can pay you half a pound of meat." The uncle didn't want to pay attention to Suhi at first. Who hasn't heard of Su? He within dozens of miles. The flower of their village was stuck on the cow dung of Suhi. But when he heard that she was willing to give meat as a reward, the uncle was immediately moved. "You know, it's not easy for rural people in this era to have a meal of meat. Can you really give me meat?" The uncle asked doubtfully. Everyone in the village knew that Suhi had mortgaged even the oil, salt, and rice in her home to pay off gambling debts. How could she have meat to eat? "Yes, really, if I can't hand over the meat by then, you can just take my firewood. There are still 4 bundles of firewood on the mountain, as much as I carry on my back,"
Suhi said.
"I can go with you alone. I can take down the small bundle of firewood for you," the uncle said. Suhi was delighted when he heard it, and then said, "Then wait for me here. I will come over right after I take the 2 children home." The rural people of this era were very simple. Seeing Suhi's sweaty face and the 2 children staring at him curiously, the uncle still said, "I will help you take the firewood home. How can I be embarrassed? You can carry it when we go to the mountain later." Suhi smiled and said, and then took the 2 children home. The uncle looked at the backs of the 3 of them, but he was thinking in his heart. He had never met Suhi before and had only seen her a few times from a distance. But now that she was not as rumored, It seemed that the rumors were really unreliable. As for Soo-hee, after returning home, she immediately entered the space and took out the meat she bought, cut about half a pound and put it aside, and then she could give it directly to the uncle. She took out 4 small French breads from her pocket, handed 2 to each of the brother and sister, and then said, "Mom is going up the mountain to carry the remaining firewood down. You guys wait for Mama home, okay? Eat 2 breads to fill your stomach first, and then Mom will cook for you." "Okay, Mom." The 2 children were very well behaved. Soo-hee kissed the top of each of the 2 children's heads, thinking, "I must wash their hair and bathe them tonight," and then went out. Going up the mountain with the uncle was much faster than going up the mountain with the 2 children. This uncle must have gone up the mountain often and was very familiar with it. After seeing Soo-hee bundle the firewood, the uncle directly pulled a vine and tied the 3 bundles of firewood together. Soo-hee saw it and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Uncle, is it too heavy?" "Don't worry, I have carried bigger bundles than this. It's stable," the uncle said with a smile. Until now, his impression of Soo-hee has finally changed. Going down the mountain is also very fast. The uncle walked very fast, and Soo-hee could only follow him breathlessly. After arriving at Soo-hee's house, Soo-hee immediately took out the prepared meat and gave it to the uncle. "So much?" the uncle said with a smile, and the wrinkles on his face were all exposed. "Half a pound of meat, as we just agreed. Thank you for helping me carry firewood," Soo-hee said with a smile. "Forget it. Just give me a little as a token of your appreciation. Cut the meat here in half, and keep the other half for yourselves." After the uncle finished speaking, he glanced at the 2 children who were staring at them and said, "The 2 children are still young and need to replenish their bodies. It's okay, I still have more at home. Uncle, you also know that my 2 children and I have just returned to the countryside not long ago, and we are not very familiar with the people in the village yet. Please take care of us in the future." After Soo-hee finished speaking with a smile, he stuffed the meat directly into the uncle's hand. Soo-hee's words were so polite that the uncle felt embarrassed and replied, "Okay, if you have any problems in the future, come to my house. My house is 2 houses behind yours." Hearing this, Soo-hee nodded repeatedly and sent the person out of the house. Seeing the person leave, Soo-hee turned around and the 2 children hugged her legs and said, "Mom, Mom. Hey, are you 2 little babies hungry?" Soo-hee squatted down, then touched the heads of the 2 children and said, "I'll go cook for you."
Mom, eve kokt.
After the children said this, they looked at Soo-hee as if waiting for her praise. It took less than a day for Soo-hee to completely capture the hearts of the 2 children. "Well, you're awesome. Then Mom will cook." After Soo-hee said this, she went to the kitchen. She started to prepare the dishes and cut the meat. Soo-hee planned to make braised pork. Then she washed the vegetables and fried them. Before that, she also changed a few eggs in the space, planning to have 1 fried egg for each of the 3 of them tonight. After making sure that the rice was cooked, Soo-hee took the rice pot out of the fire pit. At this time, pressure cookers and electric rice cookers are rarely used in rural areas and may not be popular yet, so everyone still uses iron pots to cook rice. After adding firewood, the washed big pot was placed on the fire pit. First, make braised pork. The first step is to blanch the meat. Add an appropriate amount of clean water to the pot, put cold water into the pot, pour in the pork belly, and an appropriate amount of cooking wine. After boiling over high heat, skim off the foam and remove it for later use. The second step is to stir-fry the sugar color. Heat the big pot slightly, pour in an appropriate amount of cooking oil, and add rock sugar. Stir-fry over low heat. Then pour the pork belly into the pot and stir-fry quickly. Let each piece of pork belly be coated with sugar color. At this time, the fragrance has spread out. The 2 children rushed into the kitchen immediately after smelling the fragrance, looking at the braised pork in the pot with sparkling eyes. "It's almost done. We can eat meat," Soo-hee said to the 2 kids. Mom, I want to eat meat." Nyo-Nyo had never smelled such delicious meat. Even if there was meat before, it was just boiled in water, and it didn't have much flavor. "Okay." After Soo-hee finished speaking, he went to get a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, put it to his mouth and blew it, and then handed the meat to Nyo-Nyo's mouth. Nyo-Nyo ate the meat in one bite and then shouted, "It's delicious." Suhi had already picked up the second piece of meat, and then let Zizi try it. "Delicious, Mom." Zizi finally stopped having that serious face of a little adult. "Okay, Mom will stir-fry it again, and we can eat. You guys go out and play first." People here cook with fire, so sometimes the smoke in the house is very big and it hurts the eyes. Suhi doesn't want the two of them to stay in the kitchen for so long. "I want to be with Mom." Nyo-Nyo didn't want to go out to the living room, and now she was getting more and more attached to Suhi. Although Zizi didn't say anything, he didn't go out either. Suhi had no choice but to let them sit on the small stools beside the low table for eating and wait for the meal. After that, it was much faster to stir-fry the vegetables and fry the poached eggs. After placing all the food on the low table and serving the two little ones, Suhi said it's time to eat. Fortunately, the table was low, so the two kids could pick up the food at will. Their goal was the same, and they went straight to the bowl of braised pork. Suhi saw that they were not very good at using chopsticks, so he quickly picked up a few pieces of braised pork for each of them and a poached egg for each of them and put them in the bowl. The two kids ate hard, and after eating a few bites, the baby suddenly said, "Mom, can we still eat these things in the future?" He said expectantly and seriously. "Of course, we can eat them often in the future, Mom promises you." Suhi said with a smile. Yeah, we can often eat such delicious meat and eggs in the future," Nyo-Nyo said excitedly. Seeing the two of them happy, Suhi couldn't help but smile. After eating, Suhi started to boil water for the two children to take a bath. The weather in the countryside at night was still very cold, so Suhi cleaned the big wooden barrel at home and let the two children sit in it to take a bath. She used points in the space to exchange for some toiletries, so now she used infant shower gel and shampoo for the two children. When washing Nyo-Nyo and Zizi's hair, Nyo-Nyo asked, "Mom, why is this thing so fragrant? I don't think I have seen it before. This is something that Mom hid before, and I just took it out now." Suhi replied with a smile. The two children didn't doubt Suhi's perfunctory explanation. The main reason was that they were too young. Seeing that their mother could take out so many things they had never seen before, they didn't have many doubts. Finally, the two children were washed fragrantly, and Suhi immediately wanted to carry them to their own room. She was busy all day today and hadn't entered the two children's room to take a look. After opening their room door, Suhi was stunned. The room was extremely dirty, the walls were moldy, the bedding was damp, and the bed frame looked like it was about to fall apart. Before, her mind was focused on traveling to a strange world, but now when she thought about how messy every place in the house was, Suhi wanted to curse. But the two children's rooms were the most frustrating for Suhi. They were so young, and living in such an environment, they would get sick sooner or later. How did the original owner Suhi become a mother? She really didn't understand why she was so confused with two cute little babies. "Mom, what's wrong?" The two children held in Suhi's arms looked at the gloomy expression on Suhi's face and asked anxiously. Suhi took a deep breath, tried to keep her voice as low as possible, and then said with a smile, "It's okay, you two can sleep with Mom tonight, okay? It's too messy here." "Okay, I want to sleep with Mom," Nyo-Nyo said immediately. "I want to sleep with Mom too," Zizi said in a low voice. "Okay, then sleep with Mom first." Suhi carried the two children to her room, took a look at the pilled sheets and dirty quilts, suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and could only make do with it tonight. She made the bed neatly again before carrying the two children to bed. After getting on the bed, the two children seemed very excited and jumped on the bed. Suhi smiled and said to them, "You two should be careful. Mom will take a shower first." When she helped the two children take a bath just now, she also boiled hot water so they could take a bath directly now. "Okay, Mom, you go." The two children looked very excited. Suhi took a set of loose clothes from the closet and went to take a bath. "Tomorrow I have to do a big cleaning. The house is really dirty and messy. Many clothes are not washed and are directly stuffed back into the closet." The original owner, he spent this day without any hope. After Suhi finished her bath, she finally felt alive. She had sweated so much today that she could smell the stench on her body. The nights in the countryside were really comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold, and the air was good. The two children had short hair, so they dried quickly, but Soo-hee's hair didn't dry that quickly. She fanned her hair with a fan she found from a corner and waited until it was half dry before entering the room. The room was quiet, and the two children had fallen asleep, sleeping in a crooked manner. Seeing such a warm scene, Soo-hee couldn't help but smile, and then covered the two children with a quilt. Touching the rough and pilling texture of the sheets, Soo-hee made a decision instantly. She entered the space and began to look for sheets and quilt covers in the area of daily necessities. So expensive, 1,000 points. Why don't you go and grab them? This set is even more exaggerated, 10,000 points, and a quilt is so expensive? Is there any customer service? Soo-hee shouted directly in the space. Hello, customer service 101 is here to serve you. How can I help you? The gentle and sweet voice of the young lady sounded immediately. I have 423 points left now, and I want exchange for some more affordable sheets and quilt covers.
Soo-hee said.
Soo-hee did not plan to exchange clothes in the space, and she could go to the street to buy them when the time came, but quilt covers were too leaky in this era, and Soo-hee did not want to make do with them. Hello, I have switched to sheets and quilt covers below 400 points for you. After the customer service lady finished speaking, Soo-hee turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, the scene in front of him had changed. It was too high-tech. Soo-hee couldn't help but sigh. Okay, thank you. Soo-hee chose a quilt and a 4-piece set and didn't dare to buy any more. Although she wanted to change all the bedding, she had too few points. That's it, 200 points were gone. Soo-hee still chose the cheapest quilt and 4-piece set in the venue. But the cheapest one here is better than what they have on their current bed. After washing the 4-piece suit tomorrow, she will make the bed. She can't rely too much on the space. If she wants to live a good life, she still has to have money in reality. The space can only exchange items, not the currency of this world, so Soo-hee is now thinking about how to make some money. She doesn't have a penny on her. After her consciousness came out of the space, she put away the things she exchanged from the space. Looking at the two little guys sleeping soundly, Soo-hee picked them up and put them down. When she was about to lie down on the bed to sleep, Zizi suddenly spoke.
Mom. Huh.
What's wrong? Soo-hee leaned over and touched Zizi's head and said, Mom, don't change back, okay? My sister and I are so happy today. Zizi said a little sleepily. Okay, Mom promises you that I will never change back, okay? Go to sleep. Maybe because he was too sleepy, after hearing Soo-hee's affirmative answer, Zizi continued to close his eyes and sleep. After a tiring day, and dragging such a heavy body, Soo-hee was also very sleepy. After covering herself with a quilt, she fell asleep immediately. In a daze, Soo-hee began to dream. It was like watching someone else's story. The protagonist in the dream was the owner of the body that had traveled through time and space, Soo-hee. Her father's name was Soo Shiming, and he was a teacher in the city. Relying on her father's salary from teaching and educating people, the family did not live very well, but compared with other people of this era, they lived quite well. Her mother's name was Wen Qing. She was a diligent woman who loved her husband and children. She was skillful and used to be an embroiderer. Later, after marrying her father, she occasionally sewed and mended to supplement the family income. The two were also a harmonious couple envied by others in their circle. It was just that when Qing almost had a dystocia after giving birth to Soo-hee and could no longer conceive a second child, so the couple spoiled their only daughter Soo-hee so much that they made a big mistake in the end. Soo-hee was raised in luxury by the couple. All the delicious food in the house was given to her alone. In addition, it might be due to her physical conditions, so Soo-hee has been obese since she was a child and has always been called a fat baby. When she was a child, she was cute when she was fat, but she still couldn't lose weight when she grew up. So Soo-hee became more and more inferior and began to give up on herself and blamed her parents for her fatness. She was rebellious and rude, but because her father was a teacher at the time and she was fat and tough, she became a little bully around her family. But no one around liked her, and they all avoided her. She was the only child of her parents. Although she didn't know etiquette, she didn't make any big mistakes, so they always put up with her. Until Soo-hee turned 18, no one in the family was willing to come to propose marriage, and Soo-hee, who had already entered the ignorant period of youth, was even more hit. One day, a college student taught by her father came to visit her family. Soo-hee saw that he was handsome and fell in love with him at first sight. That's right, that person was Fu Tinghua, the unlucky father of her twins. She knew her own limitations and knew that Fu Tinghua looked down on her, so she went to the black market introduced by her former friends and spent a lot of money to buy aphrodisiacs. Then she chose a day when her parents were not at home, went to the hospital where Fu Tinghua worked, and asked him to go home in the name of her father. After the drug was successfully administered, Soo-hee successfully Fu Tinghua. When her parents came home and learned the truth, Soo-hee was slapped by her parents for the first time. In order to save Soo-hee's reputation, her father Su Shiming had to use his old face to beg Fu Tinghua not to publicize the matter. Looking at his mentor, Fu Tinghua softened his heart, so he agreed. Who knew that a month later, Soo-hee went to Fu Tinghua and said that she was pregnant and asked him to take responsibility. Fu Tinghua certainly didn't believe it, so he took Soo-hee to his own hospital for AB ultrasound and finally confirmed that she was pregnant, and she was pregnant with two. In this era, people attach great importance to reputation, especially for college students like Fu Tinghua who are well-read in poetry and books, so he decided to marry Soo-hee, who is a cow dung. This wedding that caused a sensation in the circles of Fu Tinghua and Soo-hee was finally talked about by people. Everyone was talking about how outstanding Fu Tinghua was. He was a medical student from a famous school in Kyoto, and he was also extremely handsome. It was said that the dean of his hospital wanted to introduce his daughter to Fu Tinghua, but who knew that Fu Tinghua would marry Soo-hee instead? It was really a flower stuck in cow dung. After the two got married, Fu Tinghua was also lukewarm towards Soo-hee. He got married entirely for the sake of the children. Therefore, although he let Soo-hee live in the house of his unit after marriage, he often stayed in the small dormitory in the hospital and was unwilling to go home. Even if they went back, they slept in separate rooms, and Fu Tinghua never touched Soo-hee again. Soo-hee was not willing to be a widow like this. She finally got such a handsome husband, so she must be unwilling to stay alone in an empty room. So she went to her parents' home to complain and asked her father to talk to Fu Tinghua. Su Shiming felt ashamed to face Fu Tinghua, so how could he be willing to talk to him about such things? Who knew that Soo-hee suddenly complained about her parents, hating them for giving birth to her so fat and making her despised by the world. Su Shiming himself is a teacher, and he didn't expect that his beloved daughter had always thought like this and blamed them. Later, he couldn't help but educate Soo-hee, but Soo-hee actually said that she wanted to break off relations with them. Thinking of the embarrassing things Soo-hee did and the guilt for Fu Tinghua, the couple didn't want to care about Soo-hee anymore. It has to be said that Soo-hee's temper is really stubborn. She really never went back to her parents' home. And her in-laws even despised her and the two children she gave birth to, so they have never been willing to come to the city to help Soo-hee take care of the children. Fu Tinghua was willing to give her money and gave all the salary he earned to Soo-hee, but Soo-hee spent money lavishly, and it was not enough to spend. Perhaps knowing that Fu Tinghua could not possibly like her, Soo-hee gave up on herself. She began to beat and scold the children, thinking that the two of them were useless and could not tie Fu Tinghua down. Later, she learned to gamble with her friends, and most of the money Fu Tinghua gave her was gambled away. When the child was 2 years old, Fu Tinghua applied to be a military doctor in the frontier. Although he was young, he was the top surgeon in their hospital, so the hospital was naturally eager to have him. After that, he gave all the money subsidized by the state to Soo-hee and asked her to spend it sparingly, and he would be back in about 1 or 2 years. Who knew that Soo-hee agreed verbally, but secretly gambled away all the money. The expenses in the city were too high, and she happened to be accused of stealing by her neighbors, so Soo-hee had no choice but to take the 2 children back to the countryside. This house in the countryside was allocated to the 2 of them by Fu Tinghua's family after Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua got married. Fu Tinghua's mother didn't like Soo-hee and didn't want to live with them, So she allocated an old house far away from her own house to Soo-hee and them. Soo-hee lived here with her 2 children for 3 months. The last bit of money she had was enough to spend in the countryside, but she got addicted to gambling again, so she lost so much that she had to mortgage all the valuables in the house. The dream ended here, and a lot of memories poured into Soo-hee's mind. It would be better not to give her these memories, because she really didn't want to be as bad as the original owner Soo-hee. It turns out that there are really born bad seeds. Soo-hee feels that the original owner Soo-hee is a born bad seed, and everything she does has refreshed her bottom line. However, the original owner Soo-hee also paid for her original mistakes. Her husband didn't love her, and they were in harmony, but it was the 2 children who suffered. Thinking of the 2 well-behaved children and their endings in the book, Soo-hee felt her nose sour. Mom, wake up. In a daze, Soo-hee felt that she was shaken awake. Soo-hee opened her eyes and saw the 2 children staring at her with big eyes. What's wrong? Soo-hee was still a little awake from her dream. Mom, why are you crying? Nyo asked in confusion. Soo-hee wiped her eyes and found a wetness. So she held the 2 children in her arms and said, "Because Mom feels sorry for you and makes you suffer. Mom, don't cry." Nyo gently touched Soo-hee's face as if to comfort her. Mom, don't cry. Even ZZ also comforted Soo-hee. With 2 such good children around her, what else can she complain about? In order to change their ending, she must cheer up. Okay, Mom won't cry, Soo-hee said, and looked out the window again. The sun shone in, illuminating the dim room a lot. Mom will get up and cook breakfast for you, Soo-hee said, put on shoes for the 2 children, and went to the kitchen. It was too messy. Soo-hee thought she was not a person with misophobia, but she really couldn't stand the environment here at all. After boiling 4 boiled eggs and warming up 2 boxes of milk, Soo-hee called the 2 children to have breakfast. Wow, there are eggs for breakfast too, Nyo said excitedly. Well, each of you eat an egg and drink a bowl of milk, and you will grow taller in the future, Soo-hee said with a smile. After breakfast, Soo-hee let the 2 children play in the yard by themselves, and she began to clean the house. First, take out all the clothes to wash. Looking at the piles of smelly and moldy clothes, Soo-hee resisted the urge to throw them away. She took out the bleach water exchanged in the space and started soaking them, and then went to wash other things first. After washing all the pots and pans in the house, and then wiping all the places again, she started to sweep the floor. After doing all this, it was time to make lunch again. Looking at the piles of clothes soaked in the wooden barrel, Soo-hee planned to wash them after dinner. Fortunately, this house is not big, and it is also very fast to clean. The 2 little guys were very well behaved when Soo-hee was cleaning the house. They kept playing in the mud in the yard, and didn't bother Soo-hee. When they went back into the house, they couldn't help but exclaimed wow when they saw the house that Soo-hee had cleaned up neatly. Mom, the house is so beautiful. Nyo rushed over and hugged Soo-hee's legs while she was preparing food, and then said excitedly, "Is it beautiful now? Mom will definitely let you live in a more beautiful house in the future," Soo-hee said with a smile. Then she turned her head to look at the 2 kids. Well, their hands and faces were covered with mud, and they looked like little cats. 2 little babies are ready to eat. Can you wash your hands by yourself? Soo-hee asked them with a smile.
Yes,
I can. After that, the brother and sister looked at each other, and then hurried out to the water pipe outside to wash their hands. When they came back, Soo-hee had already set the table for the meal. Looking at the delicious food on the table, the 2 kids couldn't help drooling. Mom, it smells so good, Nyo said while swallowing her saliva. Then eat more, and let Mom check if your hands are clean? As soon as Soo-hee finished speaking, the 2 children raised their hands. Great, let us start, Soo-hee said while picking up food for the 2 children. After dinner, Soo-hee had to go to work again. This time, the 2 children were very well behaved and said they wanted to help their mother with work. Soo-hee ignored them and let the 2 children play in the water in the yard. The sun is very strong today, and these clothes should be able to dry. But how many clothes can people in this era have now? At most, they have a few sets of clothes to change. All the clothes of the three people added up to 2 small buckets of clothes, and Soo-hee didn't spend much time washing them. All of them have been bleached, and now all the clothes have become uniformly light-colored. But many of the clothes are moldy, so it's better to bleach them. Seeing that the dirty and messy home finally looks good, Soo-hee was so tired that he sat down on the ground. Fortunately, pollution is not serious in this era. Even in summer, it is cool as long as you are in the shade. The 2 kids played with water for a while and then went to bed for a nap. Soo-hee looked at the bed with only a quilt but no sheets, thinking that she would make the bed again after the sheets she exchanged in the space dried up in the evening. Is Sue's sister here? Is anyone home? Soo-hee was woken up by a female voice. She was too tired after washing clothes in the afternoon, so she slept next to the 2 kids when she came to see them. She was still a little confused when she was woken up. Who was it? There was someone in this village looking for her? She went out to see a peasant woman wearing a straw hat who had obviously just returned from the fields. As soon as she saw her, the peasant woman smiled and said, "Sue's sister, I am the wife of old man Zheng who helped you carry firewood last night.
You are too polite.
You only helped to carry such a little firewood and gave me half a caddy of meat." It turned out to be his family. Even in the memory of the original owner Soo-hee, there was no impression of that uncle. Not only the uncle yesterday, Soo-hee didn't have much impression of anyone in this village, because he didn't interact with them at all. It's okay, I troubled my uncle. It was a bit late last night, so I asked my uncle to go up the mountain to carry firewood for me. It's reasonable to give him meat. Soo-hee said hurriedly. Hey, we are all from the same hometown, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Look, this is the melon I just picked from my vegetable garden. It's delicious. And these freshly picked green vegetables, I'll give them to you. After the peasant woman said that, she directly put the vegetables and melons in her hand on the ground of Soo-hee's house. No, it's not nice to do that. Soo-hee quickly refused. Yes, these vegetables are not worth much. You spent a lot of money on the meat, right? Meat is expensive now, and we don't dare to buy it to eat. The price of meat in this world seems to be quite expensive at present because there is no strong promotion of breeding farms now, and basically the pork is raised by the villagers themselves, and they are not willing to kill it until after the new year. Don't think these vegetables in my house are worthless. The peasant woman said jokingly. How can I, auntie, don't know how to address me? Soo-hee decided instantly that he had to get along well with the other party. My last name is Nyo, and everyone calls me Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo, I'll accept all your dishes.
I'll try to cook them tonight.
They're sure to be delicious. Soo-hee immediately complimented. Of course, the vegetables grown in my family are very sweet. Sister Sue, take a look and see if you like them. If you like, just go to my vegetable garden and pick them. It's okay. Do you see that vegetable garden? It's mine, Aunt Nyo said proudly. Okay, thank you, Aunt Nyo. Soo-hee replied quickly. Hearing the conversation between the two children were also awakened. They got out of bed and walked out of the living room barefoot. When they saw Soo-hee, they hurriedly shouted, Mom. Hey, why don't you wear shoes? Soo-hee said, and went directly to the room to put on the shoes of the 2 children. Aunt Nyo saw all of Soo-hee's behavior and felt that what her old man said was indeed correct and the rumors were wrong. They had never had any contact with Soo-hee, and they believed what others said about Soo-hee. Now, what was wrong with Soo-hee? She was polite and well-mannered, and she didn't beat or scold her own children as rumored. Seeing how attached the 2 children were to their mother, Aunt Nyo couldn't help but say, Oh, these 2 children are really cute, but they are a little too thin. Haha, I've been giving them supplements recently. I don't know if they can get their weight back. My second daughter-in-law's 3rd and 4th children are about the same age as your children. If you have time, take the 2 children to the village more often. Children have fun only when they play together. Aunt Nyo reminded. Thank you, Aunt Nyo. I've been cleaning my house recently, so I haven't been out much. I will definitely go to the village when the time comes. In their village, Soo-hee's family is located in a remote place near the mountain. In fact, the Fu family lives in the center of the village, but Fu Tinghwa's mother doesn't like Soo-hee and doesn't want to see her, so she allocated an old house to them separately. Even though they knew that Soo-hee had come to live in the countryside, Fu Tinghua's parents had come to see their grandchildren except for the first 2 days after she came back, and they never came again. The main reason was that it was too disgusting. Looking at Soo-hee's fat body, the couple couldn't help but think of their proud son, and they couldn't help but feel upset. It would be fine if the daughter-in-law was sensible, but Soo-hee had such a bad reputation. Those families who were jealous of the Fu family for having a son like Fu Tinghua, seeing that Fu Tinghua actually married such a daughter-in-law, all laughed at them secretly. Soo-hee was overbearing and crazy, and more importantly, lazy. The two kids were always dirty, and the house was also like a garbage dump. In the past, Soo-hee cleaned the house after Fu Tinghua came home because she was afraid that Fu Tinghua would see her like this and not give her money. After Fu Tinghua went to the army this year, Soo-hee was completely rotten, and the whole person was very sloppy. Why didn't Fu Tinghua's parents like their grandchildren? Because Fu Tinghua told them that Soo-hee had his child, and they had to get married. So the two elders felt that it was because of the child that their son had to marry Soo-hee, so they disliked the two children. After chatting for a while, Aunt Nyo drank a bowl of water at Soo-hee's house and said goodbye to go home. No matter how Soo-hee asked her to stay for dinner, she still refused to go home. After she left, Soo-hee started to prepare dinner again. Looking at the melon and vegetables brought by Aunt Nyo, Soo-hee planned to stir-fry them tonight. This melon is best fried with shredded melon and some meat. Thinking of this, Soo-hee swallowed his saliva. Mom is going to make dinner. Are you hungry? Soo-hee said, touching the belly of the baby, but saw the baby looking at her with an embarrassed face and said, Mom, I'll help you. Soo-hee smiled and then went to the kitchen to cook. However, what she didn't know was that because of Aunt Nyo's mouth, her reputation in the village has changed again. After dinner, a group of village women sat at the entrance of the village and started to chat about gossips. Even Fu Tinghua's mother, Wu Yanhua, was there. After chatting about gossips, Aunt Nyo suddenly turned the topic to Soo-hee. Speaking of Tinghua's wife, I met her today. After Aunt Nyo said that, she turned her attention to Wu Yanhua. Sure enough, when she saw her mention Soo-hee, Wu Yanhua's face turned black. Ahem, I think Soo-hee is pretty good, Aunt Nyo said again. At this time, other people next to her interrupted. Oh, you know she's a good person after just meeting her once? She even went to He Xing's house in the village to gamble with others. My wife saw it. Yes, I heard that the rice, salt, and other things in the family were all mortgaged. Oh, how can your family tolerate such a daughter-in-law? Why don't you divorce her quickly? That's right, if she were my daughter-in-law, I would definitely beat her up so badly that she wouldn't know which way to go. A group of women talked to each other, as if they had some deep hatred with Soo-hee. Especially when other families are not doing well, they feel that their own lives seem to be okay in comparison. This is the mentality of rural people. They are jealous of you if you are doing well, and they applaud if you are not doing well. But after what happened this afternoon, Aunt Nyo already had a good impression of Soo-hee, so she quickly said, gambling is a matter that spreads from one person to 10 to 100, and you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Besides, Soo-hee's family is not out of rice, as you say. Yesterday afternoon, when my old man was returning home from the field, he happened to run into Soo-hee, who was picking up firewood from the mountain. She picked up a lot of firewood and couldn't carry it all at once, so she asked my old man for help. Afterwards, she gave my old man half a pound of pork. As soon as Aunt Nyo finished speaking, the other women around her were instantly furious. Half a pound of pork? She gave it directly to your house? Half a pound of pork. It would cost a lot of money to buy it, right? My God, what kind of family is this? They can give away pork just like that. It's a waste of money. Soo-hee actually has money to buy meat? It seems that the rumors are really not credible. Did you eat the meat? It's so hot. The meat won't go bad, right? Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Aunt Nyo couldn't help rolling her eyes. We fried the meat yesterday and ate it. It was very fresh. And I went to Soo-hee's house this afternoon and gave her some vegetables grown by my family. I think seeing is believing. Soo-hee is really a good person, and she is also gentle to her children. Seeing that Aunt Nyo has been praising Soo-hee, I also know how good her impression of Soo-hee is after meeting her. On the other hand, Wu Yanhua never expressed her opinion and didn't seem to want to talk.
There was no way.
No matter how Suhi improved, she couldn't like him. Thinking of Suhi's fat body and her handsome son, Wu Yanhua felt a blockage in her heart. But it seemed that she hadn't visited her grandchildren for a long time. After all, they were her son's children. Wu Yanhua had to go and see them even if she didn't like them. As for the gossips and rumors of the villagers, Suhi didn't know anything about them. She didn't care even if she knew. The original owner had such a bad reputation that Suhi didn't find it strange no matter how people spread them. After dinner, Suhi put the washed new sheets on the bed again and changed the quilt to a new one with a new quilt cover. After that, after washing the two children's hair and bathing them, he carried the two children to bed. Seeing the new sheets and quilts, and the patterns on them were so beautiful, the two children seemed very excited. "Mom, it's so comfortable, lie on it." Nuno rolled around on the bed and said happily, "From now on, you will sleep with Mom first, okay?" Suhi sat on the bed, looking at the two children, and asked with a smile. "Okay, I like to sleep with Mom." Nuno said. "I like it too." Zizi also answered. Letting the two children sleep with him is to enhance their relationship. Another reason is that their room is too dark, not ventilated, and there is not even a window. How can children live in that dark room for a long time? It is not good for physical and mental health. Let the two children play on the bed by themselves, and Suhi went to take a bath. After she finished her shower and returned to the room, she saw that the two children had fallen asleep again. The room looked a bit better now. Although it was a mud house, Suhi cleaned it very well. The bed was clean and tidy, and the quilt was brand new. Suhi did not go to bed immediately. She was still very energetic after taking a nap in the afternoon. Besides, in her previous world, she always went to bed at 11 or 12 o'clock. Now it was only 8 o'clock or even 9 o'clock. Suhi moved a bench and sat at the door of her house, looking at the scenery outside. The moon in the countryside now is very big and round, there are many stars, and the fields are illuminated. This is a scene that can never be seen in the metropolis. It's a pity that she didn't have a mobile phone and couldn't take a picture of this scene. She still had to find a way to make money first. No matter how good the countryside is, she would definitely send her two children to study in the city in the future. The education in the countryside is too backward. Suhi knew that the three of them would not stay in the countryside for long. It is very important to get money now, and it would be best if they could buy a house in Kyoto. You know, the housing prices will rise to a new height in the future, and the housing prices in Kyoto will rise the most exaggeratedly. But unfortunately, she has no money now. Alas. Suddenly, she set her sights on the large vegetable garden in the backyard. Tomorrow she will start to the land and plant vegetables. By the way, if she wants to plant, she will plant rare vegetables so that she can sell them later. The rarest fruit in this era is durian. At present, no one in the north sells durian. What if she can grow durian? Thinking of this, Suhi couldn't help but feel emotional. At this time, she had to go to the space to see if she knew whether the space could give her a surprise. Suhi directly entered the space and called the customer service lady. "Hello, customer service 423 is at your service. How can I help you? I want to ask if there are durian seedlings for sale here?" Suhi asked. "Yes, but the price is very different." The customer service lady replied. "What do you mean?" "Ordinary durian seedlings are very cheap, and you can buy them with just a dozen points. But ordinary durian seedlings are affected by a series of factors such as climate conditions, soil conditions, and altitude, so it is difficult for them to survive. The fire durian seedlings developed by the latest civilized world are different. Not only are they not affected by these factors, but the planting cycle does not need to be so long. It only takes a few months to bear fruit, allowing people who love durian to achieve durian freedom. Its taste is similar to ordinary durian, but the seeds are more expensive." Suhi was delighted when he heard it. If this is really the case, then it will be difficult for her not to get rich. "How many points does a fire durian seedling cost?" Suhi asked hurriedly. "A fire durian seedling costs 1,000 points. The customer service lady replied. "So expensive." She only has more than 100 points left now, and she must buy dozens of seedlings at a time to plant. I want to ask what can be exchanged for points? He was helpless. In this era, there are still many valuable things for this system, right? It is recommended to find more things that are characteristic of your era, or some endangered plants or medicinal materials. We can provide you with a guidance robot here. For only 100 points, it can scan the location of items that can be exchanged for points within a radius of 10 miles. 100 points. She only has 100 points left now. With 100 points, how many days can he work for me? Suhi asked. 24 hours.
Shui.
This system is so tricky. Just one guidance robot costs 100 points for 24 hours. But how can people make money without taking risks? Okay. Please help me reserve a robot, starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Suhi spent another 100 points on the system and made an appointment for the robot for tomorrow morning. It's time to rest early. She has to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for the baby, and then she has to go up the mountain to find something. Even if she turns over all the mountains here, she must find something valuable to the system. The next day, Suhi got up early and made breakfast for the two children. After Suhi finished making breakfast, the two children woke up in a daze.
Mom.
Nyo rubbed her eyes and looked around the room. When she didn't see Suhi, she started crying immediately. When Suhi heard the voice, she immediately put down her work and ran to the room. After seeing her, Nyo stopped crying and said in a sob, "Mama, hug me." In the past, Nyo rarely cried when she didn't see Suhi when she got up, but after 2 days of getting along, she felt Suhi's motherly love and became unusually clingy. Suhi hurried to the bed and hugged Nyo in her arms and then comforted her. "Don't cry. Mom is here. Are you hungry? Mom has already made breakfast for you." At this time, the children also walked to Suhi and asked Suhi to hug them. Suhi could only hold one child in one hand and then sat on the bed and started to put shoes on them. "Okay. Go brush your teeth and wash your face, then start eating," Suhi said, and then took them to brush their teeth and wash their faces. The kitchen of this house is connected to the bathroom, and it is just a simple board to separate the bathroom. Nyo took a small toothbrush and kept brushing her teeth, with a mouthful of foam. The same is true for Zizi. The two children seemed to be competing to see who has more foam, and they were playing with each other with a smile. Wash your face after brushing your teeth. Don't brush for too long, it will hurt your gums, Suhi reminded on the side. After being told by their mother, the two children immediately rinsed their mouths obediently and then took the face towel to wipe themselves. "Mom, I'm done."
Zizi sighed.
"Come over for breakfast after you're done," Suhi said next to the fire pit. The two children ran to the low table and sat down together. "Wow, what is this, Mom?" Nyo asked curiously. "This is egg custard, tender and smooth, very delicious," Suhi said with a smile. The two children took the spoon and ate it. It was tender and delicious. Suhi should have added a little sugar, and it was a little sweet. "Mom, it's delicious. I want to eat it next time," Nyo immediately said coquettishly. "Okay, you can't eat it every day, you can eat it once a week." Suhi sat down while speaking, picked up the boiled egg on the table, and started eating. Their family eats too little. At present, all the food is exchanged in the space system, and they still have to grow it themselves. Suhi still plans to use the yard behind the house to grow vegetables. If she really exchanges for the fire durian saplings, she will find the villagers to rent land from them to plant. Hey, their family should have land in the village, right? I don't know if Fu Tinghua has been allocated land. It seems that I have to go to my husband's house another day to ask about these things and figure them out. Now the baby's father is not around. There is no land and no money. Does he really want to starve the three of them to death? After breakfast, Suhi said to the two children, "Mom is going to the mountain later. Can you two stay at home by yourself?" Hearing that Suhi was going out without them, the two children's mouths were flat, and they looked like they were about to cry. Oh, she knew it would be like this. After all, they were only 3 years old. The original owner, Sue, he had always let them go, and she either beat or scolded them, so they didn't rely on the original owner and were extremely afraid of her. Now they have only been with her for 2 days, and they have begun to stick to her. Mom is going to the mountain to find medicine that can be sold for money. Can you stay at home and wait for Mom? Suhi tried to comfort them. No, I want to go with Mom. Mom, I can climb the mountain by myself. It's fun on the mountain. The baby asked to follow her before Nyo. Woo Nyo didn't say a word and used tears to soften Suhi's heart. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Suhi had no choice but to agree to let them go up the mountain with her. There are a lot of bugs on the mountain. Suhi made her last struggle before leaving home. It's okay, I'm not afraid as long as my mother is here. Me too.
Shui.
Okay, as long as you are happy. So Suhi took the 2 children up the mountain. What she didn't know was that not long after she left, Fu Tinghua's mother Wu Yanhua came to see her grandchildren, but she was disappointed. Someone passed by and saw Wu Yanhua standing at the door of Suhi's house and asked, Sister, your wife took the 2 children up the mountain early in the morning. It happened that I was guarding the water here last night and saw them go out early in the morning. Take them up the mountain? Why take such young children up the mountain? Wu Yanhua frowned, looking very dissatisfied. No matter how much she disliked her grandchildren, they were the flesh and blood of her most beloved son after all, and she also wanted the 2 children to grow up healthy and safe. What can we do if we don't take them up the mountain? There's no one to help at home. If you ask me, it's very hard for your young wife to take care of 2 children alone. It's really not good without someone to help at home. It's inconvenient to go anywhere. There were only 2 people who could speak up for Suhi. Yes, this person was the old man Zheng who helped He carry firewood down the mountain and took almost half a pound of meat from Suhi. His family has several fields nearby, so he often runs here these days. Wu Yanhua felt embarrassed when he heard this from the old man Zheng. In this era, it is natural for a mother-in-law to help her son take care of the children, but she always treats Suhi coldly, wishing that she would never have any contact with him. Haha, I just want to come and see the 3 of them. I'll come tomorrow.
I don't know when they will be back.
After Wu Yanhua finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards her home. It is the busy farming season now, and she still has a lot of work to do. Suhi doesn't have to do farm work, so how can she not take care of 2 children? She was lucky enough. Her son had a job and a salary in the city, so she didn't have to do farm work. Wu Yanhua wanted to refute old man Zheng, but she wanted to save face and didn't like to argue with others, so she just left. Old man Zheng couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at her back. Every family has its own problems. Suhi took the 2 children up the mountain. As soon as it was 8 o'clock, a robot spoke in her head. Hello, the robot Xiaoba is at your service and is turning on the continuous scanning function for you.
Shui.
Since there is a robot to help her scan, she can just walk around the mountain. They have already walked halfway up the mountain, and Xiaoba didn't say anything that could be exchanged for points. Mom, are we picking up firewood today? Zizi asked in confusion. Because there was no purpose for walking, Suhi stopped to rest when he was tired, and the 2 children also walked by themselves. We won't pick them up now. When we go down the mountain, we'll pick some up and carry them down. Let's find more mushrooms this time, and you can tell Mom if you see other interesting things. Suhi said with a smile. It was the 2 kids who found that kind of mushroom last time, so who knows if they will find it again this time. Suhi took the 2 kids to climb the mountain for more than an hour, but she didn't find anything that could be exchanged for points, which made her a little discouraged. Sure enough, luck would not always be on her side. Facts proved that the things in the space were not so easy to exchange. While she was daydreaming, the baby next to her suddenly pointed to a bird's nest on a tree and said, Eggs, Mom has eggs. Suhi looked up and saw the bird's nest on the tree above their heads, but because the tree was taller than them, she didn't see the eggs inside. The voice of the robot Xiao Qi sounded very appropriately. It is detected that there are endangered animal seedlings in the upper front of you. 1 seedling is worth 500 points. The location has been marked. As soon as Xiao Qi finished speaking, Suhi saw the location it marked. Wasn't it the bird's egg nest that the baby pointed out to her? Why is the system so leaky? It can't detect it even when it is right in front of it. It was the baby who found it first. Complaints are complaints, but a bird's egg is worth 500 points. Suhi must take down this nest of bird eggs. Baby, great.
You found the eggs.
Mommy is going to climb the tree to get them down. You two just have to wait down there obediently, okay? Baby looked at the tree and then at Suhi and said hesitantly, "But Mommy, this tree is so tall." It was indeed very tall for two kids, but it was actually not that tall for Suhi. When she was a kid in the countryside, she often climbed trees to catch bird eggs. "It's okay. You just have to wait down there obediently," Suhi said, and immediately started to climb the tree. But she forgot that she was a fat girl now, and her hands and feet were not flexible at all. It was over. It was too difficult to climb, and with her weight, would the branches break? Although it was difficult, Suhi still tried to get points. She no longer hesitated and climbed up the tree very carefully and then slowly moved to the trunk of the bird's nest. The trunk was too small and certainly could not support her weight. "Shao Qi, is there any way for me to get the bird's eggs?" Suhi asked the robot. "This system cannot interfere with anything in the host world, but I can apply for a long clamp for you. See if you can clamp it over." The robot replied.
Shui.
"Well, it's better to have it than not." She asked the robot to put the clamp in her backpack and then asked Zizi to get it for him. Nyo and Zizi walked up the mountain by themselves today, so they didn't know what was in her backpack. The clamp was very long. When Suhi got the clamp, he moved towards the tree trunk on the bird's nest and reached it immediately. After putting the clamp on the bird's nest, Suhi pressed a switch, and a net quickly popped out to collect the bird's nest. Suhi didn't dare to be careless and carefully and slowly pulled the bird's nest back to his direction, fearing that the bird's nest would be overturned. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. As soon as the bird's nest touched his hand, Suhi immediately put it into his own space, and he didn't even have time to see what was inside.
Mom.
At this time, the two children couldn't help shouting under the tree. "It's okay. Mom is coming down," Suhi said, and was about to get down from the tree. However, because she was too heavy, the trunk could not bear the gravity, and it broke with a snap. Suhi was startled, but fortunately, she hugged the big trunk immediately. Otherwise, she would have fallen flat on her face in front of the two kids. Mom with a broken trunk scared Nyo, and she was so worried about Suhi that she started crying immediately. Suhi tried to get down from the tree while comforting Nyo. "Mom is fine. Don't cry." Even the baby comforted his sister, saying, "Don't cry. Mom will worry about you later." Nyo didn't dare to cry anymore after hearing this, but she still urged Suhi to get down quickly. "I'm coming," Suhi said, and she slid down slowly while hugging the tree, but there were too many branches and rough lines on the tree, and her arms were rubbed and broken in many places. After successfully getting down from the tree, Nyo immediately ran to Suhi and hugged one of her legs, then said, "Trees are dangerous. Don't climb trees." Okay, Mom won't climb trees anymore," Suhi said quickly. After finding a place, Suhi sat down to rest. After being busy for a long time today, she only got a bird's nest. I hope there will be more bird eggs in the bird's nest. It will allow her to exchange more points.
Mom, I'm hungry,
Nyo said. Suhi also felt her stomach growling immediately. However, this body has a large appetite, so it is normal to get hungry quickly. Okay, but we will make do with it on the mountain. There is no food. We will eat bread or steamed buns. Suhi took out the food that had been prepared long ago from the backpack and let the two children choose what to eat. Zizi took the steamed buns, and Nyo took the bread. There are still a lot here. If it's not enough, you can ask for more. Suhi looked at the two children and said with a smile. Then he also took a piece of bread and started to eat. As for water, Suhi boiled the water at home and put it in the kettle. It's delicious to eat in the mountains. I will come to the mountains with my mother next time, the baby said with his head tilted up. Okay, but the mountains are too dangerous. You're still young, so don't go up the mountains often. Suhi didn't want the two young kids to always go up the mountains with him. So far, they haven't encountered anything dangerous, so they are lucky. But who can guarantee that luck is always good? Suhi just thought so, and the robot Shao Qi in his mind reported. It is detected that there is a Mongshan iron head in the front. It is a poisonous snake with a strong poison. It can be exchanged for 2,000 points, but the host is still requested to be careful when catching it. He was startled when he heard it. When he looked up, he saw the position marked by the system. A snake with a color similar to grass came towards them. If it wasn't marked, she would definitely not notice it because this snake is too hidden. He was sweating coldly, and he immediately took out the clamp given by the system from the backpack. She was very afraid of snakes, but in order to protect her children, she had to catch the snake. The snake was slowly coming towards them, and Suhi suddenly stepped forward and quickly clamped its body with a clamp. It immediately curled up, which was exactly what Suhi wanted. Suhi directly pressed the switch, and the fishing net immediately wrapped the entire body of the snake. After being caught, the snake impatiently spit out its snake-like body and hissed at them.
Mom.
Nuno saw the snake, but was not scared, but looked at it with curiosity. They used to live in the city with Suhi, and Suhi rarely took them out, so they had never seen a snake. Zizi also looked at the snake with surprise, but he was indeed a little scared. If you meet this kind of thing in the future, you should stay away from it, okay? Suhi said seriously. Both children nodded seriously. Although she caught the snake, Suhi was still afraid of it. She immediately threw the snake and the clamp into the backpack, which was actually thrown into the space. She wanted to go down the mountain. The mountain was still too dangerous. If something happened to the two kids, then she would really lose more than she gained. They had already climbed from the previous mountain to another mountain. Now the mountains were connected one after another. After coming here for so long, they did meet the animals that exchanged points, but there were no plants. Suhi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They could find mushrooms last time. Let's go, turn around and go home.
Suhi said.
Mom, are we going home now? The two kids thought the mountain was very fun. Much more fun than at home. Well, let's go back. Suhi planned to go home in another direction to see if he could get anything. However, this time, going this way, Suhi really found an extremely expensive Chinese medicinal material called 7-leaf 1-branch flower. The system was also very surprised. This medicinal material is very valuable for research, but only one plant was found, but the price for one plant was already 5,000 points. Suhi was a little excited. She could actually get such a high score. This trip up the mountain was really worth it. Although she didn't encounter any valuable things afterwards, Suhi didn't care. She wasn't greedy. Really, she would take her time. Suhi went down the mountain from the other side of the mountain. She had a strong sense of direction and knew which direction to go home. But she didn't expect that this time she would have to go directly through the village entrance to go home. Their home was at the end of the village, so they had to walk through the entire village. When Suhi entered the village entrance, it was exactly 3 or 4 o'clock. At this time, many people in the village were busy in the fields, and most of the men went out to work. But in the fields, they just weeded in the fields, and not many people were needed, so most of the women were at home. Seeing Suhi coming in from the village entrance with 2 children, many people turned their eyes to Nyang-san. Is this Wu Yanhua's young wife? It seems so. She seems not as fat as before. She is still fat. Oh, Tinghua is so handsome. How could he marry such an ugly wife? His tone was full of gloating. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Wu Yanhua will get angry when she hears her. Am I afraid of her? Then come on, let's see who can argue more. No matter how outstanding the son is, it's really shameful to marry such a wife. A group of people discussed loudly in front of Suhi as if they had some deep hatred with the Fu family. In this era, the jealousy of rural people is still very strong. When the village had a college student like Fu Tinghua, the Fu family was so glorious. Other families saw that their sons could only herd cattle and farm at home, but the Fu family had a scholar, and finally they could go to a big hospital in the city to be a doctor and receive a government salary. What a glorious thing it was in this era. As long as they ate the government's food, everyone felt glorious and stable. Who knew that what happened next was a reversal? Fu Tinghua suddenly got married and married such a fat and ugly wife. I heard that Suhi was the daughter of Fu Tinghua's mentor. Without Suhi's father Su Qingming, Fu Tinghua would not be where he is today. But if going to college means marrying such a fat and ugly wife, then they should just farm honestly. Many people think so, so they become more and more proud. They all think, see, what's the use of studying more? Marrying such a wife and looking at her for the rest of your life is disgusting. They are not afraid that Soo-hee will hear them discussing her. It would be fine if Soo-hee didn't come to the village, but she came. The Fu family hates her, and she is a woman with 2 children. Who else can they bully? Several gossiping women looked at Soo-hee with disgust. She was really fat and ugly. No wonder Fu Tinghua would rather go to the border with the army to get rid of this fat woman. Soo-hee wanted to endure it, but they talked louder and louder. It would be fine if she heard it, but they actually said this to her in front of the children. She stopped and looked at the gossiping village women with cold eyes. Seeing that Soo-hee dared to stare at them, the woman who said Soo-hee was the most outrageous immediately started to curse. What are you looking at? If you dare to stare at me like that again, I will blind your eyes. The woman herself was very fat, with lumps of fat on her belly, and her face was tanned and dry because of farm work. If you have the guts, come and blind my eyes, and see who will blind who first. As soon as Soo-hee opened his mouth, the whole audience was shocked. It was unexpected that Soo-hee, such a tough fat man, had such a nice voice. Little, who is afraid of you? Seeing that Soo-hee dared to talk back to her in person, the village woman felt that she had lost face and became even more angry. She rolled up her sleeves and wanted to go up and beat Soo-hee. Why did Soo-hee dare to talk to her like that? Her husband didn't love her, her family didn't care, and her in-laws didn't care. A woman dared to be so arrogant. Liu Yi's mother, forget it. It's not good for us to say this to others in front of others. The village woman next to them saw that the two were about to fight and immediately tried to persuade them to stop fighting. The reason why the two fought was because they were gossiping. There are still many brothers and sisters in the Fu family. If the fight gets out of hand, they may not care about Soo-hee, but they just said a lot about Fu Tinghua, who is the lifeblood of the Fu family. They will definitely come to them to make trouble. Why should we forget it? Why does this woman dare to talk to me like this? She has only been married to the Fu family for so many years, and the Fu family doesn't care about her. Why is she so arrogant? Let's teach her a lesson today. She pushed everyone away and rushed straight toward Soo-hee. She was so fat that others couldn't stop her at all, so they just watched her beat Soo-hee. Oh, it's over. This is really going to get into trouble. It's going to fight. It's going to fight. There were more people watching the excitement than those trying to persuade them to stop fighting, and most of them were women. Most of the men were working outside or weeding in the fields, and the women were all home to prepare for dinner. Soo-hee had pushed the 2 children aside when she had an argument with a village woman. She was not afraid of fighting at all. Soo-hee lost her family very early and was alone. In order to protect herself, she had practiced Sanda and Taekwondo. Although her hands and feet were not as flexible as before because she was fat, her strength and hand power were also greater. Soo-hee, who had been bullied in school, knew that she must not show a cowardly scene to those who bullied her, otherwise it would only get worse in the future. So this was the first time she met someone who humiliated her in person and in front of her children. She didn't want to back down, nor did she want to set a bad example for her children. She was not afraid that their families and men would come to her door. At worst, she would not stay in this village. Anyway, they were just refugees, and they didn't have deep feelings for this place. Now it was a period of severe crackdowns, and she didn't believe they dared to kill her. Besides, she had the space in her hands, which contained a lot of tools to subdue people, so she was really not afraid. Thinking of this, Soo-hee was even less afraid, and kicked the peasant woman who rushed towards him and tried to pull his hair. The peasant woman was kicked several meters away by Soo-hee and then fell to the ground and did not get up for a long time. Others did not expect Soo-hee to be so strong. Rural people originally had the mentality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing Soo-hee kicking people like this, the gossipers who were gloating over the misfortune just now did not dare to say a word. Their men and sons are still busy in the fields or working on the construction site. They will only come back for dinner. They started to be afraid without the support of men. So why is there so much emphasis on boys in this era, and they think that they will be bullied in the village if they can't give birth to boys. Because they have no confidence. You see, in this situation, when Soo-hee made a move, they couldn't help but be afraid of Soo-hee without men around. If their men and sons were around, it would definitely not be like this. Ouch, someone is going to die, someone is going to be beaten to death. The peasant woman who was kicked to the ground by Soo-hee groaned and tried to sit up. I can't die. The fat on your waist has been squeezed into several circles. You can't die with so much meat protecting you. Everyone. I didn't expect that I would be laughed at for being fat by Soo-hee, but in the end I was laughed at in return. Ouch, I'm going to die, ouch. The peasant woman was also a bully who only feared the strong and the weak. At this moment, her husband and son were not around, so she didn't dare to confront Soo-hee anymore. In fact, no one dared to mess with her in the village. Not to mention her family. She herself was fat and strong. And now she met Soo-hee, who was stronger than her, and she immediately became scared. Soo-hee glanced at the people watching the fun, and then said, Whatever you say about me behind my back, I can't hear it, so it's fine. But you should never say that in front of my children. If anyone gossips about me in front of my children again, I will gossip about her in front of her grandchildren or her sons. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. If you don't believe me, try it. Soo-hee's domineering remarks stunned everyone present, and only then did they turn their attention to the two children. Although the two children had worries in their eyes were sparkling when they looked at their mother. Who knows how much they admired Soo-hee. This can be regarded as setting an example in front of the two children indirectly. Soo-hee herself was once the target of bullying. Naturally, she would not show a cowardly and timid spirit in front of her children, fearing that her children would learn from her in the future. In this era, when her children were in junior high school and high school, school bullying was the most serious. Anyway, at the back door of her school, there were a lot of people who formed gangs every day to wait for people to finish school, and then dragged people to fight. In the later period, the young and dangerous were popular. In the novel, weren't the two twins in the era of the young and dangerous? Their gang forces were too large, so they were defeated by the upright male protagonist? The words are far away. Anyway, as long as she is there, she will not be bullied, and her children will not be bullied in front of her children. The country has been pacified for a while. Now, every family wants to work and live honestly. Who has seen Soo-hee's ruthlessness? In addition, she is fat and has a strong momentum. No one dared to say anything about the village women who bully the weak and fear the strong. Just when everyone was silent for a while, a voice broke the silence.
Sui.
Soo-hee turned around and saw Fu Tinghua's mother Wu Yanhua running toward her. When Soo-hee had a conflict with someone just now, someone who had a good relationship with Wu Yanhua's family went to find Wu Yanhua. Wu Yanhua, who learned the news, immediately rushed over. Soo-hee's heart was also very complicated for this mother-in-law. She gave birth to 4 sons and 1 daughter, and Fu Tinghua was the youngest. She was considered to have given birth to more sons in the village, so she was always envied and hated in the village, and no one dared to bully their family. But having more sons also means more expenses. Raising a child doesn't cost money. Marrying a wife doesn't cost money. So when Fu Tinghua was studying, it was the most difficult time for the Fu family. Rural education was too backward, and the Fu family had to spend too much money to send Fu Tinghua to study in the city. At this moment, you can appreciate the importance of Soo-hee's father Su Shiming. Fu Tinghua is good at studying and smart. When Su Shiming learned about the family situation of the Fu family, he funded Fu Tinghua's study for free. At that time, the Fu family was even more grateful to the Su family and said that they would definitely pay back the money to Su Shiming in the future. Although the money was finally paid back, the Su family was willing to help them during the most difficult period of their Fu family, so the Fu family has always been grateful for the Su family's kindness. However, this kindness had to be repaid with the marriage of their son Fu Tinghua in the end, and the Fu family was instantly unhappy. To be honest, except for the marriage and the birth of the child, the Fu family and the 2 elders of the Su family had never contacted each other again. The Fu family had resentment in their hearts, and the Su family did not have the face to face the Fu family. Wu Yanhua was cold to Su He, which was actually understandable in Su He's view. Fu Tinghua gave Su He a sum of money before leaving home, about 800 yuan, and I don't know if the Fu family knew about it. 800 yuan in this era is also a huge sum of money, which may be the lifetime savings of a family. She didn't know whether Wu Yanhua knew that Fu Tinghua had given Su He so much money, but she gambled away all the money with her son. Although she didn't do it herself, Su He still felt a little sorry for the Fu family.
Mom.
Looking at Wu Yanhua coming towards her, Su He shouted. She decided to repair the relationship with the Fu family. No matter whether it would work or not, she had to give it a try. In the relationship between the original owners Su He and Fu Tinghua, Su He was the one at fault, so she couldn't blame Wu Yanhua for her dislike and indifference. In Su He's view, Wu Yanhua was already a very good mother-in-law. She separated from her son, did not interfere with her son's family, and did not often disturb the couple. If this were in modern society, how many people would want such a mother-in-law? But it's not possible in this era, because the rural areas of this era value family very much. Like them, they were driven out of the Fu family. Without protection, they were easily bullied in the countryside. Isn't today an example? Wu Yanhua was startled by Su He calling her mom. She held back the words she wanted to teach her. She looked at Mrs. Liu, who had stood up after being kicked by Su He and the villagers who were watching the scene, and asked directly, "Who just said something about my son Tinghua? Come out." Wu Yanhua was very proud and said that she could, but she couldn't say anything about her son. Her son was so good-looking, good-natured, and a pillar of the country. She would never allow anyone to say anything about her son. Seeing that Wu Yanhua actually stood up for Su He, the onlookers dispersed one after another, fearing that they would be involved in this dispute. Mrs. Liu, who was pushed to the ground by Su He, felt guilty and wanted to leave, but was stopped by a voice. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Mrs. Liu turned her head and saw her son Liu Yi coming up from behind her and supporting her. As soon as she saw her son, Mrs. Liu felt more confident. She immediately pointed at Su He and said, "Son, it was this woman who kicked me to the ground." "Ouch, my ace." Seeing that his mother was bullied, Liu Yi immediately set his sights on Su He. Su He was also looking at him, and their eyes met instantly. Liu Yi was now one of the most popular handsome guys among the girls in Shangyao village. He was already at the age to get married, but he had yet to settle down. Now many families were secretly asking him if he wanted a wife. After all, besides Fu Tinghua, Liu Yi was the most handsome man in the village. But Fu Tinghua already has a wife. If you become a mistress in this era, you'll be scolded and your whole family will not be able to raise their heads. Besides, Fu Tinghua spends most of her time in the city for work, and they can't Fu Tinghua in the countryside. So everyone puts their eyes on Liu Yi, which makes Liu's wife feel that her son is very good and proud of her son. But because there is Fu Tinghua above him, Liu Yi has always been suppressed in the village, so Liu's wife feels very aggrieved. I don't understand these village women. What is there to compare about these things? But it is true that Fu Tinghua and Liu Yi are of similar age. Both are excellent, good-looking, and have good personalities, so they are compared by the village. When I was a child, I didn't think Fu Tinghua was much better than Liu Yi, but everything changed when Fu Tinghua went to college. So after Fu Tinghua fell into depravity and married Su He, Liu's wife was very happy and secretly said bad things about the Fu family. Liu Yi looked at the fat woman in front of him, and Wu Yanhua standing beside her, frowned and asked, "How did my mother offend you? You want to beat her like this? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, Su He couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, you are so arrogant. How did your mother offend me? In front of me and my children, she said I was an ugly daughter-in-law and said that the Fu family was a disgrace, and then she said she would poke my eyes out. If your mouth stinks so much, just go eat. No matter how ugly I am better looking than your mother, right? You are fatter than me, and you have the nerve to say that I am fat." Su He's words were shocking, and the curses were extremely ugly. which shocked everyone present. But what Soo-hee was thinking was that the original owner had let down her biological parents, the two children, and the Fu family, but she had not let down these insignificant people in front of her, right?
Why should she be bullied by them?
So, just fight hard. She is not afraid of anything. Lu Yi's ears turned red because of her words, but it was indeed his mother who was bad-mouthed first. He had told his mother many times before at home not to gossip about other people's family affairs, but his mother just wouldn't listen. Now he was really hitting a wall. But it didn't involve hitting anyone, did it? Ask everyone present who hit anyone. I was just protecting myself. Even if the police came, it would be considered legitimate defense. Someone said they wanted to poke my eyes out, and I stood there and let them poke my eyes out? Not fighting back? Soo-hee asked with a smile. Not to mention, her current look, her temperament is completely different from the gloomy one before. Although she is fat, she is not ugly. Lu Yi, it was indeed your mother who started the trouble this time. If you want to say something bad about someone, just say it behind their back. You said it in front of people. What's the difference between this and slapping someone in the face in public? Wu Yanhua also spoke at the right time. Lu Yi felt ashamed and went back with Sister Lu in disgrace. Soo-hee won this battle. She was not willing to live such a miserable life, and her two children would certainly not be miserable in the future. Wu Yanhua looked at Soo-hee's body that she despised and said coldly, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come back with me?" After that, she walked in front of the two children. Her expression became a little gentler and said to the two children, "Let's go home with Grandma." The two children ignored Wu Yanhua, but set their eyes on Soo-hee. Soo-hee hesitated for a moment, thinking that someone had just spoken for her, so she said, "Listen to your grandma." Wu Yanhua felt a little better. Following Wu Yanhua back to the door of the Fu family, she saw Zhang Xiaohua, the wife of Fu Tinghua's eldest brother, standing at the door, looking around. As soon as she saw them, she immediately greeted them. "Mom, sister-in-law, how are you? Are you okay?" Wu Yanhua gave birth to 4 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is Fu Guiqing, the second son is Fu Xiao, the third son is Fu Durong, the fourth daughter is Fu Yanju, and the youngest son is Fu Tinghua. Because of the frequent births, the age difference between the brothers and sisters is not very large. The eldest son and the youngest son are only 6 years apart. To be honest, Soo-hee admires Wu Yanhua very much. She is really very fertile. At present, several sons and daughters of the Fu family have already started families, and none of them have separated from the family. Only Soo-hee has been separated. There is no way. Wu Yanhua doesn't want to stay with Soo-hee, fearing that it will make her heart depressed. She still wants to live a few more years. "Sister-in-law, thank you for your concern, I'm fine," Soo-hee said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. "Zizi, Nyonyo, this is your aunt." Soo-hee bent down and said to the two children. The two children just looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously, but didn't say anything. This is very normal. Soo-hee never taught the children to greet others. The two children were very scared and hid aside when they saw people. Their mother Soo-hee was also cold and indifferent and did not express any opinions. So many people secretly said that the two children were uneducated. "You say hello, aunt," Soo-hee reminded again. After the two children reacted, they immediately said in unison, "Hello, aunt." "Hey, Zizi and Nyonyo are sensible." Zhang Xiaohua also praised them very respectfully. No matter how much the mother-in-law disliked Soo-hee, they, as daughters-in-law, couldn't embarrass Soo-hee in person, right? After all, she was Fu Tinghua's daughter-in-law. Fu Tinghua was the only scholar in the family, and he could also work as a doctor in the city. When he wanted to move to the city, he would be a city dweller. In this era, it is difficult to transfer from rural to urban household registration, so everyone thinks that urban household registration is good. At this time, the women working in the fields returned home one after another, and so did the Fu family. When they heard that the gossip in the village had reached such an extent, Fu Tinghua's sisters-in-law said that they would wait for their husbands to come back and settle accounts with Lu's sister-in-law. No matter what the Fu family is like, they will not let outsiders bully their own family. Looking at Soo-hee in front of them, It feels like a different person. She is sensible and speaks better. And I don't know if it's their illusion. It feels like Soo-hee seems to have lost weight. Sister-in-law, have you lost a little weight? Second sister-in-law Hee Fong Fong looked at Soo-hee and asked.
Ah?
I don't know. I'm really losing weight recently. Soo-hee said embarrassedly. Lose weight? How can this word appear in this era? Everyone's stomach is not full of oil and water, and they want to eat everything they can. But looking at Soo-hee like this, I think it's time to lose weight. When Wu Yanhua heard Soo-hee say that she was losing weight, her eyes lit up. What did she dislike most about Soo-hee? Isn't it that she thinks she is fat and not worthy of her son? If she could lose weight, and stick to it, okay? Wu Yanhua suddenly said. Mom, I know, and being too fat is not good for your health. I have to lose weight for my health. Soo-hee said with a smile. Seeing Soo-hee like this, the Fu family felt a little unexpected. In fact, they didn't have much contact with Soo-hee, but they were sure that Soo-hee before was definitely not like this now. In the past, not only Wu Yanhua looked down on Soo-hee, but Soo-hee also looked down on Wu Yanhua. After all, she grew up in the city since she was a child. Even though she didn't look good, she felt superior. She felt that she was a city person and looked down on her relatives in the countryside. So she also disliked her mother-in-law in the countryside. Fortunately, Wu Yanhua looked down on Soo-hee and wanted Soo-hee to stay away from her. So although the relationship between the two sides was very stiff, it didn't get too ugly. It's still that the people of the Fu family are well educated, and Wu Yanhua is not like that sister-in-law Lu who loves to make trouble, otherwise this family would be in trouble. Maybe Wu Yanhua also considered Fu Tinghua's reputation and didn't want Fu Tinghua to be too embarrassed. Poor parents in the world. The two children were very uncomfortable staying in the Fu family. There were many children in the Fu family, and they were also very curious about the twin brothers and sisters. Because the two children are Fu Tinghua's children, none of the women in the Fu family have ever said bad things about Soo-hee and Nyo and Zizi in front of their own children. There is no way. The younger brother-in-law is the most promising one in the family, and he will send part of his salary and food coupons back home every month, and they all benefit from it. The family atmosphere of the Fu family is very good. Except for Soo-hee, the other daughters-in-law are sensible. Especially now that Fu Tinghua is getting better and better in the city, the women in the family all want to benefit from him in the future. So for Soo-hee and the two children, their mother-in-law can be cold-faced, but they still have to give basic respect. Seeing that the time is almost up, Soo-hee said to the Fu family, It's getting late. I'm going to go back and make dinner for the two children. How can this be possible? Chen Sufin, the third sister-in-law, heard what Soo-hee said, walked out of the kitchen and said, Sister-in-law, I've already prepared dinner for you and the two kids. Let's eat together before going back. Chun Sufin is the most carefree person in the family. She has a cheerful personality and can get along with everyone at home. Soo-hee glanced at Wu Yanhua, and Wu Yanhua also said, Everyone is home now, so you must eat before going back. Your father and elder brother are working at the construction site, and they should be back soon. After dinner, I'll ask them to take you back. After saying this, Wu Yanhua thought for a while, and then said, Or you can sleep here tonight. I have kept Tinghua's room empty. Wu Yanhua would definitely not be willing to move the room of her most beloved youngest son. Her son would occasionally come back during the New Year and other holidays, and she would definitely not let her son live in that old house. How could she bear to do that? To be honest, the old house where Soo-hee lives now is the only one that Soo-hee has lived in this time. Before, Soo-hee had never returned to Shangyao village except when he got married and during the New Year last year. Mom, we don't have anything here. We'll go back after dinner. Soo-hee replied with a smile. To be honest, if they keep you here, it doesn't mean they really want you to stay. And she doesn't want to let her two children down. They are not used to staying here, so let's go back. Seeing her refusal, Wu Yanhua didn't try to keep her. After a while, all the men in the family came back. Oh, you're all here. Soo-hee, you're here too. Fu Dajuan, Fu Tinghua's father, said after seeing Soo-hee. To be honest, the credit for Soo-hee's successful marriage to Fu Tinghua should be attributed to Fu Dajuan. Fu Dajuan is a very upright person. Su He is the daughter of Fu Tinghua's mentor. Since they have Fu Tinghua's flesh and blood, it is natural for them to get married. Until now, the Fu family has not figured out how Fu Tinghua and Su He got together, but Wu Yanhua feels that her son must have been forced. How could his son, who is so discerning, look down on Su He? Fu Dajuan had no aversion to Su He. He treated Su He the same way he treated other wives. But he loved his wife, and Su He obviously looked down on their family, so he never intervened in the matter of the division of the family and the fact that Su He rarely interacted with their family. "Hey, Dad." Su He stood up immediately and then greeted the brothers who followed Fu Dajuan. After that, he asked the two children to call him Grandpa and the eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle. Several men were also a little surprised by Su He's polite behavior. Later, when they heard about Su He and Sister Lu, they wanted to go to Sister Lu's house to seek justice. "She didn't take advantage of me, so you don't have to take it to heart," Su He said immediately. Today, she kicked Sister Lu hard, and she took revenge on the spot. Su He is not a petty person. As long as she doesn't provoke her again in the future, she won't take the initiative to cause trouble. This matter, in fact, is because you don't go home often. If you go home often, no one in the village dares to bully you. At this time, Fu Dajuan, who had been silent all the time, said, "Dad is right, it was all my fault before." Su He answered immediately. After she said this, even Fu Dajuan looked at her twice more. It's really different. In the past, Su He looked at them with eyes that were not eyes and noses that were not noses. Now, he is not angry when he says this. "I'm glad you can figure it out." Fu Dajuan nodded with satisfaction. In this era, the staple food of many rural families is still sweet potatoes, and not every family can afford to eat rice every meal. The current wheat yield is not that high, so it must be that the harvest of sweet potatoes is better. But the Fu family has both sweet potatoes and white rice for dinner. Considering that Su He, a city person, is not used to eating sweet potatoes as the staple food, the family also cooked some white rice. They had already brought a more sumptuous meal than usual at home to entertain Su He, but the food in this era was really bad, and there was less oil and salt, so Su He was still not used to it. But she would definitely not show it in front of the Fu family, although she ate one bowl and didn't eat any more. After all, she wanted to lose weight. After Zizi and Nuno finished their meal, Su He asked them to go play with their brothers and sisters for a while, and she wanted to discuss the land in the mountains with the Fu family. "Dad, Mom, actually I wanted to come to see you these 2 days, and I wanted to ask if our family has a relatively flat sloping land. I want to use it to plant something,"
Su He asked.
When she said this, the expressions on the faces of the women of the Fu family were not very good. Now Su He's family is equivalent to having separated from them. If they want to take the sloping land away, if the rest of them want to separate in the future, there will be less land to divide. "Yes, where do you want?" Who would have thought that Fu Dajuan would directly agree and let Su He choose at will? Women of the Fu family all had different thoughts. Although they had been very friendly to Su He just now, it was also because Su He had nothing to compete with them. Now that Su He came to their house, he competed with them for land. They couldn't help but look at Su He a little displeased. To be honest, people are selfish. Fu Tinghua is a college student, has a job in the city, and has a salary. Salary, for people in this era, is really a new and unfamiliar word. They have only recently started to use money to work in the countryside. Before, they used food stamps to exchange things and rarely used money. The sisters-in-law must be thinking, "You all have iron rice bowls in the city. Why do you want to come back and compete with us for land? Our family has no state-run jobs and no college students. We will definitely have to farm in the future. Can't we leave the land to those who need it?" When the women had different thoughts, Su He said, "Well, I don't know if the family gave me and Tinghua land at the beginning. I can't remember it clearly now. But if not, I can rent land for my family. I want to grow something and sell it."
"Huh?
Rent land?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Fu Dajuan was unhappy. His youngest son's wife wanted to rent land from the family to grow things. What was going on? So he immediately said with a stern face, "He is still registered in the village, and he must have a share of our land. We are all family, so don't talk about renting or not in the future. Soo-hee did not intend to take all the income from the durian business. After all, they are all family, and she must help. Soo-hee didn't want her relatives to be everywhere thinking about her money when she makes money in the future. Let them make money with her, and everyone will have money in the future, and they will not blame her. Besides, the people in the Fu family are all very good. Although the sisters-in-law have their own little thoughts, this is the most normal thing in Soo-hee's view. After all, it touches his own interests. It would be stupid if he didn't react.
Thank you, Dad. Which is still empty.
Or, is there a ready for harvest? Soo-hee asked again. It would be better to settle the matter earlier. After all, it takes several months for durian to grow and bear fruit. Let's go to our back. I'll take you there tomorrow morning, Fu Dajuan said. Soo-hee agreed immediately. After solving the important matter in his mind, Soo-hee planned to return. Fu Dajuan asked his eldest son Fu Guiqing and his wife to send Soo-hee and his mother home. It would take more than 10 minutes to walk from the village to the end of the village at a fast pace. The main reason was that there was a field in the middle, and the road was very small. Soo-hee threatened the two children with that small road so that they didn't dare to go to their grandmother's house for food. The road here is too small and not easy to walk. Fu Dajuan shook his head and said, if there is a chance in the future, the road here will be widened. Soo-hee held Nyo-Nyo in his arms, and Fu Dajuan held Zizi, each holding a child. After hearing Soo-hee's words, Fu Dajuan felt that the village might not be willing to help repair the road here. After all, there were only 2 or 3 families here, and there were too few people. But what he could not have imagined was that it was not the village that would repair this road, but Soo-hee himself would pay for it. After returning home and seeing off Fu Guiqing and his wife, Soo-hee immediately boiled water to bathe the 2 children. In fact, in the north, people do not necessarily bathe every day, even in summer. But as a time traveler, Soo-hee was used to being clean before going to bed, and she really couldn't stand not bathing before going to bed. Moreover, the 2 children had followed her up the mountain for a day, and they had been everywhere, and they had sweated so much. Soo-hee really couldn't stand not bathing them.
Mom.
Does the person you love the most love more than your father? Zizi asked innocently.
Shui.
She has never even met Fu Tinghua, so how can she say whether she loves him or not? But you can't answer like that. The marriage of parents is a true reflection of their children. If they're not happy with each other, it is very likely to affect their children's future marriage. After all, the marriage of parents is a reference. Of course, Mom also loves Dad. Zizi and Nyo-Nyo should also love Dad, you know?
Soo-hee said.
I love Dad, but I love Mom more. Nyo-Nyo answered immediately. To be honest, they have always liked Soo-hee. After all, Soo-hee has been with them the longest. But Soo-hee used to beat and scold them, so they were more afraid of Soo-hee. Now Soo-hee has made up for the love, so the 2 children are very dependent on Soo-hee now. Okay, Mom loves you too. After bathing the 2 children and lying on the bed, Soo-hee immediately entered the space. The bird eggs, snakes, and Chinese medicinal materials she caught in the mountains were all placed well in the space. In space, time is still. Things come the same way and go out the same way. Looking at the black and green snake, Soo-hee couldn't help but get goosebumps. Taking his eyes off the snake, Soo-hee called customer service. Customer service 808 is at your service. Is there anything I can help you with? The familiar sweet female voice sounded again. I want to exchange all these things for points. Soo-hee pointed to the things on the ground and said, all the materials detected add up to a total of 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange all the materials? There are 10,000 points. It's really a pleasant surprise.
Confirm.
As soon as Soo-hee finished speaking, her space had 10,000 more points. The material display area in the space became wider because with 10,000 points, she could exchange more things. After that, Soo-hee found a very strange machine in front of her, a bit like a computer, but it was projected. What is this? Soo-hee asked directly. This is a machine that connects to other parallel worlds and hosts with material exchange systems. There are some forums and some bounties inside, which allow hosts to exchange items for items or points. Is it really that convenient? Suhi immediately walked to the machine, opened the forum, and saw a lot of bounty posts. Water pear, pigeon tree. Can friends who are older find this kind of plant? 30,000 points, or exchange for it. Chonglu, cat's claw, Gastrodia alata, saffron, snow lotus, calamus, Morinda officinalis, Quanshun, Huangjing, Simicifiga. If you have these herbs, please contact me. I will buy them all. The price is negotiable. Anyway, it is a little higher than the price in the system. Even the 7-leafed flower that he just found has a reward. Bamboo leaf green. We need to buy a lot of bamboo leaf green here, and we can give 3,000 points for each one. 7-leafed flower. A reward for this plant, 20,000 points. If you are not satisfied with the price, you can talk about it again. Oh my god. This system quoted her 5,000, and then the price offered by others was doubled several times. It's so annoying, but if she didn't get 10,000 points, she couldn't enter this forum. Many people offer rewards on the forum, but there are also many people selling specialties from their own world on the forum. Of course, what they sell are rare in other worlds, and there are not many stocks in the space system. Suhi couldn't help but wonder, what can she sell on this forum? At present, she is indeed poor here, and she doesn't have anything she wants. But tomorrow I have to go to the mountains with Fu Tinghua's father, her father-in-law, to see where we can plant durian orchards. This is the most important thing at the moment. Durian, Suhi also loves to eat it. Regardless of whether it can be sold, it is fine as long as she can achieve durian freedom. When Suhi woke up the next day and made breakfast, the 2 children also got up. When the 3 were about to have breakfast, Fu Dajuan came to the door. Dad, I didn't know you were so early. I just made breakfast. Let's eat together first. Suhi said enthusiastically. Fu Dajuan had already had breakfast, a sweet potato, but looking at the fragrant noodles on the table, Fu Dajuan couldn't refuse. Suhi exchanged some flour in the system last night and made noodles for the 2 children this morning. She originally wanted to make noodles, but that was too troublesome, so she decided to do it another day. The soup base was still there, so Suhi added a little more noodles, and Fu Dajuan's portion was soon ready. Looking at the steaming noodles emitting waves of fragrance, Fu Dajuan thought, how long has it been since I had such a hot breakfast? Recently, everyone has been too busy and the meals they cook are very simple. And most importantly, I don't know what Suhi put in this bowl of noodles. Why is it so delicious? Fu Dajuan ate all the noodles and soup, and he didn't hesitate to take some of the leftovers in the pot to eat together. The 2 little babies were a little restrained because of Fu Dajuan's arrival, and they didn't keep calling mommy and mommy like usual. Dad, can I take Zizi and Nyonyo to the mountain later?
Suhi asked.
It's too troublesome to take them. I came here to send the 2 kids to our side and let your mother and your 3rd sister-in-law take care of the children. Fu Dajuan frowned and said, because there are too many children in the family, Wu Yanhua and Qin Sufan are at home taking care of the children and cooking, and the others are either busy in the fields or busy at the construction site. As soon as Fu Dajuan finished speaking, Nyonyo suddenly started crying. Wow, I don't want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. I want to be with my mother. Nyonyo said and hugged Suhi's legs.
Shui.
Hey, the 2 kids are a little too attached to her now, but she can understand. Dad, you see. Suhi looked at the 2 kids, then at Fu Dajuan, looking very embarrassed. Fu Dajuan himself is upright, and now he frowned, looking even more fierce. Even the kids shrank to their mother and lowered their heads, not daring to look at their grandfather.
Fu Dajuan.
These 2 kids are not close to them. If he is fierce to them, I am afraid that they will not be able to get close to them in the future. Then take them together.
Fu Dajuan sighed.
Suhi laughed and immediately lowered her head and said to the 2 kids, why don't you thank Grandpa quickly?
Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa.
The 2 kids said in unison. Well, let's go. Fu Dajuan forced a smile. He really didn't want to look too fierce in front of the child. This time they went to another hillside. There are too many hillsides like this in the countryside. Suhi spent 100 points and asked the robot Xiaoqi to come out to see if he could find something else this time. Because they were on a purposeful journey, they arrived at their destination very quickly. This piece of land is just halfway up the mountain, and the land is very flat. It is the flattest piece of land in the Fu family. Yesterday, Suhi said that he wanted a flatter mountain land, and Fu Dajuan immediately thought of this place. Suhi looked at some peanuts, sweet potatoes, peppers, and other things planted in the land and asked, "Dad, this is not a good place for me, right?
There are still things planted.
This piece of land is a little too small to plant durian. I don't know whose family is next to the flat land next to the Fu family." "Dad, whose land is next to it?" Suhi pointed to the other side of the land and asked. Fu Dajuan looked at the land over there, thought for a while, and then said, "It seems to belong to Nyo Meizi's family." Suhi's eyes lit up immediately when she heard it, and asked, "Is it Aunt Nyo's family?" Fu Dajuan nodded and said, "It should be. In this way, she can rent the land over there from Aunt Nyo." "Dad, if you give me this piece of land, will my brothers and sisters-in-law have any objections? I can rent it for my family." Suhi thought about it and decided to be honest. When Fu Dajuan heard her words, his face immediately frowned again. "We are all family. What can we object to? Whoever has an objection can come to me." Now Fu Dajuan and Wu Yanhua basically have the final say in the family, and the sons and daughters-in-law below will basically listen to their opinions. "But you want this piece of land. What do you plan to plant with it?" Fu Dajuan asked again. "I plan to plant fire durian." Suhi did not hide it, and even wanted to pull the Fu family to do business with her. "We can make money together." In this era, it is still very important for the family to be strong together. "Fire durian, what is that?" Fu Dajuan was confused. "Haha, this is a fruit that is produced in abundance abroad. I got a few saplings here, and want to try planting them. If they succeed, I will sell them." Suhi did not say anything definite. She did not know whether she could grow durian. But doing business is risky. If you want to make money, you have to pay. "What the? Abroad?" Fu Dajuan has never discussed this word with anyone in his life, and feels unfamiliar. Nowadays is a very contradictory period. Everyone likes to worship foreign things, and thinks that foreign things are good. But everyone is very patriotic and despises those who worship foreign things. "Dad, this is a fruit from abroad, known as the king of fruits. If I can really grow this durian, our family will have a stable income." "How do you know that someone will sell this fruit? I've never heard of it."
Fu Dajuan asked.
"Someone will buy it. It's popular abroad, so how can they not buy it?" Suhi finished speaking, and then said, "And I plan to take the high-end route for this fruit. I won't sell it in the countryside. I will sell it in the city. Anyway, the land is given to you. You can grow it however you like." Fu Dajuan said, "Dad, I'm thinking of the whole family doing this together. If it succeeds, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way, I plan to price this fruit at 2 yuan a catty." Hearing this, Fu Dajuan widened his eyes in surprise. 2 yuan a catty? More expensive than pork. "Dad, I think our family can try to do it with me. Of course, if my family really doesn't want to, then I will do it myself." Suhi felt that since it had come to this, if they didn't do it with her and she made money in the end, they couldn't blame her. "I'll go back and discuss with them." "When are you going to plant it?"
Fu Dajuan asked.
"Of course, the sooner the better. It takes several months for this thing to bear fruit, so after a set of processes, we have to work for a long time before we can make money."
Shui answered seriously.
After going down the mountain, Fu Dajuan seemed to be a little worried. To be honest, there are not many people who are self-employed nowadays. Especially in rural areas, everyone is farming, and at most they take their own vegetables to the city to sell. But now there are very few people in their village who buy vegetables, not to mention planting unheard of fruits on the mountain and selling them in the city. And Suhi seemed to have no psychological burden. When going down the mountain, a centipede jumped out and inspired the robot Chi-Chi. Rare animals have been detected nearby, and the target has been locked. It is estimated that the rare animal is worth 2,000 points. Suhi originally thought that she would lose 100 points today, but she didn't expect her luck to be so good. She quickly took out the clamp from the backpack, but the centipede crawled too fast and was difficult to catch. Fortunately, he could see Xiao Qi's mark, otherwise it would have run away. who knew that Fu Dajun would step on the centipede's tail with one foot. He said thank you, Dad, while quickly taking the clamp to put the centipede into the backpack. In fact, he put the centipede in the space, but Fu Dajun didn't know. He frowned and said, if you put it in like this, it will run away again in a while. He laughed dryly and then said, there is a net on my clamp. It can't run away. The two kids walked up and down the mountain by themselves, which made Fu Dajun very satisfied. Only those who have endured hardships can become successful people. These two kids will definitely be admitted to college like their father. After going down the mountain, it was time to make lunch again. He asked Fu Dajun to stay for lunch, but he insisted on leaving, saying that he had something to do. After Fu Dajun left, Zizi suddenly hugged He and asked, Mom, have we been in the countryside all the time? He asked back. Then Zizi and Nyonyo think it is better to live in the countryside or in the city. Nyonyo, as long as she is with her mother, she can go anywhere. Nyonyo answered immediately. He smiled and said, we will definitely go back to the city, but let's stay in the village for now. He wanted to continue the durian business so much that she would not give up until she tried to see if it would work. But she would only stay in the countryside for this period of time, and she would definitely go back to the city later. The most important thing is that there has been no news about Fu Tinghua for a long time, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Fu Tinghua did not like the original owner He, and she had just crossed over and had never seen him, so she had no feelings for him. She didn't know what she would do when Fu Tinghua came back. Should she file for divorce, continue to cultivate feelings, or just muddle through? It was her style to muddle through. How could two people without feelings live together for a lifetime? She loved her two children, but that didn't mean she had to sacrifice her entire life. She had longed for a family, but why hadn't she gotten married at the age of 30? Wasn't it because she didn't want to settle? Well, now that she thought about it, Fu Tinghua might as well have stayed at the border so she wouldn't have to think about it. After lunch, He went to take a nap with the two children. When she woke up in the afternoon, she looked at the large vegetable garden in the backyard and decided to grow some vegetables to eat. She did it right away. When the two children woke up in the afternoon, they saw that He had already hoed a small area of the vegetable garden in the backyard. Mom, Nyonyo is here to help you, Nyonyo said as she ran to He. Okay, I'll assign a task to you, He said breathlessly. Sweat dripped down her forehead like it was free money. I want to complete the task, Zizi said excitedly. Okay, help Mom pull out the grass over there. Just pull it slowly, okay? Don't worry about it if it cuts your hands. Okay. The two kids seemed very excited. They were also adults who could help their mother with work. After an afternoon, He only loosened the soil in the backyard by 1/3. It is estimated that vegetables can be planted the day after tomorrow. Oh, it is really not easy to be a farmer. Just after finishing the work, He cleaned herself up and prepared to cook dinner, and Aunt Nyo came to the door. Sister Sue, are you at home? Aunt Nyo called.
Yes.
Oh, Aunt Nyo, why are you here? He asked in surprise. Oh, I asked you to go to my vegetable garden to pick vegetables. Why didn't you go there? Aunt Nyo looked like you were really too polite. I forgot about it, He said embarrassedly. It's okay, I picked some for you, Aunt Nyo said, and then she took out a few more melons, some melon seedlings, and a bunch of green vegetables from her backpack. Aunt Nyo, this is too much, Oh, don't be polite to me, Aunt Nyo said, put the vegetables on the ground of He's house, picked up the backpack, and turned to leave. Aunt Nyo, please don't leave yet. I just have something to discuss with you. He hurriedly pulled Aunt Nyo and said, What's the matter? Aunt Nyo asked. On that mountain, do you have a piece of flat land near my land? He said, pointing to the mountain in the distance and said, It seems that there is a piece of land over there, but it's too far away. I don't go there often, so I don't remember it very well. Aunt Nyo recalled and said. He was happy when he heard it, and then pulled Aunt Nyo to sit down and said, Aunt Nyo, I want to rent the land there from you. Rent land? Now, every family has land, so why would they need to rent land? Aunt Nyo thought that the Fu family was really not human. They didn't even give their daughter-in-law a piece of land. Now Fu Tinghua is not here. How can the orphans and widows survive? Sister Sue, tell Aunt Nyo the truth. Is it that the Fu family is unwilling to give your mother a piece of land? If so, Aunt Nyo will take you to seek justice. How can anyone be so rude? Aunt Nyo said with a stern face and angrily. Now the image of Sue He in her heart has completely changed, coupled with the last time Sue He was bullied by Sister Lu. Although others say that Sue He is very fierce, Aunt Nyo thinks that the villagers really bully the mother because they see that there is no man in Sue He's family. It's really inhuman. Aunt Nyo is such a character. For the people she likes, she is very righteous. Aunt Nyo, it's really not, you misunderstood. I asked my parents-in-law for the piece of land next to yours, but that piece of land is a bit too small. I want to use your land to plant what I want to plant.
Explain. Ah? So, what do you want to plant?
You want such a large piece of land. The land of the two families together is more than half of the hillside. I want to grow fire durian, and when the fruits come out, I'll take them to the city to sell. You know that my husband is not at home now, and we can't contact him. We three mothers have to make a living. Suhi did seem to be playing a pity game, but what she said was not wrong. Alas, although she now has more than 10,000 points in the space, she can't spend them in reality. How can she make money without thinking of a way? She wanted to exchange the things in the space and sell them, but after all, they were not things from this world, and there was no source of supply, so she was still a little afraid of being caught for research. But she could sell some, but not too much. She would consider this matter after planting the durian. Anyway, she would never admit that she had to plant it because she was craving for durian. Okay, I can't make the decision about that piece of land. I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Aunt Nyo hesitated for a long time, but still didn't agree immediately. Aunt Nyo, let me talk about my rent first. For that piece of land, I will give you 80 yuan a year in rent. Go back and discuss with your family, can you accept this price? Sue, he directly said the rent she wanted to pay. 80 yuan? Aunt Nyo's eyes widened in surprise. 80 yuan, some families may not earn that much in a year. People go to work on the construction site, basically only 1 or 2 yuan a day. Today's labor is still very cheap, and there is not work every day on the construction site. Sue, he rented such a piece of land, and actually gave them 80 yuan directly? Big sister, this rent is a bit too much. Although Aunt Nyo was very tempted, she still relied on her conscience and did not want to take so much rent. Suhi certainly knew that 80 yuan a year to rent such a piece of land was too much in this era. But she liked Aunt Nyo as a person and really wanted to make friends with her. So she didn't want Aunt Nyo's family to suffer. On the contrary, she wanted Aunt Nyo to make some money. She was confident that she and the Fu family could make money in the durian business, but she couldn't get Aunt Nyo to do this kind of business, so she could only make some money from the rent. It's okay, I can afford it. So you go back and discuss with your family to see if you can rent it to me. But one thing is that I can only pay you the rent in 3 months. You know, I don't have that much money on hand for the time being. Suhi said with a smile. Aunt Nyo came slowly, but she seemed a little hurried when she left. There was no way, such a large sum of money, although it was only paid that much a year, but it was also a considerable income at home. After he could no longer see Aunt Nyo, Zizi asked Suhi, Mom, does our family have so much money? Recently, the family felt so strange, and Mom always had endless fresh food. Although the 2 children were still young, they were not stupid. Yes, it was left to us by Dad. Suhi squatted down, looked at Zizi at eye level, and said, Did Dad still leave so many things for us? Nyo Nyo also interrupted. Yes, your dad is so awesome, don't you know? Suhi said with a smile. I know, I like Dad more than Mom. Nyo Nyo said excitedly. Seeing that the 2 kids were fooled, Suhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She really didn't know how to explain this to the children. After dinner, Suhi took the 2 kids to the fields to catch yellow eels. No one in the countryside likes to eat this stuff these days, but Suhi thinks yellow eels are delicious and nutritious. Catch a few yellow eels and make yellow eel porridge, fried yellow eels, just thinking about it makes me drool. Mom, there's one here, the kids said excitedly. Suhi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he stretched out his hand and pulled the yellow eel out. Mom, this yellow eel looks like a snake. Nyo was a little scared and moved away from Suhi. Haha, don't be afraid. Yellow eels are different from snakes. Snakes are poisonous when they bite people, but yellow eels don't bite people and are not poisonous. Suhi said as he threw the yellow eel into the bucket. Look for it again quickly. Mom will cook yellow eel porridge for you tomorrow. As soon as Suhi finished speaking, the two children became more active. Mom, here. Zizi grabbed the tail of a yellow eel, but because he didn't have enough strength, the yellow eel tried hard to drill into the soil again, and he was about to lose it. Suhi rushed over, dug up the soil in the field, and then successfully pulled the yellow eel out. Not bad. Zizi is great. He did not hesitate to praise. Seeing this, Nyo stopped playing and began to look for yellow eels seriously. But maybe she was really unlucky or too afraid of eels. She didn't catch a single yellow eel even after returning home. Seeing Nyo looking very disappointed, Suhi immediately hugged Nyo into his arms and said, Nyo is already great. Next time when we go up the mountain to find something, Mom will have to rely on Nyo. Hearing this, Nyo immediately cheered up and said, Mom, when are we going to the mountain to find something again? We have to plant the land in the backyard these 2 days. Do you think the vegetables at Grandma Nyo's house are delicious?
Suhi asked.
Delicious. Nyo answered, without hesitation. Yes, delicious. We will plant some at home. When you two want to eat, just go to the backyard and pick vegetables. You can pick whatever vegetables you want. Suhi said so beautifully that he immediately mobilized the enthusiasm of the two children. In this era, what is more important than food? So early the next morning, the two children woke up earlier than Suhi. When they went out, they were already weeding in the vegetable garden in the backyard. Babies, you haven't had breakfast yet. Suhi said helplessly. Mom, just call us after we eat. Nyo answered immediately. It's a good thing that the children are diligent, so Suhi didn't care about them and went to make breakfast. After breakfast, Suhi went to the vegetable garden to turn the soil. The vegetable garden was not very big, so Suhi estimated that he could turn the soil again this afternoon and plant the vegetables tomorrow. Last night, a total of 4 yellow eels were caught. Suhi directly used these yellow eels to cook yellow eel porridge. The food at home changes every day, but they have never been disappointed. The food cooked by Mom is really delicious, the two children thought. After they had eaten, Fu Dajuan came to the door. Dad, have you eaten? There is still yellow eel porridge here. Suhi said enthusiastically. I have eaten. I came here this time to discuss with you about the fire durian you are going to plant. Fu Dajuan was a little complaining about his wife. He had to drive his daughter-in-law here to live. It was inconvenient for the two families to discuss something. But now they have lived here for a while, and it is not easy to ask them to move back, and Suhi may not be willing to live with their family. When Suhi heard that he was going to discuss the durian with her, she immediately became energetic. How is it? Does the family want to do this with me? Suhi asked immediately. Hearing this, Fu Dajuan nodded and then said, the fields at home are basically planted, and we are just waiting for the autumn harvest, so your sister-in-law and the others have discussed it and decided to try it with you. The men in the family are all going to work on the construction site. The country is still developing, and brick and stone houses are becoming popular everywhere instead of the mud houses that Suhi lives in now. So now the men in the Fu family are going to move bricks for others, and they are really moving bricks. Okay, when are the sisters-in-law free? If possible, I will go to get the saplings to plant. In fact, with her current points, she can only buy 10 such fire durian saplings, but the later maintenance of the durian trees will consume a lot of energy. Suhi will still go to the city in the future, and the family's business will definitely require the help of the sisters-in-law. This is also the reason why Suhi tried her best to get the Fu family involved. This is a win-win situation, and she will definitely give priority to the Fu family's participation. Tomorrow, didn't you say you were in a hurry? You better plan what you said as soon as possible, otherwise it will be autumn harvest in 2 months. Fu Dajuan hesitated and said,
Okay.
Suhi answered very readily. I forgot before, I brought you a bag of sweet potatoes, a bag of corn, and a bag of rice. After Fu Dajuan finished speaking, he took out the 3 big bags he had placed at the door and handed them to Suhi. Dad, I still have food here. You don't have to worry. Suhi said quickly. I've brought it all. You take it quickly. Fu Dajuan didn't care about Suhi and put the bag next to Suhi. Suhi was very moved. This was the second person who brought her food. People in this era are really humane, to be honest. Okay, then I thank Dad. After Suhi finished speaking, he went back to the house and took a big bag of instant noodles for Fu Dajuan. This is the instant noodles I brought from the city. You can cook it or soak it. Most of the instant noodles are still sold in the city, and few people eat them in the countryside. Fu Dajuan wanted to refuse, but seeing Suhi's eyes, he took it. They wanted to ease the relationship with Suhi, so it's better not to refuse such gifts. Okay, then I'll take it to your mother and your brothers and sisters-in-law to try. Dad, tear up the seasoning packets inside and mix them with the powder. Suhi reminded quickly. Before Fu Dajuan left, he hugged Zizi and Nyonyo. Have these 2 children gained weight? Compared to when they first entered the village, they seem to have gained a lot of weight. Zizi and Nyonyo were severely malnourished before, but now they have been supplemented by Suhi for several days, and their complexion has improved, and their weight has also increased. So now the 2 children are really getting better and better, and their eyebrows and eyes are more, and more like their father Fu Tinghua. Listen to your mother at home. Fu Dajuan said to the 2 children with a smile.
Got it, Grandpa.
Okay, the 2 kids replied. Fu Dajuan couldn't help but smile. If Suhi continued to be as motivated and good at managing the household as she is now, maybe Tinghua would be willing to live a good life with her. When it was evening, Aunt Nyo came to the door. Sister Su, our family has discussed it and feels that 80 yuan is still a bit too much. Let's change it to 70 yuan. Aunt Nyo said politely. Aunt Nyo, I will give you 80 yuan, and part of the reason is that I don't have the money to give you now, and it may take 3 or 4 months to pay you the rent. The extra 10 yuan will be regarded as interest. Let's not argue anymore, just 80 yuan a year, okay? Suhi said firmly. As for the question of when to pay the rent, our family has also discussed it, and it will be according to the time you said. Aunt Nyo was also straightforward. Okay, then we've settled it. After taking over the land of Aunt Nyo's family, Suhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she was free, Suhi entered the space to see the centipede that she had not had time to deal with. The system said 2,000 points, so she still had to go to the forum to post it to see if there was a higher bid. Is there anyone who wants this centipede? The highest bidder wins. Picture Suhi took a picture of the centipede and uploaded it. There are many types of centipedes. According to Suhi's previous experience, this centipede should not be a common type. Soon after the message was sent out, someone immediately sent her a private message. Hello, I want 5,000 points. Can you sell it to me? Suhi did not reply to him, but wanted to wait for more people to make an offer before making a decision. She exited the system and went back to the field too. She exchanged a super large flashlight in the space, and Suhi asked the 2 kids to hold the flashlight for her while she worked in the field. Suhi planned to plant the seeds directly today. The seeds here were also exchanged in the space, and some chopped green onions, coriander, lettuce, tomatoes, peppers, and some green vegetables and cabbage were planted. The system said that these seeds have been improved in later generations, and the yield will be higher than that of her current era. Suhi was busy until after 11 o'clock. The 2 children had already fallen asleep, and Suhi just finished taking a bath and washing her hair. Looking at her thick arms and thighs, Suhi didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that she seemed to be thinner than when she first came here. It can be seen that it is really easy to lose weight in the original owner's body. She remembered that the original owner didn't like to move before, and she rarely sweated with such a fat body. But now Suhi feels that she can sweat several kilograms a day. If she continues to follow this trend, Suhi thinks that she will succeed in losing weight in the near future. Finally, she dared to pick up the mirror and look at herself again. Although she has been exposed to the sun a lot during this period, Suhi has not been tanned at all. The only advantage of her body is that she is white. Suhi thought it was because the original owner didn't work or get sun exposure that she was white, but it turned out that she was born white. The pores on her face are not as thick as before. Soo-hee can now see what this feature looks like. It's amazing how similar her features are to her original ones. Could this be a parallel world, and the original owner, Soo-hee, is herself in the parallel world? Her name and appearance are exactly the same as her original self. Soo-hee definitely wants to change her appearance. So skincare products can be used now. The skincare products in the space system have been improved. Many things in the space system are better than those in Soo-hee's original era. While the baby was asleep, Soo-hee comfortably applied a mask and took good care of her skin before going to bed. In this era, there is no fan, but it is really cool in the countryside. You have to cover yourself with a quilt at night. A dreamless night. When she woke up the next day, Soo-hee felt refreshed, but her body was very sore. Yesterday's workload exceeded the standard, and her body had never done farm work, so her hands were rubbed with blisters. However, the medicine in the space is very useful. I didn't feel any pain this morning after applying it on the wound. Before making breakfast, Soo-hee went to the space forum to take a look and found that several people had sent her private messages to quote prices, but they were all 3,000 or 4,000 points, which made Soo-hee a little disappointed. It seems that the highest price is still the first person to quote, who offered 5,000 points. Clicking on the dialog box of that person, Soo-hee found that he had sent a message to him again, but it was blocked. 8,000 points, how about it? I really need it urgently. I have a medicine that needs this centipede to make. If you receive the message, please reply. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate. It has risen to 8,000. This is really a pleasant surprise. Soo-hee immediately replied to this person and agreed to trade with him. For this kind of transaction on the forum, the system also needs help, and the platform will also charge a 5% agency fee. So in the end, Soo-hee received another 7,600 points through this transaction. Now Soo-hee's account has nearly 18,000 points directly, and Soo-hee plans to order 17 durian seedlings. There is no way she can't take out more for the time being. After breakfast, Soo-hee took the 2 children and set off to the Fu family. At this time, people in the village were going to the fields and going to the construction site. When everyone saw Soo-hee, they couldn't help but look sideways.
Shui.
Why do I have the illusion that I will be the focus of the whole village after returning to the village? But she doesn't care who Soo-hee is. She led the 2 children and went straight to the Fu family. The villagers were stunned when they saw Soo-hee. Is this the young daughter-in-law of the Fu family? Why do you feel so thin? Yes, I have seen her before, and I feel that she has lost a lot of weight. She worked hard, and she lost weight, so what's there to say? This is how it is in the countryside. There are few entertainment programs, so people love gossip. If a dog passes by them, they will say something. When they arrived at the Fu family, the men of the Fu family were about to go out. Sister-in-law, you are here. The eldest sister-in-law Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Hey, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, let's go up the mountain later. Soo-hee said to the sisters-in-law. Okay, we were just about to look for you, and you came. The third sister-in-law Chen Sufin also came out of the house, and they all changed into long sleeves. At this time, Wu Yanhua also came out. She looked at the 2 children following behind Soo-hee and said, let them stay with me at home. Soo-hee did not answer immediately, but asked the 2 children for their opinions. Would you stay at home with grandma and your brothers and sisters? The 2 children were attached to their mother and did not want to leave Soo-hee, but they nodded reluctantly. They should be more sensible and not always delay their mother's work. Before leaving, Soo-hee stuffed a lot of candy and biscuits into the 2 children. She originally wanted to give them directly to other children, but she still gave them to the 2 children. In order to eat candy and biscuits, other children should not bully the 2 children. Oh, it's really not easy to raise children. I worry so much. After going up the mountain, Soo-hee took a few sisters-in-law and marked out how to dig the pit for them. The customer service showed Soo-hee the template of the fire durian tree. It was several times larger than the seedling of ordinary durian. It was considered a small tree. No wonder it only took 2 months to grow and bear fruit. So the pit that needed to be dug was very large, and Soo-hee explained it to them one by one. After the instructions were completed, Soo-hee said he was going to get the durian saplings and asked them to dig first. Several sisters-in-law thought that the saplings Soo-hee was talking about were really saplings, but when Soo-hee came up with a tree on his back, the three were shocked. Soo-hee, oh, this sapling is so big. Why didn't you tell us earlier and ask us to help you carry it? Third sister-in-law Chun Sufin quickly put down in her hand and said, "It's okay, I'll move it. You just dig the hole with peace of mind." Soo-hee said breathlessly, "Oh, this sapling is so big, this hole needs to be dug deeper." Second sister-in-law He Fong Fong said, "Soo-hee, let us help you carry the things up first." After the eldest sister-in-law Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, she was about to follow Soo-hee. Soo-hee felt so bitter in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have come here in advance, put the saplings here, and said that she had carried them up in advance. Now she has to pretend to carry the saplings up and act. "I moved them one section at a time. The saplings are at the lower section of the road," Soo-hee said with an awkward smile. When they arrived at the place Soo-hee mentioned, they couldn't help but look at Soo-hee in surprise. "Soo-hee, did I underestimate you? You actually carried so many trees here in such a short time?" Chun Sufin said with her mouth wide open. No, they were already placed on the mountain before. I only carried them a short distance," Soo-hee said hurriedly. I don't know if they believed it or not, but they certainly didn't expect that Soo-hee had a space where they could put and take them at will. The four of them worked together to carry the saplings up the mountain, and then they were so tired that they rested on the ground. "Are these really saplings? They are about the same size as an ordinary tree." He Fong Fong couldn't help but complain. Soo-hee couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and then comforted. It's because the saplings are already very big, so the growth cycle is not that long. In 2 months, it will definitely bear fruit. "Soo-hee, is the fire durian you mentioned delicious? Can it really be sold at such a high price?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help asking. When their father-in-law told them that Soo-hee planned to grow fruits and sell them, everyone in the family felt incredible. Now being a self-employed person is shameful, and everyone is unwilling to do it. Soo-hee is still a city dweller, and it is unexpected that she wants to grow fruits and sell them. The family has not yet said how to divide the money if it really makes money, but the Fu family doesn't care. In their opinion, it's just a matter of helping Soo-hee and lending a hand. Usually, the Fu family has relied on Fu Tinghua a lot, and they have no objection to helping his wife grow fruits. But they didn't expect that the income from this batch of durian will bring about earth-shaking changes to their family life in the future. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you this. People who like to eat this kind of fruit love it to death. Those who don't like it want to stay away from it. People who can accept the taste of durian think it is very fragrant, and those who can't accept it think it is very smelly." Soo-hee tried his best to organize his words and then described the durian. "In this case, aren't you worried about losing money? And you also rented half of Aunt Neo's house." Chun Sufin asked curiously. "I won't lose money. I have confidence," Soo-hee said with shining eyes. Seeing her so confident, several people couldn't help but look forward to it. Although they didn't think about making any money from this, it would be okay to have some soup. Soo-hee took out the prepared steamed buns from the backpack and handed them to several sisters-in-law. They brought their own water, so Soo-hee didn't plan to give them any. "You also brought steamed buns." Seeing that there was food, the 3 sisters-in-law couldn't help but smile. "I thought I had to work until noon and then go home to make lunch to eat." It has to be said that Soo-hee's behavior has really become much better now. The sisters-in-law have only been with her for half a day, and their impression of her has changed dramatically. She can endure hardships, know how to behave, and can speak well. It's not tiring to get along with her, and they are willing to work for her. Of course there is food. I will go back early and cook in my house today. The sisters-in-law just need to eat," Soo-hee said with a smile. "How can that be possible? There are so many people at home. We can just go back to eat, or you can come to our place to eat," the eldest sister-in-law Zhang Xiaohua said hurriedly. There are only 3 people in Soo-hee's family, and their Fu family has more than a dozen people in total. How can they go to Soo-hee's house for free meals? It is said that Soo-hee's family took all the rice to gamble. I don't know if it is true, but it must be because of difficulties that they returned to the countryside from the city. It's okay, there is still food at home, so it's decided. I will tell my mother later and ask her to bring the baby to eat. Soo-hee said enthusiastically. Since we want to repair the relationship, we should take action. She could still afford to treat the Fu family to 2 meals, although there were really many people there. After giving some instructions, Soo-hee said goodbye to several sisters-in-law and went home to cook. After she left for some time, Chen Sufin sighed. I didn't expect that Tinghua, this daughter-in-law, has really changed for the better. Maybe we never knew her before and we didn't have much contact time. Zhang Xiaohua also felt that Soo-hee was a really good person. Soo-hee seems to be only 21 years old. She is several years younger than us. She really grew up in the city. I just can't tell what it feels like, but I feel that she behaves very generously. He Fong couldn't help but sigh. Did my parents mention when Tinghua would come back? Chun Sufin asked suddenly. No, I didn't dare to mention it. Why did Tinghua go to the border? I heard that it's very dangerous over there, and there are wars from time to time. He Fong said while digging hard in the ground. To avoid Soo-hee, right? Soo-hee is a little thinner now, and doesn't seem so ugly. Chun Sufong whispered. Yes, she was so fat after giving birth that her features were invisible. Now she is a little thinner, and her features are clearer, and she seems to be pretty. And her skin is white. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from her forehead and said. Soo-hee naturally couldn't hear the conversation of several people. She was cooking now. After cooking, Soo-hee went to Fu's house. At this time, the 2 children were playing skipping rope with their brothers and sisters at the gate of the yard, but they were too young and could only be led by others and couldn't jump at all. When they saw her, the 2 children immediately put down the ropes in their hands, rushed over and shouted, Mom, Mom. Soo-hee asked with a smile, one leg hugged by another child. Did you have fun playing at Grandma's house? Happy. In the past, they were restrained at home by Soo-hee and were rarely allowed to go out, so the 2 children played with themselves. This time, the older children finally took them out to play. Wu Yanhua, who heard the noise, came out of the house and met Soo-hee's eyes.
Mom.
Soo-hee hurriedly greeted her. Well, why did you come back early? Where are your sister-in-law and the others?
Wu Yanhua asked.
My sister-in-law and the others are still in the mountain. I'll come down to cook first. Let's eat at my house today. I've already cooked. Soo-hee said with a smile. Wu Yanhua didn't think much about it. She immediately went into the kitchen to get the vegetables she picked in the backyard and then said, Let's go. Soo-hee didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so straightforward. She was stunned for a moment and immediately called the children to go to her house. Along the way, they met many neighbors from the same village, and they all greeted Wu Yanhua. Hey, where are Yanhua and her children going? Someone asked. To my daughter-in-law's house for dinner. Wu Yanhua replied with a smile, and she was obviously in a good mood. Everyone then noticed Soo-hee who was following her, and they were all surprised that Soo-hee had become so thin. The point is that the relationship between the two has improved. The Fu family used to be a model family in the village, and the family was very harmonious and united. But the arrival of Soo-hee completely broke this situation. Many people in the village were jealous of the Fu family, but seeing that the Fu family finally married such a bad daughter-in-law, they did not stop secretly. Who would have thought that the relationship between Wu Yanhua and Soo-hee has turned from danger to safety? Soo-hee is not very thin now. She is about 163 centimeters tall and should weigh about 180 kilograms now. But in the past, Soo-hee must have weighed more than 200 kilograms, and she looked very fat. Losing weight is not so easy. Soo-hee wants to lose weight to 100 kilograms, but it is probably difficult. But I don't know if it's a benefit of traveling through time, or she is busy exercising all day after traveling here. She has indeed lost weight visibly. At least thinner than when she just returned to the village. At that time, because Soo-hee came back, many people went to the Fu family to join in the fun and saw her. Wu Yanhua still doesn't like Soo-hee now. No matter how well Soo-hee does, she just thinks Soo-hee is not worthy of her son. But even if she doesn't like him, there is no big conflict between the two of them. Wu Yanhua can still live in peace. And she doesn't want to be laughed at by the villagers anymore, and she doesn't want her son's wife and children to be bullied under her nose. Fu Dajuan taught Wu Yanhua a lesson before. Although Fu Dajuan listens to Wu Yanhua for most of the family matters, if Fu Dajuan is determined to take care of something, he will basically listen to Fu Dajuan. Fu Dajuan said that Wu Yanhua, as a mother-in-law, made the whole village laugh at the Fu family. Why does the Fu family have such a strong voice in Shangyao village? One reason is that Fu Tinghua is the only college student in the village. When the villagers go to the city hospital for treatment, Fu Tinghua is willing to help receive them, or can help the villagers get internal preferential prices. Another reason is that the Fu family is united and no one dares to bully them. There are many men in their family who dares to provoke them. Now, because Wu Yanhua hates Su He, an internal conflict has arisen, which is really embarrassing. So if Su He could always be as sensible and friendly as he is now, Wu Yanhua would not mind living in peace with Su He. When they arrived at Su He's house, Su He drove Wu Yanhua out of the kitchen and cooked in the kitchen. Because there were children at home, Zizi and Nyo were extremely excited. They took their brothers and sisters to dig mud and play games near the house, and had a lot of fun. My mother took us to catch yellow eels the night before yesterday, and we had yellow eel porridge yesterday. Nyo said to her brothers and sisters with pride. Sure enough, as soon as Nyo finished speaking, the other children immediately cast envious eyes at her. Usually, when they ran to the fields to catch yellow eels, they would inevitably get covered in mud, and then they would be beaten by their parents with thin strips, so no one dared to run to the fields. And Zizi and Nyo's mother actually took the initiative to take them to catch loaches, which was too enviable. With the envious eyes of their brothers and sisters, Zizi and Nyo were very proud. Their mother was the best mother in the world. Su He naturally didn't know what was happening outside. She steamed some sweet potatoes and corns that Fu Dajuan had sent before, and then fried the vegetables that Wu Yanhua had just brought. After thinking about it, she decided to make braised pork again. The aroma of braised pork filled the whole house. It smells so good. Nyo, what delicious food did your family make? Zhuang asked. Zhuang is the youngest son of the eldest brother Fu Guiqing and Zhang Xiaohua, and he is already 5 years old. It must be our mother who made braised pork, Zizi said excitedly. They haven't eaten braised pork for a long time, and they have only eaten it once. Braised pork, it must be delicious. Several children couldn't help drooling. Generally, meat is only bought by the family during festivals. After all, it is so expensive. Thinking of this, they were no longer in the mood to play, and the children all wanted to know what dishes Su He made. When they got back to the door of their home, Wu Yanhua was sitting at the door fanning herself and waiting for them. It's not time for dinner yet, let's play for a while. Wu Yanhua said. Grandma, we want to see what delicious food our aunt has cooked. Zhuang replied. In fact, Wu Yanhua also wanted to know. Didn't she know that Su He's cooking smelled so good? No wonder she always complained that their food was not delicious before. It turned out that their cooking was really delicious. Unconsciously, Wu Yanhua, after her own imagination, actually felt more and more that she had misunderstood Su He in the past. When everyone entered the kitchen, Su He was bringing the last plate of braised pork to the dining table. Seeing the 3 large bowls of braised pork on the table, the children couldn't help but exclaimed, and then swallowed their saliva. The meal is almost ready, just waiting for someone to come back to eat, Su He said with a smile. Aunt, when can we eat? Even Yaya, who has always been taciturn, couldn't help asking. Yaya is the youngest daughter of Fu Tinghua's second brother Fu Durong and He Fangfang. She is also 5.5 years old. She is a little introverted, just like her mother, He Fangfang. But looking at the 3 plates of meat, she couldn't help asking what time the meal would be served. Su He and Wu Yanhua looked at each other and said, we have to wait until the people who went to work in the fields come back before we can have dinner. Come on, let's go and call your mother to eat. After that, she walked to the door and shouted to the mountain where durian was planted, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. It's time to eat. This phenomenon of shouting to people on the mountain is too common in the countryside, so no one is surprised. When the children saw Su-hee shouting here, they also shouted, "It's time to eat." Zhang Xiaohua and Qin Sufin were moving a tree to the pit they had just dug. When they heard the call, they looked in the direction of the sound. It was indeed Su-hee's house. Su-hee was afraid that they couldn't hear, so he called a few more times. "It seems like it's time to eat," Qin Sufin said excitedly. She was already feeling a little hungry. "Okay, got it." So, she also shouted down the mountain. Su-hee heard it, so he went into the house to continue cooking. It was already 12 o'clock, and the men had already finished work at this time. Before coming, Qin Sufin had asked the neighbors to tell her husband and sons to come over for dinner, so Fu Dajuan and his friends came at just over 12:20. "Oh, the house is so lively." Fu Dajuan looked at his grandchildren who were rarely active and chattering, so he smiled and said, Grandpa, my aunt made braised pork, I want to eat it." Zhuang said, pulling Fu Dajuan. "You want to eat it, have you told your aunt?" "Yes, she said you can eat it when you come back. The braised pork smells so good," Zhuang said, and licked his lips. His father Fu Guiqing couldn't help laughing when he saw his greedy look. Zhuang is the most mischievous boy in the family, but he is also the happy fruit of the family. Soon the women came back and everyone in the family was here. Su-hee had already served the meal. Seeing the rich food on the table, everyone felt relieved after a morning of tiredness. "It's time to eat. Everyone sit down directly. Children, sit over there." Su-hee pointed to the table she had temporarily put up with stones and a board. The children had no objections. They happily picked up the rice bowls on the table and started to eat the braised pork. "Wow, it's delicious," Zhuang said exaggeratedly. "My mother's cooking is the best." Nyo also jumped out to praise Su-hee, making Su-hee feel embarrassed. But the most embarrassed one was Wu Yanhua. Even Nyo said that Su-hee's cooking was delicious, which means that she really knew how to cook before. "Well, this braised pork is fat but not greasy, with moderate sweetness, and the stewing time is just right. It is really delicious." Everyone ate silently, and no one had time to talk. After they had almost finished eating, Su-hee spoke first. "Dad, Mom, brothers and sisters-in-law, I want to discuss with you how to divide the durian." Su-hee suddenly said.
Divide?
"How to divide?" Fu Dajuan asked first. "I take 50%, my parents take 10%, and the 3 sisters-in-law take 10% each. The remaining 10% is used for some daily expenses." This is how Su-hee thought of dividing it at the beginning. It is better to make things clear as soon as possible. Even if they are a family, they are afraid of disputes later. "Your mother and I didn't do anything. Don't worry. Just divide it yourselves," Fu Dajuan said directly. "That won't work. The land is yours, so you should take 10%. Su-hee said very straightforwardly. Now the Fu family has not divided the land yet, and the land originally belonged to the 2 old people. There are also requirements for getting a share. In the later stage, it will depend on several sisters-in-law to maintain these fruit trees. I can assure you that this kind of fruit will definitely make money, so I hope that the family can pay more attention to the fruit trees planted this time," Su-hee said very seriously. Seeing her confidence, the 3 sisters-in-law were all encouraged by her words. Everyone had a very comfortable meal. After they had eaten their fill, the Fu family went back to rest. There was no other way. Su-hee's place was too small. There was no place for more than a dozen people in the Fu family to stay. Su-hee said that he would cook here in the evening, but the Fu family refused and said that they would eat at their place in the afternoon. Su-hee did not refuse. It was not until now that Su-hee's relationship with everyone in the Fu family was really eased. After all the Fu family members left, Su-hee had time to hug the 2 children and asked, "Are you happy playing at Grandma's house today?" The 2 children seemed very excited and said, "Happy." The brothers and sisters took good care of them and would take them with them when they went out to play. "That's good. You have to get along well with your brothers and sisters, okay?" Su-hee looked at the 2 cute children and smiled softly. "Don't say it. The 2 children are really white and tender now, so cute. It's just that they are still too thin, but Su-hee is not in a hurry. She will help them make up for the meat sooner or later." After taking a nap, Su-hee took her 2 children to the mountain to plant saplings. When she arrived at the destination, several sisters-in-law had already started working. Sisters-in-law, when did you come? Soo-hee was a little embarrassed that she was late. We just arrived too. Second sister-in-law Hee-fong-fong wiped the sweat from her forehead and said,
Shui.
You don't look like you just arrived, do you? Looking at the ground, 7 or 8 saplings have been planted, and the pits have been dug. All the saplings should be planted today. Planting only 17 fire durian saplings is too few, but Soo-hee doesn't have extra points to buy saplings now. Mom, mushrooms. The 2 children suddenly said under a tree not far away. It was indeed her little lucky doll. She met mushrooms again. Soo-hee walked over and saw why it was different from the previous mushrooms. There were many of these mushrooms under the tree. Third sister-in-law Chin Sufin came over and saw the mushrooms and immediately said, Oh, these mushrooms can't be eaten randomly. Soo-hee looked up and smiled, then said, We don't eat them, they have other uses. Chin Sufin was wondering if mushrooms are not eaten, what else can they be used for? But she didn't ask much and continued to work. After Soo-hee pulled up a mushroom by the roots, he put it in the backpack. Customer service. Is the customer service here? Can you help me see if the mushrooms in my backpack can be exchanged for points? Soo-hee didn't enter the space at this time and wanted to try to call the customer service, but no one answered her. It seems that I still have to enter the space, but there are so many people here. While the 2 kids were not paying attention and other people didn't pay attention to her, her consciousness quickly entered the space to call the customer service. Compared with the value of the last mushroom, this kind of mushroom is not as rare, but it is still worth 20 points each. 20 points, that's all money. The point is, there are a lot of these mushrooms. Anyway, there are some under every tree in their own land. Soo-hee immediately called the 2 children to dig quickly. Why didn't Xiao Qi find these mushrooms when he came out before? It's annoying. She spent 100 points to hire a robot. My father and I came to see the land before, but we didn't find these mushrooms. Soo-hee muttered while digging mushrooms. These mushrooms should have emerged because it rained these few nights, said the eldest sister-in-law Zhang Xiaohua. For Soo-hee not planting trees to dig mushrooms, several people have no objection. Fortunately, the sisters-in-law are not petty people, otherwise they will definitely quarrel now. Seeing the sisters-in-law sweating all over, Soo-hee herself felt a little embarrassed. After handing the task of digging mushrooms to the 2 children, she went to help plant trees again. An afternoon passed quickly. Because they were having dinner at Fu's house this time, the third sister-in-law Chin Sufin had gone back to cook in advance. There is only 1 tree left, but Soo-hee, can these trees bear so many fruits to sell? Zhang Xiaohua said doubtfully. When I save enough money, I will order more saplings. Soo-hee said without much concern. It was not until now that everyone realized that this sapling should not be cheap. Do you want to discuss with your parents and let our family get some money together? Hee-fong-fong hesitated for a long time before speaking. No, I can do it here, Soo-hee said with a smile. It took a day to plant 17 trees, and Soo-hee was very satisfied. The sisters-in-law are really capable. At present, the Fu family really makes her feel too comfortable. She really hasn't met any top-notch people. But she was too happy too early. Unexpectedly, she really met top-notch people in the evening. During dinner, an uninvited guest came to the Fu family. That was Zhang Shufin, the wife of Fu Dajuan's eldest brother Fu Dazai. She was really shameless. She brought one of her grandsons and 3 granddaughters to eat at home. When preparing to eat, Zhang Shufin called Fu Dajuan's name from a distance at the door of her house. Dajuan, Dajuan. Soo-hee was watching the children playing at the door, waiting for dinner, when she heard a woman with a loud voice calling her father-in-law's name. Fu Dajuan came up from the house and said, Hey, sister-in-law. Is dinner ready? The children are hungry, Zhang Shufin said, and was about to go into the house. Fu Dajuan had no choice but to follow his sister-in-law. Soo-hee didn't have much impression of this aunt, and now she was more natural to enter her parents-in-law's house than to enter her own home, so she couldn't help but follow her strangely. Zhang Shufin lifted the lid of the pot without any sense of boundaries and saw the sweet potatoes, corn, and rice buried underneath, and her eyes lit up. Oh, are you cooking white rice today? After saying that, she looked at the dishes that had been cooked on the table. They were all vegetarian, and nothing good to look at. Dajuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You have so many family members. You can buy meat for a meal occasionally. You and my nephews work at the construction site every day, and the wages are not low. He was speechless when he heard this from behind. This aunt is a talent. It's okay for her to point fingers at other people's family affairs, but the point is that she is a freeloader and she is picky. This pork is expensive. Who would be willing to buy it if it's not the New Year or other festivals? Fu Dajuan was used to his sister-in-law's behavior, so he didn't see him angry. Is the meal ready? Come on, grandson. Come and sit here. Zhang Shufan sat down at the table and asked her grandson to sit. Suhi turned around and looked at the sisters-in-law and saw that they were rolling their eyes. It seemed that they were also extremely dissatisfied with this aunt. But the parents-in-law didn't say it, and the younger generation was embarrassed to say it. At this time, Wu Yanhua came back from picking vegetables in the backyard. When she saw Qin Shufan, her face darkened. When she saw Qin Shufan and her grandchildren sitting at the table, Wu Yanhua immediately said, "Sister-in-law, I have no objection to you coming to eat, but my children always eat standing up. We don't have that many stools at home, and your family only takes up 4 seats. Where will my men sit to eat?" With Zhang Shufan stood up immediately in fear when they heard Wu Yanhua's words, and they dared not sit down again. However, the fat boy who sat next to Zhang Shufan was not self-conscious at all and sat very firmly. "Sister-in-law, what you said is true. The children are still growing up. Look at Dajuan. Wasn't he brought up by me? I never let him leave the table to eat." Zhang Shufan started talking about the 1 or 2 years she had taken care of Fu Dajuan. Because of this favor, Fu Dajuan's family swallowed their anger and let her take advantage of them for so many years. Now, it is really getting more and more excessive. Your family is really inflexible. Wouldn't it be better if you just put a table and some chairs? Really? Zhang Shufan had just finished speaking when the fat grandson sitting next to her started yelling, saying, "Grandma, I'm hungry. Hey, it's time to eat. Come on, Grandma will serve you some rice." Zhang Shufan stood up immediately after she finished speaking and then served a bowl of rice to the fat grandson. "They are all vegetarian. I want to eat meat. You said there would be meat for me at my second grandfather's house." The little fat boy was not happy. It was obvious that he was spoiled at home. "Hey, Grandma can buy you meat tomorrow. Your second grandfather's family is poor and can't afford meat. Come on, just eat whatever you can today. My good grandson will be starved and thin later." Zhang Shufan was feeding her fat grandson while speaking. He couldn't help but starve at the scene. This kid was at least 7 or 8 years old, but he still needed adults to feed him. Her Zai and Nyonyo are only 3 years old, and they eat by themselves. The most important thing is, no one in the Fu family is angry when this aunt comes to make such a fuss. She can't stand it for a moment. At this moment, Suhi couldn't help but admire her mother-in-law. Suhi misunderstood her mother-in-law Wu Yanhua, and Wu Yanhua was so angry that her face turned red. But Fu Dajuan was grateful to his eldest brother, so he has always been tolerant of his eldest sister-in-law Zhang Shufan. Because his eldest brother is several years older than him, it was his eldest brother who took care of them. He became an apprentice at a young age to give money to the family, so he could support the family. Wu Yanhua has been bullied by Zhang Shufan since she married into the Fu family, but her husband always asks her to give in to Zhang Shufan. After enduring for so many years, they finally separated, but Zhang Shufan still came to disgust her from time to time, which really made her angry. Zhang Shufan was jealous of Wu Yanhua. Wu Yanhua gave birth to many sons, but she gave birth to 5 daughters in a row in order to have a boy. She only gave birth to a son in the end. The rest were all money-losing. She injured her body in order to give birth to this son, and finally, she could not have any more. She was famous in the village for favoring sons over daughters. She treated her daughters like dogs and her sons like treasures. Her only son didn't know if he was cursed by her. He also gave birth to 3 daughters in a row, and finally got such a fat grandson. In fact, He really misunderstood Zhang Shufan. Her fat grandson was tall and strong. He looked 7 or 8 years old, but he was actually just over 5 years old. And her 2 granddaughters, one 6, one 7, and one over 8 years old, were thinner than the fat child. You can tell at a glance whose stomach all the delicious and nutritious food went into. Wu Yanhua was waiting for Fu Dajuan to say a few words.
She was really fed up with the sister-in-law.
Fu Dajuan smiled helplessly at Wu Yanhua. It was just a matter of a meal. He thought it would be fine after his sister-in-law and the others left. Seeing that her husband was so useless and had to continue to put up with Zhang Shufan, Wu Yanhua was completely disappointed in him. He looked at her mother-in-law with such an ugly face and couldn't help but interrupt and asked, "Is this my aunt? I don't have much impression of her." As soon as He finished speaking, Zhang Shufan noticed He. She looked He up and down and asked curiously, "Are you the daughter-in-law of Tinghua's family?" He smiled and replied, "Yes." "Oh, you and my nephew are a good match," Zhang Shufan said with a smile, but there was a sense of gloating in her tone, which made people feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, He said, "Tinghua and I are not a good match. I am a little fat. My parents had a daughter when they were old, so I was given all kinds of good things when I was a child, which led to my physique being prone to obesity. I think my nephew is even fatter than me. I was not as big and fat as him when I was a child." Hearing her words, Zhang Shufan was stunned, and then said proudly, "It is better for boys to be fat. No matter how fat they are, as long as their family is rich, they don't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. But if you are fat, there are many accompanying diseases." After He finished speaking, he asked the fat boy sitting next to Zhang Shufan and said, "Do you feel that sometimes you can't breathe even when you are sitting normally?" The fat boy nodded immediately after hearing He's words, and then said, "Yes, I told my grandma and dad, but they always didn't believe it." "Do you snore often and suddenly wake up in the middle of the night?" He asked again. Without waiting for the fat boy to answer, Zhang Shufan immediately answered, "Yes, but it will be fine in a while." He looked at Zhang Shufan with pity and then said, "Aunt, hurry up and help my fat nephew lose weight. If he continues like this, obesity will lead to diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, hyperuricemia, gout, fatty liver, coronary heart disease, cerebrovascular disease, etc. He is also prone to obstructive sleep apnea syndrome, tumors, colon cancer, etc. I am losing weight now because I feel that my health is getting worse and worse." When Sui said this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Shufan was afraid, while the Fu family was afraid that He would get into trouble. He smiled at everyone and said, "But after losing weight, these symptoms will improve. I feel that my health is getting better and better now." The Fu family breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhang Shufan did not. This grandson is the only boy in their family. What will she do if something happens again? Now she was not in the mood to eat. Zhang Shufan immediately said, "Dajuan, ask Tinghua for help and take Taiju to check his body. You know, Taiju is the lifeblood of our family. Ermiai is also a loser. She only gave birth to a boy, and the rest are just money-losing stuff." Every bit of Zhang Shufan's character hit He's sore spot accurately. If this was her home, she would have kicked this person out by now. No matter how great the favor was in the past, He would not allow others to come to her home and make a scene. He felt that Fu Dajuan was indeed indecisive. His wife and children were still tolerating Zhang Shufan. What a big deal. Before Fu Dajuan could reply, He immediately answered, "Aunt, have you forgotten? Our family went to the border to follow the army. We are in the hospital now. How can we help? I advise you to help my fat nephew lose weight and improve his physique. Don't force everything good into his mouth. You are harming him." Zhang Shufan was stunned by what Suhi said. She didn't care about eating and grabbed her grandson and wanted to leave. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Taiju was unhappy and didn't want to leave. "Go home. What else are you going to eat? You have to lose weight for me in the future." "I don't want to lose weight. I want to eat." "Bad woman. Bad woman. It's all your fault." After Taiju finished speaking, he jumped up and was about to hit Suhi. The others' faces turned black. This kid was so uneducated that he wanted to hit his aunt just for a bite of food. Mom, don't hit my mom. Seeing this, Zizi and Nyonyo immediately wanted to block Suhi. But Suhi was one step faster than Taiju. She pinched Taiju's hand and looked at him with a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Taiju felt a little cold when he saw Suhi, but suddenly felt a pain in his pinched hand, and he burst into tears. Mother milk. He called Zhang Shufin with tears in his eyes. Oh, my darling. Why are you crying? Zhang Shufin wiped Taiju's tears with great distress. Suhi took the opportunity to let go of Taiju's hand, and then took Zizi and Nyonyo, who were standing next to him, into her arms. Taiju couldn't explain what was going on, and Zhang Shufin had no choice but to take her grandchildren home. On the way back, she couldn't help cursing, and she took out her anger on her two granddaughters. Suhi saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. Seeing that Suhi dealt with Zhang Shufin in just a few words and went home without even having a meal, the others couldn't help but look at Suhi with sparkling eyes. Only Fu Dajuan asked Suhi with a little concern, "Suhi, you just said that Taiju would have those diseases, is that true?" Wu Yanhua was originally very happy to see Zhang Shufin suffer, but when she saw her husband caring about other people's grandchildren and the grandchildren she hated, Wu Yanhua instantly became furious. What's the matter? You don't even care about your own daughter-in-law's health, but you care about Zhang Shufin's grandson first. Anyway, Zhang Shufin was gone, and there were no outsiders around, so Wu Yanhua vented all the grievances she had suffered over the years. From the moment I married you, you told me to give in to her. Don't you know how much I've been wronged by her? Now that we've separated, you still ask me to give in. People have come to bully you, and you ask me to give in. Fu Dajuan, do you still have a conscience? You don't want to let your dead elder brother down, and you don't want to lose face for him. So what about me? Wu Yanhua ran into the room crying as she spoke, and no longer cared about other people. The younger generation watched their parents quarreling awkwardly and dared not say a word. They have indeed suffered too much from Zhang Shufin over the years. In fact, no one had any objection to Zhang Shufin coming to ask for food. But just eat it, but every time she would be picky and nitpicking, complaining about the lack of meat or the poor cooking, as if this was her home. She also pointed fingers at Fu Dajuan and Fu Dajuan's sons and daughters-in-law, like the mistress of the house.
Who can stand this?
Someone who has no sense of boundaries or propriety. After the parents entered the room, the third sister-in-law Chen Sufin couldn't help but give Suhi a thumbs up and said, "Suhi, you did a great job." The eldest sister-in-law Zhang Xiaohua also whispered, "After so many years, I finally saw my aunt leave without even having a meal at her house." That's right, Suhi is still amazing. The second sister-in-law He Fongfong couldn't help but say. The family talked and laughed, and began to set the table for dinner. After returning to the room, Fu Dajuan began to coax Wu Yanhua again. This kind of scene often happened in the Fu family. As long as Zhang Shufin came, Wu Yanhua would have a fight with Fu Dajuan.
Fu
Dajuan, you. If you continue to let Zhang Shufin come to my house and act arrogantly like this, I will divorce you, Wu Yanhua said while crying. Oh, it's not that serious. She doesn't come often. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Fu Dajuan's words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Not often? Isn't once or twice a week enough? You have to see her every day to feel that you come often, right? Wu Yanhua was so angry that she really didn't want to pay attention to the old man Fu Dajuan. What can I do? My sister-in-law did take care of me for a while when I was a child. And my elder brother, in order to earn that little money to support us when he was a child, he was beaten and scolded as an apprentice, and he got a lot of diseases. Before he died, he told me to take good care of his wife and children. I can't let my elder brother down in his will, otherwise, how can I have the face to see him after I die? Fu Dajuan was also helpless. He also knew that his sister-in-law Zhang Shufin did not do the right thing, but Zhang Shufin was old, and Fu Dajuan didn't want to bother with her anymore. Tell me, who is not suffering? I'm really too lazy to argue with you. It's always like this. Wu Yanhua is a person with a good temper, Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured Chen Shufan for so many years, and she wouldn't have been fooled by her husband's foolish filial piety for so many years. The couple talked for a long time, and then the eldest son Fu Guoqing knocked on the door and asked the couple to go out for dinner. Wu Yanhua didn't want to make a scene in front of her son and daughter-in-law, so she went out. But after Zhang Shufan's fuss, Wu Yanhua was rarely friendly to Su He and said to Su He, "If you are busy and don't have time, bring the baby to me to help you look after it." Although it is a rural area, such a young baby still needs someone to look after it. Su He was stunned when she heard Wu Yanhua's words and immediately said after reacting, "I know. Thank you, Mom." Because of Zhang Shufan, Wu Yanhua felt that Su He was a lot more pleasing to the eye. "You just said that you are sick because of your fat, is it true?" Wu Yanhua asked again. "It's true, being too fat is not good for your health." "Then you should work harder, just like what you said. Yes, lose weight well, understand?" In fact, think about it the other way around. If Su He was not so fat, she would be a good match for her son. Her father is a teacher, her family lives in the city, and she has an urban hookup, so she doesn't ask Su He to be very pretty, just average is fine. In the past, Wu Yanhua thought that Su He had a problem with her personality, but after getting to know her for the past few days, Wu Yanhua overturned her previous thoughts. Maybe it's not Su He who has a problem, but she has a problem. She looks at Su He with prejudice, so she always feels that she is not good in every way. After the meal, Su He took the two children home. Before leaving, she told a few sisters-in-law about some precautions for the later maintenance of the fired durian seedlings and asked them to pay attention. Although Su He's family seems to have everything they need for food and clothing, in fact, she is penniless. She has to find a way to make money, and Su He plans to go home and think about this matter carefully. "Mom, Brother Zhuang took us to play a lot of fun games these 2 days." Nyonya said excitedly, while holding Su He's arm. "Okay, you can play with other children more in the future," Su He said while bathing the two children. "Mom, this perfume smells so good. Yaya asked me today how my hair and body smells so good." Nyonya was probably talking about the shampoo, which Su He exchanged in the space. "What did you say?"
Su He asked.
"I said it was my mom who put the perfume on me. My sisters at home envy me for having such a good mother," Nyonya said proudly. "Well, every mother is unique, and my sisters' mothers are all good mothers, but they express their love in different ways." Nyonya looked at Su He and said in a half-understanding way, "I know, Mom." Who knows that Zizi, who had not interrupted, suddenly said, "But the mother before was not a good mother. The mother now is." Su He was stunned by his words. Zizi is the villain male protagonist with a super high IQ in the novel. Did he realize that he was not the original Su He? When Su He was thinking about it, Zizi suddenly asked again, "Mom, you won't change back to the original mother, right?" Su He sighed secretly and then said, "Don't worry, Zizi, Mom will not leave you, nor will she change back to the original mother." After Su He's answer, Zizi was relieved and started playing with water again. After the two children went to bed, Su He entered the space and posted the mushrooms she picked today on the forum to see if anyone would buy them. In the future, she plans to post all valuable things on the forum first because the prices on the system are too high. After everything was done, Su He went to the space to find things that could be sold in reality. After looking around, Su He planned to sell maltose. This kind of candy was their favorite candy when they were young in the countryside. Su He planned to exchange some and sell it to the children in the village tomorrow to try. It was only sold for 10 cents a small roll. 10 cents now is not cheap, but Su He believes that there are always parents who are willing to pay for their children to eat. To be honest, she doesn't even have the fare to go to the city now. It takes more than an hour to walk from Shangyao village to the city, and it takes almost half an hour to take a car. How can she walk back with two children? And now it's not easy for her to borrow money from the Fu family. It's said that she lost all the money that Fu Tinghua left for her in gambling, but no one knows whether this is true. If Su He borrows money from the Fu family, won't it confirm this fact? At that time, the good personality she worked hard to build will probably be beaten back to its original form. Su He exchanged 30 points in the space for a roll of maltose, which should be enough for her to sell for more than 10 yuan. When the two kids were eating breakfast, they saw maltose and asked Suhi curiously, "Mom, what is this?" "This is called maltose."
She replied.
"It's sugar, can we eat it?" Nuno, the little greedy ghost, showed Suhi a look of desire.
Shue.
"You can only eat it once today. Are you sure you want to eat it now? If you eat it now, other children will eat it later, and you can't eat it." Suhi looked at the ingredient list of maltose. Not only maltose, but all the food taken out from the space. Suhi looked at the ingredient list. There was no technology or hard work. Because the time in the system is still, the things in it are the same as when they go in, so there is no need to use those chemicals to maintain quality assurance. So Suhi dared to let the two kids eat the things in the space. In fact, Suhi can also make food in this world and sell it to the system in the space. But unless it is food that has never been seen in other worlds, or it is very delicious and popular, the price is very low, so Suhi thinks it is unnecessary. If she really made something to sell, it would be better to sell it to people in this world. After all, many snacks in the future have never been seen in the present. Suhi thought that she could make spicy hot pot to sell after going to the city, but she would definitely not be able to sell those in the countryside. Because these people in the countryside eat at home, how can they afford to spend money on spicy hot pot? After breakfast, Suhi went to the vegetable garden to water it for a while. Now the vegetables in the vegetable garden in the backyard have begun to sprout, which made Suhi happy. "I feel that there is hope for the future. I am finally going to have vegetables to eat. I am self-sufficient and don't need to go into the space to get vegetables." There is an abandoned cart at home. After Suhi washed it, he put the maltose on the cart and pushed the cart to the village. Selling maltose, sweet maltose only costs 1 dime. Suhi shouted while pushing the cart, and the neighbors immediately came out to see. In this era, it is really rare to see people selling things in the village like this. What is maltose? Is it delicious? At this time, a child came forward and asked, "It's delicious. Do you want some, kid?" Suhi asked with a smile. She was just asking, thinking that if the child wanted to eat it, he would go home and ask his parents or grandparents to give him money. But unexpectedly, the child nodded directly and handed Suhi a dime. Suhi was stunned. Whose child is this? He was willing to give the child money. You have to know that most of the money and food coupons in this era are in the hands of adults, so how could they be willing to give the child money? Suhi did not take the money from the child but asked, "Little friend, is this your own money?" The child looked at Suhi very strangely and then said, "Of course it's my own money." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Suhi smiled and took a wooden stick to roll a roll of maltose for him. The child looked at the roll of maltose that Suhi rolled for himself and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Here, give it to the child." Suhi rolled up the maltose and handed it to the child. Many people had gathered around at this time, and they all seemed very interested in Suhi's maltose. Maltose has been around for a long time, but it was basically sold in the city, and the children had to go to the city to have a taste of it. But now it is available in the village, so the elderly and children at home came out to join in the fun. Second child, is the maltose delicious? A group of children surrounded the first child who paid for maltose and asked, swallowing their saliva as they asked, "It's delicious. It tastes better than the one in the city." Second child gave an affirmative answer. Seeing this, the other children couldn't sit still and went home to ask the adults for a dime to buy maltose. An old man came over, took out a bunch of notes from his pocket, and then took out 2 dimes and handed them to Suhi, saying, "Give me 2. Suhi took the money and said with a smile, "Okay." Then he took 2 sticks, rolled 2 rolls of maltose, and handed them to the old man. Seeing that someone had bought it, other parents could not resist the calls of their sons or grandchildren, and they all took out money to buy from Suhi, and the scene was lively for a while. "Don't worry, we have them all, take your time." Suhi rolled the maltose one by one, while Zazizi helped Suhi collect the money, and Nyonyo handed Suhi the sticks. "It's sweet and delicious. I want to eat more," a child said. Seeing this, his parents immediately took the child away from the scene. This is too much, spending 2 dimes a day to buy candy for the child, and the point is that there is more than one child in their family. Suhi's maltose is selling very well. She originally thought that few people would be willing to buy maltose for their children at a price of 1 cent. But she underestimated the degree of love for grandchildren and sons in the countryside. The ones who can eat maltose are basically boys. They are reluctant to buy it for girls. The older generation favors boys over girls. This is a thing that has happened in every era, and Suhi can't do anything about it. Auntie, can you help us divide our candy into two and give one to me and my sister? At this time, a little boy walked to Suhi's stall and asked.
Of course you can.
Suhi took out 2 wooden sticks and rolled a little on each stick for the 2 children. Other sharp-eyed parents saw it and asked Suhi to do the same. Suhi had no objection to dividing it into 2, but the 2 portions of candy were a little less than 1 portion. Seeing this, the aunt next to him couldn't help but mutter, "How can this be divided? It's a little less than buying it individually?" Suhi smiled and said, "The wooden stick also has a cost, so if you want to divide it into 2, of course you have to take this part of the cost into account, so the sugar will be less." The aunt muttered, "How much can a wooden stick be worth?" but finally agreed with Suhi's explanation. The children in the village passed it on to one another and finally came to Suhi's cart to join in the fun. Even if you can't eat it, it's okay to look at it. Suhi wanted to sell it while shouting, but now there are already many people around. Zhuang and the others heard that someone was selling maltose in the village, and Wu Yanhua was pulled over by her grandchildren, and then she was shocked to see Suhi rolling maltose for people with a smile on her face. "Grandma, is that my aunt?" "My aunt sells maltose," Zhuang said excitedly. "It's your aunt," Wu Yanhua murmured. "Grandma, I want to eat maltose." Zhuang hugged Wu Yanhua's legs and said, "I want some too, I want some too." At this time, Niu, the eldest son of Fu Tinghua's second brother, also said. Wu Yanhua now has a total of 5 grandchildren. One is the eldest daughter of the eldest son, Dia, and the youngest son, Zhuang, the eldest son of the second son, Niu, and the youngest daughter, Yaya, and the son of the third son, Shirtu. Except for Dia, who is now in primary school in the village, the other 4 children are all taken care of by Wu Yanhua. Suhi heard their voices, looked up, and saw Wu Yanhua and the other 4 children standing not far away. "Mom, you're here? Come, I'll get some candy for the children." Suhi finished the candy for the people who had already paid, and then rolled a portion of maltose for each of the 4 children brought by Wu Yanhua. "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie." After the children got the candy, they immediately thanked Suhi. Suhi made another portion of maltose, handed it to Wu Yanhua, and asked, "Mom, do you want to try it?" Wu Yanhua looked at Suhi with complicated eyes, and finally took the candy. "How much is it?" Wu Yanhua said while taking money from her pocket. "Mom, just take it and eat it, it's free," Suhi said quickly.
How can that be?
"The raw materials of your candy must be expensive. How can it be free without money?" Wu Yanhua frowned and said, "Really, you don't need it. You should watch Zhuang and the others. They will run away soon." Suhi finished speaking, made 2 maltose and gave them to Zizi and Niu, and then said, "You will eat it with your brothers and sisters. It will taste good. Then go and play with your brothers and sisters." Wu Yanhua saw Suhi asked the 2 children to find other grandchildren to play, and thought Suhi wanted her to help her look after the 2 children, so she didn't insist on paying. Others looked at the children who got maltose for free with envy. Why wasn't it made by their mothers? Seeing that Suhi and Wu Yanhua got along so well, other people in the village immediately broke the rumors that they were not getting along. Mrs. Liu also brought her grandson to buy maltose. When she saw that it was the candy sold by Suhi, her face changed. She took her grandson's hand and turned to go home. "Grandma, I want to eat candy." Her grandson was not happy. He came here, but he wanted to go back. It was impossible to go back. Seeing her grandson rolling on the ground to buy maltose, Mrs. Liu had no choice but to stuff a dime into her grandson's pocket and let him buy it himself. After her grandson took the money, he immediately ran to Suhi excitedly and handed the money over to buy maltose. Suhi smiled and rolled a roll of candy for him. He licked it and then said to his grandmother intoxicatedly, "It's so sweet and delicious." Mrs. Liu Suhi didn't expect that the maltose he brought out would be sold out in just a quarter of an hour. It seems that the consumption level of rural people is not low. However, this kind of candy is fresh for the first time. If it is sold every day, it will definitely not be sold out. Moreover, adults will want to buy candy for children occasionally, but it is impossible to buy it every day, so Suhi plans to sell maltose twice a week. Suhi packed up her things. Some people who came to buy candy saw her and immediately greeted her and said, "Buy candy." Suhi stopped what she was doing and replied, "Sorry, it's all sold out." "Sold out?
So fast?
Will it be sold tomorrow?"
Someone asked.
"No, tomorrow it will be sold twice a week, and it will be sold again the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the weekend, and the children who are studying will also have a holiday, so there will be more customers at that time." "Why is it gone?" "My grandson is still waiting to eat it. He will make a fuss later." Someone muttered beside him, "Sorry, come early the day after tomorrow, I will make more, and there will definitely be more to buy." Suhi said with a smile. Seeing that she spoke kindly and politely, everyone couldn't help asking, "Tinghua wife, who did you learn these skills from?" This question was a bit rude. Skills are the ability to make a living. "Can I tell you who I learned from?" Suhi didn't seem to mind much and replied with a smile, "When I was a child, I loved eating maltose, so I thought about how to make it whenever I had time, and I really made it." At this time, a child immediately replied, "The maltose is delicious, better than the ones in the city. It's okay as long as it tastes good. Before I came out today, I was afraid that no one would buy it." Suhi talked and laughed with everyone. Seeing her like this, others couldn't help but sigh that the Fu family still had a good eye for people. Suhi didn't seem to be that fat now, and his behavior was generous and decent. Wu Yanhua was also not far from the crowd, and her eyes looking at Suhi were even more complicated. This Suhi, why does it feel that he is not the same as the previous one the more you get along with him? In the past, she had the excuse that she didn't like Suhi because she was too domineering, but Suhi's personality has changed now, and her previous excuses are probably no longer effective. After selling the maltose, Suhi took the two children home. Suhi put the cart aside and went into the house to count the money. Most of them were Mao bills, but there were also 2 or 3 1 yuan bills. Suhi counted the money and found that there were 23.4 yuan. It was almost the same as he expected.
It was too conservative to buy goods today.
"I will buy more goods the day after tomorrow." "Mom, are you not going to make candy tomorrow?" Nyo asked on the side. "No, children can't eat candy every day. Their teeth will be bad." Nyo immediately showed her 2 rows of teeth to Suhi and then said, "Mom, my teeth are very good. I don't have cavities." "Me neither." Seeing this, the child also showed his 2 rows of teeth to Suhi. Suhi was a little amused and said, I know. You are all great children." After receiving Suhi's praise, the 2 children went to play in the mud with satisfaction. Suhi, on the other hand, started to make lunch. After cooking the rice, she took out the potatoes that the Fu family had brought before and cut them into shreds. Then she took out the ribs that she had exchanged in the space and planned to make a sweet and sour ribs. Many people in the countryside raised chickens and ducks, but Suhi couldn't afford them. She had no money in reality. Moreover, chickens and ducks are now used to lay eggs, and they are reluctant to eat them at home. There are chickens, ducks, fish, and meat in the space, but Suhi can tell the children that pork is left by their father, so how did chicken come out? However, no matter how stupid the 2 children are, they probably know that it is not right to always have meat at home. There is no pork sold every day in the countryside. If you want to eat pork, you have to go to the town to buy it. The town is not far from the village, and it only takes 20 minutes to walk. It's very close. Why doesn't anyone suspect the origin of Suhi's meat? It's because her home is at the end of the village, and there is a small road that can go directly to the town without passing through the village entrance. Who is watching you every day to see if you go to buy meat? After Suhi finished cooking the dishes, she called the 2 children in to eat. "Wow, Mom, what kind of meat is this? It looks delicious." Nyo pointed at the sweet and sour ribs and said exaggeratedly, "This is called sweet and sour ribs. You try it and see if Mom's cooking is delicious." Suhi said and picked up 2 pieces of ribs for each of the 2 children. It's delicious, Mom. If I can eat sweet and sour ribs every day, I will definitely be the happiest child in the world. It can be seen that Nyo likes sweet and sour ribs very much, and even said such words. What about Zizi? Do you like it? Suhi asked Zizi, who had been silent all the time. I like it. I like everything my mother cooks. Zizi answered expressionlessly. Well, you are really good. But you can't eat sweet and sour ribs every day, you'll get tired of it.
Σου replied regretfully.
Get tired of it? Shouldn't you say that you don't have that much money to buy meat every day? Zizi looked at his mother with some doubts. But he didn't ask anything in the end. Not long after the meal, an uninvited guest came to the door. That's right, it was Qin Shufan, Fu Dajuan's sister-in-law. In view of her shameless behavior in the Fu family before, Suhi felt a headache when he saw her now. Aunt, why are you here? No matter how much he disliked Qin Shufan had never offended her directly, so Suhi still greeted her with a smile. Oh, Suhi, I heard that you were selling that maltose? I just went to work in the fields, and when I came back, you had already closed the stall. Do you have any more? Your nephew is clamoring for some. Qin Shufan said carelessly. No more. It was sold out in more than an hour. Suhi spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Oh, why don't you make more? Besides, since you have made it, you should leave some for your family. Your nephew hasn't had it yet. Qin Shufan said complainingly. Hearing this, the smile on Suhi's face disappeared. Aunt, it's still unknown whether the things can be sold after they are made. I don't know that they will be sold so quickly. If my things are not easy to sell, then I will lose money, right? Can you help me make up for the loss? Suhi said with a smile. Qin Shufan immediately quit when she heard it. What does Suhi's loss have to do with her? When she was about to refute, Suhi said again. Besides, I have given them food to my family. How can you say that I didn't keep it? Qin Shufan couldn't say that she and Suhi were a family. She could still talk about Fu Dajuan. After all, they were a family before the separation. But Suhi moved out and didn't live with the Fu family, so she and Suhi were even more distant. If all relatives come to me to ask for food, then I don't have to do this business anymore, so I usually charge money. Suhi said meaningfully. Qin Shufan understood now that Suhi wanted to charge her money for eating a little candy. She was not in the right with Suhi, so she immediately went to the Fu family to find Fu Dajuan. At this time, the Fu family had just finished their meal, and when they saw Qin Shufan, they thought she was here to eat for free. Fu Dajuan was about to speak, but Qin Shufan said a lot of things. Dajuan, you should take good care of your wife. She sold maltose, but she didn't even leave a little for my grandson, and she said that if my grandson wants to eat it, she will charge him money. What kind of logic is this? She charges money for her own family to eat her candy? Bah. I have never seen such a shameless person who is obsessed with money. Qin Shufan started to curse. Fortunately, Suhi was not there, otherwise she would have quarreled with her directly. Before Fu Dajuan could reply, Wu Yanhua was already fed up and immediately retorted, Why should I leave it for your grandson? My wife is doing business, not charity. We sell things to make money. Leave a little here and a little there. Do you still want to do business? Besides, I paid Suhi for the maltose. Who do you think you are? You want to eat it for free without paying? The two of them started cursing at the door of the Fu family's house. Seeing this, other people came forward to watch. Qin Shufan always likes to take advantage of the Fu family. Everyone in the village knows it, so this matter is really hard to talk about. The husband has his reasons, and the mother-in-law has her reasons. People who like to watch the fun immediately ran to inform Suhi, and that person was Aunt Nyo. Sister Su, your mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law is arguing with your aunt. Aunt Nyo ran to Suhi's house and said breathlessly. Hearing this, Suhi immediately said to Aunt Nyo, please help me look after the 2 kids. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he immediately ran away, and Aunt Nyo couldn't stop him even if she called him. Wu Yanhua and Qin Shufan were still arguing at this moment. I've tolerated you taking advantage of my family so much over the years. My daughter-in-law runs a business, and she didn't keep any for you after she sold all the things. You can scold her like this, Chen Shufan. Do you have any shame? I have no shame. My husband got a chronic disease when he was a child because he had to support your husband and his family. He died early. Your family should have repaid our family and worked hard for us. Seeing that Chen Shufan kept talking about those old things all day long and was so righteous, the villagers were glad that she was not their relative. They really couldn't explain it to the shrew. You're dreaming. You want my family to work for your family. I've recorded all the money you've extorted from my family over the years in my account book. Well, Wu Yanhua, you really scheming. You're still keeping an account book for me. The two were about to pull each other's hair, but were stopped by someone. Da Juan.
Tell me.
Your wife and your daughter-in-law are both rebellious. Are you going to do anything about it? Chen Shufan threw the question to Fu Dajuan again, because she saw that Fu Dajuan was grateful to her husband, so she would help her every time. But this time, sister-in-law, I'm not saying that I really can't control Su He's affairs. She has divided it out and doesn't eat with us. Fu Dajuan's face was full of fatigue. No matter how tired he was at the construction site, he was not as tired as he was now. Over the years, he also knew that relying on his guilt and gratitude to his elder brother, his sister-in-law had taken advantage of their family and always pointed fingers at their family with a master's attitude. But what can he do? If there is no elder brother, there will be no him, so he has always been able to tolerate his elder sister-in-law. But now Su He has moved out of the Fu family, and his elder sister-in-law wants to interfere in Su He's family affairs, which is indeed a bit too much. What's wrong with dividing it? If it is divided, she is not your wife anymore? Your family has more boys, so you start to bully us orphans and widows, right? You start not wanting to take care of us, right? What did your elder brother promise when he died? You ungrateful. Before Chen Shufan could finish her words, Su He arrived and interrupted Chen Shufan. Hey, Aunt, what are you doing? I said that my family's malt sugar is sold out. Why are you coming to my parents-in-law to talk nonsense? Can my parents-in-law make sugar for you? Su He said coldly. You are a conscienceless person. You don't even know to keep some for your family when you sell sugar. You are narrow-minded. You still want to take money from me, bah. Chen Shufan said with gritted teeth. Hearing her shameless words, Fu Dajuan felt his face burning with pain. He had indulged his sister-in-law for many years to take and eat for free from their family, and now it was almost hopeless. Sister-in-law, Su He is doing business. If she sells out, it means her business is good. Who would remember to leave some for others? Fu Dajuan said with a dark face. And so many people were watching, and Chen Shufan kept scolding Su He like this, not giving her any face at all. That's right. Facing a shameless person like you who is getting more and more demanding, I deliberately didn't leave any for you, so what? I give my own things to whoever I want. My mother-in-law came to me for candy, and she gave me money.
How shameless are you?
Just eat and eat for free? You take food and money for free at my parents-in-law's house all day long, but I have divided it out now. I really don't want to give it to you. What do you want? After Su He said this, Chen Shufan was stunned. She pointed at Su He's nose and kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't make sense. So he had to turn to Fu Dajuan and said, Dajuan, look at your young wife. Are you still going to take care of her? Who knew that Fu Dajuan said, Sister-in-law, I really can't take care of her. Chen Shufan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Seeing a group of people looking at her with gloating, Chen Shufan was too embarrassed to face it and walked away in disgrace. She has taken advantage of other people in the village by relying on the Fu family over the years, and everyone is almost fed up with her. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, my aunt came to my house and found me. She came up to me and questioned me for not leaving any candy for her. I said I didn't remember so much, but who knew she would come to trouble you? I really didn't mean it. At this time, everyone had not dispersed yet. Seeing that Su He looked aggrieved, they all stood up to help Su He. Since we are doing business, we cannot give a little to this relative today and a little to that relative tomorrow. If we do this, we will not only lose money, but also make no money. That's right. This is the first time I've seen someone begging for food so confidently. Your family is too accommodating to Chen Shufan. But Chen Shufan is also quite pitiful. Her husband died early, and she only has one son. Would you like this kind of relative to give it to you? The person who just spoke for Chen Shufan immediately shut up. To be honest, if it was her relative, she would have fought with him a long time ago. She should be annoyed if he comes to her house every other day to ask for money, no matter how much she owes him. After Chen Shufan returned home angrily, her son Fu Wu asked, "Mom, did you go to the second uncle's family to make trouble again? Why should I make trouble for them? Your second uncle's family is getting more and more excessive. They don't even want to care about us orphans and widows." Chen Shufan said angrily, "Mom, second uncle has helped our family enough over the years, and our life is getting better. Why do you still want to take advantage of second uncle's family?" Fu Wu felt really tired. His mother was always like that. The villagers looked down on their family not because they had few men, but because of his mother's way of dealing with people. Because of the way his mother treated second uncle's family, Fu Wu was embarrassed to visit second uncle's family now. He had no face. But he had said that to his mother several times, but she just wouldn't listen. "You are so good. I gave birth to you with all my heart, but in the end you helped others instead of me." Chen Shufan was taught a lesson by her son, and she immediately started crying and making a fuss. Even Fu Wu was helpless with her throwing a tantrum. Fortunately, Fu Wu was disciplined by his father since he was a child, so he was not raised wrongly. The matter ended here. Fu Dajuan wanted to tell Su He to let his aunt Chen Shufan go, but he was immediately taught a lesson by Wu Yanhua, and he didn't dare to after that. Perhaps he felt ashamed in front of his daughter-in-law, so he did not mention the matter again. Wu Yanhua had the upper hand in the two direct confrontations with Chen Shufan, and she felt very happy. In the past, Chen Shufan always took advantage of her. Not only did she take advantage of others, but she also found faults in various ways, which made people feel uncomfortable. Wu Yanhua knew that this was all due to Su He. She was the one who could deal with Chen Shufan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now Chen Shufan is getting more and more pleasing to Su He. The mushroom that Su He posted on the forum was bought by someone for 50 points. This mushroom made Su He earn more than 2,000 points at one time. Su He felt that he could survive for a while. The second time, Su He exchanged 60 points of maltose from the system. As soon as he pushed the cart out, people immediately surrounded him to buy it. As Su He thought, the children did not go to school on weekends, so the number of people buying maltose this time was more than doubled than last time. It took more than an hour for Su He to sell all the maltose. Of course, she also kept some for her nephews and nieces, but there was no portion for Chen Shufan's family. But when she sold all the maltose, Chen Shufan didn't come to make trouble. Chen Shufan wanted to come, but was stopped by her son and daughter-in-law. Fu Wu came to buy maltose for his 3 children in person. Su He didn't recognize him and just took the money without caring too much. Chen Shufan didn't know that her son had spent money to buy maltose. Even if she knew, what would it matter? Su He was not Fu Dajuan, so he was not so easy to talk to. All the maltose once again, Su He finally had some money on hand. More than 60 yuan. Not much, but enough for Su He to go to the city. She needs to go to the city, do some business, and then buy 2 sets of clothes for the children. And her own clothes are really not suitable now, they are too big. Although clothes can be exchanged in the space, the clothes in it are too out of touch with this era, so she should go out and buy some. Su He waited for Aunt Nyo to pick vegetables in the vegetable garden at the door of her house. After waiting for Aunt Nyo, she asked, "Aunt Nyo, when is the market in the town? I also want to go to the town for a stroll. The next market is the day after tomorrow. Are you going to the town?" Aunt Nyo asked. "Yes, I've been back to the village for so long, and I haven't been to the market in our town. Don't you want to take the 2 children to buy some things?" Su He said with a smile. "That's great. I'll go there too. My chickens and ducks have laid some eggs, and I can sell them in town. You can come with me. It's only half an hour's walk, and it's very close." Aunt Nyo invited enthusiastically. "Okay." Su He happily agreed. After hesitating for a while, Su He still asked, "Aunt Nyo, is there anyone selling maltose in town?" "Yes, there is more than one. And they make it every day to sell." Aunt Nyo said with a sigh. Now, Suhi knew that if she went to town to sell maltos, she would definitely not be able to steal other people's business. After Aunt Nyo left, Suhi began to think about what to take to town to sell. She only had more than 60 yuan on hand, and she had no confidence at all. Mom, are we going to the city? After hearing the conversation between Suhi and Aunt Nyo, Nyo immediately hugged Suhi's legs and asked, We are not going to the city. We are going to the market in town. There will be a lot of people, and it will be very lively that day. You have to stay close to your mother, okay? Suhi said to the two children seriously. Wow, we can go out to play. The two children seemed very excited. In the past, even in the city, Suhi rarely took them out for a walk. Suhi ignored them and started to think about how to make money. How about making candied haws? But the raw materials of candied haws are hawthorn or apple. How can she explain the source of these raw materials in the village every day? After thinking about it, Suhi decided not to sell the things in the system, but to make fried cakes and sell them by herself. As long as there are sweet potatoes, flour, chopped green onions, and some seasonings, you can fry delicious fried cakes. Sweet potatoes are available in every family, except Suhi's family. So she went to Aunt Nyo's house to find Aunt Nyo again. Sister Su, what's wrong? This was the first time Suhi came to her house, and Aunt Nyo was a little surprised. Aunt Nyo, I want to ask you, who in the village sells sweet potatoes? I want to buy some. Suhi said with a smile. Buy sweet potatoes? How many do you want? I'll give you some. Aunt Nyo said, and went to the house to get sweet potatoes. Aunt Nyo, no, I want more really, and if you have more, I'll buy it from you, not give it to you. Suhi quickly grabbed Aunt Nyo and said, How much do you want? Aunt Nyo also stopped and asked, 30 kilograms. Suhi felt that he would definitely not be able to sell so much, but he could eat it himself. The staple food of people in this era is mostly sweet potatoes, not white rice. Okay, we usually sell it for 20 cents a kilogram, so I'll give you 15 cents a kilogram. No. It's 20 cents a kilogram, and 30 kilograms is 6 yuan, right? Suhi said and counted out 6 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo didn't bother to be polite with Suhi and directly weighed the sweet potatoes for Suhi and weighed 2 kilograms more. After returning home, Suhi began to experiment with fried cakes. First, adjust the consistency of the flour, then coat the sliced sweet potatoes with a layer of flour and then fry them in the oil pan. The fragrance gradually spread, and the two children immediately rushed to the kitchen when they smelled the delicious smell. Seeing that their mother was making delicious food again, they sat obediently beside the fire pit and left reluctantly. Mom, it smells so good. Nunyo swallowed her saliva and said, These 2 pieces will be ready soon. I'll give you and your brother 1 piece later? Suhi said with a smile. After the fried cakes were fried to golden brown, Suhi picked them up and gave them to the 2 children to try. Sure enough, Suhi's fried cakes were well received by the 2 children. Mom plans to take this cake to the town to sell. Suhi said with a smile. Mom, I'll help you when the time comes. The child said immediately. Okay, you are all good kids. Suhi wanted to fry and sell on the street, but in this era, there is no gas or electrical appliances. Is it necessary to light a fire on the street? So Suhi decided to put the fried cakes into the space after frying them at home and then sell them directly. This is also the best way to save time and cost, so her price is very low, 20 cents each. So the day before the market, Suhi has been frying fried cakes at home and put them into the space immediately after frying, and they are still warm when they are taken out. On the day of the market, Aunt Nyo came to Suhi's door early in the morning to call Suhi. Hey, you are here. Suhi glanced outside, and it was not yet completely light. Didn't you say you were going to the town to sell some things? We have to go early to grab a spot, otherwise the spots in the market will be occupied by people. Aunt Nyo pulled her family's cart, on which were eggs, many vegetables, and sweet potatoes, all of which were to be sold. Suhi also pulled up her own cart. There was a big basket on the cart. The things inside were covered with white cloth, so Aunt Nyo couldn't see what was inside. Sister Su, what good things did you get to sell? Aunt Nyo asked as they walked. Suhi put the 2 children on the cart and said, I fried some food myself. I want to take it to the town to try and see if I can sell it. Actually, you can also sell maltose. The maltose you make is much sweeter than the ones in the town.
My grandson said so.
Aunt Nyo said happily. Forget it. We just arrived in the town. Let's not compete with others for business. And the maltose was not made by her, but exchanged in the space. Okay, there are a lot of people going to the market today. Aunt Nyo and Sue, he went to the town from another small road at the end of the village. Although the road was not big, they could still pass by with a cart. After walking to the main road, they saw many people pushing their own carts or those with better family conditions riding bicycles to go to the market in the town. The two kids were very excited on the cart. It was lively and fun with so many people. They thought it was fun to see so many people. When we get to the town, you two can't run around.
Do you hear me?
Suhi said to Zizi and Nyonyo seriously.
I know, Mom.
The two kids answered obediently. My eldest daughter-in-law will also take the kids to the street later. You can ask my eldest kid to take your two little kids to play. Aunt Nyo said enthusiastically. The roads of this era were all muddy roads and many places were bumpy and not easy to walk on. He pushed the cart with two children sitting on it, so he was sweating after walking a short distance. Fortunately, most of the road was flat, and there was no uphill, so when he arrived at Shinshu town, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's really not easy to earn a few coins. The good positions had long been taken by the locals in the town. Aunt Nyo took he to a position that was relatively close to the center of the market. Then, after the two of them had laid out the goods, they began to sit on the low stools they had prepared and waited for people to ask the price. It was only 7 o'clock, and the number of people in the market began to increase. People of this era didn't like to sleep in, and they went to the market early in the morning. People came and went in the market, and they were a little curious when they saw the fried cakes that Suhi had put out. Finally, someone couldn't help but come forward and ask, "How do you sell this food?" In fact, this kind of fried cake has been made and eaten by people a long time ago, but no one in Shinshu town has thought of selling it. It's mainly because of this thing. It consumes a lot of oil. Nowadays, people are reluctant to put too much oil in cooking, let alone frying things. 2 cents each, very delicious, you can buy one to try. Suhi said with a smile. The man didn't hesitate and bought one immediately. After getting it in his hand, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was still hot. He took a bite directly, and it was surprisingly delicious. The man said, "Pack 5 more for me."
Okay.
Suhi smiled and took the bag to fill it for people. Finally, he opened the business. Seeing that someone was buying, some people who were going to the market nearby also stopped and asked Suhi about the price. Some people thought that 2 cents would be better than buying 2 buns to eat, but some people thought that it was only 2 cents, and they were willing to try it. So, after a round, Suhi's business was unexpectedly good. Seeing that there were many people asking for prices at her stall, Aunt Nyo couldn't help but say, "Sister Sue, I'll buy a fried cake from you to try. How can I ask you for money? I was just thinking that if you get hungry at 1 p.m., I'll just ask you to eat the fried cake I brought." Suhi smiled and handed a fried cake to Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo didn't insist on paying. After taking a bite, she found that it was actually sweet potato. And sweet potatoes taste so good after being fried. "Did you fry the sweet potatoes I sold you?" Aunt Nyo asked in surprise.
Yes.
Suhi answered with a smile. At this moment, Aunt Nyo decided that she must maintain a good relationship with Suhi in the future. With her luck in everything she does, maybe she can also benefit from it in the future. The two children sat next to Suhi, very well behaved. Suhi thought about it and took out the bills from her pocket, gave one to each of the two children, and then said, "If you want to eat or want a toy, buy it yourself. If you don't have enough money, come to Mom to get it. But if a stranger wants you to go with them, come to Mom immediately, okay?" "I know, Mom. I will take good care of my sister," the children said very seriously. After the two children went to the market hand in hand, Suhi's brows were still furrowed. "Don't worry, it's okay. When my children were this old, I let them play by themselves. The more you control them, the less they like to follow you." Aunt Nyo comforted from the side. "They are both too young."
Shueshai.
Yes, but I think your children are very precocious and very sensible. My 6-year-old grandson is not as sensible as your children. He was immediately happy after being praised by Aunt Nyo. Who doesn't want their children to be praised? No, the kids just haven't reached the stage of being naughty yet. Although he said that, the smile was so strong that even AK couldn't suppress it. They say that a 3-year-old child is an age that even dogs hate. Your 2 kids are so well behaved. You really know how to teach them. The 2 chatted and sold things at the same time, and time passed faster and faster. Suhi thought that she would not be able to sell out her fried cakes, but she was wrong again. Her things were sold out before Aunt Nyo's. Many of them were repeat customers. After eating one and finding it delicious, they came back to buy a few more to bring to their families. After selling all the things, Suhi didn't even have time to close the stall and had to go find the 2 kids. Go ahead, I'll help you watch, and you can come back to close it later, Aunt Nyo said with a smile. She still had a lot of things left to sell, and it probably wouldn't be sold out that quickly. Now is the season when there is no shortage of vegetables, so Aunt Nyo's things are a bit competitive, and they can't be sold out that quickly. After Suhi thanked Aunt Nyo, she hurried to find the 2 children. As soon as she left, someone came to ask, "Where's the owner of this stall?"
Her things are sold out, gone.
Selling so quickly? When will she come to set up the stall again? The man asked again. That person was Suhi's first customer, a man, probably in his 30s. I don't know, she should come at the next market, Aunt Nyo replied. After the man left, Aunt Nyo couldn't help muttering. Sister Su is so smart. She deserves to be rich. Everything she sells is easy to sell. Suhi was anxious to find the 2 children at the market. She regretted a little that she shouldn't let them go out to play by themselves. The children were so young. What if they were kidnapped by human traffickers? Suhi found the 2 children at the door of a bookstore in the town. The 2 of them surrounded a child about their age, curiously pointing at things in the book and asking questions. Children, Nyo-Nyo, Suhi called. The 2 children raised their heads and shouted in unison, Mom. Then they immediately rushed to Suhi and hugged one of Suhi's legs. I told you not to run around. Don't you know how worried Mom is? Suhi said with a cold face. Seeing that Suhi was angry, the children pulled Suhi's hand a little scared and then said, Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I pestered my brother to stay here with me and read books with my little brother. Nyo-Nyo also pulled Suhi's hand and said fearfully, It's okay, just don't do this next time. Seeing the 2 children like this, Suhi immediately softened her heart. Auntie, don't blame Nyo-Nyo. At this time, the little boy who was just surrounded by the 2 children couldn't help but walk up to Suhi and said, Annie is just worried about them, not blaming them. Suhi said to the boy with a smile, Do you want to play for a while? Mom will take you to buy some new clothes. Suhi asked the 2 children, Mom, have you sold everything? The children looked up and asked, Sold out.
Wow.
My mom is the best. Nyo-Nyo couldn't help but praise. We re-going shopping with Mom. Goodbye, little brother. Nyo-Nyo looked at the little boy in front of her and said, Well, my name is Ji Liangchuan. You can come to this bookstore to visit me when you come to town. This bookstore is opened by my grandmother. The little boy said,
Yiliang-kun. What?
Isn't this the hero of the novel? I met him so early. In fact, the novel that Suhi read was about the male protagonist Ji Liangchuan and her son Fu Hanji, who were both college students in the same police academy. They were not only in the same class and dormitory but also had bunk beds. Because they were in college, the underworld was prevalent, so both of them were determined to be a good policeman who served the motherland. But later, both of them fell in love with Zhao Zixin, the class beauty in the same class, and became enemies. The plot is actually quite old-fashioned. The villain Fu Hanji in the novel has some character defects, which may also be caused by family reasons. He has a bit of antisocial personality. So after the male and female protagonists were together, he completely turned evil and went all the way to the end. The villain Fu Hanji's sister also happened to like the male protagonist Ji Liangchuan and then did a lot of things to harm the female protagonist, but none of them succeeded. I have to say that when I read the novel, I felt that this pair of twin brothers and sisters were just paper people. Seeing them do so many bad things and get such an ending, although I don't say it feels very relieved, but at that time he did feel that the ending was happy. But now how did the two meet the male protagonist at such a young age? Nyo won't still like Ji Liangchuan, right? Suhi felt overwhelmed and decided to bring them to town less often in the future and not let the two children spend too much time with Ji Liangchuan. Can't you avoid him if you can't afford to offend him? After all, he is the male protagonist of the novel, and Suhi is afraid that her two children will be affected by the plot. Mom, when Suhi was distracted, he suddenly heard Nyo's call. What's wrong? Suhi asked. Mom, why didn't you pay attention to us when we talked to you just now? Nyo asked a little nervously. She could feel that her mother was a little absent-minded. Sorry, Mom is thinking about other things. What did you say to Mom just now?
Can you say it again?
Suhi stopped, squatted down, and said to the two little babies. It's just that you walk too fast, there's nothing else. The baby said. Okay, sorry. Let's go, Mom will take you to buy new clothes. Which child doesn't like new clothes? Nyo was distracted as soon as she heard it, but the baby seemed to be worried. He could feel that his mother was not very happy after Ji Liangchuan said his name, but he couldn't find a reason. Suhi went to the clothing store and bought 3 sets of clothes for each of the 2 children and 2 sets of clothes for himself, spending more than 9 yuan in total. Then she went to the department store and bought some things casually so that people would know that she was out shopping, otherwise they would be suspicious of the origin of her things because she always had things. It took a while to buy things, and when she returned to the stall, Aunt Nyo's things were almost sold out. Have you bought all the things?
So fast?
Aunt Nyo looked at Suhi in surprise and asked. I bought it. When I go back, I want to buy a chicken and kill it to eat. Suhi said with a smile. Oh, chickens nowadays are used to lay eggs, but you are willing to kill it and eat it. Suhi smiled and didn't reply. She had been here for so long and had never given chicken to the 2 children. When she returned, Suhi brought more things back than when she went to the city, and the cart was almost full. Sister Su, you can't do this. You spend more than you earn. Aunt Nyo shook her head and said, Isn't the money you earn meant to be spent? Before I moved to the village, I didn't buy many things. I'm buying more at once now. In fact, Suhi didn't buy many things, but she deliberately made people feel that she bought a lot of things. She would compare the prices in the system and in reality, and then she would not buy things in reality if she thought it was more cost-effective to buy them in the system. For example, pork. Pork is really expensive now, so she won't buy it. Aunt Nyo looked at the 2 chickens on her cart and asked, Are you really willing to kill them? I am willing to. My 2 children need to replenish their bodies. Suhi answered as a matter of course. She didn't lack eggs, and the eggs in the space were cheap. It was just this chicken. Most of it was frozen chicken. If you want to eat fresh local chicken, it is also very expensive. So Suhi might as well buy it directly in reality, which is more cost-effective, and it is also easier to explain to the children where the chicken comes from. After returning home, Suhi gave the 2 children 2 small pieces of bread to fill their stomachs, and then went to make lunch. As for the chicken, she would kill it in the evening and just eat a little at noon. Suhi took out the instant noodles. It had been a long time since she had cooked instant noodles. It was true that instant noodles were really delicious in this era. No wonder her childhood wish was to eat instant noodles every day. When the 2 children knew that they were going to eat instant noodles today, they exclaimed wow and were very excited. Although this thing is delicious, you can't eat too much. Suhi said with a smile. Mom, this is the 2nd time I've eaten it. The baby said. Yeah, the baby has a good memory. Suhi is always like this, and she is not stingy with her praise for the 2 children. Mom, when I go to the market next time, can I go to play with the brother I met today again? Nyo suddenly asked this question without any context. Suhi's smile was a bit stiff, and she didn't answer her immediately but asked, Do you like the brother you met today very much? Yes, I like it when my brother tells me stories. Nyo answered as a matter of course. Well, next time we go to the market, you can go and play with him. Suhi felt that she should not interfere with the children's right to make friends. The future has not happened yet, and they are still so young. After lunch, Suhi began to count the money. She fried more than 100 fried cakes and sold them for 20 cents each. She made a total of 25.60 yuan today. Maltos is still profitable, but Maltos needs points, and the cost of fried cakes is only a few yuan. In fact, they are about the same. Suhi felt that she was still making money too slowly. When would she be able to make more money? It was too worrying. Forget it. Let's do it step by step. Suhi entered the space to exchange a few storybooks for the two children, and the two children were very excited. Mom, when did you buy the book? Nyo said excitedly while holding the book. I bought it in town today. Don't you like reading it? I like it, Nyo said, and handed the book to Suhi, and then said, Mom, read a story to me. Suhi took the book with a smile, and then said, The first story is the story of the ugly duckling. Suhi's voice is pleasant to the ear, and when she tells a story, people fall into her gentle voice. The two children listened to their mother's voice and fell asleep on the bed unknowingly. Suhi went to the backyard to see her vegetable garden. Other things were fine, but the vegetables were ready to eat. Great, these are the vegetables that I worked hard to grow, and I feel a sense of accomplishment. The fire durian. She has been too busy recently and doesn't know how it is growing. That is her turning point. Suhi decided to take a nap and go to the mountain to see the durian tree when she got up. She also wanted to see if there were any mushrooms growing on the mountain. She could exchange them for points then. However, Suhi couldn't see the durian tree in the afternoon because someone came to see her. She didn't expect that the first person to come to her from the city after coming to the village for so long was Dr. Xie, who had accused the original owner Su He of stealing things and forced Su He to move back to the countryside. Dr. Xie and Fu Tinghua were from the same hospital. Her name was Xie Yunxin. She was the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department and was also allocated a unit room. She lived next to the unit room allocated by Fu Tinghua. Suhi always felt that Xie Yunxin was interested in Fu Tinghua, so she treated her coldly every time they met. Xie Yunxin also felt that Fu Tinghua was both good-looking and talented. It turned out that a flower was stuck on Suhi's tongue, so the two had been at odds since they met. Of course, it wasn't just Xie Yunxin who didn't like the original owner Suhi. Everyone who lived in that unit building probably didn't like Suhi very much, but because of Fu Tinghua, no one said much. But behind the scenes, Suhi must have been complained about a lot. Everyone knows that the dean originally wanted to introduce his daughter to Fu Tinghua, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by someone like Suhi. No one knows why Fu Tinghua is willing to marry Suhi, but everyone is sighing about Fu Tinghua's decision. In fact, in the hospital, there are a lot of doctors and nurses who have a crush on Fu Tinghua. Any one of them is more suitable for Fu Tinghua than Suhi. So when Xie Yunxin knocked on Suhi's door and met Suhi, they were both stunned. Xie Yunxin looked at Suhi in disbelief. After not seeing him for a while, Suhi had lost so much weight. You are Dr. Xie? It was really unbelievable to meet Xie Yunxin here, so even if Suhi had an impression of Xie Yunxin, he didn't dare to recognize her. Suhi, you've changed a lot, Xie Yunxin said in a daze.
Haha, really?
It seems that many people have said so recently. Suhi is a little thinner now, and she even has dimples when she smiles. She had too much fat on her face before, and it was completely invisible. Xie Yunxin looked at Suhi and was a little stunned. Even though Suhi's current appearance is very different from before, she is not as thin as an ordinary person. Her features are becoming more and more clear, and she actually gives people the feeling that she must be a beauty if she loses weight. You came to see me. What's the matter? Suhi asked. Before Xie Yunxin came, she thought about many scenarios after meeting Suhi and felt that Suhi would definitely point at her nose and scold her, saying that she had wronged her and had the nerve to come to her door. But she didn't expect that Suhi would actually ask her so calmly what she wanted to see her for. I found the bracelet. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. You didn't steal it. Xie Yunxin apologized to Suhi in shame. Suhi didn't react to what she said, and then he remembered that the original owner moved back to the countryside because of this bracelet. I think that since this kind of thing has already involved a criminal case, it's best to investigate it clearly before speaking out. Because of your misunderstanding, I was forced to move back to the countryside, and my reputation in Tinghua's circle has also been ruined. Although Su-hee's tone was calm, Xia Yunxin was ashamed of what she said. If Su-hee scolded her, she would feel better.
I'm sorry.
I will explain to all the neighbors when I go back, really. Xia Yunxin said very sincerely. Now, it was Su-hee's turn to be surprised. Although there was no evidence that the original owner Su-hee stole the things, she fled from the city to the countryside with her baby, which was a bit like absconding from the crime. Even if she knew later that the things were not stolen by Su-hee, Xia Yunxin could have kept it to herself. But she not only came all the way to apologize to Su-hee, but also helped Su-hee clarify, which shows how good her character is. Thinking of this, Su-hee couldn't be cold to others anymore. Then I'll trouble you. After all, I will go back in the future. I'm fine, but I don't want others to misunderstand my 2 kids as a thief. After Su-hee said this, Xia Yunxin felt even more ashamed. She took out 50 yuan from her pocket and said, "This is my compensation to you, a little mental damage compensation." To be honest, Su-hee is very poor now, and she was very tempted by the 50 yuan. But well, no need. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's better to make it clear. Su-hee refused with pain. "Please accept it, otherwise I will be uneasy. I have too much prejudice against you. I have reflected on myself, and will change in the future." Xia Yunxin said very sincerely. What Su-hee said just now made Xia Yunxin feel ashamed. She is an obstetrician and gynecologist delivering many babies every day, so she naturally knows how difficult it is for women. Moreover, when Fu Tinghua left, she asked her to help take care of Su-hee and his mother and 3, but she didn't take care of them and forced them back to the countryside. In fact, Xia Yunxin only mentioned it briefly at the beginning, wondering if Su-hee had taken her bracelet. But Su-hee reacted strongly and scolded her, and then the next day the neighbors began to spread the rumor that Su-hee was a thief who loved to steal other people's things. Rumors are like a sharp knife, and the more they spread, the more outrageous they became. Xia Yunxin was very busy during that time. When she reacted and wanted to explain the matter, Su-hee had disappeared with her 2 children. After she found the bracelet at home, she was even more uneasy. Where could Su-hee, a woman with 2 children, go? Would she commit suicide? She asked around and even went to Su-hee's parents' home, but found nothing. In this era, transportation was not well developed and there were no mobile phones, so it was even more difficult to find someone. She had to ask the hospital management staff to find out Fu Tinghua's resume and his birthplace, and then she came to Shangyao village. "No need, Dr. Xia. Why would I charge you money? Just solve this matter when the time comes." Su-hee refused to accept the money, and Xia Yunxin had no choice but to sigh and say, "I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. This is great. It can make a doctor owe you a favor." "Okay, Dr. Xia, I'll remember that," Su-hee said with a smile. Looking at Su-hee, whose appearance and personality have changed greatly, Xia Yunxin's heart is also complicated, but she attributed this to Su-hee, who should have suffered a huge and changed his personality. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel more guilty. "By the way, I went to your house to see you. Your father is sick. You should go home and see him when you are free," Xia Yunxin suddenly said. "The father of this body is sick." Hearing this news, Su-hee felt panicked instantly. She now has the memory of the original owner Su-hee, so she naturally knows how much the parents of this body love their daughter. "My father is sick? Is it serious?" Su-hee asked anxiously. "I didn't ask much about the details, but when I went there, your father was still lying in bed. It was your mother who received me. Your mother told me that if she finds you, she would ask you to go home. They miss you very much." Xia Yunxin sighed. Su-hee answered without any hesitation. "Okay." Xia Yunxin hesitated for a while, but still asked, "Are you going to the city?" "I'm driving here. If you want to go to the city, you can just take my car." In this era, they have already bought a car, which shows how rich Xia Yunxin's family is. "Okay." Su-hee agreed without hesitation. The matter was urgent, so Su-hee packed up some things and then took the 2 children to get in Xia Yunxin's car in a hurry. Sitting in the car, The children asked in confusion. Mom, where are we going? To your grandpa's house. The original owner broke off relations with the two old people when the two children were 1.5 years old. At that time, the two children were still not sensible. Mom, is Grandpa's home in the city?
Nyo asked.
Yes, Grandpa's home is in the city, Suhi said with a faint smile. Original owner, I really have to clean up everything you do. Suhi lost her relatives too early, and now she suddenly has biological parents. She is also a little nervous and doesn't know how to get along with her biological parents. It takes about 2 hours to get from Shangyao village to the city by car, which is not far. Xia Yunxin was very kind and sent Suhi's family of 3 directly to the entrance of Suhi's mother's alley. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first, Xia Yunxin said to Suhi while parking the car. Okay, thank you. Suhi first carried the 2 children out of the car, then slung her bag over her body, thanked Xia Yunxin again, and closed the car door. Xia Yunxin drove away, but Suhi walked towards the alley in his memory, with mixed feelings. Although Su Shiming is a teacher, how high can a teacher's salary be? Moreover, he was a clean and honest person and never accepted gifts from students. Therefore, although the Su family lived in the city, they lived in poverty. All the good things in the house were spent on the original owner Suhi. The 2 old people were busy all their lives and never enjoyed any happiness. Suhi walked to the yard in his memory, gently opened the door of the yard, and then walked in with the 2 children. When Qing, who heard the noise, opened the door and walked out of the house and looked at Suhi. She looked at her daughter standing in front of her in surprise, and after reacting, she quickly walked in front of Suhi and then suddenly reached out and touched Suhi's face and said, "Why are you thinner? Are you not eating well?" Suhi didn't expect Wen Qing's first sentence to be like this, and her nose was sour in an instant.
Mom.
She called Wen Qing softly.
Hey.
You finally came back. You dead child. Why are you so stubborn? Wen Qing was moved to tears by Suhi's call of mom, and she hugged Suhi and cried out loud.
Mom, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's because of the original owner's memory. Suhi felt her heart ache when she saw Wen Qing crying. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Your dad, and I miss you very much. Especially your dad. He loves you the most. Now that he knows you're back, he must be so happy. Suhi let Wen Qing go, then looked at Zizi and Nyo with sparkling eyes and said, Zizi, Nyo, I'm grandma. When they were in the car, Suhi told the 2 kids to remember to say hello to their grandparents. Seeing that they finally had room to interrupt, the 2 kids immediately shouted in unison, Hello, grandma. Hey, so good. Wen Qing hugged Nyo, then hugged Zizi, without any partiality. At this time, a cough came from the room. After Suhi reacted, he immediately pushed open the door and then saw Su Shiming, who wanted to get out of bed.
Dad.
Suhi hurried forward to help Su Shiming. Nan, you're back. When she was at home, her parents always called Suhi Nan. Well, I'm back, Dad, I'm sorry, Suhi said, and suddenly knelt on the ground. Wen Qing, who had just walked into the room, saw this scene and immediately stepped forward to help Suhi up. What are you doing? Wen Qing said. Mom, I'm sorry for you and my dad. Suhi insisted on kneeling and refused to get up. What are you doing in front of the children? Get up quickly, Su Shiming said. Suhi heard this, hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Nan, there is nothing that a family can overcome. You are too paranoid, you should change it. Su Shiming sighed and said, I know. Well, how are you and Tinghua doing recently? Su Shiming asked. Tinghua went to the border to follow the army and has been gone for more than a year.
Shueri play.
When Qing was giving candies to the 2 children, and when he heard this, he immediately said, Such a big thing, and you didn't even tell us. You've been raising 2 children by yourself, and I don't know how much you've suffered in the past year. The daughter was really too stubborn, and she refused to go home to ask them for help. I was wrong. Suhi immediately admitted her mistake. Wen Qing, take the 2 children to the yard to play. I have something to say to my daughter, Su Shiming said to Wen Qing. When Wen Qing heard his words, He immediately said gently to the two children, "Would you like to go to the yard to see the flowers with Grandma?" The two children looked at Soo-hee, and when they saw her nod, they followed their grandmother out. Su Shiming saw everything. Seeing that Soo-hee educated the two children so well, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "You are better at educating your own children than I am." Soo-hee knew what he meant and could only say, "Dad, it's not that you didn't educate them well, it's my own problem. Now, after more than a year, I know how difficult it is to educate children, and I can understand your painstaking efforts. I'm glad you understand." Su Shiming sighed and said, "Nan, do you really plan to live with Tinghua like this for the rest of your life? Look at me and your mother, we are really in love, but you and Tinghua are just a name only. How can such a marriage be happy?" Before, Soo-hee said that Fu Tinghua didn't like to go home all day and asked Su Shiming to help her teach Fu Tinghua a lesson as a teacher, but Su Shiming refused. Su Shiming also persuaded Soo-hee to divorce Fu Tinghua, thinking that they would not be happy together like this, so Soo-hee broke off relations with her parents' family. Soo-hee didn't expect that Su Shiming would bring up this matter again, and then replied, "Dad, I have thought about what you said. What's the difference between living like this and living alone?" Su Shiming was very happy to see that Soo-hee had thought it through. Okay, you are really sensible now. Dad, what's wrong with you?"
Soo-hee asked.
"It's not a big problem, it's just high blood pressure, so I always feel dizzy," Su Shiming said, without much concern. "Hypertension? It seems that I have seen special medicine for hypertension in the space. The medicine developed in the future will definitely be more effective than the medicine of this era." Soo-hee decided to exchange medicine when he was free. "You have moved to the countryside? You grew up in the city since you were a child. How can you get used to living in the countryside?" Su Shiming said distressfully. "The countryside is also very good, the air is good," Soo-hee said with a smile. "Alas, I have spoiled you too much since you were a child. I am afraid that you will suffer in everything, but Dad really underestimated you. You are a good child."
Sochiming said.
Soo-hee did not answer. She also felt that the original owner's parents spoiled their children too much. "Stay a few more days when you go home this time? Anyway, it's just you and your mother who go back." Seeing his daughter coming back, Su Shiming didn't want her to leave. "Okay, we will go back the day after tomorrow. There are vegetables planted in the rural yard. We should be able to eat them when we go back," Soo-hee replied with a smile. Seeing that his daughter still had to work in the fields, Su Shiming felt even more distressed. But he didn't dare to say anything more. His daughter was grown up, and he couldn't interfere too much in her life. Soo-hee didn't dare to stay here for long. She was afraid that the original owner's parents would know that she was a fake. At noon, when Ching cooked a large table of dishes, all of which were Soo-hee's favorites. "Mom, just cook something casually. It's so troublesome to cook such a large table."
Shueshkoli.
"How much trouble can it be?" No trouble," Wen Qing said quickly. After the two children came to their grandmother's house, Wen Qing doted on them so much that she wanted to take the two children with her wherever she went. Soo-hee suddenly became an idle person. She wandered around the house and accidentally saw a sachet in the living room. The embroidery on it was very beautiful and the craftsmanship was very amazing. She immediately put the sachet into the space and then asked the customer service how many points this handmade craftsmanship was worth. The embroidery craftsmanship of a long time can be exchanged for 1,000 points, the customer service said. Soo-hee was stunned. The original owner's mother Wen Qing used to be an embroiderer, so this should be embroidered by her. A sachet casually thrown in the living room is worth 1,000 points in the space. Why is this so valuable?
Soo-hee asked.
Many people in the parallel world like to collect these traditional handicrafts, so they are valuable. As for things, the more people demand them, the higher the price will be. Soo-hee understood, so she planned to collect the embroidery her mother embroidered and then sell them on the forum to see if she could exchange them for some points. Wen Qing took her grandson and granddaughter to visit the alley, breaking the rumor that Soo-hee had a falling out with her family. "Oh, your two grandsons, their looks are really impeccable," a neighbor said to Wen Qing. "Haha, they were all raised by my daughter," Wen Qing boasted. I didn't expect Soo-hee to be so naughty when she was a child, but when she grew up, she was so honest at home to take care of her husband and children. But your son-in-law is also very good, a handsome man. People in the alley said that Soo-hee's husband was her father's student, and the two fell in love with each other over time. Anyway, except for the parties involved and the two members of the Soo family, no one else knew about what Soo-hee did at the beginning. Fu Tinghua is very trustworthy. No matter what others say, he has never revealed what Soo-hee did. When Qing's smile faded, and then she said, I can't believe she can do this. It can be seen how much her daughter loves Fu Tinghua. After returning home, Soo-hee stopped Wen Qing and said that she went to get medicine for her father to relieve high blood pressure and told Wen Qing to make sure to give it to her father. Wen Qing looked at Soo-hee strangely and asked, When did you go out?
Just now.
Soo-hee did go out for a walk just now. She was looking for business opportunities and seeing what kind of business she could do in the city. Okay, I know. Wen Qing did not doubt it and asked again, What medicine did you buy? It cost a lot of money, right? Medicine is expensive now. After Wen Qing finished speaking, he was about to take money out of his pocket to give to Soo-hee. Mom, no, I have money. But I want to ask you a favor. Soo-hee said with a smile. What's the matter? Those things you embroidered before, can you give me some?
Soo-hee asked.
What do you want them for? Wen Qing looked at Soo-hee strangely, a little confused. I need them, but if you want to keep them, then I don't want them. What's so good about collecting these things? If I want them, I can just embroider them myself.
Come with me.
Wen Qing took Soo-hee to the warehouse next door and then opened a box that was already covered with dust. Soo-hee was stunned when he saw the neatly arranged embroidery inside. These are some things I embroidered when I was bored before. If you like them, take them away, Wen Qing said, and took out an embroidery at random. Soo-hee looked over and saw that it was a lotus. Wen Qing's embroidery skills are really good. Even Soo-hee, an outsider, feels that this embroidery is lifelike. Mom, are you really willing to give it to me? Soo-hee asked hesitantly. What's there to be reluctant about? There are 2 boxes there. Wen Qing casually pointed to the other 2 boxes on the side, and Soo-hee did not hesitate immediately. She would exchange the things for points, and when she made money, she would use it to repay her parents. Soo-hee already had a plan for how to make money. She planned to purchase goods in the space and then sell them in reality. When the time comes, she will go to the south to find some suppliers and buy some goods from them. Of course, the bulk of the money will still be in the space. This store can only be opened in the city, forget about the countryside. She planned to ask Fu Tinghua for a divorce after he came back. Anyway, the two of them had no feelings. But she just didn't know whether Fu Tinghua was willing to let both children follow her, and she had to have a career herself, and the law would only award the 2 children to her. So Soo-hee was even more eager to make money. The 2 children were twins, and they definitely couldn't let one follow the father and the other follow the mother. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to change their fate in the future, so it would be better to let them both follow her. Soo-hee considered everything, but she didn't consider that Fu Tinghua was unwilling to divorce. The two had no feelings for each other, and Fu Tinghua was forced to marry Soo-hee. What reason did he have not to divorce? If it weren't for Soo-hee's unilateral entanglement, the two would not be able to live together. And in order to avoid Soo-hee, he went to the border with the army. However, it is not known whether this rumor is true. I am afraid that only Fu Tinghua himself knows it. After staying at Sue's house for one night, Su Shiming got out of bed the next day. He seemed to be in much better spirits. It seems that the special blood pressure-lowering medicine developed in later generations is effective. Nan, your mother said that the medicine I took last night was given by you? What kind of medicine is so magical? I feel that I don't feel dizzy or have a headache when I get up today. Su Shiming asked Soo-hee with a curious look. Haha, don't you have high blood pressure all the time? I asked Tinghua, who knew it would come in handy this time.
Shuili.
When he heard that it was because of Fu Tinghua, Su Shiming immediately kept silent. After all, his son-in-law is a doctor. If Tinghua comes back this time, you still have to live a good life, understand? But don't let yourself be wronged.
Shuchiming Said.
I know everything, Dad. Before she had absolute strength, Su He would not file for divorce because she was afraid that she would not be able to fight for the custody of the two children. After staying at her mother's house for 2 days, Su He returned to the village. When she left, she took her mother's box of embroidery with her. She took a bus back to the village. When she got off the bus and entered the village from the village entrance, some people had already started to greet Su He. Is this Tinghua's wife? Tinghua is back. She just came back not long ago. Your mother-in-law is still looking for you everywhere. An aunt recognized Su He with sharp eyes. Su He felt like a bolt from the blue. Fu Tinghua actually came back. She was still thinking about making money slowly so that she would have the confidence to file for divorce. He actually came back? Mom, did you say that Dad is back? Zizi asked excitedly. Yes, your dad is back, the aunt replied. When the two children heard it, they immediately let go of Su He's hand and ran towards their grandmother's house. Fortunately, Su He replaced the box of embroidery with a bag, otherwise he would not be able to catch up with the two children with a box on his shoulder. Slow down, run slower, Su He said as he chased after them. Soon they ran to the door of Fu's house. At this time, the second sister-in-law He Fong Fong was chopping firewood at the door of the house. Seeing the three people, she said in surprise, Su He, where have you been? Tinghua is back. Su He didn't have time to reply, and the two children rushed into the Fu's house impatiently and shouted, Dad, Dad. Su He smiled apologetically at the second sister-in-law and then hurried in. As soon as he entered the Fu's house, Su He was attracted by the scene in front of him. I saw a handsome and slender man sitting quietly on a low stool in the living room. Because the stool was too low, he could only bend his two long legs, and the whole person looked taller and more upright. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, he slowly turned his head and looked at the door with a torch-like gaze, and met Su He, who had just walked in. When Su He saw his full appearance, he couldn't help but feel amazed. I have to admit that the original owner Su He's vision is indeed accurate and unique. Just looking at Fu Tinghua's appearance, it is not difficult to understand why she would not hesitate to drug him to get him. It was a cold and handsome face, which was enough to attract attention even in modern society. With this face, he could easily enter the entertainment industry and become a star who could conquer the audience with his appearance. In addition, the cold temperament he exuded made him stand out. If he didn't know his origin in advance, no one would believe that he came from the countryside. Instead, he looked more like a rich nobleman who had experienced a decline in his family. Dad, just as Su He was amazed, the two children had already rushed to the living room before Su He, and each hugged Fu Tinghua's leg. Fu Tinghua retracted his gaze from Su He, then hugged both children into his arms and said, Well, you have grown taller and fatter. Dad, Nyo missed you. Nyo said immediately.
Zizi also misses you.
Zizi was not to be outdone. Dad missed you too, so he came back early. Looking at his two children, Fu Tinghua's eyes were extremely gentle. Then will Dad leave? Zizi asked, with an extremely reluctant look. Not leaving, Dad will stay in the hospital to work in the future, Fu Tinghua said while rubbing Zizi's head. Wow, that's great. Then Mom and Dad will be with us in the future, and our family will never be separated again. Nyo said excitedly, then looked at Su He and said, Mom, Dad said he won't leave. At this time, Fu Tinghua's eyes also looked at Su He, which made Su He feel uncomfortable. Haha, it's good that he won't leave. The border is also very dangerous,
She replied dryly.
At this time, Wu Yanhua, who had been sitting aside, finally found a chance to interrupt. Tinghua won't leave, and you two will live a good life in the future. Tinghua, you two don't be busy with work all day and ignore the family, Wu Yanhua said. Now, it was Fu Tinghua's turn to be surprised. His mother actually spoke for Su He? The sun really rose from the west. Well, okay, I know,
Fu Tinghua replied.
Your family can get together. I'll go help your sisters-in-law make lunch, Wu Yanhua said, and walked out the door. Seeing this, Su He was actually reluctant to let Wu Yanhua go. Don't let her be alone with Fu Tinghua. It's too embarrassing. The main reason is that Fu Tinghua's face is too handsome. Even if she doesn't like him, she is a little nervous facing a handsome guy who is her nominal husband. Compared with Su He's nervousness, Fu Tinghua seemed very calm. He looked at Su He, who had obviously lost a lot of weight, and asked, "Are you okay?" Su He was a little unresponsive and said, "I'm fine. You have lost a lot of weight." Fu Tinghua said lightly, "Haha, because I'm too fat, it's not good for my health, so I have been losing weight recently." Su He said dryly, "Well, it's true."
Fu Tinghua replied.
After this sentence, the two had nothing to say. In the past, Su He always pestered Fu Tinghua and asked him questions. Now, if Su He didn't take the initiative to find topics, they would have nothing to talk about. "Why did you move back to the countryside? Didn't you want to come back before?" Fu Tinghua asked with a frown. Su He was startled and then asked, "You came back from the border and didn't go to the city?" "Well, I passed by here on the way, so I said I came back to see my parents first, but my parents said you were all in the village. Something happened, so I moved back," Su He said vaguely. The main thing is that she is still outside now, and Su He feels that she still needs to find a time to explain the whole story to Fu Tinghua. "Are you living in the old house now?" "Yes. The accommodation environment over there is very poor," Fu Tinghua said with a frown. "Haha, it's okay. It can be lived in after cleaning," Su He said with a smile. Fu Tinghua suddenly stared at Su He with an exploratory look in his eyes, which made Su He fidget. After a long while, Fu Tinghua said, "You seem to be different from before." Before Su He could reply, Zizi said it first. "The mother now is good, not the mother before." Su He's back was wet with this sentence. It was summer, but she was sweating coldly on her back.
"Oh."
Fu Tinghua looked at Su He and looked very meaningful. "Haha, people will change. I was too ignorant before," Su He said with a dry laugh. "Dad, don't be mean to Mom." At this time, even Nyo felt something was wrong. Dad is not mean to Mom. Fu Tinghua touched his daughter's head soothingly and said with a smile. After that, Fu Tinghua and Su He didn't communicate much, because when they heard that Fu Tinghua was back, Fu Dajuan and others came back from the construction site in advance. The family surrounded Fu Tinghua and asked about his well-being. It was lively, but Su He, Fu Tinghua's daughter-in-law, seemed like an outsider. "Tinghua, your wife has become much more sensible recently. She takes good care of the two kids and is very nice to the family." After chatting for a while, Fu Dajuan couldn't help but praise Su He.
"Oh."
"Really?" Fu Tinghua smiled and looked at Su He. Su He really wished she was invisible. Su He had the most tense day since she came to this world. Logically, the people who knew the original owner Su He best should be the original owner's parents, but facing Fu Tinghua's eyes full of meaning, Su He felt like she was seen through. But the Fu family members praised her in front of Fu Tinghua one after another and told Fu Tinghua about her planting durian seedlings and selling malt sugar. Su He was really tapping her toes when she listened. Finally, after dinner, everyone was almost done reminiscing about the past. Su He also had to take the two children back to take a bath and go to bed, so when no one was paying attention to her, she said to Fu Tinghua, "Are you going to stay here tonight? I'll take ZZ and Nyo back first." Fu Tinghua looked at her in surprise and said with a smile, "You don't want me to go back with you?"
"Shui."
To be honest, she really wanted to stay away from Fu Tinghua, but this didn't fit her personality. "I'm not afraid that you won't be able to get used to living there. Besides, your parents have reserved a room for you here," Su He said a little embarrassedly. "I grew up in the countryside since I was a child. I've lived in places worse than those over there. What's there to be uncomfortable with? But don't you always want to go back to the countryside?"
Fu Tinghua asked sharply.
His question caught Su He off guard. "Something happened, and I had to move to the countryside. I'll tell you when I have time," Su He said perfunctorily. "No need to wait for time. I'll go back with you now." After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he was about to get up and say goodbye to the rest of the Fu family.
"Shui."
"I really want to refuse, but I can't." On the way home, Su He said, "Zizi and Nyo are sleeping with me now. The room they slept in before was too humid. After hearing Su He's words, Fu Tinghua stopped, then turned to look at Su He and asked, "So what?" Su He felt that she was indeed not suitable to get along with people who were too smart. "So I'll help you make the bed for Zai Zai and Nunyo's room later, and you can sleep in that room,"
Su He said bluntly.
She has the memories of the original owner, so what if her personality is different? She is Su He. Even if Fu Tinghua finds out something, she just needs to deny it. And now that she doesn't bother him anymore, he should be happy, right? Although Su He didn't bother him, Fu Tinghua felt that she was getting weirder, but he wouldn't say it. Well, okay.
Fu Tinghua replied lightly.
But the two kids heard something was wrong. Nunyo spoke frankly and asked immediately, "Dad, don't you sleep with us?" Su He was a little embarrassed. These kids really dared to say anything. The bed is too small, for people can't sleep together. Su He explained to Nunyo. "Our bed is so big. Nunyo and her brother can roll around, and it's okay." Nunyo retorted. Su He was a little embarrassed, and when he was about to say something, Fu Tinghua spoke. "Listen to your mother." His tone was gentle, but there was an unquestionable tone in his tone, which made Nunyo inexplicably afraid to refute. Zizi looked at his mother, then looked at his father, and always felt that there was something strange between them. After returning to their own home, Fu Tinghua looked at the clean front and backyards, as well as the neat and tidy house, and his eyes looked at Su He more and more strangely. Su He faced his gaze and pretended to be calm. When he lit the fire and boiled water to bathe the two children, Fu Tinghua followed Su He to do these things. "Although it looks simple, I have to admit that housework is really trivial. Thank you for your hard work." After carrying the two children back to bed and cleaning up the bathing scene, Fu Tinghua suddenly said. He still looked at Su He with too many prejudices before. He always knew that she, a girl who used to be pampered, was too hard to take care of two children. But he was really busy. He didn't deliberately avoid Su He and didn't go home. He was really too busy. Fu Tinghua is the top surgeon in the People's Hospital, where he is now. Many surgeries in the hospital depend on him, so he really has no time. "It's okay, it's all right,"
Shui replied lightly.
Although it was indeed the original owner Su He's fault for the two getting married. It can be said that because of her, Fu Tinghua's life was ruined. As a top student and a surgeon with excellent medical skills, even the dean had to introduce his daughter to Fu Tinghua. It is conceivable that if there was no original owner Su He, Fu Tinghua's future would be bright. It can be said that the original owner's move not only ruined Fu Tinghua's second half of life, but also ruined her own. She had to marry someone who didn't love her. She had the memory of the original owner Su He, but she knew that the original owner Su He's love was unrequited. But in the final analysis, the original owner Su He was just attracted by Fu Tinghua's skin. Because she was fat since she was a child and felt ugly, she was inferior. The only time they had a love affair was when the original owner Su He drugged her. After that, the original owner Su He became pregnant, and it was definitely impossible for them to have again. After giving birth to the child, Fu Tinghua became busier and busier. She seldom went home, and she never stayed overnight when she did. It was even more impossible for the two to have any intimate contact. So, the two had been married for so long, but they had never slept in the same bed. It was because of this that the original owner, Su He, went to find her father and asked him to talk to Fu Tinghua. How could Su Shiming have the nerve to talk about such a love affair between husband and wife? Su He felt that the original owner was really out of her mind and broke off relations with her biological parents.
"The water is ready.
You take a shower first. I'll make the bed for you," Su He said and was about to leave, but was stopped by Fu Tinghua. "I'll make it myself later,"
Fu Tinghua said.
"Let me help you. You just came back from the border, and you're tired all day," Su He said and stopped caring about Fu Tinghua and went to make the bed. Looking at Su He's back, Fu Tinghua's eyes looked complicated. Fortunately, after accumulating more points, Su He exchanged a set of replacement sheets in the space. Otherwise, there would be no sheets for Fu Tinghua to use. New sheets have a smell, so they must not be used by him. He is so picky, and he will definitely ask a lot of questions. After He made the bed, he finally felt that the room was presentable. It's just that the light is not good, and the window of the room is too small. When Fu Tinghua finished taking a shower and washing his hair, he ran into He, who had made the bed, and was walking towards him while wiping his hair. "Your bed is already made. You should rest first," He said, and wanted to slip away. "Wait, don't you have anything to tell me?" Fu Tinghua asked with a raised eyebrow.
"Shui."
"Can't you hide?" "Well, actually I was forced to take Zizi and Nyo back to the countryside."
"Shui sai."
"What happened?"
Fu Tinghua frowned.
"It was Dr. Xia who lived next door to us. A string of bracelets went missing and she misunderstood that I took them. The neighbors said two bad things, so I moved back to the countryside with my two children." Hearing this, Fu Tinghua's frown was so tight that it could catch a mosquito. No matter how bad He's character is, she would never steal other people's things. Although she is usually domineering and does things in an extreme way, she grew up in the city since she was a child, and her father is a teacher, so she has her own pride. "But I know you, no matter what, you would never steal things. But I also know Dr. Xia's character. She should not slander you for no reason. So there must be some misunderstanding." He was also surprised to see that Fu Tinghua actually believed in the original owner so much. She nodded and said, "It was indeed a misunderstanding, so she came here to find me 2 days ago to apologize to me for this matter." After hearing this, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had a good relationship with Xia Yunxin and knew her character very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to look after He and his two children before leaving. "If it's okay, I'll go take a shower first," He said again. Fu Tinghua still had a lot of questions to ask, but after thinking about it, he didn't ask anything in the end. He took a bath in a hurry and then went back to the room. The two children had fallen asleep long ago. She secretly put all the embroidery she brought today into the space, then lay on the bed, and her consciousness also entered the space. He posted a few pictures of embroidery on the forum, and then the price was negotiable. If you are interested, you can chat with her privately. She decided not to sell the goods to the system in the future, and post them all on the forum to see. Just when she was about to exit the space, someone chatted with her privately. "Hello, do you have a lot of this kind of embroidery?" He thought for a moment and replied, "How much do you want?" "I'll take them all." He didn't expect the other party to be so rich, but even if the other party wanted a lot, he didn't plan to sell these embroidery at a low price. After all, this was embroidered by her mother stitch by stitch. "As for the price, what do you think?"
He asked.
"I can give you 3,000 points for one embroidery." The man replied, 3,000 points, it's not low. The system only recycles 1,000 points. "Okay, but I have a request."
"Please tell me."
The other party replied, "Some patterns are difficult, so we need to discuss it later."
"Shui play." "Deal."
So he sold more than 20 pieces of these embroidery and earned more than 60,000 points. This is the first time he has earned so many points at one time, all thanks to her mother. She plans to buy another 20 durian trees and plant them to fill up their land and Aunt Nyo's land. I spent another 30,000 points to buy 30 durian saplings, a total of almost 50 durian trees, which should be enough to plant the 2 plots of land that he circled. After everything was done, he went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, he got up early. She went to the backyard to look for a while. The vegetables in the field had grown densely. Although the seedlings were still tender, they were already edible. She used seeds from later generations, and the yield of vegetables was also a little higher, so looking at the backyard vegetable garden at this moment, he felt very satisfied. After picking the vegetables in the vegetable garden, he took it to the water pipe to wash it for a while. When she went to the kitchen, she took out the flour that had been exchanged in the space, and then began to mix water and knead the dough, planning to make noodles today. Last time, she made knife-cut noodles. This time, he planned to make noodles directly. After all, the vegetables she planted herself must be paired with good noodles. He wanted to buy ready-made noodles, but she felt that those noodles were not as delicious as the ones she made herself, so she decided to make them herself. The noise coming from the kitchen soon woke up Fu Tinghua, who was still sleeping. He picked up his watch and saw that it was not yet 7 o'clock. After getting out of bed, Fu Tinghua felt very energetic. The sleep he had last night was really the best sleep he had had in recent years. When he walked to the kitchen, he saw Su He kneading dough. Su He, who heard the noise, turned to look at Fu Tinghua, a little surprised that he got up so early, but then thought that it was probably because he woke him up, so he said a little embarrassedly, "Did I wake you up?" Fu Tinghua watched Su He skillfully knead the noodles calmly, then cut it into small pieces and put it aside, and finally made it into thin strips. "No, I usually wake up naturally at this time,"
Fu Tinghua replied.
Looking at Su He, who had no time to take care of himself, Fu Tinghua said again, "I'll go wash up first and help you later." Without waiting for Su He to reply, he went to brush his teeth and wash his face. When he came out again, Su He had already prepared the noodles and started to cook. It seemed that there was nothing he needed to help with, so Su He did not ask him to help. Fu Tinghua took a look at the firewood that was almost used up, so he went to the backyard and found that the backyard was full of things. It was dark when he came back last night, and he was not in the mood to observe the surroundings. Now he saw that Su He really kept the house in order. After sweeping the backyard where there was not much firewood left, Fu Tinghua picked up the remaining firewood and took it to the kitchen. Su He saw what he had in his hand, and after reacting, he said, "Are you running out of firewood? We have to go up the mountain to chop some firewood. I'll go with you later."
Fu Tinghua suddenly said, "Ah?
"Don't you have to go back to the hospital?" Su He asked this question faster than his brain. "You seem to want me to leave quickly?"
Why?"
Fu Tinghua asked puzzledly, looking at the woman who had changed so much in front of him.
Shui.
Just when I was about to say something, Nyo's voice suddenly came. "Mom, it smells so good," Nyo said in surprise. Every day, her mother would cook for them in different ways. It was so happy. "You guys are up." As soon as she saw the two kids, Su He was no longer in the mood to deal with Fu Tinghua. "Mom, what are we having for breakfast today?" Zizi also ran over and stared at the pot curiously. "Mom is cooking noodles for you today. Do you see these vegetables? You and Mom grew them together," Su He said with a smile while stirring the noodles in the pot. "Wow, are the vegetables ready to eat?"
"I'll go and see."
After Nyo finished speaking, she pulled Zizi to the backyard. Slow down, don't step on the vegetables," Su He reminded them behind them. Got it getting up early in the morning and seeing such a warm scene. Even if Fu Tinghua felt that Su He in front of him was very inconsistent, he was still glad for her change. "By the way, what did you say just now?" After the two kids walked out of the kitchen, Su He suddenly asked Fu Tinghua again. "Nothing, I just think the noodles smell delicious," Fu Tinghua said with a smile. "Really? It's almost done, I'll serve you a bowl." Su He was about to get a bowl when he said that, but was stopped by Fu Tinghua. "I'll serve it myself." Su He thought about it and decided to serve as much as they could eat, so he didn't insist. "Then I'll serve the two kids." Su He went to the cupboard and took out 4 bowls and 4 pairs of chopsticks, then rinsed them with water before handing a bowl to Fu Tinghua. Fu Tinghua took the bowl and started to pick up the noodles in the pot. Su He didn't put meat in the noodles today, because meat is not sold every day in the countryside. She stayed at Fu's house all day yesterday, so she couldn't have time to buy meat. And now it's summer. Meat is not easy to preserve. Su He was afraid that Fu Tinghua would doubt the origin of the meat, so she had to let the two kids down and eat vegetarian noodles. But the facts proved that nothing Su He cooked was bad. Even without meat, the two kids ate a big bowl. "Mom, this vegetable is delicious." Nyo licked her lips after drinking the soup in the bowl and said, "Yes, this is the vegetable we grew ourselves. Of course it is delicious." Su He agreed. "Will we be able to eat the vegetables we grow every day in the future?"
Zizi asked innocently.
Su He thought about it and then answered, "When we were in the countryside, we could eat it. But when we returned to the city, we didn't have a vegetable field, so we could only buy vegetables to eat." As soon as Su He finished speaking, Zizi suddenly said to Fu Tinghua, "Dad, I don't want to go back to the city." Fu Tinghua looked at his son in surprise and asked, "Why? Those uncles don't like Mom, nor do they like us," Zizi said, then lowered his head. looking very sad. Suhi couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Zizi's words. He didn't expect such a young child to be so sensitive by nature. Although the original owner didn't take the two children out very often, they still knew that the neighbors didn't like them very much. It's Dad's fault. Dad doesn't come home often. I will go back more often to accompany you in the future, okay? Fu Tinghua reached out and touched Zizi's head, then said, "That's great. Dad will spend more time with Mom in the future, and our family can be together often." Nyo Nyo said excitedly.
Shui.
"Thank you, but there's no need." She doesn't want to be with Fu Tinghua often. But the three of them were immersed in their own warm little world and couldn't hear Suhi's voice at all. After breakfast, they planned to go to the mountain to collect firewood and see how the durian tree was growing. Suhi carried a backpack on his back, and Fu Tinghua took out a very worn coat from somewhere and wore it outside. Although the clothes were worn, they still couldn't cover up his cold and noble temperament. Suhi looked at his back from behind Fu Tinghua and couldn't help wondering, did Fu Tinghua really grow up in the countryside? Why didn't he look like a rural person? After they went up the mountain, Suhi and Fu Tinghua were really working, chopping wood all the way. The two little ones were playing on the mountain, and by the way, they helped Suhi see if there were any mushrooms to pick. Their mother was so happy when they found mushrooms before. Suhi looked at the pile of trees that Fu Tinghua had chopped down on the ground and couldn't help asking, "Is it almost done? We can't carry it any more later." Fu Tinghua didn't even raise his head and worked hard and replied, "It's okay, I'll come up a few more times later. Firewood is used up too quickly in the countryside. I'll chop more and take it home so you can use it longer next time." He is a warm man, but it's a pity. Oh, poor original owner. Looking at Fu Tinghua like this, he doesn't seem like the kind of scumbag who would use cold violence after marrying. I wanted to search for some more information from the original owner's memory, but there were very few memories of getting along with Fu Tinghua. After Fu Tinghua married the original owner, he was really busy. He was either on a business trip to learn surgical techniques or staying in the hospital for surgery. Look, now everyone has just returned from the border. What's wrong? Fu Tinghua suddenly asked when he saw Suhi standing there in a daze. "Nothing, I'll pick up some more firewood," Suhi said with a faint smile. "Nothing, you go and look after Zizi and Nyo Nyo, and leave the firewood to me. There are also many insects and snakes on the mountain, it's not safe." As soon as Fu Tinghua said this, Suhi felt that he made a lot of sense. Looking around, the two kids didn't know where they were wandering. Suhi was a little anxious and quickly said to Fu Tinghua, "Then I'll go see them." Fu Tinghua said him softly, and Suhi went to find the two kids. Looking at Suhi's back without any reluctance, Fu Tinghua was a little dazed, and then continued what he was doing.
Zizi, Fu Nyo.
Suhi walked for a while but didn't see the two kids, so he couldn't help but shout, "Mom, we are here." Suddenly, Nyo Nyo stood up and waved at Suhi. It turned out that the two kids were hiding in the grass. No wonder they couldn't see it. Suhi walked over, then squatted down with them and asked, "What are you two doing?" "Mom, look at this flower. It's so beautiful." Nyo Nyo pointed at the thing in front of her and said in surprise. Suhi looked in the direction she pointed and immediately felt that this flower must be extraordinary. "I saw that the pattern on the flower was in the shape of red and white stripes, and the flower shape was a bit like a tulip, but it was not a tulip. How can I put this flower into the space? Will the flower die if she picks it? This flower is very beautiful. Can you go and see if there are other beautiful flowers nearby? But don't go too far." Suhi wanted to get the two kids away.
Okay.
The two kids knew that Suhi liked to collect all kinds of strange flowers and plants, and they were very happy to help their mother, so they were easily sent away by Suhi. Suhi took this opportunity to consult the customer service how to transplant the flower into the space. The customer service said that Suhi could take a flower pot and transplant the flower over. Suhi had no choice but to exchange for a flower pot in the space. When no one else was paying attention, he transplanted the flowers on the ground and took them to the space. Mom, I can't find that kind of flower." Zizi ran to Suhi and said. Then he saw that the ground where the flowers were just growing was empty, even the soil was gone. "It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Many plants are very rare. It's great that you can find one.
Schwipperast.
At this moment, Nyo suddenly said, Mom, I found mushrooms. Suhi heard it and hurriedly pulled Zizi to Nyo. Wow, Nyo is great. There are so many mushrooms here. Suhi looked at the mushrooms covered by grass on the ground and praised. This kind of mushroom is wild phoenix mushroom. Suhi had picked it and eaten it when he was in the countryside. Compared with other mushrooms, this kind of wild phoenix mushroom should not be able to exchange for many points in the space, but they can cook it for themselves. Do you want to eat mushroom chicken?
Suhi asked.
Mom, where did the chicken we bought last time go? Zizi has a very good memory. Last time, he bought 2 chickens in the town and said that he would give them chicken to supplement their diet. He has always remembered it. The chickens are raised at Aunt Nyo's house. Mom will go and get them back later. Suhi said with a smile. They left in a hurry last time. Because Aunt Nyo's house was close to theirs, Suhi asked Aunt Nyo to help feed the 2 chickens for a few days, and if anyone came to look for them, she would tell them that the 3 of them went to the city. But now it seems that no one has come to look for them during the few days they were away. No one even knew that they went to the city. Mom, I want to eat chicken. Hearing her mother and brother discussing eating chicken, Nyo couldn't help licking her lips. Okay, eat. Eat, 2 little greedy ghosts. He said as he squatted down to pick mushrooms. After Fu Tinghua finished chopping the trees over there, he came to find the 3 people and saw the scene of the mother and the 3 squatting down to pick mushrooms. I don't know why, but it made him feel warm. If Suhi had always been like this, then even if he didn't like her, he could still be with her. But her current change was also a relief for Fu Tinghua. Dad, mushrooms, Mom said she would stir-fry mushrooms later. Nyo, who had sharp eyes, saw Fu Tinghua and immediately said excitedly, well, the mushrooms fried by Mom must be delicious. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he placed his gentle eyes on Suhi. Suhi turned his head to look at Fu Tinghua as if he had felt something, and happened to meet Fu Tinghua's smiling eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Suhi answered dryly, and then concentrated on picking mushrooms again. Seeing that everyone was busy, Fu Tinghua also started to chop trees again. Fu Tinghua had done these farm work when he was a child, so he was used to it. But he didn't expect that Suhi, who had never touched the spring water, could adapt so well in the countryside, which was really beyond his expectations. After going down the mountain, Suhi said he wanted to help Fu Tinghua carry a bundle of firewood, but was rejected by Fu Tinghua. He said, I tied these firewoods myself. There are too many. You can't carry them. Suhi looked at the 5 bundles of firewood on the ground and asked a little worriedly, is it too much? The firewood tied by Fu Tinghua was several times more than what she carried last time. It's okay, I can carry it. Fu Tinghua said without much concern.
Shui.
Forget it, he is also a member of the family. What's wrong with contributing to the family? What exactly do you feel guilty about? Maybe it was because he felt guilty, or because Fu Tinghua's face was too deceptive. He always subconsciously felt that Fu Tinghua should not be able to do heavy farm work. Fu Tinghua was born in the countryside, right? He was really out of his mind to have such a thought. After returning home, Suhi went to Aunt Nyo's house, took the 2 chickens back, and asked, by the way, no one has come to see me these 2 days, right? No, anyway, when I passed by your house, I didn't see anyone waiting at the door. Aunt Nyo replied, sure enough, but except for the Fu family, it seems that no one has come to see them, right? Backyard. Suhi took a knife, grabbed the chicken's wings, and was about to cut the neck of the chicken in his hand. It's been a long time since I killed a chicken, Amit Ba. Suhi drove the 2 children to the fields to play, not wanting them to see him killing. However, Fu Tinghua, who was taking the firewood home, saw this scene. Seeing the reluctance in Suhi's eyes, he sighed, then walked forward and said, let me kill it. Suhi paused with the knife in her hand, then asked, can you kill a chicken? Hearing her question, Fu Tinghua looked at Suhi with a smile, then said, I grew up in the countryside, so I know a little bit about everything. He was a little embarrassed and then quickly handed the knife to Fu Tinghua and said, "Then you come. Give me the chicken too." Fu Tinghua said, and was about to take the chicken from He's hand, and the chicken immediately flapped its wings. He had no choice, and then covered He's hand. When the two hands touched, He reflexively wanted to let go of the chicken in his hand.
Wait.
Fu Tinghua said, he didn't dare to move, and let Fu Tinghua's hand touch hers. The scorching temperature from the man's hand almost burned He's hand. "Okay, let go." As soon as Fu Tinghua finished speaking, He's hand was immediately pulled out of Fu Tinghua's hand.
Fu Tinghua.
Is he some kind of monster?
I'll
I'll go get some hot water, He said, and walked away immediately. She seemed to be a little afraid of herself.
Why?
Fu Tinghua looked at He's back, frowning and thinking wildly. When he came to his senses, he had killed the chicken. After dripping the chicken blood into the bowl, He had already brought the iron basin filled with boiling water. "It's okay, put it in,"
He said.
Fu Tinghua did not hesitate and put the chicken into the boiling water. It needs to be scalded with boiling water so that the chicken's feathers can be plucked. "It's okay, you go and carry the firewood, I'll take care of it here," He said while stirring the chicken. "I've carried it back. This amount of firewood should be enough to burn for a while. If it's not enough, I'll go up the mountain again tomorrow." "Already carried it?
So fast?"
He was a little surprised at Fu Tinghua's speed and his physical strength. "Okay, then do you want to do something else?" He said tactfully, and the intention to drive him away should not be too obvious. "I don't have anything to do for the time being. These few days are my vacation." Hide from him? Then he just didn't do what she wanted. "I'll stay in the kitchen to help you," Fu Tinghua said again.
Shui. Haha. Okay.
Forced a smile. He thought about divorce, and thought that the two of them would be like before, with a marriage certificate to maintain their relationship when they didn't meet often. But she never thought that Fu Tinghua would fall in love with her and be together with her. After all, this is too fantasy. What the original owner did before was too much. He felt that if she was Fu Tinghua, she would definitely not fall in love with He in the future. "Forget it, let's make money." This morning, they said they wanted to go see the durian tree, but they went up the mountain closest to their home, so they were delayed. "I'll go see the tree in the afternoon. Whether I can make a fortune in this era, the durian tree is very important. It's unique in China. Who would think of importing fruits from abroad in this era? Relations with foreign countries are still very tense at present. Durian, the king of fruits. She must sell the fire durian she grows very well." Fu Tinghua asked He to do other things, and he would just pluck the chicken feathers. He didn't bother to be polite with him, and went to prepare other dishes directly. After she cooked the rice and prepared the dishes, Fu Tinghua had already started to chop the chicken with a knife. After seeing that he was almost done, He heated the oil in a pan and started to fry the chicken. This is a native chicken raised in the countryside. It is very plump, and the chicken is big and fat. He only spent more than 4 yuan to buy a chicken. More than 4 yuan, don't think it is cheap. You have to know that He sold more than 100 fried cakes at the stall and only made more than 20 yuan. Anyway, He has spent all the money he made last time in town. After the chicken was stir-fried in the pan for a while, the fragrance immediately spread, and the kitchen was filled with the aroma of chicken. As long as someone passed by He's house at this time, they probably knew that He's family was frying chicken. The two kids were playing in the mud in the fields near their home. When they smelled the fragrance, Nyo immediately said, "Brother, what is this fragrance?" They had never eaten chicken, and He had never cooked chicken for them. "I don't know, but Mom said that she would cook chicken for us today." After saying this, Zizi couldn't help licking his lips. The brother and sister looked at each other, washed their hands and feet in the ditch in the field, and then rushed into the house. At this time, Fu Tinghua was helping He to watch the fire. Seeing He skillfully stir frying mushrooms and chicken together, looking at the very appetizing mushroom chicken, even he couldn't help looking forward to today's lunch. Soon the mushroom chicken was out of the pot, and when He was taking the mushroom chicken out of the pot, the two kids rushed in. They looked at the dish in He's hand and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Mom, can we eat? Zizi asked. It's quick, Mom, just stir-fry some vegetables. After Suhi said this, he immediately put a spoonful of oil in the pot and started to stir-fry the vegetables. She is different from other people of this era. She is willing to put oil in the dishes, so the dishes she cooks are more delicious than most people's. What a joke. How can the kids replenish their nutrition without any oil in their stomachs? And her oil is exchanged in the space, which is not expensive. Zizi and Nuno sat on the stools obediently, watching Suhi cooking and waiting for the meal. After Suhi said it's time to eat, the two kids took the initiative to help serve the rice. Fu Tinghua took out his empty hands to get bowls for the two kids, but did not serve them rice. Instead, he said to them, "Take as much as you can eat." The two kids also served themselves half a bowl of rice. Zizi finished the rice and said, "I want to help Mom serve the rice."
Fu Tinghua.
He is right next to him. Why don't you ask me to help him serve the rice? Suhi heard what he said and said with a smile, "Thank you, Zizi. Mom will serve it herself. You go and eat first." Suhi knew that the two kids wanted chicken, so he told them to eat first. Nyo picked up a small chicken drumstick and asked, "Mom, can I have a chicken drumstick?" "Yes, Dad has cut some big chicken drumsticks, which are all for you to eat." Suhi replied with a smile. "Wow, Dad is so nice," Nyo said exaggeratedly. Fu Tinghua couldn't help but look at Suhi. It was clearly she who just said to remember to save the chicken drumsticks for the two children. She has really changed and become better. Children love to eat chicken drumsticks, so of course he wants to save them for her own baby. "Mom, this mushroom is also delicious. Is it the mushroom we picked ourselves?" Zizi asked. "Yes, this dish is called mushroom chicken." Suhi also sat down at this time, and then the four of them started to eat together. After everyone was almost full, Nyo suddenly asked, "Mom, is there any chicken to eat tonight?" The chicken was delicious, and she wanted to eat it again tonight. Suhi was about to answer that there was still half a chicken, and if they wanted to eat it, she would make it again tonight. But suddenly a voice came from the living room, calling Tinghua. Fu Tinghua was almost full, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks, went out, and saw that it was his Aunt Chen Shufan. "Aunt, why are you here?" Fu Tinghua asked in surprise. "Oh, you kid, you didn't tell me when you came back. I just knew you were back this morning, so I thought of coming to see you," Chen Shufan said with a smile. "Although you said you came to see Fu Tinghua, but you came empty-handed, without bringing anything, just looking at people? Well, I just got home yesterday afternoon. It was a little late, so I didn't disturb you," Fu Tinghua said politely. "Oh, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you look more and more handsome? By the way, why do you live in such a shabby house? Your mother is really... Why did she separate you and drive you to live in this old house?" Chen Shufan said with disdain, and at the same time, she also tried to sow discord. "It's pretty good here," Fu Tinghua said with a smile. "Hey, it's not good at all. It's tattered." Chen Shufan seemed to be unable to read people's faces and spoke very impolitely. But Fu Tinghua obviously knew what kind of person this aunt was, so he didn't refute her words. "By the way, are you having dinner at home?" Chen Shufan sniffed her nose and smelled a fragrance. "Grandma, I smell the smell of chicken." The fat grandson she brought immediately agreed. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Chen Shufan had no sense of boundaries and took her grandson directly into the kitchen. Suhi took a look at the chicken that was almost eaten, stood up at the right time, and then said, "Oh, Aunt is here? Have you eaten? We just happened to be having dinner." Chen Shufan glanced at the plate of mushroom chicken on the table. There was not much meat left. But seeing that the chicken was filled with so much oil and looked so fragrant, Chen Shufan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Oh, there are not many dishes left." Chen Shufan was picky. "Yeah, it's also very difficult for us to have chicken. Now that Tinghua is back, we have to find a way to get him to have meat." The two kids are also eating chicken for the first time, so they ate all the meat. "There are not many dishes on the table. I'll go to the backyard to pick some vegetables to stir-fry and add to your dishes," Suhi said with a sigh. No matter how much she disliked this aunt, she was still their elder, and it was not good to just get angry with her. To be honest, in her 2 lifetimes combined, He had never seen someone as shameless as Chen Shufan. Hearing that He was going to stir-fry vegetables for them, Chen Shufan curled her lips impatiently, thinking to herself that who doesn't have vegetables at home? No, we don't want to eat it. We have vegetables at home. Oh, that's great. So, she doesn't have to bother cooking for them.
Ha, that's right.
Great aunt's family conditions are much better than ours. I guess my nephew can eat chicken often, right? The meat seems to have grown even more than what I saw a few days ago. He mocked openly and secretly. When she heard he talking about her grandson being fat again. So she immediately asked Fu Tinghua, who was standing behind them. By the way, Tinghua, your wife said last time that being too fat can cause many diseases. Is that true? Hearing her question, Fu Tinghua looked at He in surprise. She didn't expect that she knew all this. You know, in this era, obesity is not shameful, but a symbol of a wealthy family, especially for boys. Parents all want their grandchildren to be fat. So few people consider that obesity can cause a series of complications, but he noticed it. Could it be because she has not been in good health recently? So she lost weight so quickly? Yes, being too fat can cause many diseases. It is recommended that you don't let Taiju eat so much in the future. If his stomach is enlarged, it will be difficult for him to eat enough in the future, and it will be difficult for him to lose weight. Fu Tinghua told the truth. Seeing that what Fu Tinghua said was almost the same as what he said last time, Chen Shufan immediately panicked again. She watched her grandson use chopsticks to find meat in the mushroom chicken dish, and she was immediately furious. She snatched the chopsticks from her fat grandson and said, "You just finished eating, and now you are eating again. You are not allowed to eat." Taiju was not happy. He just tried a bite of mushrooms, and they were so delicious. He had never eaten such delicious mushrooms in his life. "Grandma, I want to eat." Taiju struggled. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You must lose weight from now on. Did you eat candy again last night?" Chen Shufan started to curse, not caring whether this was her home or not.
Grandma, Grandma.
Taiju was pulled out by Chen Shufan, and he was not happy. He still wanted to eat more of the dish. Chen Shufan said to Fu Tinghua, "Tinghua, I'm going back first." Fu Tinghua smiled at Chen Shufan and said, "Okay, take care." The two looked at Chen Shufan's back that was getting farther and farther away, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After reacting, He and Fu Tinghua looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your aunt is really difficult."
Shuai.
If Fu Tinghua dared to refute her words at this moment, He would immediately bring up her mother-in-law. After all, because of her aunt, her parents-in-law had several emotional crises. "Well, she is like this, and she has been like this since I was sensible," Fu Tinghua said with a smile, and then said, "But you do have a way to get rid of her. I heard my mother say it before." He was a little speechless when she heard his words. It is estimated that the only good impression she has on her mother-in-law is that she can compete with this aunt. Mom, you haven't told me yet if there's any chicken for dinner." The greedy Nyo pulled He's trouser leg and continued to ask. Yes. If our Nyo wants to eat, Mom will make it for dinner, okay?" He squatted down and held her lovely daughter in her arms and weighed her, then said, "Our Nyo has gained weight." After saying that, she put Nyo down, held the baby beside her in her arms and weighed her, and said with satisfaction, "The baby has gained weight too." I said after seeing them yesterday that they seem to have gained weight. Fu Tinghua interrupted at the right time. "Really? Maybe I didn't pay attention. By the way, I plan to go and see my durian tree in the afternoon." He looked at Fu Tinghua and said, "Well, then I'll go with you. I'm also interested in the durian I told you about. Why does this kid's father seem a little clingy? But he shouldn't be clinging to himself, right? He just happened to be bored and went to see it? Okay, let's go after the two kids have a nap." When the two kids heard that their mother was going to take them to the mountains to play, they rarely looked excited. They couldn't leave their mother now, and He took them wherever he went, which made them very happy. Brother Zhuang and the others said that their parents were usually very busy, so they were more with their grandmother. But Zizi and Nyo didn't want to follow their grandmother. Grandma had too many children to take care of, and their mother always took care of their emotions first. Calculating the time, Soo-hee has been in this body for almost a month. It took less than a month to make the two kids so clingy, which shows how good she is to the two kids. At noon, Soo-hee still took a nap in the room with the two kids, but Fu Tinghua didn't take a nap. Taking advantage of his free time, he went to the fields. This place is still similar to when he was a child, except that many people's houses in the village have become brick houses, and everything else is exactly the same as he remembered. In fact, before coming back, Fu Tinghua had made a decision in his heart, that is, to divorce Soo-hee when he came back. Divorce in this era has a huge impact, no matter it is a man or a woman. But he really couldn't stand Soo-hee anymore, and he asked someone to keep an eye on Soo-hee before leaving. 2 months ago, he received a reply from a colleague saying that Soo-hee had gambled away the money he gave her and fled the unit house because of stealing things, and now she is missing. In this era, it is very difficult to find a missing person. Moreover, most of his colleagues and friends are busy with work, and it is impossible for them to put aside their own affairs to help him find someone. Fu Tinghua once thought that as long as Soo-hee could take good care of the two children, he could live with her. Her father was kind to him, and he couldn't be ungrateful in order to repay the kindness. But Fu Tinghua didn't expect that Soo-hee would touch his bottom line and gamble. Fu Tinghua didn't believe in stealing, but if Soo-hee was addicted to gambling, wouldn't it be normal for a gambler to steal for money? Because he was worried about the children, he applied to come back early. Even though he came back early, the country still gave him the highest honor. When he returned to the hospital, he could be directly promoted to vice president and surgical expert. With a higher position, he would not be as busy as before unless it was a very difficult operation. So Fu Tinghua also considered that he would have time to take care of the children, so he thought about divorcing Soo-hee. Otherwise, the two children would be useless if they were handed over to Soo-hee. But what Fu Tinghua didn't expect was that Soo-hee's performance after coming back was beyond his expectations. The two children were taken care of very well by her, and the house was cleaned up. The most important thing was that the family members had changed their tone towards Soo-hee, and they also advised him to live a good life with Soo-hee. So Fu Tinghua changed his mind again. He didn't care whether Soo-hee regretted changing herself because of a huge change. But as long as she could change, he could still forgive her. What Fu Tinghua didn't know was that he had no intention of divorce, but Soo-hee had been thinking about divorce and wanted to take away the custody of the children. Soo-hee has always had the habit of taking a nap. No matter what, she has to sleep for half an hour or she will be tired in the afternoon. When she got up and tidied herself, she saw Fu Tinghua coming in from outside. "You didn't take a nap?" Soo-hee asked in surprise. "No, I don't have the habit of taking a nap," Fu Tinghua said lightly. After that, the two fell into silence. When there were no two children around, the two of them were very awkward. Fu Tinghua didn't feel embarrassed. After all, he used to meet Soo-hee like this. Most of the time, the two were silent, and Soo-hee talked more. But Soo-hee couldn't do it. She was embarrassed. So she said, "I'll go see the two children. I'm going to get ready to go up the mountain." After that, she went into the room. Fu Tinghua. The two children were awakened by Soo-hee, and they didn't make any noise. They just wiped their eyes a little sleepily. At this time, Fu Tinghua also entered the room. Soo-hee was putting shoes on Nyo-Nyo, and he picked up the baby sitting next to him and put shoes on him. "Let's go, two little darlings." Soo-hee carried a backpack and asked the two children whether they wanted to walk by themselves or she would carry them. Fu Tinghua looked at Soo-hee, then at the two children, and then said, "If they don't want to walk, I'll hold them." The two children looked at their parents and finally shook their heads and said they wanted to walk by themselves. They met many villagers along the way. The Fu family has always been very low-key, so they didn't publicize Fu Tinghua's return to the village. But the sharp-eyed villagers were very impressed with Fu Tinghua. After all, he was the most handsome young man in their village. How could he not be impressed? No one more handsome than Fu Tinghua has been seen in the area of dozens of miles. "Oh, isn't this Fu Tinghua? When did you come back?" They met many villagers along the way. They were all relatives. Suhi had met them before, but because they had no impression of them, they had never spoken to each other. But this time when they met Fu Tinghua, they greeted Fu Tinghua very enthusiastically. "Hello, Aunt, I came back yesterday afternoon." Fu Tinghua replied with a smile. "Oh, you really have become more and more handsome after being out for a few years." After saying this, Aunt Lu looked at Suhi next to Fu Tinghua and said, "Is this your wife?" "Yes, she is my wife, Suhi."
Fu Tinghua replied.
"Haha, I have met your wife several times, but she may not know me and has never said hello to me."
Shui.
"I don't know you, don't you know me? You don't want to pay attention to me, right?" Suhi rolled his eyes in his heart. She is indeed a little shy to people she doesn't know. After remembering this time, she will definitely say hello to you in the future. Fu Tinghua smiled and made up for Suhi. In fact, the social etiquette in the countryside is more important than that in the city. If you, a junior, don't say hello to the elders, you will be drowned in spit. But Suhi didn't care. After all, it is estimated that not many people in the village like her, so they don't want to talk to her. "Yes, isn't it because we didn't know each other before?" "Hee, your two kids are the same. They are as handsome as you," Aunt Lu said again. Fu Tinghua responded with a few words, and then Aunt Lu left. After she walked away, Fu Tinghua said to Suhi for fear that Suhi would think too much, "The villagers are very enthusiastic. They will say hello when they meet. You didn't mean anything else when you said that just now."
Ah?
"Oh, I'm fine. It takes a long time for people from the same village to get familiar with each other." "I haven't been in the village for long," Suhi said indifferently. Fu Tinghua was a little surprised. Suhi used to care about what others thought of her, especially afraid that others would say that she was fat and not worthy of them. So all along, she seldom took the two children out, just because she didn't want to hear those voices. When they arrived at the place where the durian tree was planted, Suhi was shocked. This durian tree had grown a lot taller? Did it eat some growth hormone? Fu Tinghua didn't know how big the tree would be after planting, but he knew that the seedlings would not be very big. He asked Suhi in confusion, "Your durian trees, won't they mutate?" Suhi looked at a few durian trees and then said, "The seedlings of this tree are already very big, but they are indeed growing fast."
Fu Tinghua.
"This is not just growing fast, right? This tree is almost 3 meters tall, right? And there are already some small fruits on the tree. When can you eat this durian?"
Fu Tinghua asked.
"It will take another month at this rate." Suhi looked at the durian tree with sparkling eyes. Fu Tinghua was amused by her money grubber look and didn't say anything. The two kids went to look for mushrooms under the tree again. They wanted to eat mushrooms, but they were disappointed. They didn't find anything this time and returned the same way. Oh no. Fu Tinghua also carried a bundle of firewood home, so it wasn't completely fruitless. After returning home, Fu Tinghua gave Suhi 500 yuan. 500 yuan nowadays is a huge sum of money. You see, Su, he worked so hard selling candy and fried cakes, but he didn't even make 100 yuan. Suhi looked at Fu Tinghua and asked in surprise, "For me?" "Well, I eat in the hospital all the time, so I don't have much money to spend." "You can buy something for the two children. This is part of my bonus for this mission, and some has not been paid yet."
Fu Tinghua replied.
Fu Tinghua hesitated for a long time before deciding to give the money to Suhi. He had to report back to the hospital tomorrow, but seeing how Suhi and the two children were, they probably wouldn't go back to the city with him. In fact, it was good for Suhi to stay in the countryside. She really changed a lot, and Fu Tinghua saw it all. Suhi looked at the 500 yuan bills and struggled in her heart.
Who cares?
Now she and Fu Tinghua are a couple in the same book, so what's wrong with spending some of his money? Where would the income come from without the capital? She spent it anyway. At worst, she would pay him back when she made money in the future. So he took the money without hesitation, counted 3 bills in his hand, and stuffed 2 bills back into Fu Tinghua's hand. Although you eat in the hospital, you can't dress too shabby. Take the money and buy some clothes. It can be seen that Fu Tinghua is really thrifty. The clothes on his body have been washed white. But because he is good-looking, such clothes do not make him look shabby, but rather a kind of down-and-out nobleman. Although people rely on their looks, clothing is not very important, but Soo-hee feels bad. After Soo-hee finished speaking, he no longer cared about Fu Tinghua, but walked into the kitchen to make dinner. Looking at the two bills stuffed into Soo-hee's hand and the fingertips that were just touched by Soo-hee's hand, Fu Tinghua was stunned for a moment. Soo-hee fried chicken for dinner again, but this time she made chicken stewed with potatoes. There were still a few potatoes left from the Fu family, which could be fried. The vegetables in the vegetable garden were vying to come out, and now they had more than enough to eat the vegetables in their own backyard. Fu Tinghua was very considerate. No matter what Soo-hee did at home, he would help her. He did not sit by and watch women do housework like a big boss and think that these were what women should do. I have to say that the original owner had a good vision. Good men like Fu Tinghua were hard to find in her era, let alone in this era of extreme preference for boys over girls. Family planning is now strictly enforced, so if the villagers want to have a baby, they basically dare not have two if they want a boy. But those who can't give birth to a boy will hide in the mountains to give birth. Why does Wu Yanhua hate Soo-hee so much, but never make things difficult for her? One reason is because of her personality. If a mother-in-law like Wu Yanhua were placed in the future, she would really be regarded as an excellent mother-in-law. Another reason is that Soo-hee gave birth to a boy and a girl for Fu Tinghua in her lifetime. With a boy, there is someone to carry on the family. So no matter how much she hated Soo-hee, Wu Yanhua never embarrassed Soo-hee. Afraid that she would not be able to help but make things difficult for Soo-hee, she also separated Soo-hee's family. Otherwise, at this moment, half of Fu Tinghua's 500 yuan would go into Wu Yanhua's pocket. Of course, Fu Tinghua also gave money to his parents, but not that much, only 200. He was frugal and hardworking, but he was never stingy with the money he should give to his wife, children, and parents. During dinner, looking at the fragrant stewed chicken with potatoes on the table, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but say, "Your cooking skills have improved a lot." Hearing Fu Tinghua's praise, Soo-hee felt a little guilty, but still replied, "I am picky about food. After returning to the countryside, I have to cook for myself, so of course I have to think about it." This is true. Soo-hee was spoiled by her family since she was a child. She ate a lot of delicious food, so her mouth is very picky. It can be said that the money Fu Tinghua gave her was always not enough because most of it was spent on food. "Well, I'm going back to the city tomorrow morning. Are you going?" Fu Tinghua asked again. "Going back tomorrow?"
Great.
After hearing this news, Soo-hee's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. It was really inconvenient for Fu Tinghua to live with her here. She didn't dare to enter the space to exchange things. And she was planning to plant another 20 durian trees. Soo-hee couldn't help but feel itchy if she didn't spend the points. Now Fu Tinghua is leaving. How can Soo-hee not be happy? She suppressed her inner joy, looked at Fu Tinghua with some surprise, and then said, "Ah,
So soon?
well, this time when I go back I will be promoted, so I have to go back in advance to hand over." Fu Tinghua pretended not to understand the joy in Soo-hee's eyes. He also didn't want to admit that Soo-hee now seemed to no longer like him. "Promoted? Congratulations," Soo-hee said dryly. The two children ate the chicken in the bowl, looked at their father, and then looked at their mother. "Why is it so strange? I don't want to go to the city. I want to be with my mother in the countryside." Nyonya understood that her father asked her mother if she wanted to go to the city with him.
She didn't want to go.
If she went to the city, would her mother become like before? Not going out, the house was messy, and she didn't want to take care of them. The original owner had a huge impression on the two children. Their mother became better after returning to the countryside, so they thought that their mother would always be good if she stayed in the countryside. After hearing what Nyonya said, Soo-hee smiled awkwardly at Fu Tinghua and then said, "Both kids don't want to go back. Let's stay in the countryside first. When they go to school, they will definitely have to go back to the city." Fu Tinghua knew that they definitely didn't want to go back with him, and he just asked Soo-hee's opinion. But seeing that the three of them were so reluctant to go back with him, he still felt a little disappointed. This time when he came back, Fu Tinghua could clearly feel that the two kids were getting more and more attached to their mother and didn't care much about him. But now Soo-hee is really good to them, and since the birth of the children, Soo-hee has been with them most of the time. Their attachment to Soo-hee shows that Soo-hee is good to them. Like before, he should be worried about not sticking to Soo-hee. It shows that Soo-hee didn't treat the two children sincerely in places he couldn't see. Well, then you stay here first. I'll come to see you when I'm free. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he continued to eat and didn't mention this topic again. After the family had eaten, they went to Fu's house. Fu Tinghua will go back to the city tomorrow, and he must come to say hello to his family. Going back tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? We said we would buy a pig and kill it for dinner tomorrow. Fu Dajuan frowned and said, "No need, Dad. I'm leaving tomorrow, so you guys should go and do your work." Fu Tinghua said, "Why are you going back so soon? Mom hasn't had time to have a good chat with you yet." Wu Yanhua looked at her youngest son reluctantly. Soo-hee felt that they must have some things that they couldn't talk about with him present, so he stood up and said he was going to see the two children. Looking at Soo-hee's departing back, Fu Dajuan asked, "Will Soo-hee go back with you tomorrow?" She said she wanted to stay here.
Fu Tinghua replied.
Hearing this, Fu Dajuan couldn't help but frowned, and then advised, "You're back, but she doesn't stay with you to take care of you. What's going on?" Husband and wife should stay together often to have a good relationship. As if he thought of something, Fu Dajuan looked around and saw that there were no people, so he asked, "You've been out for so long. Is there someone outside?" Fu Tinghua was amused by his father's words and then replied, "Dad, what are you talking about? I've been at the border for more than a year and haven't even seen many women. Where did she come from? What about the hospital? Your dean said before that he would introduce his daughter to you." Wu Yanhua also looked at her son, wanting to know how he would answer. If it were before, she would hope that her son would divorce Soo-hee and remarry. But now seeing that Soo-hee has changed for the better, and the two children have been raised to be white and tender and look so cute, she doesn't want her son's family to have any changes. The older generation always thinks about stability. The daughter of the dean is so delicate. Isn't their family marrying up? What's the difference between their son and a live-in son-in-law? In this era, being a live-in son-in-law means being criticized. The most important thing is that they are afraid that their son will marry someone above his station and be looked down upon. Mom and Dad, don't worry. As long as Soo-hee is fine, I will live a good life with her in this life.
Fu Tinghua promised.
That's good. Although Soo-hee is a little fat, she has lost weight visibly during this period of time, and her features look good to me. Wu Yanhua agreed. Fu Tinghua didn't care whether Soo-hee was fat or not, but if Soo-hee hadn't designed this for him, Fu Tinghua would never marry her in this life. First of all, the original Soo-hee was too spoiled, and Fu Tinghua didn't like it. After leaving Fu's house, it was already late, and the two children had already fallen asleep in their parents' arms. Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua, each holding a child, walked on the way home, both seeming a little silent. "I'm leaving tomorrow." Suddenly, Fu Tinghua said.
"Ah? Oh, I know."
Soo-hee was a little confused. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Soo-hee really didn't know what to say to him. Although this person was currently her nominal husband, Soo-hee didn't really regard him as her husband. "Then you have a good trip?" Soo-hee said tentatively. For some reason, Soo-hee could feel that the temperature around her dropped rapidly after she said this. Strange, it's still summer now? After a long time, Fu Tinghua replied with a good word, and then he didn't continue to talk to Soo-hee. Seeing this, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Must make money. Only then can I file for divorce. What's the matter with living with someone who has no feelings for both parties? Soo-hee still yearns for love. But love has never been a necessity for her, and it doesn't matter whether she has it or not. Soo-hee is not the kind of person who falls in love with others easily. Otherwise, with so many people chasing her, she would have entered the palace of marriage long ago. Women still have to be self-reliant and self-reliant to have confidence. So you must be rich. After returning home, Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua put the two children on the bed, and Soo-hee went to boil water. Although the two children couldn't take a bath because they fell asleep, Soo-hee still planned to help them wipe their bodies. Fu Tinghua came to the kitchen, walked to Soo-hee, and helped her to light the fire. I may have to be on duty one weekend a month, but as long as I rest, I will come to see you on weekends. Of course, if you want to go to the city, come to me on Friday in advance, so as not to miss it when you go to fine one by one. Fu Tinghua suddenly spoke to break the silence. Suhi was shocked when he heard his words. By the way, after Fu Tinghua married the original owner, wasn't he so busy that he had to live in the dormitory in the hospital? He said he had to be on duty every day. I remember that you seemed to be very busy before, and you didn't even have time to go back to your dormitory. The dormitory is only about 10 minutes walk from the hospital.
Shui replied.
Fu Tinghua thought that Suhi was dissatisfied with her not going home before, so he explained. The hospital was short of staff at that time, especially the surgeons, so everyone was very busy that year. Seeing that Suhi didn't reply, Fu Tinghua said again, I know that I didn't have much time to accompany you when you were pregnant and gave birth to the child. But now it's different. I came back and got a promotion this time. And the hospital has recruited many more medical students, so now I won't be as busy as I was in the previous 2 years.
Shui.
Thank you, but it's not necessary. Okay, I know, Suhi said lightly. After that, the two didn't communicate anymore. Seeing Suhi automatically go into the room with the 2 children after taking a bath, Fu Tinghua opened his mouth but never called her. The next day, Suhi got up early and made breakfast for Fu Tinghua. There was still some chicken left, so Suhi used the chicken as the soup base and cooked noodles. When Fu Tinghua got up, Suhi had already cooked the noodles. Are you awake? Let's have breakfast, Suhi said with a smile. Fu Tinghua stared at Suhi blankly, thinking that she seemed a little too considerate and sensible now, but also felt that she seemed not so considerate. After all, which wife would not ask a single question after her husband came back from the border? Well, okay. I'll go wash up first,
Fu Tinghua replied.
When he finished washing up, Suhi was no longer in the kitchen. She probably went to wake up the 2 children for breakfast. Fu Tinghua sat on a low stool, looking at the delicious noodles in front of him, and it felt more and more unreal. He laughed at himself, then picked up the noodles and started eating. The 2 children were woken up by Suhi. When they went to the kitchen to get water to wash up, they saw Fu Tinghua eating noodles and called out, Dad. Well, Dad will go back to the city soon. I will come back to see you next weekend. Is there anything you want Dad to bring you?
Fu Tinghua asked.
Dad, can Nyonyo have a Barbie doll? Nyonyo looked up at Fu Tinghua and said, Of course, what about Zizi? What does he want? Fu Tinghua asked with a smile. Zizi shook his head and said, I don't want anything. How could a child of this age not want anything? Suhi didn't believe it. If Zizi really had no desires, he wouldn't become an antisocial person like in the novels, right? So she quickly said to Fu Tinghua, Buy a toy car for Zizi. I saw it for sale in the city. There are very few people who have cars now, and toy cars and other things are not sold in large quantities. Anyway, even if there are, few parents of ordinary families are willing to buy them for their children.
Okay.
Fu Tinghua agreed immediately. After breakfast, Fu Tinghua took the bag he brought and went to the village entrance alone to wait for the bus to go into the city. Mom, Dad is leaving, Nyonyo said to Suhi reluctantly until she could no longer see Fu Tinghua's back. Can't bear to leave Dad, right? Suhi touched Nyonyo's head and comforted her. Well, I hope Mom and Dad can stay together forever, Nyonyo suddenly whispered. Her words made Suhi's heart skip a beat, and then he asked, What if Mom and Dad are not together in the future? How can they not be together? Didn't Dad say that he would come back to see us every weekend? Nyonyo asked in confusion. Nothing, I'm just talking, Suhi said with a dry laugh. Let's take it one step at a time. If she and Fu Tinghua can coexist peacefully and are busy with their respective careers, then it's not impossible to be together like this. Since coming to this world, these 2 children have been Suhi's spiritual pillars. It can be said that no matter what she does, it is because of considering the 2 children. So in Suhi's heart, the 2 children are the most important to her. In all of Suhi's future plans, the 2 children are also involved. She will feed them both well, change their fate, and make their lives smooth. The original owner has made a mistake, but as a time traveler, she can't make another mistake. Mom, if you don't stay with Dad, I will stay with you. Suddenly, the silent Zizi said something surprising and heard the meaning behind Soo-hee's words. Soo-hee felt guilty and immediately replied, "When did I say I would not stay with your dad? Don't talk nonsense." Zizi looked at Soo-hee, who felt guilty, was silent for a while, and then said, "Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense."
Shui. Her Zizi is still too smart.
He deserves to be the villain with super high IQ in the novel. Looking at her silly and sweet daughter, who looked at her with a confused face, Soo-hee felt a headache. In the future, she must take good care of Nyo-Nyo and not let her be deceived by bad men, especially men like the male protagonist who have someone in their heart. By the way, is tomorrow another day to go to the market in town? Last time, Soo-hee didn't expect that this is the North. Even in the countryside, families with better family conditions have charcoal in stock. She can buy some charcoal from others or go to the town to buy charcoal and then sell it while making it. Last time she sold it that way, the goods were sold out in a short time. This time, selling while making it must be more attractive. The more Soo-hee thought about it, the more she thought it would work, so she planned to go to Aunt Nyo to ask first. The last time she went to the town was too hasty, so she had to prepare well this time. After telling the two children not to run around, Soo-hee wanted to go to Aunt Nyo's house. Who knew that halfway, she just ran into Aunt Nyo, who was going to the vegetable field to pick vegetables. "Oh, Sister Sue." Aunt Nyo shouted happily. "Aunt Nyo, I just went downstairs to look for you. Who knew I would run into you?" Soo-hee couldn't stop smiling. "Are you going to ask me about tomorrow's market?" Aunt Nyo also looked very happy. "Yes, yes, yes." Soo-hee hurriedly agreed. "I was just looking for you to talk to you. Are you going to set up a stall in town tomorrow?" "Yes, I have to go." Soo-hee answered immediately, fearing that Aunt Nyo would think she didn't want to go. "Isn't your family back? I thought you two just met and didn't want to go out." Aunt Nyo teased. "Oh, it's nothing. Everyone is very busy. Besides, no matter what, business must be done, right?" The two walked towards Soo-hee's home while talking. "Aunt Nyo, I mainly want to ask you, there is charcoal for sale in town, right?" Soo-hee originally wanted to buy charcoal from the villagers in the village, but thinking that she would have to go to town again, she thought about buying it directly in town. "Yes, of course. People in town roast charcoal in winter, unlike us who burn firewood to keep warm." Aunt Nyo replied with a smile. "You know, the things I make are the most delicious when they're fried on the spot, so I want to fry them while cooking tomorrow." Soo-hee said with a smile. "Oh, isn't that too hard?" Aunt Nyo was a little surprised at Soo-hee's efforts. Fu Tinghua works in the city anyway, so his salary must be high. But Soo-hee's hard work to make money doesn't seem like he doesn't lack money. "Well, it's a bit hard now, but we have 2 kids, and they will go to school in the city in the future. Although our family Hua works in the city, his salary is a bit compared to other families who grew up in the city." Soo-hee didn't finish the sentence, but Aunt Nyo understood. Think about it. After all, they are all from the countryside, and they don't have any background. The consumption in the city is so high, it's hard to support the whole family with Fu Tinghua's salary. Moreover, Fu Tinghua probably has to leave money for his parents privately. They live in the countryside, and they are self-sufficient in food. They usually don't want to eat meat. What's more, in the city, they have to buy rice and vegetables. Soo-hee didn't know what Aunt Nyo was thinking about. Anyway, when she reacted, Aunt Nyo looked at her with sympathy. "It's hard for you. If you need any help, just tell me," Aunt Nyo said domineeringly. Soo-hee was embarrassed by Aunt Nyo's words. Thinking of the 80 yuan that she still owed Aunt Nyo, she asked, "Aunt Nyo, Tinghua gave me some money yesterday. If you need money urgently, I will give you the 80 yuan I owe you first." As she was about to go to the room to get the money, she was immediately stopped by Aunt Nyo. "I say, child, why are you so stubborn? I'm not in a hurry to use the money. I'll just keep this 100 yuan with you. Then my family will have money for the new year." This Sue girl is stupid. She just had some money in her hand and wanted to pay it back to herself. Aunt Nyo didn't believe the rumors in the village more and more about such a simple and kind girl. She decided that if anyone dared to gossip about Soo-hee in the village again, she would definitely stand up and help her to fight that person. Soo-hee didn't know that her image in Aunt Neo's heart had been upgraded to a higher level. She originally wanted to find a few sisters-in-law today to discuss planting some more durian trees, but now she has put this idea aside. Anyway, when she goes to town tomorrow, Soo-hee has an excuse to say that she has asked someone to send her durian saplings. The day after tomorrow, she will go directly to the mountain and put the durian saplings on the mountain first. Most of the mountain is of the Fu family and Aunt Neo's family, so few people go there. After planning everything, Soo-hee went home to fry her fried cakes. She must fry some of them first and put them in the space, otherwise she will not be able to sell them in time. This time she will fry and sell them at the same time, which will definitely attract more people, so Soo-hee is not afraid of not being able to sell them. The two children were playing at the door of the house, and they saw their mother said she was going out, and then went into the kitchen again. Soo-hee looked at the two children and asked, "Zizi Nyunyo, you can't always play by yourself at home. Look at the brothers and sisters in the village. Are they all playing together? If you want to go out to play, go ahead, just remember to go home for lunch." Soo-hee didn't want the two children to be too restrained. They have been in the village for so long, and they never run around, not like their peers at all. But now Soo-hee wants them to be ordinary children, grow up happily, and have a carefree childhood. "But I want to be with my mother," Zizi replied. How insecure must he be to say such a thing? You know, the two children are only 3 years old, and they like to chase the older children and play everywhere. Mom will always be waiting for you at home. You can go out to play for a while, but you must go home in time when it's time to go home. Don't let Mom worry, understand? Soo-hee's voice was very gentle, and the two children nodded unconsciously, as if they were bewitched. Zizi looked at Soo-hee, struggling in his heart. He wanted to listen to his mother and go out to play so that his mother would feel at ease with them. But he was afraid that if he couldn't keep his mother safe, she would go back to being the same mother she used to be. So he asked anxiously, "Mom, you won't leave again, right?" Soo-hee knew that Zizi must have noticed something was wrong with her. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, "No, Mom swears that I will always be with you, okay?" Zizi stared at Soo-hee for a long time. After making sure that Soo-hee was not lying, he said to his naive sister, "Let's go. Brother will take you to play." Nyo-Nyo was still confused, but when she heard that she could go out to play, she immediately said excitedly, Yeah, let's go play with Brother Zhuang and the others." After that, she turned to look at Soo-hee and said, "Mom will be waiting for us at home." "Okay, be good, go." Soo-hee squatted down, rubbed Nyo-Nyo's head with a smile, and then answered. As soon as the two kids left, Soo-hee immediately took out the sweet potatoes, washed them, and sliced them. Then she took out the flour to make it thick, and when it was almost done, she started to light the fire. After all the preliminary work was ready, she started to heat the oil in a pot. Soo-hee didn't feel bad when a large bucket of oil was poured into the pot. When the oil was boiling, Soo-hee started to fry the fried cakes. She threw one into the space after frying it so that the taste and temperature of the fried cakes could be maintained. Fortunately, she had such a golden finger after crossing over, which really helped her a lot. The fire was constantly added, and the oil in the pot was constantly boiling, and time passed by minute. Then there was a noise outside, and Soo-hee thought it should be the two kids who came back. The two kids not only came back by themselves, but also brought the brothers and sisters of the Fu family. "Nyo-Nyo, why does your house smell so good? What delicious food is your aunt making?" Yaya asked curiously. Nyo-Nyo sniffed hard with her nose, and then said, "My mother should be frying fried cakes." "Is tomorrow the market day?" "Yes, I don't know if my mother will go to the market tomorrow. The family seems to be a little busy recently," Zhuang said, and ran into the kitchen impatiently, saying as he walked, "Let me see what delicious food my aunt has made." Soo-hee had already heard them talking inside, so he called out in the kitchen, "Come in. My aunt has made delicious food." The children heard it and ran to the kitchen excitedly. When they saw the fried cakes that Soo-hee had hung aside, Zhuang said exaggeratedly, "Wow,
Aunt,
it smells so good." Soo-hee was amused by his exaggerated expression and tone, and said with a smile, "Each person takes one, and can only eat one. This is a fried food, and eating too much will easily cause internal heat. The fried cake that Soo-hee is frying now is very large, and the portion is very sufficient. If a child eats one, it will definitely be full. After hearing what Soo-hee said, several children went to get a fried cake to eat. And it's so delicious. Zhuang Zhuang was intoxicated while eating the fried cake. Who is at home in your family? Soo-hee asked while busy with the things at hand. Grandma and my mother are at home,
Shirtu said. Soo-hee looked at the time.
It was almost 11 o'clock. It was estimated that the Fu family would go home for lunch later, so she took a bag and filled it with a dozen fried cakes and handed it to Shirtu, saying, "You can give it to Grandma and others to eat. Just say that Aunt gave it to you." Shirtu took the things, looked at Soo-hee with bright eyes, said got it and ran home. Seeing this, other children also followed Shirtu. Zizi and Nunyo also wanted to run with their brothers and sisters, but were stopped by Soo-hee. Mom is preparing lunch. Remember to go home at 12 o'clock.
Shwari mainit.
Got it, Mom. The two kids didn't even turn their heads, obviously having fun. Soo-hee couldn't help but smile and shook her head, then continued to fry the fried cakes. After frying the sweet potatoes in the pot, Soo-hee started to prepare lunch. She casually fried a meat dish and a vegetable dish, and when they were done, the two kids ran back home. Mom, look, it's 12 o'clock. Zizi pointed to the clock in the living room and said. Soo-hee didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard his words, so she replied, "Yeah, you have a good sense of time, very good." While eating, Nyo suddenly asked, "Mom, are we going to the market tomorrow?" "Yes." "So think about what you want and what you want to eat, and Mom will buy it for you." "Wow, that's great, so I can find that little brother last time to read a book," Nyo said excitedly.
Shui.
"Why haven't you forgotten this yet? Is it really the influence of the plot, just to make her daughter like the male lead?" Soo-hee was thinking about something and seemed absent-minded, so he answered randomly and didn't dwell on the topic anymore. Zizi noticed that something was wrong with his mother. After eating, he pulled Nyo aside and said to his sister, "Mom doesn't like you playing with that brother last time. Don't play with him anymore." Nyo felt aggrieved. She liked that handsome brother so much when she first saw him. Why didn't she play with him? Why doesn't Mom like that brother? Nyo asked a little aggrieved and curious.
Don't worry about it.
Mom just doesn't like him, Zizi said seriously. Now Nyo stopped talking. When Soo-hee asked the two kids to take a nap, he was surprised to see the two kids who were obviously having a quarrel. It seemed that Soo-hee had never seen the brother and sister have a conflict after traveling here for so long. Zizi always took good care of Nyo. After the brother and sister went to bed, they still ignored each other, and Nyo didn't chatter before going to bed like usual. Soo-hee sighed, sat on the edge of the bed, looked at the two children and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you having a conflict?"
No.
The baby answered quickly, but would Soo-hee believe it? So she turned to Nyo and asked, "Nyo, why don't you pay attention to your brother?" Nyo pouted aggrievedly and suddenly cried. Wow, her cry was too loud and scared Soo-hee. "What's wrong, baby?" Soo-hee quickly hugged Nyo into his arms, patted her back, and comforted her. "Mom, I don't play with that brother anymore, I'm sorry." Nyo also hugged Soo-hee tightly, fearing that her mother would be angry with her. In fact, she didn't know what she did wrong. She just liked to play with that brother, but it seemed that her mother and brother were not very happy. The little girl was immediately aggrieved, so she didn't want to talk. Soo-hee heard her explanation and felt distressed. Blame her. She lost her composure when she met the hero of the novel. What was she doing in front of two little kids? "It's Mom's fault, Nyo. Mom apologizes to you," Soo-hee said, then looked at Zizi and said, "Zizi too. Mom apologizes to you for making you worry and have wild thoughts." "Mom, you don't like that brother, so I won't let Nyo play with him," Zizi said in a calm voice. Mom doesn't dislike him, but Soo-hee didn't know how to tell the two kids about her worries. "Hey, then tomorrow you bring the fried cakes that Mom made and give one to that brother, okay?" Soo-hee coaxed her daughter. "I won't play with him anymore." Nyo twitched and just stopped crying. "It's okay. Is that brother a good person?" Soo-hee asked again. Nyo hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "He's very good." Zizi was helpless on the side. How thick was his sister's filter for Ji Liangchuan? They had only been together for less than an hour, and she was already saying that he was nice. If he's nice, then of course you can play with him, it's okay. He comforted her. Really? Wouldn't mom be unhappy? Looking at her innocent daughter, he thought, never mind, the child is still so young, since she can't avoid contact with a male protagonist, then just go with the flow. With her watching, she would never let the two children end up like the one in the book. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Yanhua actually came to the house. He had already gotten up and started frying fried cakes. After getting up, the two children ran to the village again. After playing in the morning, they knew that their mother would not become the same mother again, so they took Nyunyo to the village to play with their brothers and sisters as soon as they got up. Rural children are very lively. In the morning, Brother Zhuang said that he would take them to the fields on the other side to catch eels, as there were more eels there. Thinking of the eel porridge he made for them last time, the two children actively went to the Fu family in the village to play with Brother Zhuang and others in the afternoon. He only reminded them to pay attention to safety and did not interfere with their freedom too much. Wu Yanhua's sudden visit was also unexpected by He. She carried a bag of sweet potatoes and walked into the kitchen and saw He frying fried cakes. "Are you going to fry this and sell it at the market tomorrow?" Wu Yanhua asked, staring at the fried cakes in the pot. "Mom, you're here." "Yes, I sold them last time and they sold well, so I plan to fry more this time." He wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile. Wu Yanhua looked at He, who looked like a good wife and mother, and her heart was even more complicated. She thought that after her son came back this time, He would make a fuss about going to the city with her son, but she didn't expect that she would stay in the countryside honestly and plan to do business to make money. "I ate the baba you made this morning. It was delicious. I sent you some sweet potatoes here. See if you need them." Wu Yanhua put the bag of sweet potatoes on the ground after she finished speaking. He glanced at the bag of sweet potatoes, which should be about 10 pounds, and quickly said, "Mom, no need. I have enough sweet potatoes here. You can keep them for yourselves." "I've brought it all, just keep it for you," Wu Yanhua said with a frown. When her youngest son left, he gave her and her husband 100 yuan each, and he must have given money to He as well. But He was still willing to work so hard to make money. It seemed that she had really misjudged her before. He was a good person. But He was unwilling to take other people's things without knowing why. She stopped what she was doing, took out 5 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it into Wu Yanhua's hand, and then said, "Mom, how can I take your sweet potatoes for free? Just think of it as buying them from you." Wu Yanhua took the 5 yuan He stuffed into her hand and suddenly felt a little angry. He became a better person after coming back this time, but she was very estranged from the Fu family. She never asked them for help when she had something to do, and she always did it by herself. For a little sweet potato, she actually gave herself 5 yuan.
What do you mean now?
Are you still blaming me for dividing your room away in the past?
You are so distant with me,
Wu Yanhua said coldly. When He heard her words, she knew that her mother-in-law had misunderstood her, and hurriedly said, "How could that be, Mom? It's just that the Fu family includes not only you and Dad, but also your brother and sisters-in-law. I'm afraid that they will think too much if they know you are sending things to me. Besides, I didn't help you with your farming, and I still have to eat your food. When the time comes, my sister-in-law will know. I'm afraid they will be unhappy even if they don't say it on the surface." Wu Yanhua didn't expect that she thought so much and took all these concerns into consideration. She felt that she was becoming more sensible. "A little sweet potato, I can still make the decision," Wu Yanhua said seriously, stuffed the money back to He, and then said, "I know that you have been wronged before, and I may have had a little prejudice against you at that time, so." She sighed and said, "You and Tinghua will have a good life in the future, okay? If you have any difficulties in the village, come to me and your father." He was a little shocked by her mother-in-law Wu Yanhua's sensible character. No wonder the Fu family has been together for so long, and there are no major conflicts between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law and the sisters-in-law. This should be the credit of her mother-in-law. Well, I know. Thank you, Mom. Suhi smiled and said very sincerely. Seeing that she finally talked it out with her daughter-in-law, Wu Yanhua was relieved. After Fu Tinghua came back, she was taught a lesson by her husband again, saying that she shouldn't have separated her youngest son's family because she didn't like Suhi. The youngest son is filial and the youngest daughter-in-law is sensible. I really don't understand what she is picking on. Although Suhi was a little fat, she gave birth to twins for his son. Even if she had no credit, she had worked hard. Twins were a symbol of good luck in that era, but Wu Yanhua hated Suhi so much that she didn't like both of them. Now that Wu Yanhua is not so resistant to Suhi, the more she sees her two grandchildren, the more she likes them. They are so fair and tender, and so sensible at the age of 3. So now, she urgently needs to repair her relationship with Suhi. Wu Yanhua glanced at Suhi and asked curiously, "Have you lost weight again?" Suhi was thinking about how to make money all day long, and she was not so obsessed with losing weight. But she controlled her food intake every day, so Suhi was not very clear whether she had lost weight or not. I'm not sure. Do you look thinner?" Suhi asked curiously. There was no full-length mirror in their house, so Suhi couldn't see it herself. "You have lost weight. You lost weight too fast, right? Are you sick?" Wu Yanhua said with a frown. "Mom, how could that be?" "Don't worry. I feel much better recently. I used to be too fat and felt very breathless, but now I'm getting better," Suhi said with a smile. "You still have to take care of your body and don't work too hard," Wu Yanhua reminded. "I know, Mom. I'll also take the kids to stroll around the street tomorrow, but we won't go so early. Let's see if we can run into your stall then." Nowadays, there are no fixed stalls for vendors, so it's up to chance whether you can come across the stall. But how big can a street in a town be? Wu Yanhua would definitely be able to see Suhi after she walked around the street, unless they went too late and Suhi had already sold all his things. "Okay, Mom. Shall we have dinner here tonight?" Suhi asked with a smile. "No, I should go back. I don't know where Zhuang and the others took your two kids to have fun. I'll go and take a look." Wu Yanhua got up and left after she finished speaking. No matter how Suhi tried to persuade her to stay for dinner, she refused. After Wu Yanhua left, Suhi got up and took a look at the sweet potato that Wu Yanhua had placed on the ground. When she opened it and saw that there were still some potatoes, Suhi couldn't help but smile with relief. It seems that she is getting more and more integrated into this world. Although there are no gorgeous lights and feasting in this era, she is very happy here. Suhi washed the potatoes and then tried to fry 1 or 2 fried cakes with potatoes. She tried it herself and found that it was not as delicious as sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes have their own sweetness, and with the flour she mixed, the fried taste is salty and sweet. Potatoes have no taste, but because they're coated with a layer of flour, they have a layer of saltiness on the outside. Sweet potatoes are still delicious. Suhi kept 2 potato fried cakes, intending to let the 2 children try them after they come back. The call of Zhang Erseo, a fellow villager. "Sister Su, is Sister Su home?" Zhang Erseo called out at the door of Suhi's house. When Suhi heard it, she hurriedly got up to greet her. When she saw Zhang Erseo, she didn't know who she was. It was Zhang Erseo who revealed her family name and said, "Sister Su, right? I am the second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family in the village. Your son and a group of kids had a fight with the boy from the Wang family when they were playing in the mountains. Now the old lady Wang from the Wang family is teaching your kids a lesson."
What?
Suhi was shocked. She was afraid that the 2 kids would be bullied. "Come with me quickly. Your 2 kids are being held back by old lady Wang." After saying that, Zhang Erseo hurriedly took Suhi to the village. At this time, a group of onlookers had gathered in the small square of the village, and a middle-aged woman's voice was very loudly cursing something like "no education" and "pushing my grandson." Suhi heard it from afar. The middle-aged woman also cursed other extremely unpleasant words, which made Suhi feel even more depressed. When they saw Suhi coming, everyone made way for Suhi to squeeze in. The 2 children stood in the center of the crowd. Zizi lowered his head and said nothing. Nyo was in tears, but she was probably too scared, so she didn't dare to cry out loud. As soon as Soo-hee went over, he immediately hugged Zizi and Nyo and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" When she saw her, Nyo couldn't hold it anymore and cried, "Mom." Soo-hee was so upset by her crying that he quickly comforted her. It's okay, Mom is here." Zizi still lowered his head and didn't say anything. When Soo-hee was checking if he was injured, Old Lady Wong spoke. "Oh, you are the mother of these two kids, right?" Soo-hee looked up and saw a middle-aged woman in her 50s with a mean face. There were several young men and daughters around her, who were obviously her son and daughter-in-law. "It's me, what's wrong?" Soo-hee asked coldly. "When your son was on the mountain, he pushed my grandson down and accidentally cut his finger with a branch. Pay for it," Old Lady Wong said arrogantly. There are many people in their family, so they are not afraid that Soo-hee will not pay for it. Soo-hee glanced at the child standing next to her. He was about 5 years old and looked like his grandmother, saying that he was invincible. He felt that he had his grandmother's support, and he was very proud. "Where is your grandson injured? Let me see," Soo-hee asked. Old Lady Wong didn't say much nonsense and directly showed Soo-hee her grandson's arm. Seeing the wound, Soo-hee couldn't help rolling his eyes. It was indeed that the branch hooked her arm a little, and there was a shallow scratch and a little blood. Soo-hee thought that it was indeed quite serious. If she went to the hospital for bandage, the wound would probably be healed by the time she got there. But she thought that it was her son who accidentally pushed the man, so she should just pay some money. When Soo-hee was about to say something, the son standing next to her pulled the hem of Soo-hee's clothes. "What's wrong?" Soo-hee turned her head and asked, but was stunned by the slap mark on the son's face. "Mom, I didn't push him, he fell down by himself," the son said in a low voice. But Soo-hee was not in the mood to care about who pushed who at this time, but touched the slap mark on the son's face with a dark face and asked, "Who hit your face?" The son didn't say anything, but his eyes looked at the Old Lady Wong behind Soo-hee. Soo-hee followed his gaze and looked at the Old Lady Wong. There was murderous intent in her eyes, which made the Old Lady Wong panic. "What happened?" "Your grandson pushed someone first, and I accidentally slapped him in the face in a hurry." "Is there a problem? Which child has not been beaten by adults when he was young?" "I am helping you educate your child." Old Lady Wong was a little guilty at first, but when she thought of her son and daughter-in-law standing beside her, she immediately became righteous. "Do you need to beat my child to educate him? Who do you think you are?"
"Shueshnerit." "You." "Then who do you think you are?" Old Lady Wong pulled her cheeks and waited for Soo-hee to speak. Then an unexpected scene happened. When everyone was unable to react, Soo-hee slapped Old Lady Wong's grandson. Wow! Old Lady Wong's grandson burst into tears instantly. "What are you doing?" After reacting, Old Lady Wong rushed toward Soo-hee. Soo-hee grabbed Old Lady Wong's clothes with one hand and threw her to the side fiercely. Old Lady Wong had never thought that Soo-hee was so strong. She had no power to fight back and was thrown directly onto her sons by Soo-hee. "What are you doing?" Old Lady Wong's sons were not happy and rushed forward to hit Soo-hee. Considering Old Lady Wong's age, Soo-hee did not want to hit her, but these young men were different. Soo-hee protected the two children behind her. At this time, Old Lady Wong's sons had rushed up and wanted to subdue Soo-hee. How could Soo-hee be afraid of them? She had practiced Taekwondo and Sanda for so many years. She was a woman and she started fighting with several men. These men in the Wong family were all farmers. Although they were strong, they were not flexible. They rushed up to catch Soo-hee, but Soo-hee dodged them and kicked them several times. Several men were beaten to a pulp by Soo-hee, and no one in the village dared to help. Someone had just notified the Fu family. There were many men in the Fu family, and they didn't want to offend either side. "You stinky woman!" A man from the Wong family, who was kicked to the ground by Soo-hee, suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and tried to throw it at Soo-hee. After Soo-hee reacted, he rushed forward and twisted his hand. With a click, the bone was dislocated. "Ah!" the man screamed. At this time, the father and son of the Fu family, who were called back from the construction site by Wu Yanhua, finally arrived. "Soo-hee, are you okay?" Fu Dajuan hurriedly ran to the crowd and asked. He was dumbfounded when he saw that several brothers of the Wang family were lying in front of him, all howling. Especially the youngest son of the Wang family, who kept shouting that his hand was broken. Suhi saw that no one was attacking him again, so he hurried to Zizi to check the slap marks on his face. The marks on Zizi's face were very heavy, and half of his face was swollen at this time. It can be seen that the person who beat him didn't think about the child at all when he attacked, and he should be gentle. Zizi, does it hurt? Suhi looked at Zizi and asked worriedly. I don't know why, but when he was accused of pushing down the grandson of the Wang family, he didn't cry. When he was slapped by the old lady Wang, he didn't cry. When he was detained by the Wang family and refused to leave, he didn't cry. But when his mother asked him if it hurt, he cried. He cried out, and tears flowed like water. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Suhi hurriedly took the baby into her arms, patted his back comfortingly, and said, Mom will find some medicine for you later. Don't worry. Fu Dajuan looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. In this situation, his grandson suddenly burst into tears, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great injustice. What's going on?
Fu Dajuan asked.
At this time, Zhuang rushed out to speak. Grandpa, the baby didn't hit Wang Mutu. It was Wang Mutu who couldn't stand steadily and rolled down. Grandpa, I saw it too. Yaya also spoke out. Seeing that the situation had turned around and her sons were injured again, the old lady Wang hurriedly said, of course you family members speak for your family. Your daughter-in-law slapped my grandson, hit me, and hit my sons. This matter is not over. Suhi spoke first before Fu Dajuan replied. Call the police.
Suhi said.
Everyone in the village was dumbfounded. How could the police be called for a matter involving two children? People of this generation are very afraid of the police, especially the older generation. During the period of reform and opening up, many criminals were taken to the village and shot. Many people have seen that scene. Now that there is a severe crackdown, fighting and brawling may lead to being arrested and sent to jail. At this time, the village chief also came. When he heard that Suhi wanted to call the police, he quickly advised, Fu's daughter-in-law, isn't it normal for two children to fight and quarrel? Why do you have to call the police? If a villager in a village fights and calls the police, he may lose the election for village chief next year. So the village chief was the first to disagree with calling the police. He was not at home just now. He arrived at the same time as Fu Dajuan and others, so he didn't have time to stop the fight. It was indeed his dereliction of duty. As a village chief, one of the necessary conditions is to mediate conflicts between villagers and townspeople. The whole family beat up a woman like me. Doesn't this constitute a crime? Shouldn't we call the police?
Suhi asked back.
The village chief secretly complained in his heart. The Wang family was beaten up by you, but you didn't have any wounds on your body. How can you be called a gang beating? But he only dared to complain in his heart, but he acted like a good guy and advised, both your families are wrong in this matter. If you go to the police station, both sides will suffer. Let's forget it. I'm not afraid. I'm just defending myself. They beat me up, which constitutes intentional injury. The police will not determine that it is my responsibility at that time. Suhi said coldly. Who in this era understands the law? Hearing Suhi say it so matter-of-factly, old lady Wang couldn't help but panic. How could there be intentional injury in our family? You were the first to hit my grandson. Thinking that it was Suhi who started it first, old lady Wang felt confident again. Really? Are you sure I was the first to hit him? Suhi said, and then he showed half of the baby's face to everyone. The baby had been lowering his head just now, and then Suhi took him into his arms again. Fu Dajuan didn't notice the baby, but when he saw it now, half of his face was swollen. Oh my God! How hard must the slap be? The baby's face is swollen. That's right. I heard that if you hit someone in the face, it can cause deafness if it's serious, right? There is such a saying. Wasn't it the case with Liu Matzi from the Liu family when he was a child? He was slapped by his father and lost hearing in one ear. He was so cruel. It's inevitable that children will bump into each other when playing together. Why did you slap a child?
Who doesn't have a child in every family? It's simply unbearable to bring this kind of thing to your own children. Soo-hee looked at the reactions of the crowd, then stared at Mrs. Wang's family with a half-smile and said, "At the beginning, when I came here, you asked me to pay compensation, and I had no objection. But you should never hit my child. You said you would help me educate my child, so I will help you educate your child. Is that okay? You rushed over and attacked me first, and then your sons and daughters-in-law also rushed over one by one, trying to hit me. If I didn't have some skills, I don't know what I would have been beaten by you. Call the police. This matter is not over," Soo-hee said coldly. Fu Guoqing had heard the general idea at this time. This group of people actually took advantage of the fact that they were not at home to bully Soo-hee and his widowed mother. His brother had just gone to the city not long ago, and his wife and children were bullied by the villagers. How could he swallow this? So he said angrily, "Yes. Call the police. I believe the police are fair. They deliberately took advantage of the fact that we men were not at home to bully my sister-in-law. My brother is a doctor. He just came back from the border with the army for the future of the motherland. His wife and children were bullied like this in the village." When the village chief heard that the Fu family also agreed to call the police, he was immediately overwhelmed. Yes, Fu Tinghua, he is not an ordinary doctor. He is a military doctor, and he has honors. The Wang family didn't think so much at first, but after hearing what Fu Guoqing said, they became more and more guilty and flustered. Especially the old lady Wang. She has many men in her family, and she is used to being arrogant in the village. Her grandson has learned from her and always wants to be the boss among the children. Here, he finally kicked the board and met a tough guy. She regretted it so much at this moment. If she really called the police, her son would be arrested and put in jail. How can she, an old woman, live in the village?
Su sister, E.
My wife. I will apologize to you, okay? Let's settle this privately. No. Don't call the police? The more Mrs. Wang thought about it, the more flustered she became, and her voice trembled. Soo-hee did not answer her, but looked at Wang Mudu, who was frightened by such a big scene, and asked, "Tell me, was it really my son who pushed you?" Wang Mudu had just been slapped by Soo-hee, but Soo-hee was not really a bad person, and the slap was not strong, but Wang Mudu was still scared by her. Moreover, the scene of his father, mother, uncles being knocked down by Soo-hee just now was still vivid in his mind, and he was even more afraid of Soo-hee. "You know, I have plenty of ways to deal with children who lie," Soo-hee said with a smile. But her smile looked like a demon to Wang Mudu, and he was so scared that tears almost came out, and he quickly said, "I fell down because I got caught on a vine." As soon as these words came out, the villagers who were watching the excitement beside him sighed even more. The whole thing had taken a big turn at this point. When Mrs. Wang heard that it was her grandson who had lied, she felt her eyes go dark and she almost fainted.
Mom.
Fortunately, her daughters-in-law were standing behind her and supported her. At this point, the villagers and the village head who were watching the excitement already knew where the fault was. Hearing that her son had lied and caused such a big incident, Wang Mudu's mother hugged Wang Mudu from behind and slapped him the ace. "I told you to lie. I told you to lie." Wang Mudu was beaten by his mother and burst into tears instantly. Mom, I was wrong. Wow, Sister Sue, we are all from the same village. It's my Wang family's fault. Do you think you need any compensation? Our family will try our best to satisfy you." At this time, Mrs. Wang's eldest son stepped forward and said to Soo-hee. He was the only one in the Wang family who didn't attack Soo-hee when the scene was in chaos just now. Because he also came later, he only understood the whole story now. Their family relied on the fact that they had many brothers and had always been arrogant in the village, but they didn't expect that they would overturn this time. And what he meant by his words was that he wanted to spend money to settle the matter. Soo-hee didn't want their money, but just wanted to seek justice for his son. "I don't need any compensation. Wang Mu and your mother apologized to my son, and the matter will be over,"
Soo-hee said.
The Wang family didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to, and they were a little surprised. Soo-hee actually didn't plan to call the police at all. She just deliberately made the matter serious to threaten them. If this matter really goes to the police station, it might be judged as a fight, and she might be locked up for a few days. She doesn't care about it herself, but what about her child? Especially the baby. He is so sensitive, and he will have wild thoughts at that time. What if she turns her villain son into a villain in advance? Wouldn't it be a loss? And she plans to continue living in Shangyao village for a while, so it's not good to do things too drastically. Otherwise, when she thinks of her cruelty, who in the village dares to contact their 2 children? Isn't this being isolated in disguise? Sure enough, when the Wang family heard that Su He only asked Wang Mu and Wang Lao to apologize to the baby, they instantly felt that Su He was a good person. People are like this. Stereotypes affect their thinking too much. Just now, Su He was determined to call the police and make the Wang family pay the price. It scared people. Now he just asked for an apology. The gap was too big. Not only the Wang family but also the villagers and the village chief thought that Su He was a good person. Wang Mutu's mother said to her son fiercely, "Go and apologize to them." It's so embarrassing. Wang Mutu's bottom was red from being spanked by his mother. He walked to the baby who was put on the ground by Su He and said, "I'm sorry, baby." Su He gently rubbed the baby's head and asked, "Baby, are you willing to forgive him?" The baby nodded without hesitation. The Wang family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Old Lady Wang again. Apologizing to a child made Old Lady Wang feel embarrassed. But she was afraid that Su He would really call the police, which would implicate her sons, so she gritted her teeth and walked up to the child and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you. I was just too quick to control myself and didn't expect it to be so serious." Mrs. Wang regretted it so much at this moment. If she hadn't hit Su He's son, Su He would have paid some money, as she said. Now their family has lost face, got nothing, and was beaten up. After Mrs. Wang finished speaking, Su He also said to Wang Mutu, "Wang Mutu, I hit you in the heat of the moment. I'm sorry." Wang Mutu couldn't stand Su He's apology, so he shook his head in fear. When the villagers saw that Su He actually took the initiative to apologize to Wang Mutu, they looked at Su He with a new eye. Knowing etiquette, being reasonable and being friendly, Su He neither called the police nor asked for compensation. At this time, Su He's image in front of everyone rose to a higher level. Mom, Dad, brothers and sisters-in-law, let's just forget about this. We are from the same village, and I don't want to argue about it anymore. Su He walked up to the Fu family and said, "Su He, are you sure you don't want to call the police?" Fu Dajuan frowned, feeling that his daughter-in-law was at a disadvantage. When the village chief heard that they mentioned calling the police again, he quickly said, "The Wang family already knows they were wrong, really." After saying that, he looked at the Wang family and asked them to say a few words. "Yes, it was all our family's fault just now, and we won't do it again," old Mrs. Wang said quickly. Seeing that Su He didn't want to argue anymore, Fu Dajuan stopped talking. Su He walked to the side of the child, looked at his face, and then said to everyone, "I'll go back first and apply some medicine to my son's face." At this time, the villager stood up and asked, "Do you have any medicine at home?" "I seem to have some medicine for bruises and injuries at home." "I have some medicine for abrasions at home." "It should be disinfected, right?" "I have iodine at home." Su He smiled and replied, "Thank you, fellow villagers. I have medicine at home." After Su He left with the child, the villagers did not leave for a long time. When those who returned home from the fields or construction sites came back, someone told them about what happened between Su He and the Wang family today. Everyone at the scene spoke vividly, and they all praised Su He's handling method and skills. "If this happened to me, I would definitely apologize immediately. The Fu family is really good at judging people. None of the daughters-in-law they marry are stupid. How come she thinks so quickly? If it were me, I would have panicked when I met the Wang family. She is from the city and has been educated. Besides, her father is a teacher.
Who knows how smart she is?
I wonder why Tinghua married her in the first place. It turns out that he didn't look at her appearance, but her brain. Sister Su is not ugly, right? She was a little fat before, but now she has lost a lot of weight and looks okay." "Oh, She had a fight today, but I thought she was so beautiful. More than a month after Soo-hee returned to the village, her reputation has undergone a big turnaround, which she herself did not expect. When she took Zizi and Nyo-Nyo home, the Fu family wanted to follow, but Soo-hee refused. The man had been busy on the construction site for a whole day, and he came back early to support her. Now that everything was settled, Soo-hee felt bad for bothering him. After returning home, Soo-hee exchanged an anti-swelling ointment in the space for Zizi to apply. The ointment was icy and cool when applied on the face, making Zizi feel very comfortable. "Mom, it's so cool and comfortable," Zizi said with a smile. Soo-hee looked at Zizi, but suddenly tears fell without warning. Seeing that his mother was crying in front of him, Zizi panicked instantly and hurriedly hugged Soo-hee and said, "Mom, don't cry." Hearing him comforting himself, Soo-hee was amused and then looked at Zizi's face with heartache and said, "I'm sorry for you." At this time, Nyo-Nyo was lying on Soo-hee's legs, and she wanted to cry when she saw Soo-hee crying. "It's Mom's fault. Mom didn't protect you well and let you get bullied," Soo-hee said with red eyes. She will never forget the scene she saw when she arrived at the scene just now. The two children were chased by the adults of the Wang family and refused to leave. The panic and helplessness on their faces. Fortunately, she traveled to this world. Otherwise, Soo-hee could not imagine what kind of life the original owner Soo-hee would face with her two children. "Mom, I was bullied, but Mom helped me get back from the bullying. I don't feel wronged at all." Zizi lay on Soo-hee's chest and comforted Soo-hee. He felt that he was the happiest child in the world at this moment. "Mom is fine." The scene of Soo-hee domineeringly protecting himself just now will not be forgotten in Zizi's heart for a long time. Mom is really amazing. He is still young and doesn't understand many adjectives. But now in Zizi's heart, Soo-hee has surpassed everyone, even his sister, and ranked first among the most important people in Zizi's heart. Mom, you were so awesome just now. Nyo-Nyo wants to be like you in the future," Nyo-Nyo also said excitedly at this time. Seeing that the two children did not suffer any psychological trauma from what happened today, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Zizi, Nyo-Nyo, are you scared today?"
Soo-hee asked.
"Scared, but I know that Mom will definitely come to save us,"
Nyo-Nyo said proudly.
Looking at the boastful sister, Zizi was speechless for a while. Nyo-Nyo was the one who cried the most fiercely just now. Although she didn't dare to cry loudly later, her tears still fell from her eyes. "I always believe that Mom will definitely come to help me," Zizi also answered. "Yeah, that's right. As long as Mom is still by your side, Mom will definitely help you. So don't be afraid when you encounter something. Mom will always be your strong backing," Soo-hee said to the two children. "Okay." The two children answered in unison. After all the trouble, dinner hasn't been cooked yet. When Soo-hee went out just now, he put out the fire, and now he has to light it again. The trouble in this era is this. There is no gas or induction cooker, and you have to burn firewood, which takes time. Soo-hee was too lazy to do anything complicated, so he simply took out the instant noodles, made the soup base by himself, put some side dishes, and then the three of them ate noodles. The two children are still too young, and Soo-hee doesn't want to give them too much heavy-tasting food like instant noodles. Although the seasoning packet in the instant noodles was not used, the soup base that Soo-hee made himself was also very delicious. The two children said while eating, "Mom, the noodles are delicious." "If it's delicious, eat more, there's more in the pot," Soo-hee said while drinking the soup. What happened this time really had no effect on the two children, and even gave them confidence in their originally inferior and cowardly psychology. Soo-hee used to be very fierce to them, which made the brother and sister inevitably a little timid. But now Soo-hee is wholeheartedly protecting them. Knowing that their mother will protect them from behind, the brother and sister are much more confident. After Soo-hee's mother and three children talked, they ate happily again, and then Soo-hee started to fry tomorrow's fried cakes. The two children sat obediently on the low stools in the kitchen and watched Soo-hee do things, without blinking. Now they are even more reluctant to leave their mother. Suhi broke a fried cake made of potatoes into two halves and then handed it to the two children and said, "You two try it, is it delicious?" The two children took it obediently and then chewed it in their mouths, and both said it was delicious. Compared to sweet potato cakes?
Suhi asked.
Mom, sweet potato ones are more delicious. The children answered. I think they are both delicious. The foodie Nyonyo gave the opinion. Okay, Mom knows. Next time I have time, Mom will fry French fries for you to eat. Suhi said with a smile. Mom, what are French fries? Nyonyo asked curiously. You will know when Mom makes it next time. French fries are used as snacks, regardless of whether they are full, so Suhi does not plan to sell them. Most people in this era are still poor. Ordinary people spend money to buy food, mostly just to eat something that can fill them up. Suhi's family was full of joy, but Wu Yanhua couldn't fall asleep after finishing her work. Why are you tossing and turning? Fu Dajuan, who was sleeping next to her, couldn't help but say. Dajuan, do you think He has become a completely different person? Today she knocked down the strong men of the Wang family alone. The more I think about this, the more mysterious it seems. Wu Yanhua couldn't help but sit up and said to her husband, Did you know her well before? Fu Dajuan asked a soul-searching question. Wu Yanhua. It's really boring to chat with an old man like you. Wu Yanhua was angry and lay back on the bed, just with her back to Fu Dajuan. Seeing that his wife was about to lose her temper again after a few words, Fu Dajuan was helpless, then hugged Wu Yanhua from behind and analyzed. No matter how Suhi changes, her change is good now. Why do you have to worry about it? Now that the two children are taken care of by her, you see that not only us but also Lien Tinghua can go to work with peace of mind. After all, she has the ability to protect the two children.
Fu Dajuan sighed.
I know I didn't say that her change is bad. Just think about it, it's just that I'm a little weak. Wu Yanhua said a little guilty. What are you weak about? Fu Dajuan felt quite puzzled. It's just that he seems to be good at fighting. If I have conflicts with her in the future, she won't hit me directly, right? Wu Yanhua felt more and more panicked the more she thought about it. It's not a good thing for a daughter-in-law to be too strong. What if Suhi does something wrong in the future? Will she, as a mother-in-law, say it or not? What if she hits herself when there is a disagreement? Hearing her concerns, Fu Dajuan was even more amused. You treated her so badly before. Did she hit you? What are you imagining? And I think I understand, Suhi is really good to the two kids. Her bottom line is the two kids. You just need to not target the two kids. Wu Yanhua was unhappy when she heard this. The two kids are my grandchildren, and they are the biological sons of my most beloved youngest son. Why would I target them? I did vent my anger on them before, but am I not gentle enough to the two kids now? Wu Yanhua said a little aggrieved. She has been trying to change, and she can't bear to see herself being lectured by her husband again. You are such a stubborn person. Let me give you an example. Since you like the two kids, Suhi also likes the two kids, and you have the same goal, then why are you afraid that Suhi will hit you? Don't worry, she won't hit you. Fu Dajuan didn't expect his wife's brain circuit to be so magical. He wanted to laugh but was afraid of being scolded by Wu Yanhua, so he had to enlighten her. Wu Yanhua thought about it and agreed, but still said, I still have to get along well with Suhi in the future. It's okay as long as you can think positively.
Go to bed.
Fu Dajuan and his wife were talking about Suhi, and the other brothers of the Fu family were also discussing Suhi with their wives. In the future, you have to get along well with Suhi. You have to pay more attention to her durian tree. I think she has a lot of experience, and she may be able to rise in the future. Fu Guoqing said to Zhang Xiaohua, Why don't I care about it? I said before that Suhi is a good person, and you said she is not worthy of your brother. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Fu Guoqing. Did I say that at that time?
Fu Guoqing doubted himself.
You said it more than once, and you almost said it in front of others. Zhang Xiaohua complained.
Fu Guoqing.
Fortunately, he didn't say it in front of Suhi. Suhi even beat the brothers of the Wang family, so it must be effortless for him to beat him. It's embarrassing to be beaten by a woman. Don't mention this matter in the future. I think she is a good match for my brother. Except for the body shape. Fu Guoqing said again. His brother's appearance is indeed impeccable. It's a pity that he is paired with Su He. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. As a daughter-in-law of the Fu family, she never dared to gossip about her family members. Fu Xiao from the second branch of the Fu family and Fu Durong from the third branch of the Fu family also reminded their wives to treat Su He as their own family in the future. When Su He had difficulties in the village, they would go to help Su He. The Fu family is famous for its unity in the village, and the daughters-in-law are also reasonable. I don't know how many in-laws envy the son of the Fu family for his good vision and marrying good wives. However, the Wang family, who had just finished a battle with Su He, did not sleep all night. Today, everyone in the family was injured by Su He to some extent. No one was seriously injured, but those who wanted to attack Su He were kicked or pushed to the ground by Su He, so they all had some scratches or bruises on their bodies. The most seriously injured person was the youngest son of Mrs. Wang, who was about to hit people with stones. Ouch, it hurts. Should we go to the hospital? Wang Jia asked with a grin. No, you can just fix your bones. Going to the hospital will only fix your bones and waste money. Dr. Huang, who was invited by the village chief, said. He is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. When the villagers are sick, they will ask him for medicine. When Wang Jia wanted to say something, he suddenly heard "a" and he screamed in pain. Okay, the bone has been straightened. I'll prescribe you some Chinese medicine to reduce the swelling. It will be healed in 2 days. After saying this, the village doctor Huang opened his medicine box, took out the medicine, and said, boil this medicine bag in water, and then apply it on the wound. It will be almost done. I'm going home first. Hey, Dr. Huang, take care. Old Lady Wang saw Dr. Huang off and watched him walk away before going home and closing the door. Old Lady Wang's eldest son Wang Jun looked at his younger brother and said with a bit of regret, Mom is usually arrogant, and you guys are also ignorant and follow Mom to make trouble. The two kids had a little fight, and it ended up like this. Our Wang family has lost face in the village this time. The younger brothers were a little embarrassed by their eldest brother Wang Jun and didn't dare to say a word. Their wives didn't dare to say anything. After all, they also instigated this matter. Mom, you usually spoil your grandson too much. Look, today he dared to lie, and other kids pushed him down. Tomorrow, he will dare to do other bad things. We have many brothers in the Wang family, but if the family members are all like this in the future, who in the village will be willing to associate with our family? Wang Jun said to Old Lady Wang earnestly. Old Lady Wang's husband passed away a few years ago. Without her husband by her side, her family members felt sorry for her and tried to go along with her. But recently she has been getting more and more outrageous. Does she really want to be the boss of the village? This is making me angry again. I was already very angry today. It's all because of Su He. In my opinion, we should call the police and see whether the police will arrest her or us. In her own home, Old Lady Wang was arrogant again. Anyway, no one else could hear it. Seeing his mother was so stubborn, Wang Jun asked again, Mom, do you know how Zhang Bawang from the next village died? Old Lady Wang didn't know why her son mentioned Zhang Bawang. What does it have to do with her? Wasn't he shot because he oppressed fellow villagers and robbed them? Old Lady Wang said. Yes, do you think our Wang family was also reported by the villagers for oppressing fellow villagers?
Wang Yun asked. Why?
How did our family oppress fellow villagers? Our family is well behaved. Before Old Lady Wang finished speaking, she was interrupted by Wang Jun. Well behaved? Relying on the fact that there are many males in the family, they openly and secretly squeeze others all day long. Mom and the rest of the family keep a low profile recently. Don't let the villagers catch you with any more handles. Wang Jun said tiredly. Today, the village chief talked to him privately and asked them to restrain themselves. Usually his mother or his brothers would find handles for others, but people would not dare to say anything because they saw that there were many males and they were united. But today, the incident was a big reversal from Su He's son's fault. It was the Wang family's fault. So many villagers watched their family bullying the three women, and they were almost aroused. Recently, they asked their family to be low-key and not to be arrogant because they have many brothers. Otherwise, They will be resisted by the whole village, and they will not be able to stay in the village in the future. Seeing that the village chief said so seriously, Wang Jun was also very panicked, but his mother didn't take it seriously. Then, I will take some things and Mutu to Su He's house tomorrow to apologize to Su He, Wang Mutu's mother said. Wang Jun looked at his brother and sister-in-law with satisfaction and said, "Go, take a fatter chicken."
No.
"That chicken lays eggs. How can you give it to others?" Wang's wife said sadly.
Mom.
"Don't you understand? Now the whole village is very dissatisfied with our family because of this incident. If we don't maintain a good relationship with the villagers, I'm afraid we can't stay in the village in the future." Wang Jun said tiredly. "What happened? It's just a conflict between two kids. How can it be so serious?" "My chicken." Old Lady Wang was really regretting it now. Why did she provoke Su He? He came from a city and was so capable. This time, she really lost more than she gained. She thought that since Su He came from the city, he would not care about that little money and would definitely compensate them a few dollars. But she didn't expect Su He to be so tough and fight with his family directly. In the end, their whole family was injured and their reputation in the village was ruined. The most important thing was that their family had to compensate Su He with a chicken. The old people of this era still have very feudal ideas. A chicken that lays eggs is more important than money. No wonder old Lady Wang's heart and eyes were full of the chicken to give to Su He. But the next day, when the Wang family knocked on Su He's door to look for Su He, no one was home. Because today was market day, Su He got up before dawn and steamed eggs and corn for breakfast for the two children. She also heated up 2 boxes of milk. Now the two children are used to drinking milk and don't think the smell of milk is fishy. Just after packing up, Aunt Nyo called Su He at the door of Su He's house.
Sister Su, Sister Su.
Su He immediately replied, "Hey, I'm here." She brought a lot more things to the city this time than last time. Oil, flour, sliced sweet potatoes, salt, pots and pans, basically all the tools needed to fry fried cakes. Aunt Nyo was shocked to see her carrying so many things and asked, "Sister Su, you brought so many things this time?" "Yes, I want to fry and sell at the same time," Su He said with a smile. "Oh, that's so troublesome," Aunt Nyo said with a frown. "This Sister Su is really working hard to make money. So this time my fried rice cakes are going to be more expensive, 30 cents each. After I fry them on the spot and show them the oil, they will definitely be willing to spend money to buy them," Su He said with a smile. In this era, not many people are willing to use a lot of oil, so she just casually put out a whole pot of oil for them to see. "You are so smart. What happened yesterday afternoon? Everyone said you have a good brain," Aunt Nyo teased with a smile. "Haha, the most important thing is that we are right. If we are not right, I will pay for it."
Shueshai.
She would rather pay for it than let her son get slapped in the face, which made her heartbroken. Yes, that Wang family, many families in the village have had opinions about them for a long time. They rely on the fact that there are many men in their family and act like village bullies all day long, Aunt Nyo said indignantly. Su He sighed and did not reply. When they were ready to leave, she asked the two children to sit on the cart. "Mom, I don't need to sit. I can walk by myself," Zai Zai said very considerately. "Mom, I can walk by myself too." Nyo looked at her brother and said. Seeing the two children so sensible, Aunt Nyo was deeply moved. Oh, the two children are sensible, so well-behaved. Su He looked at the serious expressions of the two children and did not insist on letting them sit on the cart. She just said, "Okay, if you are tired, remember to tell Mom." The two children nodded obediently. Aunt Nyo looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help saying to Su He, "No wonder you usually spoil the two children so much, mainly because they also know how to feel sorry for their mother. If only my grandchildren were so sensible, I would beat them with branches every day. It's normal for children to be naughty. My two children are too sensible, and I hope they can be a little naughty. I feel distressed that they are so sensible at this age," Su He said with a sigh. Su He and Aunt Nyo were chatting while pushing the cart. The two kids followed their mother, not making any noise or noise. They were very well behaved. The road to town would take 40 to 50 minutes if you were fast, or about an hour if you were slow. Soo-hee and his friends were pushing the cart, so they naturally delayed the journey a little. But because they got up earlier this time than last time, it was not yet 7 o'clock when they arrived in town. Let's go to the place where we were last time and see if the spot has been taken, Aunt Nyo said, and then she took Soo-hee to the place where they were last time. The spot was not taken by anyone last time, so the two of them still planned to set up a stall at this location. After Soo-hee put the things out, he said to Aunt Nyo, "Aunt, please help me look after the two kids and the stall. I'm going to buy some charcoal." "Okay, go ahead," Aunt Nyo said with a smile. "Kids, take your sister and wait here obediently, okay?" Soo-hee said as he looked at the two kids. "Well, don't worry, Mom. I will help you guard the stall." Zai answered seriously, like a little adult. His little adult look made Aunt Nyo laugh. Soo-hee went to the grocery store in the vegetable market to ask for charcoal. The boss looked at her and asked curiously, "Selling charcoal at this time?" Soo-hee smiled and said, "Yes, I need charcoal fire. 30 cents a pound of charcoal." The boss said, "Uncle, I need it for a long time. I have to buy charcoal every market day, so can it be cheaper?" After hearing this, the boss was a little hesitant, but still said, 25 cents no less. My charcoal itself is not cheap." "Okay, 25 cents is 25 cents. In the end, Soo-hee bought 10 pounds of charcoal and spent $2.50. Seeing her carrying a bag of charcoal back, Aunt Nyo asked distressfully, "You spent a lot of money, didn't you? Who in the countryside is willing to spend money to buy charcoal for burning? There are plenty of firewood on the mountain, so you can just go to the mountain to chop it yourself." "Not much," Soo-hee replied with a smile. "Just now, 2 people came to buy your fried cakes, and I sold 2 for you." After Aunt Nyo finished speaking, she handed the 60 cents in her hand to Soo-hee. Soo-hee didn't expect to have business so soon, and she was away for only 10 minutes. "Thank you, Auntie," Soo-hee said with a smile.
Mom.
Seeing that she was ignored by Soo-hee, Nyo hurriedly called out, "Hey, the 2 little babies are great. They are both obediently guarding the stall for their mother," Soo-hee said to the 2 children with a smile. Seeing that they were praised by Soo-hee, Zizi and Nyo's faces were as bright as flowers. Soo-hee really started to get busy. She put the charcoal into the stove, lit the fire, and started to set up the pot, then poured the bucket of oil she brought into the pot. Aunt Nyo watched her as if the oil was free and felt distressed. The sharp-eyed people on the side saw Soo-hee's big movements, and they all stopped to see what she was going to do. Soo-hee didn't avoid people and started to mix the flour directly, and then when the oil in the pot was boiling, she started to fry the fried cakes. Everyone saw the freshly made fried food for the first time, and they all stopped to watch. Until the fragrance wafted out, someone finally couldn't help asking, "Boss, how much is this one?" Soo-hee's fried cake was very large, fried golden and fragrant, and many people wanted to buy it to try. 3 cents each, Soo-hee said with a smile. 3 cents, isn't this a bit expensive? A passerby grumbled in dissatisfaction. First of all, the cost of my pancake is not low. Doesn't oil cost money? Doesn't flour cost money? The raw material, sweet potatoes, also cost money. And I fry it freshly. Does the charcoal fire cost money? And my portion is very large. Just one fried pancake is enough to fill you up, Soo-hee said with a smile. I have to admit that business is something that also depends on your tongue. After Soo-hee said that, 3 cents for a fried pancake was not so difficult to accept. Give me 2. The man gritted his teeth and said. Soo-hee smiled, took out 2 directly from the backpack beside him, and put them in a bag for him. Didn't they say they were freshly fried? The man asked dissatisfiedly. It is freshly fried. If you don't believe me, touch it and try it. Soo-hee handed the fried cake to the man, who took it in his hand half believingly and half doubtingly, and was almost burned by the temperature of the fried cake. Hiss, he screamed, and then quickly grabbed the bag, not daring to touch the fried cake with his hands. Now he couldn't believe that this fried cake was not freshly fried. It was so hot that it looked like it had just come out of the pot. If you want the one in the pot, you have to wait a few more minutes. If you don't want to wait, just take the one in your hand, They are all freshly fried.
Suhi said.
How could they have so much time to wait here for things to be fried? What is a market? Everyone is in a hurry. Looking at the big and golden fried cake in his hand, the man said, I want these too. After that, he handed Suhi a 50-cent and a 10-cent bill. After Suhi took it, he smiled and said, It's delicious. Come again next time. After the man left, the other onlookers couldn't help but want to buy fried cakes from Suhi. Give me one too. I want one too. I came first. Give me one first. Seeing that the business was coming, Suhi couldn't stop smiling. Don't worry. Take your time one by one. We have them all. After Suhi finished speaking, she took out the fried cakes from the backpack next to her with a bag. Seeing that she had so much in stock, everyone didn't rush to take them first. At this time, someone suddenly said, I remember buying them last time at the market. It seemed to be 20 cents each. Suhi didn't get angry when she heard what he said, but smiled and said, Yes, because it was the first time I sold it last time, I gave a preferential price. This time, because it is fried on the spot, the cost has increased, so it is naturally impossible to sell it at a preferential price. After hearing what she said, the man didn't hesitate and said directly, Give me 5. Suhi looked at him carefully and found that he was the first person to buy fried cakes from her last time. It seems that he is a loyal fan of her fried cakes, and he always buys more than 5. Suhi's business is booming, and Aunt Neo's vegetables are selling better. Seeing Suhi's fried cake business flourishing, Aunt Neo is impressed by her. Otherwise, how can Suhi make money? As for the materials she just mentioned, except for the sweet potatoes they grow at home, they are reluctant to buy anything else. You have to pay first before you can get anything. Rural people are still too conservative. They are afraid of losses and are reluctant to spend money, so they can't even take the first step. This is a good opportunity for Suhi, who traveled through time and space. She is willing to spend money. A group of customers bought fried cakes and found them delicious, so they went back to buy them for their families. Even the children passing by couldn't help crying and asking their families to buy them when they smelled the fragrant fried cakes. The 2 children were very well behaved today. When Suhi was not busy frying fried cakes, they helped their mother pack things or collect the money handed over by customers. The aunt who was waiting for the fried cakes looked at the 2 babies and liked them more and more. She asked, Why do these 2 babies look the same size? They are so good looking. Haha, they are twins, a boy and a girl. Suhi replied with a smile. Oh, twins, this is incredible. It's a blessing. In this era, twins are really valued. Yes, I also think I am very lucky. Suhi said with a smile while handing the fried cakes she wanted to the aunt. The fried cakes in the pot have never stopped frying. This town includes all the surrounding villages, so there are a lot of people coming to the market. Her way of frying and selling has attracted many people. The most important thing is that Suhi's food is delicious, so repeat customers account for the majority. Fortunately, she had fried more than 200 at home before, but the stock was almost gone. So Suhi was busy frying fried cakes all morning and was so busy that she was dizzy. Fortunately, there were 2 babies and Aunt Neo to help, but after 2 hours, her stock was still sold out. So now, people who come to buy have to wait. The fried ones are all sold out. Those who want to buy have to wait for a few minutes. Suhi said with a smile. How long do you have to wait?
Someone asked.
You have to queue up. These 2 came first. They want 5 each, so you may have to wait a few minutes before it's your turn to fry them. Seeing that they had to wait too long, some people shook their heads and said they would come when there were fewer people. But how could there be fewer people? If you want to eat, you have to wait, otherwise, after one group of people finish buying, another group will come. It was past 9 o'clock, and the sun was gradually moving towards the center. Fortunately, the location chosen by Suhi and Aunt Neo was blocked by something, so they were not exposed to the sun. But it was different for those who came late and couldn't choose a good location. They set up stalls under the big sun. Although they were not exposed to the sun, the air in this era was not polluted, and the summer was not as hot as in later generations. But it was summer after all, and Suhi was still burning charcoal, so her sweat kept flowing like it was free. Zizi was very considerate and took out the sweat towel that Suhi had prepared in advance to wipe Suhi's sweat. Thank you, Zizi. Suhi was so excited that she kissed Zizi on the face, and Zizi's face turned red after being kissed by his mother. Mom, I want one too. Nuno shouted on the side. Suhi had no choice but to kiss Nuno on the face, and then said, Nuno is also great. The people around who were waiting for fried cakes saw the warm scene of the mother and the three of them, and they couldn't help but smile with relief. The two kids are so sensible. Someone couldn't help but praise. Haha, they're very sensible. Who doesn't like others to praise their kids? Suhi smiled so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Your 2 fried cakes are ready. Suhi took out the fried cakes that had been fried to golden brown in the pot, put them on the iron rack to dry for a while, and then put them in a bag and handed them to the man. Okay, here, 60 cents. After receiving the money, Suhi started to make new fried cakes and put them in the pot. At this moment, a little boy walked to Suhi's stall and shouted in surprise, Sister Nuno, what's this? Suhi looked up and saw the male protagonist of the novel, Ji Liangchuan, standing in front of her stall, staring at her Nuno.
Shui.
This male protagonist is really scheming. He wants to kidnap her Nuno at such a young age. If he likes Nuno, he will treat her well in the future, but he will meet the female protagonist in the future. Brother Ji Liangchuan, why are you here? Nuno also saw the little brother she liked, so she asked curiously. You said last time that you would come to play with me next time you go to the market. I have been waiting for you in the bookstore since this morning. But I didn't wait. You said last time that your mother was selling things at the market, so I came to see if I could find you. The male protagonist is worthy of being the male protagonist. He should be only 4 years old now, and he speaks in an orderly manner. The key point is that his brain is still working well. He can remember a sentence that Nuno said casually and can find the door through that sentence. He deserves to be the best policeman. He has such strong investigative ability at such a young age. Suhi looked at Nuno, then smiled and said, Nuno, give your brother a fried cake, then you and your brothers can go play for a while. Nuno looked at Ji Liangchuan with a tangled face, then looked at her mother and finally shook her head and replied, I'm not going. I want to accompany my mother to sell things. Suhi was warmed by her daughter's words and even despised her own suspicion at the beginning, which affected Nuno's current friendships.
And Zizi was the same.
Obviously, he had a very good impression of Ji Liangchuan last time, but because of her weird behavior, he became hostile to Ji Liangchuan. It's okay, Mom is almost busy here. You two can go and play with your little brother. Suhi advised again. Ji Liangchuan looked at Nuno's tangled expression and said, Andy, can I help you sell things here? Suhi looked at him in surprise, but still said, sure. But Auntie, there's a charcoal fire here. It's very hot. Ji Liangchuan shook his head and said firmly, Auntie, I'm not afraid of the heat. So Ji Liangchuan also joined this small organization selling fried cakes. People who came to buy things couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Suhi was helped by children. Your children are so well behaved, they can stay by your side quietly. Suhi smiled and replied, they won't go to play even if you ask them to. Gradually, the sweet potatoes and flour that Suhi brought were almost gone, and soon they fried the last one. Those who had just said that they would come back to buy when there were fewer people now turned back and wanted to buy fried cakes to eat, but Suhi said they were sold out. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and they didn't expect her business to be so good. The main reason was that many people bought several at a time, and there were many people coming to the market, so Suhi's fried cakes were sold out in more than 3 hours. After packing up the stall, Suhi asked Aunt Nyo to help watch the things, and took the children to go shopping again. There were still many small things on the street. Suhi stopped at a stall selling girls' head accessories and asked Nyo, which headband or clip do you like? Choose it yourself, and Mom will buy it for you. Nyo looked at her mother and 2 brothers a little embarrassed, so she squatted down and chose a row of colorful hairpins and a row of colorful headbands. Nowadays, little girls like to put a lot of clips on their heads, and Nyo is no exception. Suhi bought everything she chose, and then bought a few hair clips and headbands for herself, and paid the bill. Mom will get these for you to tie your hair tomorrow, okay? Suhi touched Nyo's head and said gently, okay. Nyo looked at little brother Ji Liangchuan and answered shyly. It's a pity that little brother Ji Liangchuan is in town, so he can't see her wearing the beautiful clips. Ji Liangchuan saw Nyo looking at her, so he asked at the right time, Auntie, where's your home? We live in Shangyao village. He replied with a smile. Is it close to the town? Ji Liangchuan asked again. He thought about it and then replied. It's close. It takes about an hour to walk. Annie, can I go to your village to play with Nyo and Zai Zai? He looked at Ji Liangchuan in surprise and then smiled and replied to him. Of course. You are welcome to come. Nyo looked very excited and said, Brother Ji Liangchuan, if you come to my house, my brother and I can take you to the fields to catch eels, and we can also take you to the mountains to pick mushrooms. My mother's fried mushrooms are the most delicious, really.
Shui.
It's really embarrassing for my daughter to look so worthless. She can't be so young, and she has already fallen in love with Ji Liangchuan, right? Zizi was also a little speechless. When did he agree to take Ji Liangchuan to do these things? These were all his resentful sister's ideas. Okay, I'll go find you and your brother to play when the time comes. Ji Liangchuan smiled very brightly. Well, but be careful, understand?
Shui rimaindi appropriately.
Don't worry, Auntie. Ji Liangchuan said with assurance. After that, they walked around the street again. Suhi stayed at a more popular noodle stall in the town, planning to have lunch here. The three kids shared 2 bowls of rice, and they couldn't eat that much. And Suhi ate a bowl of noodles alone. The last time I came to the town, I was a bit rushed and didn't have time to eat a bowl of noodles in the town. But after eating it this time, Zizi whispered to Suhi, Mom, this rice noodle is not as delicious as the noodles you make. Suhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and answered, Rice noodle and noodles are different. Maybe you like noodles more? Zizi shook his head seriously and then said, It's just that Mom's cooking is better. On the other side, Ji Liangchuan put the meat in his bowl into Nyo's bowl. Nyo, if you like meat, eat more. Nyo asked puzzledly, How do you know I like meat? You have finished the meat in your bowl, and you haven't even taken 2 bites of rice noodles. Ji Liangchuan was a little speechless, isn't it obvious? Nyo. She looked around, and then whispered to Ji Liangchuan, Because I don't like this rice noodle, it's not as delicious as my mother's. Although she spoke softly, Suhi and Zizi, who were sitting next to her, heard it. Zizi, how long has it been? The 2 kids' stomachs have been spoiled by themselves. After the few people finished eating the noodles, Suhi packed another portion and sent it to Aunt Nyo. She asked the 2 kids to follow Ji Liangchuan to his bookstore to play, and she would pick them up later. The 2 kids went happily. Zizi actually didn't hate Ji Liangchuan. He also thought that Ji Liangchuan was good-looking and enthusiastic. He took the initiative to greet them when they first met. But in his heart, Suhi was more important, so he was a little resistant to Ji Liangchuan. Now it seems that Suhi doesn't hate Ji Liangchuan, and he also plays with Ji Liangchuan. After all, both of them are boys, and they are both precocious, so they have a lot of common topics. Ji Liangchuan is the same. People of the same age can't play with him, but he likes Zizi and Nyo very much. Zizi seems to understand some of the strange ideas in his mind, and Nyo always supports him, even though she doesn't understand. So he really likes them. They are the only 2 friends he made when he came to his grandmother's house. Suhi didn't understand the little tricks in the kids' minds. After sending the kids to the bookstore, she quickly sent the packaged noodles to Aunt Nyo. Aunt Nyo was touched to see that she was still thinking about her while eating noodles. Sister Sue, how much is this bowl of noodles? I'll give it to you,
Aunt Nyo said while eating.
At this time, Suhi was helping her watch the stall. There were not many things on her stall. There were some scattered vegetables. If no one bought them, she would take them back and fry them tonight. This was all because of Suhi. Her fried rice cake business attracted many customers to Aunt Nyo at the stall next door. I'll treat you to a meal, no charge, Suhi said with a smile.
How can that be?
Let's put things in perspective. Aunt Nyo was unhappy and directly took out 50 cents and handed it to Suhi. Hey, Aunt, I treat you as my own aunt. Why are you so distant with me? Suhi turned around and stuffed the 50 cents back into Aunt Nyo's pocket. Aunt Nyo was afraid that she would be angry and also felt that she was thinking about her, so she smiled and said, "Thank you. Well, you have helped me so much. Isn't it my duty to treat you to a bowl of noodles?" Suhi didn't seem to care much. "Aunt, I have met so many people in my life, but I have never met anyone as good at dealing with people as you, Sister Sue." Aunt Nyo gave her the highest compliment. "Don't praise me so much and praise me so highly. What if one day you don't like what I do? You will definitely hate me again," Suhi said jokingly. "How could that be possible? With your worldly wisdom, Sister Sue, there won't be such a day." Suhi thought to himself, that's not necessarily the case. The most difficult thing to guess is the human heart. But Suhi treated Aunt Nyo sincerely. Aunt Nyo was the first person to warm her heart after she came to this body, except for the two children. So she also wanted to warm Aunt Nyo as much as possible within her ability. On the other side, after Ji Liangchuan brought Nyo Nyo and Zai Zai back to the bookstore, he asked Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo to sit on the tables and chairs outside the bookstore, and he went to find his grandmother. His grandmother, Ms. Zhou, immediately came up and asked, "Chuaner, where have you been? Your grandfather is almost worried to death."
He went out to look for you.
Ji Liangchuan looked at his grandmother apologetically, saying that he had made them worry. "I told you before that I was going to play with my friends. You've been back here for so long, and I haven't seen you take the initiative to contact any children." Ms. Zhou frowned, obviously not believing it. "It's true, Grandma. The two brothers and sisters at the door are my friends." Ji Liangchuan pointed at Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo, who were sitting outside the door. Ms. Zhou looked and saw that there were really two kids who were about the same age as his son Chuaner. "You made friends? Grandma is so happy for you," Ms. Zhou said with a smile. "Grandma, can I go to my two friends' homes to play?" Ji Liangchuan asked again. "Of course. Which street is their home in the town?" "In Shangyao village."
Yi Liangkun replied.
"In the village?" "No, it's too far and Grandma is worried." Ms. Zhou refused. "How far is it?" Their mother said that it only takes more than an hour to walk there. "We have a car at home, and it only takes more than 20 minutes to drive there." Ji Liangchuan immediately refuted, with his clever mind. "Ms. Zhou, it's not good for grandchildren to be too smart. They are not easy to fool. You don't even know them, and you just followed them to the village. You didn't even know that you were abducted." Ms. Zhou was very disappointed. Aunt Sue is not that kind of person. She is very nice. Ji Liangchuan frowned, very unhappy that her grandmother said that about Aunt Sue. Suddenly, he noticed that Zizi and Nyo Nyo were looking in his direction, so Ji Liangchuan said to Ms. Zhou again, "My two friends are still waiting for me. I won't talk to you for now." After that, he ran into the store to get storybooks. Nyo Nyo liked to read these the most. When Ji Liangchuan brought a few storybooks to Zizi and Nyo Nyo immediately came up and asked, "What did you say to the old lady at the door just now?" "So long?" Ji Liangchuan glanced at Nyo Nyo and said a little disappointedly, "That's my grandmother. I told her that I wanted to go to your house to play, but she said it was too far and didn't let me go." Zizi was flipping through the book, and he immediately looked at Ji Liangchuan and replied, "Your grandmother has her reasons for not letting you go. We are still young and should listen to adults." Ji Liangchuan wanted to refute, "But in this case, I can't go to play with you." But thinking about it, what Zizi said made sense, so he couldn't help but feel more disappointed. "It's okay, Brother Chuan. Next time Mom brings us to town, we will come to play with you again." Nyo Nyo comforted Ji Liangchuan very warmly. Looking at Nyo Nyo's sweet smile, Ji Liangchuan nodded involuntarily. After Sue, he helped Aunt Nyo sell almost all the things on the stall. She went to pick up the two children. When they arrived at the door of the bookstore, Zizi and Nyo Nyo, who were sitting outside, jumped up and shouted excitedly when they saw her. "Mom." Suhi agreed to them while observing the surroundings and found that there were cut apples on the table.
Who prepared this apple?
Suhi asked in surprise. After all, it is not ordinary for a family to be able to afford apples in this era. Brother Chuan's grandmother cut it for us. Nyo Nyo raised her head and said, "Oh, it's the male protagonist's grandmother's house. That's normal. After all, as the male protagonist, his background cannot be bad. His family seems to be in the military compound in Kyoto. Have you thanked your grandmother? Suhi asked the two children with a gentle smile.
Thank you.
Zizi answered immediately. And Su, are you going back? Ji Liangchuan on the side looked a little disappointed. Yes, we have to go back to the village. Zizi and Nyonyo still need to take a nap. You will also have to take a nap later. Suhi replied with a smile. Ji Liangchuan wanted to say that he didn't want to take a nap, but in the end he opened his mouth and said nothing. At this time, Ji Liangchuan's grandmother, Ms. Zhou, came out. Hello, what is your name? Ms. Zhou greeted Suhi with a smile. This is the first time someone has said hello to Suhi after being here for so long. It seems that she is a cultured person. My name is Suhi, and I am the mother of these two children. Suhi replied with a smile.
I am Chuana's grandmother.
Chuana has been praising you to me just now. Ms. Zhou smiled and did not discriminate against Suhi because of her obesity or rural environment. Is that so? Liang Chuan is also a good kid. My two kids played with him for just over an hour last time, and they've been thinking about playing with him again next time. Suhi also answered with a smile. Basically, every parent is like this. Once the topic of their children is mentioned, they can open up their chatterboxes. So Ms. Zhou sighed and said, My Chuana has been back to me for more than a month. He doesn't like to talk and doesn't like to play with children of the same age. You two children are the only two friends my Chuana has made since he came here. Haha, my two kids are the same. They are usually a little taciturn. This is the first time I see them so actively making friends. Suhi agreed. So Ms. Zhou asked Suhi about it again, and found out that she was actually from the city, but just took her two kids back to the countryside to stay for a while. She couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing that Suhi had adapted well to the town and the village, she didn't look like she had never been to the countryside before, did she? My son Chuaner has been saying that he wants to go to your house to play. I just rejected him, and now he is still unhappy. Ms. Zhou sighed. He may not be able to adapt to the unfamiliar environment here after leaving his parents. He finally met a playmate of the same age, so he wants to go to play with Zizi and Nyonyo. If you are free, come to my house to play. There are only me and the two children at home, no one else. After hearing Suhi's words, Ms. Zhou was surprised. She wanted to ask Suhi if he didn't live with his parents-in-law, but she thought it was not good to ask such a private question when she had just met him for a short time, so she held it back. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suhi said to Ms. Zhou again, My home is in Shangyao village. If you take the main road at the entrance of the village, you can walk all the way from the entrance to the end of the village. My home is at the end of the village. However, there is also a smaller road that leads to the main road, but it is difficult to find if you're not a villager. Seeing Suhi's enthusiasm, Ms. Zhou couldn't help but smile sincerely, and then replied, Okay. On the way back, the two kids were sitting on the cart. After all, they walked for more than an hour in the morning, and then they kept selling things with Suhi, so the two kids were tired. Moreover, the two kids were only 3 years old, and their foot bones were not yet formed, so they couldn't walk for too long, otherwise they would develop bow legs. The two kids were sitting on the cart, wearing the sun hats that Suhi had just bought for them in town, which made the two little guys look cute. Mom, why are the flowers on the roadside so beautiful? Mom, why do we have to walk so long to go to town? Mom, will Brother Chuan really come to our house to play with us? Mom, can I take Nyonyo to play with Brother Zhuang and the others in the afternoon? The two kids seemed very excited at this time, and they chattered at Suhi. They rarely spoke before, but after experiencing Suhi's domineering protection of them yesterday, the two kids seemed to have opened Pandora's blind box and opened up 100,000 whys. Suhi patiently answered their questions one by one. There were quite a few people returning at this time. Most of the people walking on this road were driving, and there were very few people driving. If they could meet someone driving a car, everyone would definitely stop and watch curiously. At this time, someone called Suhi's name.
Shui.
Suhi looked up and saw her mother-in-law Wu Yanhua walking towards them with several grandchildren. So she stopped and asked, Mom, are you going to the market in town now? Wu Yanhua was a little embarrassed. She had told Suhi before that if she met her in town, she should go to her stall to have a look. Now that everyone has sold their things and returned, she is going to town. Haha, I was delayed this morning. Wu Yanhua was a little embarrassed. Are the kids going too? Suhi looked at the group of children led by Wu Yanhua and asked in surprise. In fact, I admire Wu Yanhua very much. She took so many kids to the street alone. What if 2 kids got tired and asked to be carried? It would be difficult. If she took more kids to the street, could she take care of them alone? Hey, these kids insisted on going to the street to play with Zai Zai and Nuno, and I couldn't stop them. I didn't want to take them with me, so they cried together at home, and it hurt my head. Wu Yanhua was helpless. If several children cried in her ears, Suhi would feel a headache just thinking about it. Auntie bought gifts for you all. Do you want to play? Suhi asked the children with a smile. What did Annie buy? Zhuang asked curiously. Suhi didn't keep them in suspense and took out a bag directly. There were colorful hairpins and hairbands in the bag, as well as some bows and arrows for boys, which instantly attracted the attention of several children. Wow, what beautiful clips, Yaya said exaggeratedly. How about going to the city next time? The sun is too strong now, it's very hot. Suhi asked with a smile. Okay. Several children answered in unison. All of them seemed very excited. They went to the street just to buy some toys, and now that their aunt bought them some, they were naturally satisfied. Their aunt was nice and also knew martial arts, so they loved her the most. Wu Yanhua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Suhi had fooled the kids into not going to town with just a few words, and her eyes were gentle when she looked at Suhi. Mom, are you still going to town? If you are, let the kids go to my place, and I'll help look after them first. Suhi said to Wu Yanhua with a smile. Wu Yanhua was a little conflicted because she did have something to buy on the street, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to the market at noon. Then I'll leave it to you. Suhi smiled and replied, Mom, why are you so distant with me? Then she called a few children and said, Let's go to Aunt S' house to play. Aunt will make delicious food for you. Wow, what delicious food is there, Aunt? I want to eat. Aunt is the best. Facing the praise of the children, Suhi smiled, turned right, and said to Wu Yanhua, Mom, I'm going back first. Well, I'll pick them up later. Wu Yanhua said. Looking at Suhi's leaving back, Wu Yanhua couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Aunt Nyo, who was pushing a cart behind Suhi, had the opportunity to interrupt and say a few words to Wu Yanhua. Oh, you have such a good daughter-in-law, but you don't know how to cherish her. Aunt Nyo looked at Wu Yanhua with envy and jealousy. She really wished that Suhi was her daughter-in-law. Why don't I cherish her? Wu Yanhua was unhappy because Suhi didn't live with them, but she didn't treat Suhi badly, right? Anyway, I have such a good wife. I must want to treat her as my own daughter. Aunt Nyo said again. Wu Yanhua. After being said a few words by Aunt Nyo, Wu Yanhua was even more unhappy. Did she really treat Suhi badly? But Suhi's personality was really unpleasant at the beginning. And everyone loves beauty. At the beginning, Suhi was almost as fat as a pig. How could she like her? Aunt Nyo is really a person who talks without any pain in the waist. After Suhi brought a group of children back to her home, she let them play in the living room and at the door of the house, and she went to prepare food for the children. The weather was hot, and Suhi planned to cook mung bean and kelp porridge. Of course, these ingredients were not bought in the town, but exchanged in the space. Now she has become less and less dependent on the space, and she tries to make food in reality that can be solved in reality. After cleaning the mung beans and kelp, she started to light a fire and set up a pot to cook mung bean and kelp porridge. Suhi was afraid that some kids would not like this kind of porridge, so she kneaded the dough to make noodles. Thinking of how Zizi and Nuno kept complaining that the noodles they ate in town were not as delicious as hers, Suhi wanted to laugh. Nowadays, no matter what it is less oily and less salty, so the taste is naturally not that good. The mung bean and kelp porridge was boiled for more than an hour, and the porridge was already very mushy. Suhi saw that it was almost done, so he added sugar and then picked up the rice cooker. The noodles were already kneaded, and Suhi put them into the space. If you don't want to eat it, you can eat it next time. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it going bad. Children, it's time to eat. After everything was done, Suhi walked into the living room and shouted,
Wow.
It's time to eat. Zhuang was the most lively child. When he heard that it was time to eat, he immediately rushed to the kitchen. When the children heard it, they all ran into the kitchen with him. At this time, Suhi had already put the mung bean and kelp porridge into bowls. When she saw them coming in, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have everything. If one bowl is not enough, there is more in the pot. The porridge is still hot, so eat it slowly." Nyo came forward and saw the green mung bean and kelp porridge. He asked in surprise, "Aunt, what is this?" "This is called mung bean and kelp porridge," Suhi replied with a smile.
Wow.
The kids had never eaten this before, but they all exclaimed wow to show their respect. Suhi was amused by their exaggerated appearance and still put the spoons exchanged in the space in the bowls, and then said, "Each person chooses a bowl to eat. It's very hot." The kids were very obedient and chose the bowl closest to them. The aunts said that there was still a lot, and if they were not full, they could get more, and the kids had nothing to fight for. Shirdu picked up the spoon and wanted to take a bite, but when he thought of what the aunt said was very hot, he blew at the spoon with his mouth. Seeing this, Suhi praised at the right time. "Shirdu did a good job. You guys it for a while before eating. It will be too hot later." Seeing that brother Shirdu was actually praised by his mother, the two kids, Zizi and Nunyo, began to heart at the spoon, and the porridge inside was almost blown away by the kids. Suhi saw this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly stopped their behavior.
You have to gently.
Shida's eyes lit up immediately after taking the first bite, and then he said to Suhi, "Aunt, this porridge is sweet." "Yes, it is sweet," Suhi replied with a smile. Wow, when the kids heard that the porridge was sweet, they didn't care that it was hot, and they all put it in their mouths and ate it. Nowadays, children even eat sugar. It's a luxury, let alone sweet porridge. As long as it's sweet, children basically like to eat it. Delicious.
Mom.
Nyo said while eating mung bean and kelp porridge. "If it's delicious, you can eat more, there's more in the pot." The kids are very keen on sweets. Basically, after everyone finished a bowl, they filled another small bowl and started eating. Nyo patted his bulging belly and burped hard. "So full." "Me too, my stomach is full," Yaya said excitedly. After the kids finished their meal, they started to play with the toys that Suhi bought for them in the living room. Nyo and Yaya had clips all over their heads, and both girls were grinning. "Nyo, you look so pretty." Looking at Nyo's colorful hair, Yaya couldn't help but praise. "Sister Yaya, you look so pretty too." The two kids looked at each other and laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. The other boys were naughty, shooting arrows with their little bows and arrows. Abayu with Zhuang shout. The arrow was shot out by him. The momentum was strong, and they were having fun. However, Suhi was still very safety conscious, and the arrows were all glued and shot not far. "Little boys, be careful. Don't shoot anyone."
Shueri maindi.
"I know, little aunt." Now Suhi is almost surpassing Grandma in the hearts of the kids, and ranks second in their hearts. There's no way, Suhi is too gentle and too good to them. Every time they are naughty and noisy, he never scolds them for making noise and always makes delicious food for them. This time, he even bought them toys directly. So, in the impression of the Fu family's children, coming to the young aunt's house is the happiest. Zizi and Nyo are so happy to have such a good mother. Suhi naturally didn't know what they were thinking. She always liked children very much. As long as they didn't bully her two children, she would be willing to treat them gently. But if she met Wang Mumu like the last time in the Wang family, she wouldn't mind teaching the naughty child a lesson. It can only be said that Suhi's character is gentle when it should be gentle, and fierce when it should be fierce. Mom, do you think my hair is beautiful?" Nunyo rushed to Suhi, with a head full of colorful hair, and asked excitedly. Suhi saw that her daughter's hair was tied in a mess, like a crazy girl, and she almost laughed out loud. "It looks good, but Mom can help you make it look better." Suhi did not hit her daughter's confidence, but went into the room to get a comb and helped Nunyo tie a very beautiful hairstyle again. Yaya, who was standing aside, watched her sister become super beautiful from beautiful, and she was also envious. "Aunt, can you help me to tie my hair like my sister's?" Yaya asked eagerly. Of course, I'll do it for you after I finish tying Yaya's hair. Soo-hee replied with a smile. So after Soo-hee's skillful hands decorated the hair of the two girls, they became very beautiful. Wow, Aunt is so amazing, isn't she? Yaya looked left and right with a mirror and was very satisfied with her hairstyle. At this moment, Wu Yanhua came back.
Shui.
She called at the door. After walking in, she saw Soo-hee holding Yaya and tying her hair.
Mom.
Grandma. Before Wu Yanhua had time to look at Soo-hee more, the other children instantly rushed over and surrounded Wu Yanhua and shouted, Hey, be good. Grandma is here to take you home. Wu Yanhua looked at the group of children surrounding her, thinking that they were missing her. Who knew that Zhuang said, Grandma, I want to play at my aunt's house. I don't want to go home. Me too. Yaya, who was still in Soo-hee's arms, also said quickly, My aunt's house is good. I want to stay at my aunt's house. Me too. A bunch of kids were making a lot of noise, and Wu Yanhua was dumbfounded. She had only been away for a few hours, and these had rebelled and didn't even want to go home. Zizi and Nyonya both have to take a nap. How can you guys sleep when you are making so much noise here? Wu Yanhua said with a straight face. I sleep too. I'm taking a nap at my aunt's house. Zhuang immediately retorted. Wu Yanhua was almost mad at him. It was this grandson, a rebellious guy. Zhuang, who was so well behaved in front of Soo-hee, was indeed a little bully in the Fu family.
Mom, don't worry.
You've walked all the way. Are you tired? I left some kelp porridge for you. Soo-hee said with a smile. Wu Yanhua didn't want to spend any money on the street, so she bought 2 steamed buns to fill her stomach. Now she heard that Soo-hee had left some food for her, and she felt even more comforted. Soo-hee went into the kitchen, took out the big bowl of mung bean and kelp porridge, and asked Wu Yanhua, Mom, are you going to eat inside or outside? Wu Yanhua quickly stepped forward to take the porridge, and then said, I'll just eat here. Then she walked to the door and sat down, picked up the porridge, and was about to drink it, and then she found that the porridge was actually green. What kind of porridge is this? Before Soo-hee could answer, the naughty Zhuang immediately answered, I know. This is mung bean and kelp porridge. It's delicious. Wu Yanhua glared at him, then took a spoon and started to drink the porridge. It turned out to be sweet porridge. The porridge was still a little warm at this time, and it was stewed very well. Wu Yanhua liked it more and more as she ate. It's worthy of being from the city. The food is different from that in the countryside. No wonder these kids don't want to go home. After Wu Yanhua finished eating the porridge, she took the kids home by force. No matter how much they cried, it was useless. While I want to play at my aunt's house, Zhuang was hugged by his grandmother and cried sadly. Soo-hee couldn't bear it, so he said, Why don't we let the kids take a nap here? There are 2 beds for them to sleep in. Finally, Wu Yanhua dragged the children back home. It would be strange if they could sleep with so many children together. Wu Yanhua didn't believe it at all. On a summer afternoon, the sun was high in the sky, bright and hot. In the rural fields, a field of golden rice ears swayed in the wind, like a golden ocean. The mountains in the distance were rolling and lush, contrasting with the blue sky and white clouds. On the small road in the field, the farmers were busy working. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but their faces were filled with satisfied smiles. Soo-hee looked at the beautiful scenery outside the door and then called the 2 children back to the house for a nap. When Nyonya was carried to bed, she said to Soo-hee, Mom, will my hair be messy when I wake up? Soo-hee gently put her on the bed, looked at Nyonya's beautiful hair that she had combed, and then smiled and replied, It's not messy. Even if it is messy, it's okay. Mom can help you comb your hair to look better. Nyonya was relieved when she heard Soo-hee's words. The 2 kids got up with Soo-hee early in the morning to go to town, and they were already tired. So they fell asleep almost immediately after they got into bed. Soo-hee fanned the 2 kids with a fan and left the room only after seeing that they had cooled down. After cleaning the room that was soiled and messed up by the kids, Soo-hee went back to the room for a nap. When he woke up, the 2 kids beside him were still sleeping. Soo-hee got up and looked at the time. It was almost 4 o'clock, and he had to prepare dinner. The two kids might be really tired today, and they didn't wake up after sleeping for more than 2 hours. Soo-hee always felt that she seemed to have forgotten something after coming back from town. She thought about it, and suddenly realized that she was so busy that she forgot to count how much money she made in town today. So, she quickly took out the little money she earned from her bag. This bag was exchanged in the space, and it was used to hold money, which was convenient. The bag was already bulging, because it was stuffed with too many money. Soo-hee sat on a low stool in the kitchen. After making sure that there was no oil or water on the table, she took out all the money and put it on the table. Most of it was 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, and 10 yuan, and there were very few bills over 10 yuan. Soo-hee didn't care, but counted the money happily. To be honest, if it was in her time, not to mention 10 cents, even if $1 was dropped on the street, no one would pick it up. But after traveling here, 10 cents is also very important. After all, the price of goods has not risen so exaggeratedly in this era, and the housing price is even higher. If she can make money to buy a few houses in Kyoto before the real estate develops so abnormally, then she, Zizi, and Nuno don't have to worry about the rest of their lives, right? After all, the housing prices in Kyoto in the future will be ridiculously high. Soo-hee counted the money while thinking, and finally found that she had earned more than 86 yuan in just one morning today. She should have sold more than 300 fried cakes today. My God, more than 80 yuan a day. In this era, especially in rural areas, it is considered a highly profitable industry. You have to know that the Fu family only earns 2 or 3 yuan a day at the construction site, and they're still doing hard labor. So now is the stage of development of the times. As long as you use your brain a little and dare to try, you can make money. But people of this era are used to being conservative, and they don't understand. However, this business can only be done during the market, which is only once a week, so it is not a long-term solution after all. The money earned can barely maintain the family's expenses at most. It still depends on her fire durian. Soo-hee has great expectations for this fruit business. When she sorted out the money and put it away, the two children finally woke up.
Mom.
Zizi sat up in a daze and called softly. Hey, good baby, are you awake? Soo-hee was in the room. Seeing this, he hugged Zizi and put on his sandals. Nyo also turned over and got up in a daze. She watched her mother putting shoes on her brother, and she didn't make a fuss. Instead, she sat aside in a daze and waited for her mother to put them on her later. Soo-hee just put the baby on the ground and turned around to see her cute daughter. She wanted to kiss her twice. She was so obedient and cute. How could the male protagonist, that big pig hoof, not like his own cute Nyo? Novels are novels, and they can't be compared with reality at all. Come, mommy hug you. After Soo-hee spread out her arms, Nyo immediately threw herself into Soo-hee's arms with a happy face. Oh, my Nyo finally has some meat, Soo-hee said with a smile. Don't say it. The two children are now completely different from what they saw more than a month ago. If they were not staying in the countryside now, everyone who saw them would sigh that these two children are children from the city, right? Now Soo-hee cleans them up every day, and Soo-hee directly uses the dirty and messy clothes as rags. The clothes and shoes that the two children are wearing now, some of them were bought at the last market, and the others were exchanged by Soo-hee for the two children in the space. She tried to dress herself and her two children in the modern era, and she didn't care about so much. If she didn't have the ability to feed and dress the two children well, it would be fine, but since she had the ability, why not use it? Moreover, after Soo-hee prepared rich meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, and insisted on letting the two children drink milk every day, the two children's weight and height have increased, and their faces have changed from sallow to white and rosy. The previous growth environment also affected physical and mental health. Now Soo-hee cleans the house every day. Although it is a shabby mud house, anyone who comes in and sees that the whole house is clean and bright by Soo-hee will not think that the environment here is bad. Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? Nyo asked when Soo-hee was holding her in his arms and putting on her shoes. What do you want to eat, Nyo? Are you hungry? Soo-hee asked with a smile. Mom, Nyo wants to eat sweet and sour spare ribs, but we don't have any meat at home. Can we make sweet and sour spare ribs next time when we have meat? Suhi smiled when she heard Nuno's words and asked, "How do you know there is no meat at home?" Nuno tilted her little head, thought for a while, and said, "Because Mom didn't buy any meat when she came back from the market this time." Suhi looked at Zizi, who was waiting for her to put shoes on her sister, then looked at her daughter in her arms, and then said with a smile, "Mom has meat. Don't worry, can I make sweet and sour spare ribs tonight?" "Really?" Nuno was very excited. "Of course it's true. When did Mom lie to you?" Suhi said this with a smile, and then thought of the original owner, and then shut up. She didn't lie, but the original owner lied to the two kids a lot. But Zizi and Nuno didn't care about Suhi's words at all, but said excitedly, "Yeah, there are sweet and sour spare ribs to eat tonight." Looking at the two carefree kids, Suhi felt warm in his heart. This is the carefree childhood that should be. Maybe she could travel to this world and meet these two lovely children just for her to save them. At dinner, Suhi not only made sweet and sour spare ribs, but also steamed egg custard for the two children. These two dishes are the favorites of the two children, and Zizi and Nuno ate them with gusto. After dinner, before it was completely dark, Suhi took the two children for a walk and walked towards the Fu family in the village. She wanted to ask the sisters-in-law when they would be free to help her plant the newly exchanged durian tree. Now, everyone had just finished dinner or was about to have dinner, so those who went out to work came back one after another. Seeing Suhi's mother and daughter, many people in the village greeted her this time. The main reason was that the scene of Suhi's battle with the Wang family last time was vivid, which changed Suhi's reputation in the village. There were already many people in the village who were dissatisfied with the Wang family. After Suhi taught the Wang family a lesson, he also showed magnanimity, which made the villagers feel that Suhi was a man of affection and righteousness, and did things in a timely and appropriate manner. "Wives Tinghua, where are you going?" "To my mother-in-law's house." "Wives Tinghua," the two kids seemed to be getting taller and taller. "Wives Tinghua, come to my house when you have time." "Sister Su, hello, have you eaten? Have you eaten?" Faced with the sudden enthusiasm of the villagers, Suhi's face was almost frozen with laughter. So she quickened her pace and hurried to the Fu family. The Fu family had just finished their meal. Because it was too hot inside the house, Fu Dajuan, Wu Yanhua, and their sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters were all sitting at the door to enjoy the breeze. Suhi's house was at the foot of the mountain, so it was warm in winter and cool in summer, and it was not as hot as the center of the village. "Suhi, have you eaten?" As soon as he saw his daughter-in-law, Fu Dajuan immediately smiled. "I have eaten, Dad," Suhi said with a smile, and then greeted Wu Yanhua and his brothers and sisters-in-law.
Grandpa, Grandma.
Zizi and Nuno called Fu Dajuan and Wu Yanhua shyly. They are not as shy as before, and they take the initiative to say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. "Hey, dear grandson."
Fu Dayun grinned.
He owes the most to Suhi's mother and daughter, so he never has a cold face in front of Suhi. "I came here to find my sisters-in-law this time. I want to ask when you are free." Suhi asked several female members of the Fu family with a smile.
"Huh?
"Did you buy the durian tree seedlings?" He Fong asked. Last time, Suhi told them that he would plant the sloping land with durian tree seedlings when he had money.
"Yes."
"So I have to trouble my sister-in-law again," Suhi said with a smile. It's not a trouble. We're almost done with our work here. When will your seedlings arrive?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "We're already here. It depends on when you are free." "Then tomorrow." Chen Sufin confirmed the time directly, which was exactly what Suhi wanted. It takes time for a durian tree to bear fruit, so of course the sooner it is planted, the better. The Fu family, whether sons or daughters-in-law, are all hardworking and can't rest. So even if the family is not busy, the daughters-in-law still have to run to the fields all day and can't rest all day. So when Suhi said that there was something to work on, the daughters-in-law directly confirmed tomorrow. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, Suhi couldn't help but smile and nodded. Zizi and Nuno were dragged by Zhuang and others to play hide and seek in the small square in the village. Now the sky is a little gray, and playing this game is a must-have activity for children after dinner. Suhi sat in front of the Fu family's house with several sisters-in-law and chatted. I heard from Mom that you went to the town to do business? Chin Sufin has a very cheerful personality and asked whatever she wanted to ask. Yes, I have nothing to do, so I tinkered with the fried cake I fried last time and took it out to sell when the market is in town. Suhi replied with a smile. I ate that last time, it was really delicious. Zhang Xiaohua recalled the taste of the fried cake just thinking about it. I don't know how her sister-in-law made the sweet potatoes so delicious. Most of the flour in this era is ground by stone mills, so the flour is not so fine. Suhi's flour is exchanged in space, and the flour is fine and refreshing. In addition, Suhi also adds salt and oil to the flour, so it is hard to imagine that it is not delicious. I like to eat it too, so I thought about taking it out to sell. Suhi said with a smile. Suhi has lived in the city since he was a child, and his brain is smarter than ours. We have no knowledge, and only know how to do hard labor. He Fong envied Suhi's flexible mind. She has always been a very dull person, and doesn't talk much. Last time, when she saw Suhi helping the two kids get justice with such a reasonable and well-reasoned manner, she wanted to be so good at talking. Don't worry, sisters-in-law, you just need to plant the durian trees well. As for how to sell them, I will worry about it. Suhi comforted the sisters-in-law. To be honest, Suhi admired the women of this era. Farming is really tiring. Even Suhi, who used to live in the countryside, felt that she couldn't do it. Fortunately, she separated from the Fu family, otherwise she would not be willing to do farm work. If she could lead the Fu family to prosperity, they would suffer less in the future. But now, Suhi herself is nothing, and the house she lives in is still a dilapidated mud house. But Suhi believes and firmly believes that with her identity as a future person and a person who travels through the book, she will definitely become rich in the future. You pull things to sell by yourself? Is it okay? He Fong asked worriedly. She thought Suhi was still pushing a cart and pulling a lot of fruits to sell in the town or city. These women have never been out of Shangyao village in their lives, and they don't know how Suhi is going to sell the things. Suhi smiled and replied, Don't worry, sister-in-law. I can do it alone. She didn't explain much to the Fu family, mainly because nothing has been done yet, and she didn't know how to explain. Several sisters-in-law chatted with Suhi for a while, and they liked Suhi more and more. It's mainly because Suhi is eloquent. When she wants to please someone, she won't make people feel uncomfortable. My Zhuang is a little naughty. He is like a little bully all day long, but when I came back tonight, he kept telling me that he likes you. Zhang Xiaohua is also helpless about his son. He is lively by nature and the king of children in the family, so he is very popular with Wu Yanhua. Sometimes Wu Yanhua can't control this naughty boy, but he is always obedient in front of Suhi. They are just kids, and they like to play together. Maybe it's because they can play no matter how noisy they are at my house, and the adults won't say anything, so they like to stay there. Several sisters-in-law were chatting animatedly here, and the atmosphere was very good for a while. The next day, Suhi got up early and went to the mountain to release the durian saplings from the space. Otherwise, she would be exhausted if she carried them like last time. Looking at the 30 durian trees she released lying on the hillside, Suhi couldn't help but feel lucky for her wit. This batch of durian saplings seemed bigger than the previous ones. Are you sure they are just saplings? After arranging the durian saplings, Suhi hurried home again. The two kids haven't woken up yet. If they wake up and can't see her, they will make a fuss. When she got home, Suhi was already sweating. When she opened the door and saw that the two kids were sleeping so soundly, Suhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They are really two angel babies. There is rarely a time for her to worry. After Suhi changed her clothes, she started to make breakfast. She hasn't eaten the noodles she needed yesterday. Suhi simply took the noodles out of the space, put a bunch of side dishes in the noodles, waited for the aroma to overflow, then she turned off the fire, and then got up to wake up the two children.
Mom.
Zizi called as she walked into the kitchen. Hey, you guys got up? Suhi turned around and looked at the two children in surprise. You guys are great, you got up and put on your shoes. Go brush your teeth and wash your face and have breakfast. Suhi said again. Hearing what his mother said, Zizi immediately went to get a toothbrush to brush his teeth. and Nyo Nyo came forward to see what delicious breakfast her mother cooked. Wow, I have noodles to eat today, Nyo Nyo said excitedly, and she became sober in an instant because she was a little confused because of getting up. Yes, go brush your teeth and wash your face, little greedy cat. Suhi looked at her daughter with messy hair, thinking that she had to tie Nyo Nyo's hair before going up the mountain. After putting the noodles into the bowl, the two children also brushed their teeth and washed their faces and came over. Wow, eggs, Nyo Nyo said, pointing to the fried egg that Suhi put on the top of the bowl. Each of you has one, eat slowly, Suhi replied with a smile. The two children sat down and ate noodles while drinking milk, feeling that life was wonderful. After breakfast, Suhi said to the two children, Mom is going to plant trees on the mountain with the ants. You guys can go to Grandma's house and play with Zhuang and his brothers later, okay? The two children didn't want to embarrass their mother, so they said directly, Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of my sister. Okay, you are all great. Suhi was generous with his praise for the two children and encouraged them to educate them. After taking the two children to Fu's house, several sisters-in-law were already waiting for Suhi. Last night, they had agreed that everyone would go up the mountain together after she came to Fu's house. Mom, I'll ask you to take care of Zizi and Nyo Nyo, Suhi said to Wu Yanhua with a smile. Don't worry. The two children looked at Suhi's back reluctantly until he could no longer see her. Wu Yanhua also saw that the two children were really attached to Suhi. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. After all, she failed Tinghua's two children. Otherwise, why would they be so unfamiliar with her? Wu Yanhua handed the candy she bought at the market yesterday to Zizi and Nyo Nyo and said with a gentle smile, Zizi, Nyo Nyo, come. Grandma will give you candy. The two children hesitated for a long time, but still took the candy, peeled off the layer of film on it, and put it in their mouths. This candy is not as delicious as the one their mother gave them. This is Nyo Nyo's first thought after eating the candy. But such a sincere word must not be said in front of Grandma. What if Grandma is sad? Nyo Nyo, who is still young, has begun to understand a little bit of the ways of the world. Zizi, Nyo Nyo, where is my aunt? At this time, Zhuang had just got up, and when he got up, he saw Zizi and Nyo Nyo, so he was excited. My mother and your mother went to the mountain to plant trees, Zizi replied. Zhuang, on the other hand, showed an expression of shock, which turned into sadness after a while.
Ah?
I can't go to your house to play again today. I miss my aunt so much. Zhuang sighed, and his tone was very funny, just like a little kid imitating adults' words. Zizi and Nyo Nyo were full of question marks when they heard his words. Isn't she their mother? How come brother Zhuang was more reluctant than them? Wu Yanhua rolled his eyes to the sky. How could he miss his aunt? He thought that going to his aunt's house to play would give him food and fun, and he wouldn't be nagged. The children also got up one after another. After washing up, Wu Yanhua arranged a group of children to sit on stools, and then put the steamed buns from the steamer on the table, letting them take them out and eat them by themselves. Zizi and Nyo Nyo looked at the buns casually placed on the table, and there was nothing else, and they were a little dazed.
Grandma, I'm festy.
Zhuang shouted to Wu Yanhua after taking a bite of the steamed bun. Wu Yanhua was busy with other things, and when she heard it, she shouted at Zhuang, Get a bowl and fetch water from the water tank. Zhuang didn't say much. He got up and took a bowl from the cupboard, scooped a bowl of water from the water tank, and drank it in big gulps. After drinking the water, he went back to his seat and ate the steamed bun. Yaya was also chewing the steamed bun, and when she saw that Zizi and Nyo Nyo didn't eat the steamed bun, she asked, Zizi, Nyo Nyo, why don't you eat? Sister Yaya, we have already had breakfast at home, Nyo Nyo replied. Yaya didn't continue to worry about this issue after hearing it, but continued to chew the steamed bun in her hand. When Wu Yanhua came over, she saw that the other kids were eating breakfast obediently. Only Zizi and Nyo Nyo were staring with round eyes, watching others eat. Zizi, Nyo Nyo, why don't you eat the steamed buns? This is steamed by Grandma this morning. It's delicious, Wu Yanhua said to the two children with a smile. She had already used her most gentle tone, because she was afraid that the two children would have a bad impression of her, so she didn't dare to yell like she did to Zhuang and the others.
After hearing what Zizi and Nuno said, Zizi had to pick up a steamed bun on the table, broke half of it and gave it to his sister, and then said to his grandmother Wu Yanhua, "We came here after breakfast, so let's eat some steamed buns made by Grandma." Wu Yanhua was deeply moved by what Zizi said. Zizi meant that although they were not hungry, these were steamed buns made by Grandma with great effort, so they would try it. They are so obedient and sensible. He is still good at educating children. At this moment, Wu Yanhua had to admit that He is indeed a city person, and she knows how to teach children. It is said that the education methods of city people are different from those of rural people. Look at these two children. They are different from her other naughty grandchildren. Under Wu Yanhua's expectant gaze, the two children put the steamed buns into their mouths and chewed them. They were not tasty. This was the first feeling of the two children. It was normal that they were not tasty. Nowadays, most steamed buns in rural areas are made of coarse flour, which is more filling. And it is very troublesome to make fine flour. It requires manpower to grind the rice repeatedly on the stone mill to make it finer, and it cannot be guaranteed to be very fine. Suhi's noodles are all exchanged directly from the space, and they are all fine flour. The things made are all very good, so it's no wonder that the two children think it's unpalatable. Although they thought it was unpalatable, the two kids didn't dare to show it at all and forced themselves to swallow it. After all, their grandma, Wu Yanhua, was watching them. They couldn't let their grandma hate them anymore. Their mother finally had a better relationship with their grandma. "Is it delicious?" Wu Yanhua asked with a smile. "It's delicious." The two kids replied reluctantly. "Kids, what did you have for breakfast this morning?" Zhuang was very curious. "The food at his aunt's house must be delicious. My mother cooked noodles." The kids replied. Noodles, he had eaten them before, so they were just so-so. Zhuang thought. But what Zhuang didn't know was that the noodles at his Aunt Suhi's house were different from theirs. Fortunately, all the kids liked the mung bean and kelp porridge that Suhi made yesterday, so Suhi didn't take out the spare noodles to cook, otherwise he would definitely be thinking about Suhi's noodles every day. After breakfast, Wu Yanhua let the kids play at the door by themselves. She had to wash the dishes and sweep the floor. Zizi and Nyo followed their brothers and sisters and whispered, "Brother, why is the breakfast at Grandma's house so bad?" Nyo asked Zizi in a low voice. "Only our mother gets up early every day to prepare delicious breakfast for us. Brother Zhuang and his family basically have steamed buns and sweet potatoes for breakfast." Zizi replied thoughtfully. "So it turns out that only our family has a different breakfast every day? There is also milk. Brother Zhuang and his family don't have milk to drink." Nyo muttered. "Hush, don't say it. Our family seems to be different from other families. Don't talk nonsense in front of your brothers and sisters," Zizi said to his sister seriously. Since Mom woke up that day, everything at home has changed. Their family's food is incredibly rich. Zizi used to think that it was because Mom gambled away their food that there was no food at home. So when Suhi always took out milk, eggs, ribs, lean meat, and other things, although the two children lamented that their family was rich, they never felt that their family was different from other families. But this morning, when I saw the breakfast that the Fu family had compared to what Suhi prepared for them, it was completely different. Mom also gave them steamed buns, but they were not the kind of steamed buns that Grandma made. The steamed buns made by Grandma were rough and dry, but the steamed buns made by Mom were not like that. Although he knew that his mother seemed to be different from other families, Zizi still planned to swallow this matter in his stomach and never mention it. No matter how strange things his mother could come up with in the future, he would accept it calmly. Because he was afraid that if he asked, his mother would leave them and would be afraid that his secret would be exposed and she would not want them anymore. Moreover, compared with other families in the countryside, the Fu family was already very doting on their children. Many children had to do farm work with their families at the age of 4 or 5, but the children of the Fu family did not have to do so. They had to be sent to school when they reached the age. But I have to admit that compared with the Fu family who doted on their children, Suhi's doting on Zizi and Nyo was more than 100 times. We must not let our mother leave them again, and he will be the one to protect our mother's secret, Zizi thought to himself.
He followed his sisters-in-law up the mountain. When they saw the durian trees lying on the ground, several sisters-in-law looked at He in shock. He, why didn't you wait for us to come before carrying the tree up? Zhang Xiaohua asked a little embarrassedly. It must be hard for He to carry so many trees by himself. It's okay, it's okay. The people who brought the saplings to me helped me carry them up together.
Su ejército explained.
Thank you for your hard work. No wonder you have lost so much weight recently. Have you been too hard recently? Chun Sufan asked with concern. No, have I lost weight? There is no full-length mirror at home, and I can't even tell it myself. Who doesn't like others to praise themselves for being thin? He couldn't close his mouth with a smile. It's true, you have lost a lot of weight compared to before. Chun Sufan sighed. Hearing their chat, the other two sisters-in-law also echoed while working nearby. With so many trees, according to the distance you marked, our land and Aunt Yo's land will probably be planted full. Zhang Xiaohua said while observing. That's about right. Let's plant this much first. He replied with a smile. When the fruits are grown, do you really plan to sell them at such a high price? No matter how rich the city people are, will anyone really spend so much money to buy them? Fong asked doubtfully. Actually, I'm not sure, but I'm confident. He really didn't have much confidence, but she had already thought about it. If durian is really unpopular in this era, she will sell these durians in the space. Why hasn't she exchanged durians for eating in the space for so long? Because the durians in the space are also very expensive. When the time comes, sell the durians in the space to exchange for points, and then use the points from selling durians to exchange for other popular commodities in this era to sell. You can always make money. Otherwise, how can you say that He has a good brain? She is such a person who takes one step and sees 10 steps ahead, and she is sunny, positive, and confident in everything she does. She also has her own energy, which can infect the people around her. However, if she can sell the durian in reality, she still has to sell it in reality. He doesn't want to rely too much on the space. This thing is just a platform for exchanging materials, not hers. It's better to own everything, so he still hopes to sell the durian. She can already foresee that it will be difficult to sell durian at that time, but she can't sell it at a low price. Anyway, if you need any help, just tell us.
Fong said.
It's nothing for them. For this piece of durian, they just put in a little labor. To be honest, he gave them a 10% dividend, and they felt guilty. After all, it seems that everything is paid by He. If they sell it, they can just give them a little hard labor money. Now, the men of the Fu family only make a few dollars for a day of hard work at the construction site. That's how good He's character is. She treats her sisters-in-law well, so no matter how powerful He's company becomes in the future, her sisters-in-law will not be jealous of her. After all, this is her own ability, and before she got rich, He also distributed such a large dividend to them, and they were willing to work for her. It will probably take 2 days to plant the trees here. You should go back and see the kids first. We're here. Looking at the sweaty Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly. He is a city person, and she is the one who works hard in the durian tree business, so it's not good to let her do farm work with them. He glanced at the sun not far away, which was slowly moving to the middle, so he said, Okay, I'll go back to cook. Let's go to my place for dinner today. No, I'll go back to help Mom cook later. You guys come over here to eat. Chun Sufan said quickly. Obviously, she didn't want He to worry about everything, so she suggested that He go home. How could she go to He's house to eat and take advantage of He's sisters-in-law felt anxious. What's the matter? It's okay, just go to my house to eat. I cook very quickly. He smiled and replied. After taking another look at the high sun, He said to the sisters-in-law, I'll go tell Mom first, it's decided. After saying that, without waiting for the sisters-in-law to reply, she walked down the mountain. No matter how the sisters-in-law shouted behind her, it was useless. After he went down the mountain, she went straight to Fu's house. Since the sun was already big at this time, Wu Yanhua didn't let the children run around, so the children were just playing at the door. As soon as Zizi and Nuno saw He, they immediately ran towards her.
Mom.
The two children shouted excitedly. Suhi had only been away for a few hours, but the two children missed her very much. They already knew how good Suhi was to them, so they became more clingy. Who knew that after hearing Zizi and Nyonyo keep calling Mom, Mom, Zhuang and the others also rushed towards Suhi excitedly and kept calling, Annie, Annie.
Shui.
She was away for only one morning. What happened to the children at home? How come she was so popular with the children in the Fu family all of a sudden? Wu Yanhua was also furious when watching the scene. These little, ungrateful people. They were not so active when facing her.
Hey, hey, hey.
Suhi quickly answered the children's calls. Mom, hug me, Nyonyo said coquettishly. After Suhi picked her up, Zizi looked at her with a tangled face. Suhi was helpless, and then she also picked up the baby with her other hand. Zhuang followed them and said, Aunt, I want to hold him too.
Shui.
Zhuang is the strongest among the children, not to mention how Suhi could hold him. At this time, Wu Yanhua stepped forward and grabbed Zhuang's ear, saying, Your aunt has a child in each hand now. How can she have time to hold you? You're still making trouble for me here. Zhuang was grabbed by the ear and screamed nanny in pain. Suhi looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After she put the two children on the ground, she picked up Zhuang who was grabbed by Wu Yanhua's ear and then laughed and teased. Wow. Our Zhuang's flesh is so firm. Zhuang didn't look fat, but Suhi felt that his weight was almost the sum of the baby and Nyonyo. Aunt, why didn't my mother and the others come back? Zhuang suddenly asked. It turned out that she missed her mother. Suhi smiled and replied, Your mother and the others will be busy for a while. Let's go to your aunt's house to cook for lunch today. When the kids heard that they could go to Suhi's house for lunch, they all screamed with excitement. Wu Yanhua heard what Suhi said and confirmed. Go to your place? Yes, let's go to my place for lunch today. I came downstairs to cook. Wu Yanhua said nothing and went straight into the kitchen to get rice, sweet potatoes, and dishes for lunch at home. She said to Suhi, Let's go. Suhi saw that she had to take so many things to make lunch at her place, and hurriedly stopped her and said, Mom, no, I have everything there. What's there? We have a big family here, so many people, and we eat so much. Don't worry about it, I'll take everything. Seeing Wu Yanhua frowning and not looking very happy, Suhi didn't refuse anymore. His mother-in-law is so sober and doesn't like to take advantage of others. What a rare quality. Suhi and Wu Yanhua led a group of children to Suhi's house in a grand manner. The people in the village who were rushing home to cook dinner could not help but envy the harmonious appearance of their family. After returning to Suhi's house, although Suhi kept saying that she could cook by herself, her mother-in-law Wu Yanhua rolled up her sleeves and helped without any explanation. Seeing such a shabby house being tidied up by Suhi, Wu Yanhua could not help but feel satisfied. Suhi is a person who knows how to live. Thinking of this, Wu Yanhua focused her eyes on Suhi's busy figure again. Today, Suhi has become thinner and thinner, and her appearance has also changed dramatically. Not to mention, as her features become more and more prominent, she looks very beautiful. For example, Suhi's fair skin, as if she can never get tanned, is so fair and tender that it is almost pinched to make water. In the past, Suhi was fat, and it was nothing for her to stay in the remote end of the village because no one would set their sights on her. But now Suhi is getting thinner and prettier day by day. Wu Yanhua can't help but get a little worried. Suhi, why don't you move to our place with your two kids? Wu Yanhua asked suddenly. Her question startled Suhi's heart, wondering why her mother-in-law suddenly wanted to move there by herself. That's not okay. She's used to being free, living with a big family. She doesn't want to. Mom, I live well here. Why should I move there? Suhi replied with a smile. Your place is too remote. You three are here. What if someone comes to steal things in the middle of the night? Wu Yanhua frowned, looking even more worried. Mom, what are you thinking with my skills? Who dares to come to steal things? Thinking of Suhi's fighting power that can match several men, Wu Yanhua immediately shut her mouth. Yes, how could she forget that Suhi knows Kung Fu? So, she didn't mention it again. Seeing this, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already exchanged a series of self-defense tools such as electric batons and anti-wolf spray in the space. The place where they lived was not very far from the village, and was close to the mountain. Soo-hee was also afraid that if some snakes or insects crawled into the house, she would have a way to kill them. The two mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law began to busy themselves in the kitchen, and the children started playing in front of Soo-hee's house. Nuno, what delicious food do you think the young aunt will make later? Yaya and Nuno were talking about girls' whispers. I don't know, I didn't ask my mother. Nuno shook her head and said, Nuno, which boy do you think is the best looking? Yaya asked again. Good looking? Brother Ji Liangchuan is the best looking. Nuno said with sparkling eyes as if she was asked a topic of interest. Is he from our village? I don't think I have heard of this name. Yaya thought a little confusedly, but she just couldn't think of such a person. No, he's from the town.
Oh, in the town.
I haven't been to the town many times. It was so lively when I went there before. Yaya said nostalgically. Yes, the town is very lively, and my mother can make money. 2 days passed quickly, and the durian trees were finally planted with the hard work of several sisters-in-law. During these 2 days, Soo-hee cooked at home. She only cared about cooking and did not go up the mountain to plant trees. In fact, Soo-hee felt that this was not good. After all, she was the one who asked people to plant trees, and in the end she did not work. But because the dishes cooked by Soo-hee were so delicious, it was not good to eat at her place for a long time. So several sisters-in-law would rather not have her as a labor force and give her the task of cooking. Soo-hee had no objection to cooking. After all, it was a very simple thing for her. Wu Yanhua brought a lot of food to Soo-hee's house these 2 days, which made Soo-hee embarrassed. In just 2 days, their family and the Fu family could not finish it. But Wu Yanhua didn't care and directly put the food at Soo-hee's house. No matter how Soo-hee persuaded her, she did not take away the remaining food. Several children of the Fu family ate at Soo-hee's house these 2 days, and they have become picky eaters. After returning home, eating the plain soup at home, they couldn't help but miss the food at their aunt's house. But Grandma Wu Yanhua had strongly forbidden them not to disturb Soo-hee. What was the matter with going to other people's houses for free meals all day? Previously on the mountain, Soo-hee saw other durian trees that had been planted before, and they had all borne fruit and were growing very well. The space customer service lady was not lying to her. This kind of durian seedling that was cultivated after the day after tomorrow could actually be planted in the north. It will take another month for Soo-hee to take durian out to sell. However, not everyone likes to eat durian, so you still have to find a precise customer group when the time comes. It seems that before selling durian, you still have to go to the city to prepare for the follow-up work. Mom, aren't Brother Zhuang and his family coming to our house for dinner today? Nyo asked while eating the boiled egg breakfast that Soo-hee made for them. Yes, they are eating at home. As she was talking, suddenly there was a sound of a car outside the door. Car? There were very few people driving cars in this era, and it drove to her door? Could it be Xie Yunxin? Soo-hee walked out the door while thinking. Then, she met an unexpected person.
Ansu.
Ji Liangchuan got out of the car and shouted excitedly to Soo-hee.
Liangchuan.
Soo-hee also shouted in surprise. At this time, Ji Liangchuan's grandmother, Ms. Zhou, also got out of the car. She smiled and said to Soo-hee, My grandson has always said that he wants to come to your house to play. He is depressed. Today, I just happened to be free, so I came uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb your family?
No.
It just happens that we have nothing to do today.
Shueheridli replied.
At this time, Zizi and Nyo heard the noise and rushed out of the house. When they saw Ji Liangchuan, Nyo excitedly shouted, Brother Chuan. Nyo, Zizi. At this time, Ji Liangchuan actually began to be shy. After all, he was a guest at someone else's house, so he seemed a little restrained. Have you had breakfast? We are having breakfast right now. Let's eat together? Soo-hee said quickly.
No.
We ate first before coming here. It's not far from here. It only takes about 20 minutes to drive here, or about 30 minutes. After Ms. Zhou finished speaking, she went to the trunk of the car, opened it and took out 2 chickens and some vegetables. Sister Sue, look at me. I'm so sorry to come here without saying hello. Chuaner said that the mushroom chicken you cooked is delicious, so I brought chicken and mushrooms. Thank you for your help. Ms. Zhou said these words with a stiff upper lip. To be honest, this was the only time in her life that she was so shameless. Finding someone else's house and asking them to cook for them, is this reasonable? He was even more embarrassed. How could he bring his own meat and vegetables when he came to their house as a guest? No, we have chickens at home. I'll take the mushrooms, but we don't have any at home. Ms. Zhou didn't care. She came from such a long way and brought 2 chickens with her. How could she take them back? The 2 pushed and shoved each other for a while, and finally Suhi compromised. Suhi's family did have a chicken left, which was kept in the yard. She bought 2 chickens when she went to the city, and then killed one when Fu Tinghua came back. Suhi had never been willing to kill the other one. Now it was time to kill chickens again. After putting the 2 chickens that Ms. Zhou brought in the yard, Suhi came out and saw the 3 kids had already started playing. Zizi gave Ji Liangchuan the small bow and arrow that Suhi bought for him, and the 2 of them shot by Yubiu for fun, while Nyo sat obediently on the side and watched, waiting for Suhi to comb her hair. Ms. Zhou was observing their village at the gate of Suhi's house. When she saw Suhi coming out, she said, "You villagers are so hardworking. Look, there are people everywhere in the fields." Food is related to the family's food for the whole year, and the people in Shangyao village attach great importance to it.
Yes.
The people in our village are very hardworking in farming, but my family doesn't have much land here, so I don't farm. Suhi said with a smile, "Your business is so good. Why do you still farm?" Farming is very hard. As expected of a knowledgeable person, farming is very important in this era, but Ms. Zhou has already predicted that the business of individual households will rise in the future. Yes, my family doesn't have much land, so I can only do business. Suhi chatted with Ms. Zhou and started to tie Nyo's hair. Knowing that her daughter loves beauty, Suhi braided a few super beautiful braids for her this time. After the braid was done, Nyo rushed to Ji Liangchuan and asked, "Brother Chuan, do you think my hair looks good?" Suhi couldn't help covering her face when she saw this scene. Although she was a child, how could she ask others whether she looked good or not? The weather was not sunny today, but a little gloomy, as if it was going to rain. Strange, it was still sunny when I went out this morning. Ms. Zhou muttered while sitting at the door of Suhi's house. Mom, if there is no strong sun, can we take Brother Chuan to the fields to catch eels?" Nyo asked excitedly. Suhi looked at the fields not far away in front of him, so he nodded and said, "Yes, but we can't go far from home, just play in the area in front." Several children ran to the fields excitedly. Suhi was afraid that Ms. Zhou would worry, so he comforted her, "Just play in front of the house, it's okay." For her consideration of her feelings, Ms. Zhou felt that Suhi was a very good person. Putting aside other things, she couldn't be a bad person just based on how much she cared for her 2 kids. "I'm not worried. Chuaner will have a lot of fun this time. I'm afraid he'll get bored staying with me,"
Ms. Zhou said with a sigh.
"Sister Sue, is Tinghua back?" There's a car parked at the door. At this time, Aunt Nyo's exclamation came from the door. She should be going to her vegetable garden to pick vegetables and passing by Suhi's house. Suhi hurried to meet her and said with a smile, "How can it be? Tinghua will only be back on the weekend, not so soon." "The weekend? That should be soon." While Aunt Nyo was talking, her eyes were indeed fixed on the car. There was no way. Cars were really rare in the countryside. "Do you have guests?" Aunt Nyo asked again. Yes, they came to play with Zizi and Nyo. Aunt Nyo thought it was a friend Suhi made when she was in the city before, so she didn't bother her anymore, chatted with her for a few words, and left. How could the original owner, he have any friends? It's more like having enemies. After entering the house, Suhi chatted with Ms. Zhou for a few more words, and then he planned to catch a chicken in the backyard and kill it. "I'll help you," Ms. Zhou said excitedly.
"Ah.
No, I can do it myself." Suhi was a little speechless. Ji Liangchuan's grandmother looked like a young lady from a wealthy family who had been pampered since childhood. She must have never killed a chicken. Ms. Zhou had indeed never killed a chicken before, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just look after the kids, and leave lunch to me. Suhi saw her embarrassment, so he said with a smile. This time, Fu Tinghua didn't help to kill the chicken. Suhi wiped the chicken's neck, scalded the chicken, and plucked its feathers. After a busy time, another hour passed. Suhi's chicken was raised very fat by Suhi, so Suhi planned to chop half of it for chicken soup and the other half for mushroom chicken. Because it was too troublesome, Suhi rarely stewed soup because it took too long. So even if he cooked soup, he would just cook some vegetable soup, which was very light. Suhi exchanged a stew pot in the space, and also exchanged some stew ingredients. Let's do the soup first, and then cook the rice. When the aroma of stewed soup filled the air, Ms. Zhou couldn't help but get up and go into the kitchen, and saw Suhi using a soup spoon to scoop up the chicken in the pot. You can also stew soup? Ms. Zhou asked in surprise. Stewed soup is more popular in the south, and it is rare in the north to stew soup for an hour or two. Yes, I thought that my 2 children have never eaten this kind of stew, so I thought about making it today and everyone can enjoy it together. Suhi replied with a smile. However, Ms. Zhou looked at Suhi more and more with admiration. A woman with 2 children, who can do everything. Whoever marries such a woman will be happy. Then Chuaner and I are really lucky. This soup looks good. Ms. Zhou stared at the chicken soup and couldn't help saying. At this time, the chicken soup had been boiled to butter, and the fragrance was overflowing, and the whole room was filled with the smell of chicken soup. Fortunately, Suhi's family lived in a relatively remote place, and generally people who passed by their house were people with fields nearby. Otherwise, with the aroma of food filling their home every day, someone would surely want to come in and take a look. Zizi took Nyunyo and Ji Liangchuan to catch eels in the fields. This was the first time Ji Liangchuan stepped into the mud barefoot. He didn't feel dirty, but felt particularly free and excited. The Ji family is a warlord family, and there are too many rules and regulations in the family, which makes Ji Liangchuan feel very depressed. Zizi's and Nyunyo's homes are different. Here they are free and happy.
Wow.
Brothers, there seems to be a yellow eel here. Nyunyo pointed to the ground excitedly, but she didn't dare to catch it with her hands. Ji Liangchuan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he quickly grabbed the eel's tail. Zizi cooperated with him on the side to hollow out the mud near the eel to prevent it from drilling in. After putting another yellow eel into the bucket, the kids couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed about to rain. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the strong wind blew the crops in the fields. In this weather, the eels in the fields became more active, and they all popped out. At this time, the 3 children had caught 5 eels, which was very impressive. Just when they wanted to continue catching eels, Ms. Zhou's voice came from the door of Suhi's house. Children, it's going to rain heavily, come back first. Because it was his grandmother who called, Ji Liangchuan didn't really want to listen to his grandmother. He hadn't played enough. But Zizi and Nyunyo couldn't do it. They persuaded Ji Liangchuan and said, listen to your grandmother, let's go back first. We will get wet if it rains heavily later. But the children were still a few steps late. When they were halfway, the heavy rain fell directly, soaking the children. Oh, are you all wet? You have to take a shower and change clothes, otherwise you will catch a cold later.
Ms. Zhou said worriedly.
Hearing the sound of rain falling on the roof, Suhi couldn't help but come out to take a look. This was the heaviest rain since he came to this world. It rained before, but it only rained for a while at night, and nothing happened after getting up in the day. As soon as he came out, he heard the children getting wet, so Suhi hurriedly said, let the children wipe their bodies and change their clothes. Liangchuan will wear Zizi's clothes first. I have clothes that fit him. Suhi went into the room to get clothes. Ji Liangchuan was half a head taller than Zizi, and there was no clothes that fit him at all, so Suhi went to the space to change him. While Suhi was getting clothes, Ms. Zhou went to the kitchen to get hot water and then wiped the bodies of the children one by one. Of course, she must wipe Nyunyo first. Suhi came out and saw this, and went over to help, and soon the children changed into clean clothes. It was a bit strange that Ji Liangchuan was wearing clothes that were obviously very suitable for his body, but he didn't ask. In this era, it is normal to buy clothes that are bigger so that they can wear them for a few more years. When the baby saw that Ji Liangchuan was wearing clothes that he had never seen before, he didn't say anything. He should just keep his mother's secret. Mom must be a fairy from heaven who can always turn out a lot of things that were not in the house before. He didn't know that just one set of clothes would trigger so many crazy thoughts in the two children. After the rice was cooked, she started cooking directly. The sound of rain outside kept ringing, but it didn't seem to affect the people in this shabby house at all. Although Suhi's house was a mud house, this kind of mud house was very solid. Several children played while watching the rain outside. Nuno asked at the right time, "Brother Chuan, can you go back today?" Ji Liangchuan looked at the heavy rain outside the door and replied, "I don't know. If it rains like this all day, I may not be able to go back." Ms. Zhou saw it very clearly. This kind of rain shower came and went quickly, so she smiled and said to the children, "Don't worry, this kind of rain shower came and went quickly." After hearing what her grandmother said, Ji Liangchuan felt a little lost. He felt so happy playing at Zai and Nuno's house that he didn't want to go back to town at all because it was not fun. Suhi's voice of "it's time to eat" brought the children back to their senses. The children who had already smelled the fragrance rushed into the kitchen immediately. Ms. Zhou followed the children into the kitchen and saw Suhi putting the last dish on the plate, so she went to the cupboard to get a bowl to serve the rice. Seeing that the furniture in the kitchen was very old but clean, Ms. Zhou admired Suhi even more. Such a person can be so attentive in every aspect of life, and with such perseverance, he can succeed in anything. After Suhi brought all the dishes to the table, she saw that the guests were serving rice, and hurriedly said, "Let me do it." Ms. Zhou quickly refused her. "You take a break, I can still serve the rice." Suhi smiled and said quickly, "No, there's soup here, right? Do you want to drink some soup before eating?" Ms. Zhou patted her forehead, wondering why she had forgotten this. So she took the bowl and walked to the table again to serve soup to the children. The chicken in the soup was also very plump. I don't know how Suhi stewed it, why it was so delicious. "Mom, this soup is so delicious," Nyo said exaggeratedly. "It's good to be delicious, and there's a lot." Ji Liangchuan was also drinking soup, and the temptation of delicious food made him unable to speak. Nyo picked up the meat from the plate of mushroom chicken and put it into Ji Liangchuan's bowl, and then said with sparkling eyes, "Brother Chuan, try the mushroom chicken made by my mother, it's delicious." Suhi was a little amused when she saw this scene. Her Nyo was really a little clever. There are 2 big chicken legs and 2 small chicken legs in a chicken, so Suhi didn't know how to divide it at this moment. Let the children decide for themselves how to divide it. My dears, there are 2 big chicken legs and 2 small chicken legs in a chicken. There are 3 of you now. Who would like to have 2 small chicken legs instead of big chicken legs? As soon as Suhi said this, Ms. Zhou on the side was also surprised. I didn't expect that Suhi would discuss eating chicken legs with the kids directly. "I want 2 small chicken legs. Give the big chicken legs to my brothers and sisters." Ji Liangchuan said. "Mom, give the big chicken legs to brother and sister Chuan. I like to eat small chicken legs." Zizi said with a serious face, very much like a little adult. "I am the youngest. I eat less. I can eat 2 small chicken legs." Nuno also participated in the discussion. Seeing the 3 kids so sensible, Suhi and Ms. Zhou were also very pleased. "Since you are all willing to give up the big chicken legs, let's decide it by playing rock, paper, scissors." Suhi said with a smile. "Rock, paper, scissors? Sounds like fun." Suhi also taught the 3 kids how to play rock, paper, scissors. The rule is that the winner can eat 2 small chicken legs. In the end, Nuno won. She was so happy and proud to win the game. Mom, I won," she said excitedly. Yes, Nuno is the best. Everyone is a good kid who is willing to give up the big chicken leg," Suhi said, and put the chicken leg into each child's bowl. "Mom, I think the chicken is the most delicious." Nuno, a foodie, was thinking about the mushroom chicken this time, and she had to eat it once. After the few people had a full meal, the rain really stopped. Originally, Ji Liangchuan wanted to ask Zizi to take him to the mountain to play, but the forest after the rain was most likely to be infested with insects and snakes, and was rejected by the two adults. You play for a while, it's time to take a nap later, and go out to play in the afternoon, okay? He patiently advised the children. The afternoon sun is the hottest. At this moment, it is 1 or 2 o'clock in the day. The sun is high in the sky, mercilessly spreading its enthusiasm to the earth. With the departure of the rain just now, the air in the field is filled with a fresh breath, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. What is even more surprising is that a colorful rainbow appears on the horizon, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. This rainbow is colorful, from red to purple. Each color is bright and eye-catching, making people can't help but fall in love with it. The appearance of the rainbow seems to have brought vitality and vigor to the plants in the field. They sparkle in the sun and show their vitality. Mom, rainbow. When the baby saw this beautiful scenery, he immediately called Suhi excitedly. Seeing this, the others also looked towards the door of the house. Wow, Nyo and Ji Liangchuan exclaimed at the same time. What beauty is not as beautiful as the beauty of nature? Suhi rarely sees this beautiful scene, and I can't help but stare at it. It's a pity that there are no mobile phones or cameras now, so it's impossible to record such a beautiful scene. However, many years later, this scene left a strong color in the memory of the 5 people at the scene. After the children fell asleep side by side in the bed, Ms. Zhou got up and said goodbye to Suhi. Are you going back? Do you want to wake up, Liangchuan? Suhi asked. No more shouting. Let him play here for a day. I'll pick him up tomorrow. Ms. Zhou said a little embarrassedly, and then said, just now, Chuaner took advantage of the fact that you 3 weren't paying attention and kept asking me to let him stay here for 1 more day. Miss Su, my grandson has been depressed every day since he was sent to me. Can he stay at your house for 1 more day? You don't have to take special care of him, just give him a meal. Before he could reply, Ms. Zhou had already taken out 20 yuan from her and stuffed it into Suhi's hand. No, what are you doing? Suhi hurried to return it. Miss Su, I'm afraid I will trouble you more than once, so please accept it. Ms. Zhou said sincerely. Suhi looked at her and saw that the other party would not feel at ease if she didn't accept the money, so he had no choice but to accept the money. I'll keep the money and save it for me to buy him delicious food when Liangchuan comes, Suhi said with a smile. Hearing this, Ms. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. After a whole morning of observation, she believed in Suhi's character, so she dared to leave her grandson here for Suhi to take care of. Entering the room again, looking at Ji Liangchuan sleeping soundly beside Nyo, Ms. Zhou's eyes were full of tenderness. Well, her grandson's childhood was so short, why not give him a break and let him return to his childhood innocence? When Ms. Zhou drove away, the children were sleeping soundly and didn't notice it at all. Suhi looked at the villagers who had dispersed in the field, closed the door, and went to another room to take a nap. After lying on the bed, Suhi looked at her arms, which were smaller than when she first started, and couldn't help but feel satisfied. It seems that she hasn't been to the space forum for a long time. The flower she dug up the mountain with the 2 children last time was forgotten after she put it into the space. Suhi entered the system and took a photo of the flower and sent it to the space forum. For some reason, Suhi had a hunch that this flower should be very rare and could be sold for a lot of money. In the afternoon, when the kids woke up, it was already past 2 o'clock. Now that the sky was clear outside, Suhi couldn't stop the kids from going up the mountain to play, so she planned to go with them. After all, it was too dangerous to let the kids go up the mountain by themselves. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Nyo excitedly said to Ji Liangchuan, Brother Chuan, we must find mushrooms. I feel that mushrooms on the mountain are more delicious. If we find them, we can ask Mom to stir-fry mushrooms for us tonight. Suhi heard what her daughter said, thought for a long time and said, Nyo, this kind of thing can't be forced. You have to keep a normal heart. If you find it, you will be happy, and if you can't find it, we won't be disappointed. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm dead. Don't have too high expectations, understand? Nyo listened to her mother's words that sounded like a heavenly book and was a little confused, but still replied, I know, Mom. It doesn't matter if we can't find mushrooms. We still have super delicious food at home. After that, she became excited again.
Shui.
This little one is so optimistic that he won't be sad if he can't find the mushrooms. She just said that to Ji Liangchuan. This kid is still so young, but he is so thoughtful. Hearing Nyo say that he must find that kind of mushroom, he didn't know how sad he would be if he couldn't find it. Since they were already here, Suhi planned to carry a bundle of firewood down the mountain. So while she was busy chopping firewood, the kids started to look for treasures and hide in the mountains. Suhi deliberately chose a hillside with not so many plants and trees, and villagers often went up the mountain. After all, she was really afraid of encountering snakes and insects when she took other people's children up the mountain. But I don't know if it was because Ji Liangchuan was the male protagonist of the novel and had the aura of the male protagonist. He not only found the kind of mushrooms that Nyo and the others liked to eat, but also found another kind of mushroom that he had sold in the space before. Mom, I found a lot of mushrooms. Brother Chuan found them. Nyo said excitedly. Hearing this, Suhi immediately walked to the kids, and the scene in front of her shocked her. There were many mushrooms growing under a tree in a corner, as if they were planted by someone on purpose. But Suhi knew that no one grew mushrooms here, and she suddenly felt that the world she was in was magical. The male protagonist's halo is really not covered. When have I seen such a large mushroom field before? Liangchuan is great, well done. Let me pick them and bring them back to you to fry them tonight. Suhi said with a smile. Yeah, there are mushrooms to eat tonight. Nyo was even more excited, as if she had found this piece of land. Being praised by Suhi, Ji Liangchuan seemed a little shy and embarrassed. But soon, he joined the team of picking mushrooms familiarly. Suhi was indulging in picking mushrooms, and suddenly the prompt sound of the space customer service came into his mind. Rare ginseng detected nearby, and the precise location is being locked. Before he could be surprised and happy, the customer service said, the final location has been locked. The ginseng is worth 500,000 points. It is recommended that the host collect the ginseng as soon as possible.
What?
500,000. Oh my god. He hurriedly looked at the location specified by the customer service. Wow. There is an arrow marked for her? It means that the direction of the ginseng is very far. But how can the system detect it at such a long distance? Suhi tried to calm down and then quickly picked the mushrooms and put them in the backpack and then said to the kids, Let's go. I'll take you to other places to play for a while. The kids didn't notice Suhi's changes at all, and they all followed Suhi excitedly. Especially Ji Liangchuan, it was his first time to go up the mountain to play, and he found something. The freshness and pride in his heart were directly pulled to the full, and he liked Suhi's family more and more. Suhi followed the arrow indicated by the customer service and walked, and soon found something wrong. This guy actually brought them to the edge of the cliff. To be honest, if it weren't for that arrow, Suhi might not have found this place in her life. No wonder this ginseng has not been discovered by the villagers for so many years. Even if it is discovered, they probably don't know what it is, right? You just wait here for me. There is a cliff ahead. You can't go over. Suhi said to the three kids seriously. Seeing Suhi's suddenly serious face, the kids seemed a little overwhelmed, so they all stood there and dared not move. At this time, the road sign for Suhi also pointed directly to the edge of the cliff, which made Suhi couldn't help but burst out in anger. She knew that there is no free lunch in the world. This is for her to grow under the cliff. No wonder it has not been discovered. It's a bit too dangerous. Who knows if she will step on the air or be in danger when she goes to the edge of the cliff. However, the brave will die of fullness, and the timid will die of starvation. If she doesn't try, how can a bicycle become a motorcycle? If she has these 500,000 points, she will have the capital when she wants to take goods in the space and sell them in reality. Suhi glanced at the three kids again and then said, You stay here and don't move, okay? Mom, don't worry, we won't move. The kids answered obediently. At this time, Ji Liangchuan spoke. Aunt Sue, The cliff is very dangerous. Do you want to go over there? It's okay. I'll go over and take a look. There are things I need over there. Don't worry. I'll come back immediately if I can't find it. Seeing Soo-hee's assurance, Ji Liangchuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At such a young age, she is still quite worried. After making up her mind, Soo-hee slowly walked towards the cliff. When she was about to reach the cliff, Soo-hee lay on the ground and crawled forward. The three kids couldn't help but curl up their hearts when they saw her like this. Nyo-Nyo was so worried that she was about to cry. She didn't understand what her mother would risk her life to get. Soo-hee slowly moved her body to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and saw the ginseng that was circled. Good guy, it was a false alarm. It was growing on the edge of the cliff, and you could reach it with your hand. Just when she was about to move up a little more to get a knife to dig ginseng, she felt someone holding her legs. Turning her head, Soo-hee almost choked. She saw three kids pressing on her legs, hugging her legs tightly, as if afraid that she would fall. At this moment, Soo-hee was moved and angry. Why didn't these three little guys obey? But she knew that the mentality was very important. She couldn't be chaotic, and she couldn't lecture people. She could only make a quick decision. First, she took out the net exchanged in the space to trap the ginseng, and then started to dig the soil next to the ginseng with a sickle. Soon, she saw the rhizome of ginseng. Soo-hee continued to dig in one go, not daring to relax. Soon, as more and more soil fell under the cliff, the ginseng soon entered Soo-hee's net with its roots and stems. Soo-hee didn't even dare to hold it in her hand, and directly put the ginseng and the fishing net into the space. She was afraid that the ginseng would fall into the cliff accidentally. In an open space some distance away from the cliff, three children stood in a row and were scolded by Soo-hee. Who rushed up and hugged my legs first just now? Soo-hee asked with a stern face. This was the first time she spoke in such a stern tone after she woke up. Ji Liangchuan looked at Nyo-Nyo, then walked up and said, Aunt Sue, I rushed up first. Nyo-Nyo was afraid that her former mother had come back again, and her face turned pale with fear. Soo-hee sighed, not knowing whether she believed Ji Liangchuan or not. She didn't want to scare the children, so she said again, Did I just tell you to stand there and wait for me obediently? That's the edge of the cliff, not a safe place. What if you fall down? I ask again, who rushed up first. Only a wow was heard, and it was Nyo-Nyo crying. Mom, I'm sorry. I rushed up and hugged your legs first. I was so scared that something happened to you. I'm sorry, Mom. Seeing her daughter crying because of her scares again, Soo-hee felt distressed. She walked to Nyo-Nyo with a sigh, touched her head gently, and then said, Mom is not blaming you, but I hope that when you encounter danger, you'll protect yourself first. Nyo-Nyo did not think it was her fault. She raised her head stubbornly. The daughter, who had always been a little confused, looked at Soo-hee seriously at this time and did not agree with her words. But Mom, I also want to protect you. I don't want Mom to get hurt or encounter danger. Soo-hee felt her heart tighten as if something hit her heart. Yes, she has always treated them as children and villains in novels, always wanting to change their life trajectory and make them follow her own ideas. Little did she know that although they were two children over 3 years old, they were also two independent personalities with their own personalities and ideas. If she really controlled their lives in the name of doing good for them and let them grow up according to her own ideas, would such a life still be considered their life? Moreover, she has always been determined to shape the two children's personalities into sunny and kind images. Now they are so worried about their mother's safety. Why should she take away this kindness and innocence? So she immediately hugged Nyo-Nyo into her arms and comforted her. You are a good child. It is my fault. I want to protect you, and you also want to protect me. I will change in the future.
I'm sorry.
Nyo-Nyo stayed in Soo-hee's arms without saying anything. Soo-hee asked again, Nyo-Nyo, can you forgive your mother? Feeling the little guy in her arms nodded to her, Soo-hee smiled with satisfaction. She looked at the other two little boys who were stunned beside her, smiled at them, and comforted them. You two are also great, very brave. But what happened today set off a huge wave in Ji Liangchuan's heart. It turns out that adults can also say sorry to children. In their family, children must listen to adults. Their military compound has always treated their home as when they were in the army, dedicated to giving orders and then executing them. But Aunt Sue's education of children is not like his parents'. Aunt Sue is so gentle and always makes him feel warm. But his parents never think they are wrong when they do something wrong, let alone apologize to him. This time he was sent to his grandmother's house because he had a fight with a kid next door in the compound, and then his parents scolded him without knowing the truth when he got home. He felt very wronged because it was obviously not his fault. Later, his father kept asking him to go to the next door to apologize to the person who had fought with him, and he was sent to his grandmother's house when he didn't go. His mother meant that the conditions here were difficult and let him experience how difficult it was in poor areas so that he would be obedient in the future. But after he came here, he met Nyo, Zizi, and Aunt Sue, and he was so happy. He didn't think it was difficult here at all, and he wanted to stay here. If only he could be Aunt Sue's child directly, Ji Liangchuan didn't want to go back to that cold home at all. But he only dared to think about it in his heart, and he definitely didn't dare to say it out loud. If Zizi knew that he wanted to steal his mother from him, he would definitely not take him out to play again. When they were going down the mountain, the atmosphere returned to its original relaxed and happy state. Suhi was carrying a bundle of firewood and walking behind the kids. "Mom, can we fry mushrooms tonight?" Nuno seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness that had just happened and started chattering again. The little girl didn't remember anything, but she remembered her food. Until now, the kids didn't remember asking Sue what she had just gone to find on the cliff. "Okay, do you want to eat dumplings?" Suhi suddenly asked. It seemed that she hadn't made dumplings for the kids in such a long time. Ji Liangchuan had eaten dumplings before, but didn't think they were delicious, but thinking that they were made by Suhi, they should be different from others, right? So he answered, "I want to eat." Zizi and Nuno thought that no matter what their mother made, it would be delicious, and it couldn't be bad. They had never eaten dumplings before, but they thought they would definitely not be bad. After going down the mountain and returning home, it was already past 4 o'clock, and they could prepare dinner again. For this dumpling filling, Suhi plans to make 3 kinds of fillings: pure meat filling, egg and leek filling, and mushroom and green vegetable filling. Put the firewood in the backyard and let it dry in the sun for a while before using it. Then go to the vegetable garden to pick green vegetables, leeks, and chopped green onions for use. Ji Liangchuan saw the large vegetable garden in the backyard of Suhi's house and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow. Aunt Sue, are these all the vegetables you, Zizi, and Nuno planted?" Ji Liangchuan asked curiously. At this time, the vegetables in this vegetable garden are in their heyday, and all kinds of vegetables have grown and are edible. "Yes, we planted them with my mother." Before Suhi could reply, Nuno was proud. "If you want to come to our house in the future, you don't have to worry about having no vegetables to eat." Zizi also answered seriously. When Suhi prepared the ingredients and was about to make dumplings, Zhuang and the children of the Fu family broke into Suhi's house. Aunt. Suhi hurried out to see when he heard the call. "What's wrong, Zhuang?" Looking at the group of kids standing outside his house, Suhi thought something had happened. "Aunt, where did you go just now? We wanted to come to your house to play, but no one was home." Zhuang replied. "Nuno and Zai's friends came to visit, and I took them to the mountains to play." Suhi's answer made the kids envious, and at this time the 3 kids in the house also came out. Ji Liangchuan looked at Zhuang and Nuno standing outside the door, feeling a little overwhelmed. He was a very slow-warming child, not very popular with his peers. But Zhuang ran to Ji Liangchuan and said, "Are you Zai and Nuno's good friend? Then you will be our good friend in the future."
Yiliang-kun.
So familiar? Suhi kept a group of children and asked them to gather together to make dumplings. The dumplings made by the children were all different and strange in shape, which made Suhi laugh. Zhuang and the others had eaten dumplings at Fu's house before. After all, dumplings were a must-have food during festivals, but how could they have the patience to sit down and make dumplings at home? It was different at Aunt Suhi's house. A group of children stood in front of the table and chattered about how beautiful their dumplings were. They also compared who made the best dumplings and had a lot of fun. They liked being at Aunt Sue's house because even if they didn't make them well, Aunt Sue wouldn't say they were making trouble, but would smile at them gently. Mom, do you think this bunny I made looks good? Nyonya took out the dumpling she made to look like a bunny and showed it to Suhi.
It really looked like that.
But baby, you didn't even put the stuffing in. I don't know how bad it will taste when it's steamed. But would Suhi dampen her daughter's confidence? Of course not. So she smiled and replied, well, it looks good. Then I'll keep this bunny for my mother to eat.
Shui.
At this moment, there was a sound of a car at the door. It's strange. Why do cars always drive to their house today? Did Ji Liangchuan's grandmother change her mind? Want to take Ji Liangchuan back? Obviously. The children also heard the sound of the car, so everyone followed Suhi's ace with flour on their hands and rushed out the door. As soon as Suhi went out, she saw Fu Tinghua getting out of the car. The moment their eyes met, they were a little stunned, and finally both of them looked away uncomfortably. Suhi was embarrassed to see Fu Tinghua's handsome face. Today, he is obviously more handsome and compelling than the last time he was dusty. The last time I saw him, the clothes he was wearing were already shabby, as if he had experienced the baptism of time and looked a little down and out. But this time, Fu Tinghua changed into a neat and decent outfit, showing a completely different temperament. The man was wearing a simple white shirt, giving people a feeling of coolness, maturity, and restraint. Paired with a pair of straight and slim trousers, it highlighted his slender leg lines, making him look tall and upright, and his tall figure was perfectly outlined. Maybe he just got off work. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing the smooth and beautiful lines of his forearms. His hair was neatly combed, meticulously, and even the broken hair on his forehead was hanging down obediently, making him look handsome and clean, and his temperament was even more cold and abstinent. The deep eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, and under the high nose bridge, the thin lips were slightly pursed, revealing a trace of indifference that was not easy to detect. Suhi couldn't help but sigh. This man is really a demon. With such looks and figure, he is simply God's favorite. However, Suhi knew very well that they were only nominally husband and wife, without any emotional foundation. She couldn't be fooled by his appearance and had to walk her own way firmly. Thinking of this, Suhi took a deep breath and forced herself not to look at Fu Tinghua anymore. She told herself to stay sober and not to let her appearance shake her determination to divorce. After all, marriage is not only about appearance, but more importantly, the relationship and feelings between two people. Fu Tinghua hadn't seen Suhi for more than a week. This time, Suhi had lost weight again and she looked much better. In the eyes of women, she is no longer the kind of fat body, but the kind that gives people the feeling of being easy to give birth. This era is not about being thin. Although Suhi is still fat now, it is much better than before. Fu Tinghua was also uncomfortable with his wife, who suddenly became much more beautiful. It was Nyo who broke the embarrassment between the two adults first. When she saw her handsome father, she shouted loudly, "Dad!" Then the baby also shouted. The two children rushed to Fu Tinghua one after another and asked him to hug them. Fu Tinghua put aside his wild thoughts, holding a baby in each hand, and said with a smile, "Dad is back to see you." Zhuang and the others were not very familiar with Fu Tinghua, especially since Fu Tinghua was so handsome, so they just looked at him curiously. They didn't feel very close to this uncle, and they liked their aunt more. Ji Liangchuan looked at how handsome the father of Zizi and Nunya was, and he opened his mouth in surprise. At this time, the driver got out of the car. The man was wearing casual clothes, and he looked cynical, and he was obviously the young master of a wealthy family. He was not bad-looking, but compared with Fu Tinghua, he was a lot dimmer. "Tinghua, are these your two kids?" the man asked. "Yes, call him Uncle Xia," Fu Tinghua said to the two kids with a smile. Zizi and Nunya called out very obediently, "Hello, Uncle Xia." The man immediately showed his shock and said, "How can I be an uncle at my age? It's more like calling me brother." At this time, Suhi smiled for the first time when he saw Fu Tinghua and teased the man, saying, "You are in your 20s, and you still want to be a brother." The man set his eyes on Suhi, and then there was a moment of daze. "By the way, Isn't it rumored that Dr. Fu's wife is as fat and ugly as a pig? It is said that Dr. Fu is a flower stuck in cow dung, and it is a pity for Dr. Fu. But after seeing her today, it seems that the rumor is wrong. She is not that fat, right? At most, she is meaty. Men like girls with a stronger sense of flesh the most, right? Otherwise, it feels like all bones in bed. How disappointing. And her skin is white and tender, and it can be seen that she has been pampered since childhood. How can it be as exaggerated as the rumors say? Or is this person in front of him not Fu Tinghua's wife? Is she his sister? Just when Xia Qing'an wanted to ask about Su He's identity, Fu Tinghua coughed twice, interrupting Xia Qing'an's gaze on Su He. This is my wife, Su He. Fu Tinghua said and finally looked at Su He again and then said, This is my good friend, Xia Qing'an. Sister-in-law, hello. Xia Qing'an smiled and greeted Su He. Su He also smiled back at him very appropriately, and then said, My family is making dumplings and preparing to put them in the pot. Are you all hungry? Xia Qing'an was about to refuse, as he still had to drive to another place. But he was indeed a little hungry, so he agreed and said, Okay, then I'll try my sister-in-law's cooking skills. It was just right to see if the rumor that Dr. Fu's wife was ugly and didn't know how to live was true. A group of children looked at the car curiously, but no one came forward to touch the car, and they were very well behaved. Suhi saw that they were still standing there observing the car, and was afraid that they would touch and draw on Xia Qing'an's car, so he drove them all to the kitchen. Xia Qing'an was already surprised when he first saw the dilapidated mud house of Fu Tinghua's family. Dr. Fu, who was so respected and loved in the army, lived in such a shabby house? As long as Fu Tinghua wanted, there would be many people who would help him rebuild the house. When he walked into the house, although it was also shabby, it was cleaned neatly, which made the eldest master Xia Qing'an feel less uncomfortable. After entering the kitchen, he saw flour and a lot of strangely shaped dumplings on the table. Dumplings? Only the dumplings on the other side were beautifully wrapped and looked very good. Xia Qing'an couldn't bear to look at the others. At first glance, they were made by naughty children. But her sister-in-law actually let these children make trouble? Dad, look, this is the little rabbit I made. Nyo immediately pointed at the rabbit on the table and said to Fu Tinghua in a boastful manner. Suhi saw this and hurriedly said, Nyo, did you make this specially for Dad to eat? Nyo wanted to say that this was for her mother, but after thinking about it, she nodded in agreement. Fu Tinghua's return was not completely useless. At least, she helped her solve the problem of the little rabbit made by Nyo, the mischievous boy. Well, thank you, Nyo. Fu Tinghua still had no idea how unpalatable this kind of rabbit without stuffing made by his daughter was, and he felt very relieved. Do you want to eat steamed dumplings or boiled ones? Suhi asked while lighting the fire. I want steamed ones, Xia Qing'an replied. Suhi looked at Fu Tinghua. After receiving her gaze, Fu Tinghua felt very uncomfortable and said lightly, It's all right. After getting the answer, Suhi didn't hesitate and put all the dumplings in the steamer directly. Seeing her move so skillfully, she doesn't look like someone who can't work, Xia Qing'an thought to himself. It was probably those false rumors spread by the women who liked Dr. Fu. At this moment, Xia Qing'an felt a little sympathetic to Suhi. Her husband's appearance was so attractive, and what kind of things were said about her? Fu Tinghua also joined in making dumplings. Not to mention, he should have helped his family make dumplings when he was a child, and he made them quite well. Xia Qing'an sat aside and watched. He knew his own worth, so he decided not to make trouble. Sister-in-law, why don't you go to the city with Tinghua? Taking advantage of the free time, Xia Qing'an, the chatterbox, started chatting with people. My 2 kids want to stay in the countryside, and they haven't started school yet, so I followed their wishes. Suhi answered with a smile. She would never admit that she didn't go to the city, because she didn't want to be with Fu Tinghua. It's so comfortable in the countryside, with just the 3 of them, and Suhi doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Is that so? You don't know. My good brother asked me to send him to the countryside to see you as soon as he changed shifts. Xia Qing'an said jokingly. Before Suhi could reply, Fu Fu Tinghua spoke first. You seem to talk a lot today. Oh, are you shy again?
Ha ha ha.
I won't say it, let you two say it yourself. It was the first time that Xia Qinggan saw Dr. Fu at a disadvantage in front of him, so he was naturally very happy. It seems that the rumor that Dr. Fu had no feelings for his wife was not entirely true. He did not think too much about the conversation between the two. Fu Tinghua came back because of the two children, so it was naturally impossible for her. He was still self-aware of this. The first pot of steamed dumplings came out of the pot quickly. One pot can steam 2 baskets. He planned to give them to Fu Tinghua and Xia Qinggan first. He put out another folding table that had been exchanged in the space a long time ago and then put the steamed dumplings on it. He took out the prepared sauce dishes and said, "The sauce dishes here are spicy and non-spicy. You can decide which one you want to order, and you can eat it. Don't worry, kids. The next pot of steamed dumplings will be here soon." He said to the children gently. It was only a little after 5 o'clock, and the children were not very hungry. Most of them were just following the trend of making dumplings for fun. So they all answered obediently. Good Xia Qing'an and Fu Tinghua were a little surprised to see that He had trained a bunch of little kids who were at the most mischievous age to be so obedient. Especially Xia Qing'an, he had 2 nephews, who were also 5 or 6 years old, and they were very mischievous. Seeing his sister-in-law who was angry because of the children at home all day long, Xia Qing'an suddenly didn't want to get married. TSK. Look at the kids in Suhi's family. It's really frustrating to compare with them. Xia Qing'an was temporarily captured by Fu Tinghua to be a soldier, and he had to rush back, so he sat down and started eating without any courtesy. Fu Tinghua had been busy all day, and lunch was hastily solved. He was already hungry, so he went to the next table to eat. They were all rushing to fill their stomachs, and neither of them was very keen on dumplings. But when the dumplings were in their mouths, they were all surprised. They were unexpectedly delicious. Sister-in-law, your dumplings and sauces are so delicious. Xia Qing'an was not stingy with his praise in the face of delicious food. After saying this, he couldn't help but eat dumplings faster. Fu Tinghua knew that Suhi's dishes were getting better and better, but she didn't know that her dumplings were so delicious. They seemed different from the dumplings she remembered. With this smooth and delicate taste, combined with the sauce, a basket of dumplings was quickly eaten. The 2 men looked at each other awkwardly. What should they do? I want to eat another basket. Xia Qing'an blinked at Fu Tinghua. Given his understanding of his friend, Fu Tinghua naturally knew what he meant. So he gritted his teeth and said to Suhi, steam 2 more baskets. The dumplings are delicious. Suhi knew that the 2 were not full when he heard it. She was also a little embarrassed. She ignored the difference between men's appetites and hers. Okay, this basket will be ready soon. Suhi finished speaking and was about to get up when he was stopped by Fu Tinghua. You do your thing, I'll do it. Fu Tinghua said. He stood up to open the pot, then took out 2 baskets of steamed dumplings and put them on the table, then went to wash his hands. He walked to Suhi again, bent down and put the dumplings she had wrapped into the steamer. Suhi didn't expect Fu Tinghua to be so close to her so suddenly. The man's pleasant smell hit her face, making Suhi feel unnatural instantly. But she couldn't avoid Fu Tinghua's contact, and there were so many people watching. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. The 3rd pot of steamed dumplings was ready. It was finally the turn of the kids to eat. Suhi placed the steamed dumplings in the middle of their table and let the kids pick the ones they liked. Currently, all the steamed dumplings were made by Suhi, and they were big and had lots of stuffing, so when the kids took a big bite and ate them, their eyes lit up. Auntie is worthy of being Auntie, and everything she makes tastes better than anything they've ever eaten. Annie, this dumpling is so delicious. Zhuang, as always, was not stingy with his praise for his auntie's delicious food. Suhi was amused by his expression of "I'm about to cry" because of the delicious dumplings and laughed, and then said, "If it's delicious, you can eat more and the little ant will take care of it." After she said that, she said to the other 2 men, "There's still a lot here. If it's not enough, you can take the next pot." Hearing this, Xia Chengan hurriedly said, Enough, enough. Thank you, sister-in-law. The dumplings you made are so delicious that I'm full. After that, he stuffed the last steamed dumpling in the bowl into his mouth. Well, this dumpling is pure meat flavor, and it feels like the meat is bursting when you take a bite. It's really delicious. As the young master of the Xia family, he doesn't know how much richer his food is than others, let alone other things, but Suhi's dumplings are better than those in five-star hotels. Fu Tinghua was full a long time ago. He saw that Suhi was busy running around, taking care of everyone but not himself. So, he left half of the dumplings in the basket at the back, and when he saw that Suhi had his hands free, he picked up the dumplings and a freshly made saucer and placed them in front of Suhi. Suhi saw Fu Tinghua's actions and was a little confused. What was this? I didn't finish the basket just now, so I left a few for you.
Try it.
After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he considerately handed the chopsticks to Suhi, making it impossible for Suhi to say no. Seeing this scene, Xia Chengan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this still the rumored Dr. Fu, who is not interested in women? Isn't this treating his wife well? This trip today is quite worthwhile. At least he got to eat melon. Suhi took the chopsticks handed over by Fu Tinghua and said thank you with a smile. It's getting late, Tinghua, sister-in-law, I'm going back first. Xia Chengan stood up at the right time and said goodbye to the two. You are going back to the city? Suhi was a little surprised. Yes, I was specially asked by Dr. Fu to be the driver. Xia Chengan said helplessly. That's really a bother for you. Time is a bit tight. Is it okay to go back now? Suhi asked with concern. It's okay. I often drive at night. Besides, at my speed, it will be dark when I get back to the city. Xia Chengan returned to his nonchalant look. After saying goodbye to the two, he got in the car and left. Watching the car drive away from her doorstep, Suhi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's still more convenient to have a car. You can go wherever you want. When she has money, she must buy a car first. No, the house is more important. The car depreciates, and the house has been appreciating in this era. That's not right. She has no money now. She is so poor. Seeing Suhi staring in a daze at the direction where Xia Chengan left, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but frowned and interrupted Suhi's wild thoughts. What's wrong? Suhi said without any context it would be great if I had a car so that everything would be more convenient. When he realized what he was saying, Suhi hurriedly explained, I was just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously. Who knew that Fu Tinghua said, Don't worry, we will have a car.
We?
Yes. Fu Tinghua plans to buy a car? With his salary? Suhi really didn't know how much Fu Tinghua's salary was, but he knew that cars are very expensive nowadays. When the two returned to the kitchen, a group of children were eager to put their dumplings in the steaming tray. You made them yourself, so you have to finish them, don't waste them.
Shwari maindi.
Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely finish them. A group of children promised. But Nyo said seriously, Mom, I must give this bunny to Dad. Suhi looked at Fu Tinghua thoughtfully, which made Fu Tinghua a little puzzled. But after eating the steamed rabbit made by Nyo, Fu Tinghua finally understood what Suhi's eyes meant. Although he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, in order not to disappoint the child's kindness, Fu Tinghua still ate the rabbit. After eating, he had to say to Nyo against his will, The rabbit made by Nyo is delicious. When Wu Yanhua came over, he knew that his youngest son had returned. But when he returned, he didn't even go to find them or tell them.
Mom, Fu Tinghua greeted Wu Yanhua.
Wu Yanhua looked at the lively scene in the kitchen. Although she was a little dissatisfied in her heart, she felt that her youngest son's home finally felt like home, and she felt relieved again. Well, you didn't even tell your family when you came back. Wu Yanhua taught him a lesson. It's a little late today. I don't want to disturb you. I plan to go there to find you tomorrow. Fu Tinghua understood his mother and didn't really care about this. Mom, this pot of dumplings is just out of the pot. Mom, I'll help you get a bowl. Suhi said at the right time. Wu Yanhua took a look at the children's full stomachs and did not refuse Suhi's proposal. She ate a basket of dumplings at Suhi's place and then took Zhuang and the other children back to Fu's house. Before leaving, she reminded her youngest son to remember to go there tomorrow. At this moment, Wu Yanhua really regretted separating her youngest son's family. Now that they are unwilling to come back, there is no use regretting. The youngest son no longer needs to follow the army and comes back often, so she can't see him the first time. After everyone left, there were only 5 people left at home, including Ji Liangchuan. Although so many people left, there were 3 children chattering, and it didn't feel deserted at all. Liangchuan, he is a friend of Zizi and Nyonyo. His grandmother sent him to our house to play for 2 days. Suhi explained to Fu Tinghua. No wonder it seems that I have never seen this boy before. It turns out to be like this. Fu Tinghua said lightly. Ji Liangchuan said hello, uncle to Fu Tinghua very appropriately. After Fu Tinghua replied hello, he stopped caring about the kids. After dinner, Suhi began to clean the kitchen. The kids went to the living room to play. Fu Tinghua stayed to clean the house with Suhi. I'm here. You rushed home from work today. You must be tired all day. The water is ready here. You can take a shower and rest,
Suhi said.
Fu Tinghua paused while cleaning the table and then said lightly, I won't go to bed so early.
Shui.
How do you plan to sleep tonight?
Fu Tinghua suddenly asked. How do you plan?
Yes, with 3 kids plus her, the bed seems a bit crowded. Who knew that the next moment Fu Tinghua said surprisingly, let the 3 children sleep in one room, and you come and sleep with me. If it was the original owner, she would be so happy when she heard Fu Tinghua actually offered to sleep in the same bed with her. But now Suhi has changed her mind. She can't accept sleeping in the same bed with a man who is almost a stranger. Just when Suhi was a little embarrassed about how to refuse Fu Tinghua suddenly changed the subject and said, or I can sleep at my mother's house. They have always kept my room there for me. Almost as soon as Fu Tinghua finished speaking, Suhi immediately replied, okay. The speed of speaking was so fast that both of them were stunned, and Suhi was so embarrassed that he looked away. The scene was very awkward for a while, and it seemed that even the air around them was still. Suhi hated himself for being so quick-witted, and for a moment he wanted to slap himself in the face. So, you want to never sleep in the same bed with me again in your life? Fu Tinghua's cold voice broke the quiet and awkward atmosphere between the two. He actually found out? Nonsense. She acted so obviously. Even a fool could notice it, right? As if she had figured it out in an instant, Suhi mustered up the courage and looked directly at Fu Tinghua. Not to mention himself, he had no feelings for the original owner, so if he asked for a divorce at this time, would he agree? Fu Tinghua, I've actually always wanted to have a good talk with you. Suhi looked at Fu Tinghua, took a deep breath, and continued, the 2 of you got married entirely because of the child. And you were forced to marry me. In the year since you left, I figured out a lot. A forced melon is not sweet. Since you don't like me, I won't force it. Let's part ways amicably and get a divorce. Suhi mustered up the courage to ask Fu Tinghua for a divorce. She was not the real original owner. She didn't like Fu Tinghua except for his appearance and character. Avoiding the 2 of them sleeping together because of their husband and wife obligations in the future was not what Suhi wanted to see. She didn't think that for the sake of the child, she had to sleep with a man who had no emotional foundation and be a husband and wife. After hearing what Suhi said, Fu Tinghua did not give her an answer immediately, but kept staring at her, as if he wanted to see through her. Here it comes again, the oncoming sense of oppression comes again. It is because being with him always makes Suhi feel like she is seen through, so Suhi wants to escape from Fu Tinghua. Do you want a divorce? Fu Tinghua asked very calmly.
Yes.
Suhi nodded very affirmatively. Fu Tinghua's mouth curled up a sneer, and then said, the last time Suhi brought up this topic, she said that unless she died, she would never divorce me. The heart was like a bang, exploding, making Suhi panic. What did Fu Tinghua mean by this? I will pretend that I didn't hear that sentence just now. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he continued to clean up the kitchen. Looking at the handsome profile of the man, Suhi was in a trance for a moment.
Shui.
Suddenly, Fu Tinghua called her name again.
Shui replied blankly.
Let's live a good life in the future. Fu Tinghua turned around, looked at Su He, and said seriously, "Live a good life? Is that what she thought?" Su He didn't know how to answer. "I'll go to my parents' place to sleep later. We'll just take it slow." Fu Tinghua looked at Su He with a gentle gaze. For a moment, Su He felt that maybe she was wrong. In fact, Fu Tinghua liked the original owner? Otherwise, it can't be that he likes her, right?
Okay. Shuri Blade.
Who cares? Just agree to it first. As long as she doesn't sleep with him. Originally, Su He's idea was that the two of them would live together for the sake of the children and not disturb each other. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether she has a man or not. Didn't she make a name for herself in her last life? After the two of them cleaned up the house, Fu Tinghua took a shower and went to the Fu family. Zizi and Nuno looked at their father's somewhat lonely back as he left and asked, "Why doesn't Dad sleep at home?" Su He was a little embarrassed. Anyway, she certainly couldn't say that the bed at home was too small or not enough to sleep. Ji Liangchuan would be so sad to hear that. So Su He lied to the children for the first time. Because Grandpa and Grandma miss Dad, Dad has to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. She avoided the fact that Fu Tinghua didn't sleep at home. The children didn't struggle and went to bed obediently after taking a bath. "Nuno, do you want to sleep with Mom or with your brothers?" Su He touched her daughter's hair and asked. "I want to sleep with my brothers." Nuno replied.
Shui.
She planned to hold Nuno to sleep with her after she fell asleep. Although they are all children, girls should be protected when they should be protected, and they should not be careless. When Su He went to take a bath, the children jumped on the bed, very excited. "Zizi Nuno, your bed is so comfortable." It was the first time that Ji Liangchuan stayed overnight at someone else's house, and he was the most excited one with his friends. "Mom prepared it. It's so comfortable to sleep on." Nuno answered while jumping on the bed. This mattress, quilt, and bed sheets were all exchanged in the space, so of course it was comfortable. "It's time to go to bed. Mom will be unhappy when she sees that we are still asleep after she finishes her work," Zizi reminded from the side. When the other two kids heard what he said, they immediately lay down on the bed obediently. "Let's play the game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man to see who falls asleep first," Nuno said, without giving the two little boys a chance to react, and immediately said, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. After that, she closed her eyes and stopped moving.
Zizi Liangkun.
This is a must-have game for Zizi and Nuno before going to bed, so every time Su He returns to the room after his work, the two kids have already fallen asleep obediently. This time was the same. After taking a comfortable bath, I went back to the room to see the kids. I saw them lying on the bed and sleeping, and they were lying quite neatly. Nuno slept in the innermost, Zizi slept in the middle, and Ji Liangchuan slept outside. Looking at the innocent kids, Su He gave up the idea of taking Nuno back to another room to sleep. Forget it. They won't be able to see each other when they wake up tomorrow morning. I'm afraid they will be disappointed. After Su He lay on the bed, he immediately entered the space and found the ginseng that he had dug at the risk of his life. Just when Su He wanted to take a photo and post it on the forum, the system popped up a prompt saying that the item was found by the system to assist the host and can only be exchanged with the space.
Shui.
She knows that there is no free lunch in the world. However, the ginseng was found thanks to the system, so Su He did not hesitate and directly exchanged the ginseng with the system and got 500,000 points. Thinking of the strange-looking flower that he had posted on the forum before, Su He still entered the space forum. After entering the forum, Su He saw several people sending her private messages, wanting to buy the flower. Su He chose the one who offered the highest price, 30,000 points, and made the transaction. As of now, Su He's space has accumulated more than 550,000 points. This is her confidence. As long as this space does not go bankrupt, she and her children will not starve to death. But she can't rely on the space like this. After all, this is the real world, and she still has to rely on herself to make a fortune. After Su He entered the space, he earned a considerable amount of points and fell asleep comfortably. But it was not so easy to fool Fu Tinghua. The Fu family was so happy to see their youngest son coming back, but when they heard Fu Tinghua say to Wu Yanhua, "Mom, is my old room still empty? I'm going to sleep here tonight." Fu Dajuan frowned and asked, "Why? You don't sleep with your wife at home, but come here to sleep."
What?
Was your wife driving you here?
Fu Tinghua.
Wu Yanhua glared at her husband and said, "Su, he is not such a person. What nonsense are you talking about?" "But Tinghua, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Now Su he has become better. You should live a good life with her. If two people always sleep in separate rooms like this, they can't cultivate any feelings." After observing for some time, "Our family feels that Su he is really good, so don't dislike her. She has given birth to 2 children for you. Even if she has no credit, she has worked hard, right?" Even the eldest brother Fu Guiqing interrupted and said, "Tinghua, it's not easy for your sister-in-law to take care of 2 kids alone. You should be more considerate of her. I see how fast she has lost weight recently, Fu Guiqing didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. He thought Su he lost weight so fast because she was too tired.
Fu Tinghua.
Didn't he mention sleeping together? But Su he even said divorce. What can he do? But everyone in the family thought that he disliked Su he, and Fu Tinghua didn't want to ruin the good impression that his family had finally aroused towards Su he, so he didn't explain and let the Fu family scold him. The core meaning of the words was to ask him to live a good life with Su he. "Look at you, you have been with the army for a year. Mom had a misunderstanding about her and never went to the city to see her. But it is not easy for a woman to take care of 2 children, especially when there is no one to help. You should also understand Su he and stop being too picky about her." In another round of verbal bombardment by Wu Yanhua, Fu Tinghua felt that they should have taught him a lesson, so he replied, "I know, Mom." Seeing the fatigue on Fu Tinghua's face, everyone didn't want to disturb him to rest. In the Fu family, Fu Tinghua has always been the most favored one. Not only because he is good at studying and has a promising future, but also because he has been the most handsome one in the family since he was a child. You say that after a busy day, the family came back and saw such a good-looking person, and their mood instantly improved a lot. After returning to his room, Fu Tinghua lay in this house that he was very familiar with, but he unexpectedly couldn't sleep. Obviously, he slept so soundly in the house with such a bad environment in Su he before. Closing his eyes, Su he's face appeared in his mind again. It was strange that Su he used to be very fat, but Fu Tinghua could not remember what she looked like. Or maybe he had never looked at her straight in the eye before. Thinking of Su he asking for a divorce today, Fu Tinghua sighed and forced himself to close his eyes again. The next day, Fu Tinghua got up at dawn and went to Su he's place. He didn't sleep well all night, which made him look a little tired. When he returned to the door of the house, it was quiet. Obviously, Su he and the children were still sleeping. It was not even 6 o'clock yet. Su he would not get up so early except when he went to the market. Fu Tinghua didn't want to disturb people's sleep, but the door of the living room was locked by the doorknob and could not be opened. He had to sit at the door and look at the scenery outside. The wheat had grown quite tall at this time, and their ears of wheat were hanging down heavily, as if they would fall off at any time. As time went by, the color of the wheat gradually changed, from the previous emerald green to the current golden yellow. In fact, it is quite good to stay in the countryside. He is busy in the operating room every day and rarely has time to relax and pay attention to the scenery around him. But Fu Tinghua has his own mission. In the words of his mentor, he is a person who is born to hold a scalpel. Several villagers began to go to the fields from their homes one after another. Seeing more and more people, Fu Tinghua finally couldn't help it. If people saw him waiting at the door of his house early in the morning, who knows what rumors would spread in the village. Just as Fu Tinghua stood up and walked to the front door of his house, raised his hand and prepared to knock on the door of his house, the door of the living room suddenly opened from the inside. Caught off guard, Fu Tinghua and Su he looked at each other straight. Su he's slightly curly hair was scattered casually at this time, and it fell naturally on her fair shoulders, making her face look much smaller, and her delicate features looked more three-dimensional. Her skin is as white and tender as white jade, as pure as the first snow, which forms a sharp contrast with her black and slightly curly long hair, making her look pure and... Now, Soohye's features are becoming more and more clear, and the flesh on her face is no longer crowding her features, making her lines beautiful and smooth. Those clear eyes, like two dazzling gems, are flashing bright light, revealing her inner surprise and curiosity. Fu Tinghua only now realized that her eyes are so beautiful, deep and bright. The little mouth is slightly opened, revealing white and neat teeth, and two shallow dimples will appear when the corners of her mouth are raised, making people want to get close. Although she did not apply any lipstick or lipstick, her lips still present a natural pink color, which makes people love it. Sometimes the heartbeat is just a matter of a moment. At this moment, Fu Tinghua finally knew what it meant to fall in love at first sight. There was no moment when he looked at a woman so carefully and seriously and absorbedly. Seeing that he didn't say anything and kept staring at her, Soohye felt a little uncomfortable, but still forced a smile and asked, "Why did you get up so early?"
Come in.
After that, he quickly opened the door. As soon as Soohye's voice came out, Fu Tinghua came back to his senses. Thinking of how he had lost his mind just now when he looked at Soohye, Fu Tinghua's ears quickly turned red. "I'm going to make breakfast. The kids are still sleeping. I'll wake them up later," Soohye said, and then she saw that Fu Tinghua seemed to be distracted and didn't answer her.
Fu Tinghua? Fu Tinghua?
Soohye called him twice again.
Huh?
Fu Tinghua came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream. "What's wrong with you? Why are you a little absent-minded?" "I said I'm going to make breakfast first," Soohye said with a smile.
Oh,
"I'll help you." After Fu Tinghua answered, he walked straight into the kitchen without waiting for Soohye to reply. "What are you making for breakfast today?" Fu Tinghua asked after taking a few pieces of firewood from the yard into the kitchen. Soohye thought about it and then replied, "Steamed eggs and steamed sweet potatoes." "Well, I'll help you light the fire." "Okay." So the couple divided the work and cooperated. When Soohye went to wash her face and brush her teeth, Fu Tinghua was ready to light the fire. After that, Soohye quickly washed the sweet potatoes with water, then added water to the steamer and placed it on the stove rack. After putting the eggs and sweet potatoes into the steamer, Soohye thought about it and steamed 2 more corns. Fu Tinghua is back today, and the kids can't drink milk, otherwise it's hard to explain where the milk comes from. But thinking that they have insisted on drinking milk for so many days, why is she so afraid of the baby's father coming back? After crossing over, she encountered a lot of troubles and she didn't let anyone down, so why should she feel guilty? What if Fu Tinghua really finds out that she is not the real Soohye? It's better for her to refuse to admit it? At worst, divorce. Isn't that what she wants? Like a broken jar, Soohye directly took the pure milk in a bowl and put it in the steamer to heat it up. Fu Tinghua looked at her actions, not knowing what she was thinking, but in the end, he didn't ask anything. Now it was Soohye's turn to be a little shocked. She had been waiting for Fu Tinghua to ask, and she had thought of the reasons. Who knew that until the kids got up, Fu Tinghua had no intention of asking. Well, she was confused. It was all Fu Tinghua's fault. He was too handsome and looked calm and strong. He was different from everyone she had met. How should I put it? It was obvious that he was a man with a high IQ, so Soohye was always a little nervous when facing him.
Mom.
Nunya rubbed her eyes and walked in front of Soohye. Well, go brush your teeth. Liang Chuan, here are the toothbrush and towel prepared for you. Take them to wash up. Soohye said with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Sue. Ji Liang Chuan thanked her obediently. I don't know if it was because they had too much fun yesterday, but the kids slept very soundly. Now that they woke up, they felt their minds were unusually clear. It's so nice to stay at Aunt Sue's house. You can see such a warm scene when you wake up. If I were at home now, I'm afraid only the nanny would be at home, right? Come over for breakfast after you've washed up, Soohye said to the kids, and then she started taking out the food from the steamer and putting it in a bowl. Fu Tinghua helped her take it out. When Ji Liangchuan saw his share of milk on the table, he asked in surprise, Aunt Sue, do you have milk at home? Soohye's hands, which were peeling eggs, paused. She didn't expect that this question was asked by Ji Liangchuan. Yes, the food that Zai Zai and Nyo ate before was too unnutritious, so I thought of giving them milk to replenish their bodies. Suhi replied with a smile. Oh, my family also asks me to drink milk every day. Ji Liangchuan asked casually. The main reason was that when his parents forced him to drink milk, his mother taught him a lesson. Do you know how happy your life is? Some people will never get to drink milk in their entire lives. Now it seems that his mother was not entirely right. He had only been to Aunt Sue's house as a guest, but Aunt Sue's family had milk to drink. It was not easy to refuse Aunt Sue's kindness in giving him milk, so Ji Liangchuan had to take the milk and force himself to drink it. But unexpectedly, the milk from Aunt Sue's house was not as fishy as his own. Once there was a comparison, the milk prepared by Sue he could be said to be delicious to Ji Liangchuan. So this time he drank up the milk that Sue he prepared for him. Aunt Sue's house is really nice. No matter what it is, it can be cooked better than his house. Ji Liangchuan thought to himself. The 5 people were eating breakfast. Fu Tinghua saw that Su he was only concerned with taking care of the children and he didn't have a bite, so he couldn't help but said, You eat too, I'll peel eggs for them. After that, he put an egg he was peeling into Suhi's bowl.
Shui.
Although he said last night that he wanted to live a good life with her, Fu Tinghua got into the role too quickly, didn't he? Before Suhi finished speaking, Zizi said sensibly, Mom, you eat it. We can eat it ourselves. Fu Tinghua didn't expect her son to be so sensible, so she gave Zizi a look of approval.
Shui.
Well, okay. Suhi replied with a smile. So she picked up the egg that Fu Tinghua peeled for her and took a bite gently. But she didn't know that Fu Tinghua was looking at her with his eyes slightly raised. Not long after the few people finished breakfast, Ji Liangchuan's grandmother, Ms. Zhou, drove over. The moment he saw Ms. Zhou, Ji Liangchuan's eyes gradually dimmed from bright to dim. Sister Su, my Liangchuan is troubling you. Ms. Zhou got out of the car and immediately ran straight to Su He and said, It's nothing. Liangchuan is very sensible and no one needs to worry about him at all. Su He replied with a smile. Chuaner, Grandma is here to pick you up. Ms. Zhou set her sights on her grandson. She thought that after being separated for a night, her grandson would miss her after being in an unfamiliar environment for a whole day. But, yeah, Grandma. Ji Liangchuan greeted her a little disappointed. Ms. Zhou. This child, he is not happy about me coming to pick him up. Su He obviously noticed that Ji Liangchuan's mood was a little bit wrong, so she quickly introduced him to Zhou. This is my husband, Fu Tinghua. Ms. Zhou had already seen the handsome man standing next to Suhi. She was just wondering if he was Suhi's husband, but she didn't expect it to be true.
Hello.
Fu Tinghua nodded to Ms. Zhou and said, hello, hello. My son Chuaner is really a bother to your family. The adults chatted for a while, and after Fu Tinghua left, Ms. Zhou said to Suhi, Sister Su, your husband is really a handsome man. Is that so? Everyone says so. Suhi replied with a smile. When getting on the car, Ji Liangchuan said to Zizi and Nyonyo, When we go to the market, you must come to find me to play. After Ms. Zhou's car drove away, Fu Tinghua turned to look at Suhi and asked, Are you going to the town to do business now? Oh, yes. Suhi smiled at Fu Tinghua and nodded. Seeing her smiling at him, Fu Tinghua looked away a little unnaturally, and then said, Is the money not enough? My other part of the military subsidy will be issued next week, and I will give it to you then.
Shui.
By the way, he only gave me 300 yuan last week, right? Why do you think she spends money so quickly? 300 yuan is a huge sum of money in this era. She won't spend more than 300 yuan in the countryside, right? But Fu Tinghua didn't think so. He observed the family's food, clothing, and daily expenses. Not to mention the milk he just saw. Even the quilt he covered last time seemed to be different from before. Thinking that he has always lived in the city, naturally his expenses are different from his. Fu Tinghua didn't think of asking he to save money. After all, the 2 children were too thin before, but now they are back to normal. His salary has increased a lot now, and he is confident that he can support a large family. But looking at Soo-hee's increasingly thin body, he is really afraid that she will work too hard and get sick. Who knows, that Soo-hee replied. I don't have enough money to spend. I haven't spent the 300 yuan you gave me last time. It's just that I don't have to farm and have nothing to do now. I'm idle anyway, so I thought about some profitable business, which can also help share some of the family's burden. But the speed at which you seem to lose weight is a bit abnormal. Fu Tinghua frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Soo-hee might have something wrong with her body. He is a doctor, and he has indeed not found a case where a person can lose weight so drastically in a short period of time, unless he is a terminally ill person. However, tomorrow, you come back to the city with me, and I will take you to the hospital for a checkup? The more he thought about it, the more flustered he felt. Fu Tinghua simply thought about taking Soo-hee to the hospital for a checkup.
Shui.
She didn't know why she lost weight so quickly. She sweated a lot every day, but her body was getting more energetic day by day. Soo-hee felt that she lost weight not because of illness, but because of the benefits of rebirth, or because the original base of this body was too large. Now that she was moving, her metabolism was faster, so she lost weight quickly. But looking at Fu Tinghua's face full of worry, Soo-hee couldn't say no. It seemed that it was not just him. The Fu family had also said that she lost weight too quickly and was a little abnormal. They asked her if she was uncomfortable. Forget it. In order to reassure them, she could go to the hospital for a checkup. Okay. Don't come back next week. I'll take ZZ and Nyo to the city to find you. By the way, go for a checkup. Should I go on Thursday or Friday?
Soo-hee asked.
Thursday, and then I'll arrange a full body checkup for you on Friday. There are many projects that the hospital can't do on Saturday, so it's best to check it all at once on Friday.
Fu Tinghua replied.
Although Soo-hee has become much thinner and prettier now, Fu Tinghua does not want this to be at the expense of health. So he still advised, I remember that you didn't eat that little before. Don't deliberately go on a diet to lose weight, which will affect your health. I just eat that much now. My stomach was stretched before, but now I eat normally. Looking at Soo-hee's affirmative tone and eyes, Fu Tinghua swallowed the words he wanted to say. However, Wu Yanhua is probably the happiest person in the Fu family for Soo-hee's success in losing weight. After all, she has always felt that Soo-hee's appearance is very disappointing. If she can be more beautiful, she will be a good match for her son. Taking advantage of the free time, Soo-hee went to the vegetable garden in the backyard to take a look. The melons planted before have already produced melons. Soo-hee thought that he could pick 2 small melons and stir-fry them with shredded melon to eat today. The last time she ate them, Aunt Nyo gave her 2, so they could enjoy a feast. Fu Tinghua followed him at some point. After walking around the vegetable garden, he asked, Did you grow all the vegetables in this garden yourself? Yes, there was no vegetables at home at that time, so I thought about growing some myself. Fu Tinghua lowered his head, looked at a small piece of pepper field beside him, and said, Thank you for your hard work. Soo-hee was squatting on the ground, looking for larger melons. Hearing this, he did not turn his head to look at Fu Tinghua, but replied, Well, it was a bit tiring at first, but you'll get used to it. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Fu Tinghua, gave him a bright smile, and then said, I will fry some melons for you at noon today. It's delicious. Looking at the shallow dimples on Soo-hee's face, Fu Tinghua's ears became hot again. Afraid of being discovered by Soo-hee, he quickly stood up and then replied with a very cold yeah. When the two came out, Zizi and Nyo had flown away to who knows where. I guess they're going to play with Zhuang and the others. Are you going to Fu's house later? Soo-hee asked. I went there last night. It means that you don't have to go today. Soo-hee was a little disappointed. Such a grown man, and such a handsome grown man, was around her all day long, and she felt uncomfortable. These 2 kids were so ignorant today. Their father was back, but they still ran out. They didn't know to spend more time with their father. Soo-hee complained in her heart. But what she didn't know was that Zizi, the villain in the book, had an IQ that was not covered. Even though he was only 3 years old, he knew that his parents needed time alone, so he and Nyo naturally couldn't stay and be a light bulb. So, just now, While his parents were in the vegetable garden, Zizi secretly whispered to his silly and sweet sister, "Let's go play with Brother Zhuang Zhuang and the others." Nyonya was not happy. Her father was handsome and fragrant, and she liked to stay with her father. And she was clinging to her mother now, and she didn't want to leave her mother. No, I want to stay with Mom and Dad," Nyonya said unhappily. "Don't you want Mom and Dad to be together forever? Why should Mom and Dad be separated?" Nyonya was puzzled. If Mom and Dad have no feelings, they will be separated.
Zizi sighed seriously.
Then I don't want Mom and Dad to be separated. Nyonya was very ignorant. To be honest, her IQ in the book was not very high. She was just a little fool. Anyway, among the two brothers and sisters, Zizi has 801 minds, while Nyonyo's mind is negative. In the novel, Nyonyo, as the villain sister who likes the male protagonist, has never succeeded in plotting against the female protagonist and always shoots herself in the foot. So, facing his not very smart daughter, Suhee always responds to his requests. In Suhee's view, whether in novels or in reality, Nyonyo is just a cute girl, not bad at all. Suhee didn't know that the brother and sister were deliberately creating an opportunity for her and the baby's father to be alone together, so they sneaked out to play without even saying hello. If she knew, Suhee would probably be so angry that she would laugh. She didn't have much experience of being alone with a man. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Suhee always felt that Fu Tinghua was always around her. Forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. Just treat him as heir. Suhee took the clothes for herself and the two children yesterday to the backyard. After hesitating for a while, she asked Fu Tinghua, who was not far away, "Where are your clothes for changing last night? I washed them for you." Fu Tinghua hesitated for a while and finally handed the clothes except the underwear to Suhee. "I'll wash with you." He squatted beside Suhee, put his hands in the basin, and followed Suhee to wash the clothes. Suhee didn't stop her when she saw this. She was not stupid. Why not have someone help her work? Besides, men should not be allowed to form the habit of letting women do the housework. Housework should be shared by both of them. Fu Tinghua did a very good job in this regard. He helped himself with the housework every time he went home. He would not go home and lie down like a master just because he was a highly educated person and order the women at home around. "I went to my parents' place last night and heard from my family that the day after I left, Zizi and Nyonya were bullied by the Wang family?" Fu Tinghua asked this question unexpectedly while washing clothes. "Well, it was mainly because they beat Zizi and his face was swollen. I was so angry." Suhee answered in a light tone, as if it was a very common thing. But Fu Tinghua knew the danger. If Suhee was caught by the Wang family at that time, he would definitely be taught a lesson. At that time, the Wang family and the Fu family might have a collective fight.
"I'm sorry."
Fu Tinghua suddenly apologized to Suhee.
"Ah?
What are you apologizing for?" Suhee opened his mouth slightly, not knowing why. "Well, when you were in danger and hurt, I didn't stay with you in time." Fu Tinghua looked into Suhee's eyes and said seriously. The man's beautiful eyes were cold and serious. When he stared at Suhee, he gave people a very affectionate feeling, which made Suhee quickly look away. "It's okay, I can handle it." Suhee stretched out her hand and hung the broken hair on her forehead to her ears a little uncomfortably, but after a while, the strand of hair fell down again. She frowned slightly and looked at the knotty hair with some annoyance. Just when she wanted to stretch out her hand again, Fu Tinghua next to her suddenly touched Suhee's hair with his fingers. His movements were very light, as if he was afraid of hurting her. His fingertips gently touched her hair, and then slowly hung them on Suhee's ears. When his fingertips touched Suhee's red and tender ears, his fingers paused slightly, but soon regained their composure. However, this brief pause made Suhee's heart beat faster, and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. Fu Tinghua seemed to notice Suhee's reaction, and he quickly retracted his fingers, as if nothing had happened. But there was a subtle tenderness and pampering in his eyes, and a subtle redness at the roots of his ears. Because of this change, the two of them suddenly fell silent, not knowing what to say. Just when Su He thought Fu Tinghua would not speak again, he spoke again. If you want to go back to the city, you can move back at any time. After I got promoted, the house assigned to me by the hospital has also changed. It is not where it was before. I was assigned to a single-family yard, and you'll be freer at that time. I am not forcing you to go back, but I feel that I can always protect you more with me around. Fu Tinghua tried his best to organize his words, not wanting to have the feeling that he was forcing Su He to go back to the city with him. I don't know why, now that he has more time to contact with Su He becomes more nervous when facing her. Well, I see. Su He answered while twisting the clothes in his hands. Well? Fu Tinghua was a little stunned. Did she agree to go back to the city with him? Don't worry, I don't plan to stay in the countryside forever. In more than a month, I should have to stay in the city for a long time. Su He smiled brightly at Fu Tinghua, and the smile confused Fu Tinghua so much that he almost forgot to ask about the business. Ahem. Fu Tinghua coughed uncomfortably twice and then asked, Is it because of the tree you planted? Yes, that durian can only be sold in the city, and only rich people will pay for it. It can pick the audience group. Thinking of this, Su He couldn't help but feel a little worried. If you need anything from me, just tell me. Fu Tinghua is good in this regard. When he wants to do something, he never asks questions to the end, leaving a moderate amount of space for both parties. This makes Su He feel comfortable getting along with him. Don't worry, this is not just my business. My parents, brother and sister-in-law all have a stake in it. Su He said jokingly. Seeing that she finally stopped avoiding or rejecting him like before, Fu Tinghua's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. After the two of them finished washing the clothes together, they suddenly heard someone calling Su He outside the door. Sister Su, is Sister Su there? After Su He and Fu Tinghua looked at each other, Su He said, I'll go and see. I'll go with you. Fu Tinghua said and followed Su He. As soon as they came out, they saw Wang Jun from the Wang family with his mother, Old Lady Wang, at the door, holding a chicken in his hand. The day after the fight with Su He, Wang Jun said he would compensate Su He's mother with a chicken to apologize. But because it was a market day that day, Su He was not at home and they were turned away, so the chicken was not given away. In addition, after Old Lady Wang went back, she was reluctant to give the chicken away, so the matter was dragged on. This morning, the Wang family heard that Fu Tinghua had returned. They were afraid that Fu Tinghua would find out that their family bullied his wife and children, and then go back to the city to find the police to sue them. After discussing it, the family decided to apologize. Although Fu Tinghua is a military doctor, he knows a lot of military and police officers. Find someone with a good relationship to arrest them, and then they will not be able to explain themselves. Hey, Tinghua, when did you come back? Wang Jun smiled and asked Fu Tinghua behind Su He. Fu Tinghua didn't give him a good look, but asked lightly, What's the matter? Seeing his cold attitude with a hint of annoyance, Wang Jun's heart couldn't help but click. It seems that Fu Tinghua already knows that his wife and children were bullied by their family. Speaking of Shangyao village, who doesn't know Fu Tinghua of the Fu family? He is good-looking, hardworking, and very gentle. No matter who talks to him, he rarely gives others a cold face. Seeing his attitude towards their Wang family now, Wang Jun felt a chill in his heart, so he hurriedly said, Haha, there was a misunderstanding last time, so I brought my mother to apologize. Logically, my brother and sister-in-law should also come, but there is a lot of farm work at home, so I sent my brother as a representative. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Su He. Looking at this woman who was much thinner than the last time they met, Wang Jun was also surprised, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Sister Su, our Wang family made a mistake this time. We are sorry. This chicken is our apology to you three. I hope you can accept it. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he handed the chicken to Su He. Before Su He could say anything, Fu Tinghua said to Su He at the right time. In fact, you should have called the police about what happened that day. If you are unwilling to forgive, I can go to the police station when I return to the city and find someone to investigate what happened that day. I don't want my wife and children to be bullied by others in the village while I am working outside. Fu Tinghua didn't say a word, and Wang Jun and Old Lady Wang felt a little more cold sweat on their foreheads. They were not sure whether Fu Tinghua was joking, but looking at Fu Tinghua's serious and earnest expression, they were really scared. Oh, Tinghua, it was all my fault that day. I will never do it again, really. And I promise that whoever dares to bully Su Maisie in the future is against me. Old Lady Wang. Never dare to do it again. Let's forget about calling the police, right?
Ah?
We are all from the same village. Old Lady Wang finally couldn't help it and started to nag. Wang Jun immediately echoed, yes, Tinghua, we have been friends since childhood. I have already severely taught my ignorant brother and sister-in-law a lesson for this matter. I hope you can be magnanimous and stop arguing with our family. Fu Tinghua did not speak, but turned to look at Su He. And Su He, suppressing the slightly raised corners of his mouth, said magnanimously, hey, the matter is over. Why are you still sending the chicken? Take it back. One plays the good cop, and the other plays the bad cop, she understands. If you don't want to care, that's great. We'll leave the chicken here and won't bother you. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he threw the chicken in front of Su He, then took Old Lady Wang and ran away without looking back. No matter how Su He shouted, he didn't look back. Hey, you run so fast. Is there a ghost chasing you? Su He muttered to the backs of the two people. Fu Tinghua looked at her cute appearance, lowered his head, and couldn't help laughing. The chicken's feet had been tied, and it couldn't fly away, and it kept flapping its wings. Su He stepped forward to take a look and said, don't mention it, it's quite fat. Of course, in order to express the sincerity of their apology, the Wang family picked the fattest chicken, which made Mrs. Wang distressed. If she had sent it earlier, she would not have sent this chicken. She really lost more than she gained. It seems that we can kill a chicken tonight. You are in for a treat. Su He touched the chicken's head, raised her head, and said to Fu Tinghua playfully. I don't know if it was the scene that made his heart beat when Su He opened the door this morning, but Fu Tinghua now felt that every move of Su He was cute and beautiful. He didn't dare to look at it anymore, for fear that Su He would find out that something was wrong with him. Well, it's okay.
Fu Tinghua replied lightly.
By the way, you acted very well just now. I was almost scared by your momentum. Acting? I'm not acting. What I just said is true. If you don't want to forgive me, I will give you an explanation. Fu Tinghua said very seriously.
Ah?
Su He opened her mouth slightly in shock, because she couldn't imagine that the legendary upright and old-fashioned Fu Tinghua would actually use his personal connections because of personal grudges. Silly boy, what kind of man am I if I can't protect my wife and children? So if you get bullied in the future, just tell me. I may not have a way to solve every problem, but I can definitely share a lot of things with you. After hearing this, Su He really felt that she really had a family in this world. No matter what happens in the future, she will not be fighting alone. Okay, I remember. Su He replied with a smile. What about this chicken? Su He looked at the fat chicken, a little hesitant about whether to return it. After all, she had a good time beating it at the beginning. Since they send it, just accept it. Otherwise, they will think that we haven't forgiven you and create a lot of trouble. I'm afraid you will be annoyed. Since Fu Tinghua said so, why should Su He be embarrassed to accept it? By the way, they didn't drug this chicken, did they? Su He has read a lot of novels. He has seen such plots in rural disputes where chickens are drugged for revenge. Just raise it for a few days and don't eat it yet. A drugged chicken will not live long. Fu Tinghua gave his professional knowledge as a doctor. Okay, then let us kill the chicken that Ji Liangchuan's grandmother brought tonight. Su He seemed to be in a very good mood. She grabbed the chicken and took it to the backyard. Fu Tinghua looked at her from behind, and suddenly he wanted her to go to the city with him more and more. But he knew that he couldn't force her. He didn't want to hear the word divorce from her again. When Zizi and Nuno returned home, they found that the atmosphere between Dad and Mom seemed to have changed. It's hard to say what's different, but you can just feel that it has changed for the better. Before, Mom wanted to stay away from Dad, and she didn't take the initiative to talk to Dad. But now Fu Tinghua helped me pick some chopped green onions from the vegetable garden. I forgot, Su He said while stir-frying the vegetables in the pot. Dad, who was sitting aside, heard what Mom said, replied okay, and immediately went to the backyard. In just a few minutes, Not only were the chopped green onions picked, but they were also washed. Do you want me to help you cut it?
Fu Tinghua asked.
No. Give it to me. After taking the chopped green onion, Suhi broke it into several sections, then threw it into the pot and stir-fried it, and the dish was out of the pot. Fu Tinghua naturally began to serve the rice and said to the two children who had just returned, "It's time to eat." Seeing that the relationship between mom and dad seemed to have improved, the two children looked at each other and then sat down at the dining table obediently. After seeing the dishes on the table, Nyo-Nyo's eyes lit up and said, "Mom, it's the shredded melon that we fried last time." "Yeah, do you like it?" Suhi asked as he sat down. "Yes, it's delicious." After getting a positive answer, Suhi looked at Fu Tinghua, then smiled and said, "I said this dish is delicious. I don't know if you like it or not." "Well, I like all the dishes you cook." After dinner, Fu Tinghua was called by the villagers to help an old man with his illness. The old man was old and reluctant to leave the village, so he was unwilling to go to the hospital, fearing that if he died outside, his soul would not be able to return to his hometown. So their family had no choice but to ask Fu Tinghua to help. When Fu Tinghua came back, the kids and Suhi were already taking a nap. Looking at the people sleeping so sweetly in the room, Fu Tinghua did not disturb them again. He returned to another room and planned to take a nap. "I slept at Fu's house last night and did not sleep well all night." When lying on the bed, Fu Tinghua smelled a faint fragrance that did not belong to this bed. Last night Suhi slept here, and this smell was hers. Thinking of this, Fu Tinghua's heart couldn't help but become hot. They are obviously husband and wife, but they still have to sleep in separate rooms. He didn't have the energy to think about so many things between men and women before because he was really busy in the past 2 years. His career has just started, and he has to go to other places for further studies, so he has been busy all the time. But he is a normal man after all, and recently, he has also been attracted to his wife. But now Suhi seems to reject him very much. Thinking of this, Fu Tinghua's heart, which had just warmed up, could not help but cool down again. After Suhi got up in the afternoon, he stretched his waist while walking to the door of the living room and opened it. Looking at the rural scenery at the door of her house, which was like a painting, Suhi couldn't help but smile lightly. She has gotten used to it. Every time she gets up, she goes to the door of her house to breathe in the fresh air. In the countryside of this era, the air is really fresh. Suhi feels refreshed every day when she stays here. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind her. Suhi turned her head and saw Fu Tinghua walking towards her. "Hey, are you back?" Suhi asked with a smile. "Yeah."
Fu Tinghua replied lightly.
"I got up a little late today, and I'll be ready to make dinner later."
Shue mater.
"Didn't you say we were going to kill a chicken tonight?" "I'll do it later." Fu Tinghua still remembered what Suhi said in the morning. "Yes, Zizi and Nyo-Nyo should like you the most to be back," Suhi said with a smile.
"Why?"
Fu Tinghua looked at Suhi in confusion. "Because they like to eat chicken. Every time you come back, there is chicken to eat." Suhi covered his mouth and laughed.
Fu Tinghua.
When Suhi went to wake up the two children, Fu Tinghua had already gone to the kitchen to boil water. The water had to be boiled to scald the chicken. "Mom, is Dad back?" Nyo-Nyo was woken up by Suhi, looking a little dazed. "He's back. Dad is killing a chicken for us, and we will have chicken to eat tonight." Suhi touched her daughter's head, very gentle. "Mom, don't separate from Dad, okay?" Nyo-Nyo suddenly reached out and hugged Suhi, and then said. Suhi didn't know where this child found out that she wanted to divorce Fu Tinghua, but the child was still so young and had to consider these things, which was really heartbreaking. "Okay, Mommy won't separate from Daddy." After Suhi put shoes on her daughter, she turned around and saw Zizi looking at her thoughtfully. "Why are you looking at Mommy like that?" Suhi was a little amused. Zizi, a 3-year-old child, always acted like a little adult. "Mom, Daddy is very good, really you should consider him," Zizi said seriously. Suhi couldn't imagine that a 3-year-old child could say such a thing, and she didn't dare to treat Zizi as an ordinary child anymore. Her Zizi was a highly intelligent villain, and he must have discovered that she was not as eager for Fu Tinghua as before. So she thought about it seriously and then answered, Well, Mom knows I will give priority to your father as the first partner candidate for the second half of my life. Hearing Soo-hee's promise, Zizi couldn't help but hug Soo-hee and then said, Mom, you are so kind. Zizi was rarely so childish. Soo-hee smiled immediately when she saw him like this, touched his head and took the opportunity to educate him. Well, Zizi, Mom hopes that you and Nyo-Nyo can be happy, and I hope you can grow up safely and healthily. In the future, whether Mom is with you or not, you must be good children, understand? She wanted to guide Zizi, let him not be a villain in the future, be an upright good person. But Zizi listened to Soo-hee's words, but it seemed that he only heard Soo-hee's words in the future, whether Mom is with you or not. So he immediately replied, No.
No what?
Soo-hee asked puzzledly. You can't be away from us. Zizi said very seriously. Okay, Mom is just making an analogy. Soo-hee rubbed her forehead helplessly. That won't work either. Mom must be by my side all the time. Looking at the persistent expression of Zizi and the confused look of Nyo-Nyo looking at her, Soo-hee temporarily gave up the topic. Don't worry, Mom will always be by your side. Soo-hee said comfortingly. Mom, don't worry, I will listen to you in the future. If there is a girl you are not satisfied with in the future, I will not marry her. Zizi's words were shocking. Soo-hee didn't expect that he would think about these things at such a young age. You kid, your hair hasn't even grown out yet. What are you talking about? Besides, you can't listen to me all the time and Mom is not always right. Moreover, if you always put me first in everything, people will say you are Mama's boy in the future, you know? Soo-hee didn't want to become a Mama's boy from the villain. Mom, what does Mama's boy mean? Nyo-Nyo asked curiously. Mama's boy listens to his mother in everything and has no opinion of his own. As soon as Soo-hee said this, Nyo-Nyo clapped her hands excitedly and said, Great, then I want to be a Mama's boy.
Shui.
I don't know whether to say MMP or not. What Soo-hee didn't know was that Fu Tinghua, who had already lit the fire, was about to come to her to ask her which chicken to kill, and happened to hear their whole conversation. Hearing Soo-hee say that he would give priority to himself, he couldn't help but tense up against the wall. Well, his advantage is still great. At least they have 2 children as a bond. Soo-hee is not the same Soo-hee as before. Fu Tinghua knew it when he came back last time. But it was not until this time that he was sure of this fact. He would never expose Soo-hee, let alone mention this fact to anyone. But he really wanted to know her experience and her past. But he probably wouldn't know it in this lifetime, right? Because he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that if he asked, Soo-hee would just have an excuse to tell him that she was not the real Soo-hee, and the 2 of them should part ways amicably and divorce. He didn't want to get divorced, not only because of the children, but also because he was moved. When Soo-hee took the 2 children out of the room, Fu Tinghua had already sat obediently on the low stool in the kitchen. As soon as he saw Soo-hee come in, he asked, Which chicken do you want to eat tonight? Soo-hee looked at him with a bit of amusement and then replied, Just catch the one that you think is fatter. Let's go and have a look together. After that, he walked towards the backyard. Fu Tinghua didn't say much, just got up and followed her to the backyard. The 2 walked to the fence, where the chickens were imprisoned. Soo-hee took a look at the 3 chickens, pointed at the fatter one among them, and said, Let's take it. It's the chicken that the Wang family brought this morning. Fu Tinghua said very calmly.
Shui.
Oh, I almost forgot that this chicken can't be eaten too quickly. Then let's take that one. Soo-hee pointed casually again. Her casual look made Fu Tinghua feel that he really shouldn't have waited for her to point out which chicken to kill. After listening to Soo-hee, Fu Tinghua went straight into the chicken pen to catch the chicken. Looking at Fu Tinghua's handsome face and noble and cold temperament, now he was catching chickens for her. This scene was a little too beautiful for Soo-hee to watch. However, Fu Tinghua caught the chicken very quickly. He caught it as soon as he stretched out his hand. There was no embarrassing scene of catching chickens in Soo-hee's mind. Seeing Fu Tinghua carrying a chicken, as natural as carrying a handbag, Soo-hee couldn't help but be a little speechless. What's wrong? Seeing Soo-hee staring at him, Fu Tinghua immediately looked at his clothes and found that they were not dirty. It's okay, I'll go check the fire and the chicken will be left to you. Soo-hee ran to the kitchen after saying that. leaving Fu Tinghua standing there with the chicken in his hand, looking puzzled. After Fu Tinghua plucked all the chicken feathers, he started to cook. The two children didn't run out to play again this afternoon because they knew that their father would go back to the city to work tomorrow, so they didn't want to run out again. They sat obediently in the kitchen, watching their parents busying around. The words "it's time to eat immediately" made the two little guys excited again. After all, today they have chicken to eat again. He still fried the mushroom chicken that the two children liked the most. The last time she went to the mountain, Ji Liangchuan found a batch of mushrooms. He did not take them to the space to exchange, but fried them for herself. She doesn't lack those points now, so she might as well give them to the children, who let them like it so much. There are many ways to cook chicken, but the two children always want this mushroom chicken. He is a child-loving demon, so of course the taste of the children is the main thing. When the family of four was eating with gusto, Wu Yanhua came to the door. "Tinghua, Suhi, are you eating now?" Wu Yanhua walked outside the door and could already smell the fragrance of the food. "Mom, you are here, let's sit down and eat together." Suhi hurriedly got up and greeted. No, I said I'd invite you guys over for dinner tonight. Your dad went to town and bought some meat." Wu Yanhua was a little embarrassed. Suhi was eating chicken here. The Fu family doesn't buy meat often. Meat is too expensive. Who in the countryside would be willing to buy it? It was because Fu Tinghua came back that Fu Dajuan generously bought meat for once and wanted to invite his youngest son over for dinner. Who knew they were eating chicken here? Seeing Wu Yanhua's strange expression, he quickly explained, "This chicken was sent by Liangchuan's grandmother. Tinghua is back home, and there is no other meat at home, so I just killed a chicken for him. His work is not easy, so I gave him chicken to supplement his body. I killed the chicken for your son. In this case, my mother-in-law shouldn't have any objection to me, right?" He thought to himself. No matter how good the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is, seeing her eating lavish food all day long, it's inevitable that she would feel a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, after hearing her explanation, the strange expression on Wu Yanhua's face changed immediately. "Yes, Tinghua works hard every day, and it's great that you, as his wife, can understand him. Since you are almost full, let's eat by ourselves." Wu Yanhua smiled and said a few more words and then went back to the Fu family. After she left, He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tinghua was puzzled and asked doubtfully, "Why do you look guilty?" "I don't know. I just feel guilty that others are suffering while I am enjoying the best food."
She replied helplessly.
The older generation is used to saving money. You should eat and spend as long as you don't go too far. I usually have meals at work, so I don't spend much money. His salary is considered upper middle among ordinary people, and Fu Tinghua thinks he still has the conditions to let he and his mother and three eat better. "Don't be too frugal. I don't spend much money here."
She advised.
Doctors work very hard. He doesn't want Fu Tinghua to save money for them and not spend money on food and clothes. "Yeah, I know." Seeing he's showing his concern for him, Fu Tinghua's expression became happy. After eating, Fu Tinghua said that he wanted to go to the Fu family. He thought about it and took the two children with him. Zizi and Nuno were very happy with their parents. Every time a child looked at them with envy, their expressions were very proud. "Humph, we are also little friends who are accompanied and loved by our parents." After arriving at the Fu family had just eaten. Seeing he walking with Fu Tinghua, who was rare, the happiest person was Fu Dajuan. A harmonious family is the most prosperous, which is the tradition of the Fu family in running the family. Seeing that the youngest son and the daughter-in-law have a good relationship, Fu Dajuan is happier than anyone else. "Have you eaten?" he asked the two. "Dad, we have eaten."
Fu Tinghua replied.
"Hey, are you going back to the city tomorrow?"
"Yeah."
Fu Tinghua has always been a man of few words, and the Fu family has gotten used to it. Are you going to the city with Tinghua this time?" Fu Dajuan is also very worried about the relationship between his youngest son and his daughter-in-law. "I'll go to the city to find Tinghua next week."
She replied.
It was the first time she called Fu Tinghua so intimately, and before that she just called him Fu Tinghua. "Fu Tinghua, heart skipped a beat when he heard her call. Ha, that's good, that's good. Hey, a couple should stay together. Fu Dajuan said with a smile. Zizi and Nyonyo were whispering with Zhuang and a group of kids at this time. Zizi, Nyonyo, where is your friend? Why isn't he with you? Zhuang asked. He was talking about Ji Liangchuan, who had been playing with them yesterday. He's back in town. Zizi replied. Hey, Grandma said she's going to send me to preschool, and I don't want to go to school. Zhuang said sadly. Study hard, and you can find a good job in the future, and work in the city like my dad. Zizi said seriously.
Ah?
It's good to stay in a village. Zhuang was very confused. Then do you like farming? Zizi asked a soul-searching question. Zhuang shook his head immediately. He didn't like farming. It was so hard and tiring. Then you have to study hard, and you'll be assigned a job in the future. Zhuang nodded, as if he understood. Suhi didn't know that her arrival changed not only the lives of Zizi and Nyonyo, but also the lives of everyone in the Fu family. When they got home, Fu Tinghua held Zizi, and Suhi held Nyonyo, and they walked slowly on the way home. In this pitch-black night, the only light came from the bright moon above their heads. It is like a huge silver plate hanging in the night sky, emitting a soft and warm light, illuminating the entire village. Although there are no streetlights, the moonlight is enough to illuminate the road ahead. In this quiet rural night, the moonlight has become the only lighting tool. Now the moon in the countryside is particularly large and round, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars are like gems inlaid in the night sky, embellishing the dark sky, making it colorful. Under this dark sky, the stars seem to be dancing happily, flashing faint light, forming a wonderful starry sky painting. In such an environment, Suhi and Fu Tinghua can both feel the magic and beauty of nature. Although the countryside at night does not have the prosperity and hustle and bustle of the city, it has a unique tranquility and beauty. Here, Fu Tinghua is also rarely away from the troubles of the world, enjoying a moment of tranquility and comfort. I'm going back early tomorrow morning. Fu Tinghua suddenly spoke, breaking the tranquility at the moment. Well, are you going so early?
Suhi asked.
Yes, I have an appointment for surgery this afternoon. After saying this, Fu Tinghua turned his head and looked at Suhi, who was walking beside him. I'll wait for you to come to me next week. After he said this, his ears became unnaturally hot, but fortunately it was pitch black and no one could see it. Okay, Suhi replied with a smile. Sometimes happiness seems to be so simple. It was just a simple conversation, but Fu Tinghua felt his heart pounding. After returning home, the two of them bathed the children together and then took a bath separately. Fu Tinghua went to another room to sleep very naturally, which made Suhi relieved. Fu Tinghua is really a good man and he can get along with her. The next day, Suhi got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for Fu Tinghua. She thought she got up early enough, but unexpectedly Fu Tinghua also got up and the two met on the way to the kitchen. Why don't you sleep more? Fu Tinghua asked with a frown. I'll get up and make breakfast for you. Suhi answered very naturally. You can sleep a little longer, I can eat anything. That won't work. You should eat well. The surgery in the afternoon will go smoothly. Suhi said with a smile. Looking at her extremely optimistic and cheerful personality, her smile was as bright as the sun. Her eyes were as clear as water, without a trace of impurities. How could Fu Tinghua's heart not be moved? He looked at Suhi quietly, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. Suhi's smile seemed to be able to dispel all the haze and sorrow, making the whole world brighter. The innocence and kindness revealed in those bright eyes made people want to get closer involuntarily to feel the warmth and beauty. Well, I'll help you. Fu Tinghua didn't dare to look at her again. He was afraid that he would be more reluctant to leave, so he went into the kitchen after he finished speaking. When the two children got up, Fu Tinghua had finished breakfast. He walked to the room where he lived, took out the toys he promised to buy for the two children last time, and handed them to them. Both Zizi and Nyonyo had forgotten about asking their father to buy toys, and they shouted with excitement when they received the gifts. Suhi looked at Nyo-Nyo's Barbie doll and Zizi's toy car and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. These two things are not cheap in this era. Daddy, hug me. The little girl Nyo-Nyo received the cute Barbie doll and immediately turned to her father and asked him to hug her. Fu Tinghua smiled and picked her up, then kissed her forehead and said, Dad will go back to the city later. You will follow Mom to the city to find me on Thursday, okay? I don't want Dad to leave. I don't want Dad to leave. Nyo-Nyo suddenly became willful. She was so happy these 2 days with her parents around, and she wanted to have her parents accompany her like this forever. Nyo-Nyo, Dad is not leaving. He just goes to work for a few days, and we can see each other again. Suhi hurriedly stepped forward and said, I want Mom and Dad to be together. Nyo-Nyo pouted and said unhappily, Okay, Mom and Dad are together anyway. Suhi said a little helplessly, No matter what, I just want my dad. Nyo-Nyo simply hugged Fu Tinghua's neck and then lay on Fu Tinghua.
Shui.
Why does she feel that Nyo-Nyo is so strange today? She has never seen her so clingy to Fu Tinghua before. Then don't you want to wait until the market day to go to play with Brother Chuan? Suhi's words made Nyo-Nyo hesitate again. Then Dad won't leave. Nyo-Nyo looked at Fu Tinghua and started to act coquettishly. No, Dad has to go to work. If Dad doesn't leave, someone will get sick and can't get treatment. Isn't it pitiful? Nyo-Nyo, a kind child, stopped making trouble immediately after hearing what Suhi said. This is the first time that Nyo-Nyo has shown unreasonable trouble, but Suhi thinks that children should have tempers to be like children. The two children were too sensible before, and she was afraid that the two would become villains in the book if they were too depressed. The two men at home saw that Nyo-Nyo had changed sides again, and they couldn't help but become a little speechless. When Nyo-Nyo was making a fuss just now, Fu Tinghua didn't say a word to persuade his daughter.
Why?
He just wanted to take this opportunity to let Suhi go to the city with him today. But it was obvious that his daughter was useless. And the reason why Nyo-Nyo made a fuss was naturally because of Zizi's instigation. He told Nyo-Nyo that once Dad left, the relationship between Mom and Dad would fade again, or Mom would take them back to the city with Dad. So the naive Nyo-Nyo was fooled by her brother who had 800 minds, thinking that if she made a fuss about not wanting Dad to leave, Mom would compromise. Who knew that as soon as Suhi mentioned Jiliang Chuan, the little guy immediately changed sides. Nyo-Nyo still remembered that when Jiliang Chuan was leaving yesterday, he asked them to go find him to play. She is a person of her word and cannot go back on her word. After Fu Tinghua left, there was no one so big in the house, and it was strange for people to get used to it. Thinking of the reluctance in the man's eyes when he left, Suhi couldn't help thinking that he still loved children. Nyo-Nyo gestured with the Barbie doll her father bought for her, and her face was no longer sad when her father left. The Barbie doll Fu Tinghua bought for her came with several sets of clothes. Nyo-Nyo put on and took off these clothes, changed into another one, and kept repeating, Mom, why don't I have a skirt? Nyo-Nyo suddenly asked after changing another set of skirts for the Barbie doll. Because in the countryside, Suhi often went out to the fields and went up the mountains, and Nyo-Nyo didn't wear a skirt. But she was looking for convenience, but she didn't know that girls all love beauty. Even such a young Nyo-Nyo was no exception. There is a skirt if you want to wear it. Mom will change it for you now. Nyo-Nyo thought about it, but shook her head and then said, I will wear a skirt when I go to the city to find my dad. My dad is handsome. It means that my dad is handsome, and she also wants to wear a beautiful little skirt to be beautiful. After Nyo-Nyo finished speaking, she looked at Suhi again and said, Mom should also wear a skirt to go to the city, okay? Mom doesn't look good in a skirt.
Shui answered helplessly.
Mom looks the best, really. Brother, don't you think so? Nyo-Nyo pulled the baby beside her and asked excitedly, Well, Mom, you look the best.
Shui.
She hasn't lost weight yet. Why wear a skirt? In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, Suhi's weight loss has been as successful as it can be. She didn't do any special regular exercise or any special diet. She just reduced her food intake and made her enlarged stomach normal. But even so, her weight loss speed is amazing. Today's Suhi can only be described as a little fat, but she has not reached Suhi's own goal body. Basically, she has to exchange a batch of clothes in the space every week. There is no way. The previous clothes are too loose to wear. Soo-hee and the two children stayed at home quietly for 2 days and took a break to look at the durian tree. The durian tree was already full of durian, but it was not big yet. It would probably be sold in a while. Taking advantage of the time to go to the city next week, Soo-hee planned to find a good location at the fruit stall in the market and then use the durian to set up a stall. Soon, it was the day for the town to go to the market again. Soo-hee had fried the fried cakes in advance and put them in the space, waiting to take them out when he set up the stall. This time, he set off with a lot of pots and pans. Soo-hee took the two children and followed Aunt Nyo to the market early in the morning, talking and laughing. Sister Sue, I'm not saying that you look pretty after losing weight. Aunt Nyo liked to stare at Soo-hee's face more and more. She was not bragging. Sister Sue looked pretty after losing weight. Her delicate features were really pleasing to the eye. Especially her big eyes, big and round, and I don't know how her eyelashes grew, so long and curled. Look at her straight nose and small and exquisite mouth, which are just right on her fair face, making her look particularly charming. Every time she sees this, Aunt Nyo always feels itchy in her heart and wants to know what secret weapon Soo-hee used to make her lips so pink and attractive. But she is embarrassed to ask. Why ask such a thing? But she can't help but look. In addition, Sue's skin is also unique. The skin is as white as snow, so delicate that even the pores are difficult to detect. Moreover, she's been seen going up the mountain frequently, but she has not been tanned by the sun at all. How did she do this? Aunt Nyo muttered to herself. Sure enough, she is worthy of being a person who grew up in the city. She is different from them in the countryside. Her temperament is different. You can tell at a glance that she is not a country girl. I'm okay now. I'm not as fat as before, but I'm still a little fat now. Soo-hee replied with a smile. She likes people to praise her for being thinner and having more clouds. Oh, you're not fat anymore. How do you say it? A standard body shape. That's right, a standard body shape.
Haha, that's about right.
Soo-hee's body shape nowadays doesn't meet the standard, but in this era, being thin is not considered beautiful. People think being too thin is not good, and it's hard to have children. You and your Jia Tinghua are a good match now. You don't know, every time I see your Jia Tinghua, I dare not look at him too much. He is too handsome. Aunt Nyo said exaggeratedly. Soo-hee was successfully amused by her words and was very happy. However, Fu Tinghua was indeed the focus of the crowd. He was really too handsome, and it was easy for him to be out of tune with the people around him. When she arrived in the town, Soo-hee found that the place where she and Aunt Nyo had been before had been taken by someone else. The point is that the person who took her place also imitated her and started frying fried cakes like her. So someone was jealous? So soon someone started to imitate her.
Aunt Nyo also saw the scene.
The two people looked like a couple in their 30s. The positions they occupied and everything they put on the site were exactly the same as the last time Soo-hee fried cakes. If there were repeat customers coming to buy, they would definitely think they were the Soo-hee who set up the stall last time. Isn't this disgusting? They stole your skills and took up your position. Isn't this deliberately making people who come to buy your things think they bought from them before? No, I have to go up and argue with them. Aunt Nyo said angrily, rolling up her sleeves and looking for someone to fight. Seeing this, Soo-hee stopped Aunt Nyo in time. No, Annie, this location is not fixed to begin with. It's their ability that they come first and take it first. And what I make is easy to learn. Since I dare to fry and sell at the same time, I have long expected that someone will imitate it. Now the country is cracking down. Let's not take the initiative to cause trouble. Otherwise it will be troublesome if we can't do business. Let's go. Their business won't last long. Let's find a new location. Soo-hee said, and pulled Auntie Nyo away. They found a better location than the previous one, and started to set up things. To be honest, the location there was not very good before, but because the first time they set up a stall there, the two of them went there again the second time. The next 2 times they came earlier than the first time, so the location they chose was a little better. I'm going to buy charcoal. Annie, can you help me watch it? Soo-hee looked at the 2 children and then said, It's too early now, you two stay here with your mother first, and go to play with Ji Liangchuan later.
I know, Mom.
The two children answered obediently. Suhi went to the same store again, spent $3 to buy a large bag of charcoal, and then returned to the stall.